In a dilapidated room, a handsome young man, clad in a scholar's long robe, lay on the bed with a furrowed brow, lamenting his fate. My destiny. This shouldn't be, he sighed, utterly perplexed. Gu Ming, at that moment, found himself in a rather absurd predicament. He had been in the midst of a mundane activity at home when he suddenly found himself transported to this intricate world. To make matters worse, his identity was equally ludicrous. The original inhabitant of this body was a 15-year-old impoverished scholar, orphaned and embodying the quintessential trope of a time traveler. After 7 years of study, he felt invincible and was preparing to take an examination to bring honor to his family. Alas, he was waylaid by a band of mountain bandits en route. As if that were not enough, these brigands intended to make him the consort of their leader, a formidable woman, towering at 2 meters and weighing over 300 pounds, who wielded a massive 9-hole broadsword with ease. Her name was Su Wanru, reputed to be the strongest in the Qingfeng stronghold, said to have reached the pinnacle of body refinement. According to the knowledge swirling in his mind, martial arts were extraordinarily advanced in this realm. With sufficient wealth and resources, anyone could cultivate their strength. The hierarchy of cultivation was straightforward. From weakest to strongest, it comprised body refinement, qi condensation, internal vigor, and external vigor. The original owner's memories lacked details beyond this point, but it was clear that even a peak body refinement practitioner could command a stronghold, highlighting the uniqueness of this world. Su Wanru, is it really my fate to meet such an end? Gu Ming mused, a mix of dread and unexpected anticipation churning within him. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to become the consort of a stronghold leader. Yet, the thought of her imposing physique made him reconsider. Perhaps it would be best to avoid such a fate altogether. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a melodious sound resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, the host has unlocked the simulator. Was this his golden finger? Indeed, it seemed that the Temporal Management Bureau had not forgotten about him. For in this age, one could hardly traverse time without a golden opportunity. As he quickly absorbed the information in his mind, Gu Ming grasped the concept of the simulator. It allowed one to simulate an entire lifetime, inheriting cultivation, resources, and memories from the simulation. Each use imposed a cooldown period of 72 hours, but successful completion of simulation tasks afforded additional opportunities, independent of the cooldown. However, the emergence of such tasks depended entirely on luck. Lying on the bed, Gu Ming clenched his fists and resolutely began the simulation. Heaven, grant me liberation. Reflecting on his first encounter with Su Wanru, excitement surged within him. Simulation initiated day 1. You rise from your bed and, after contemplation, decide to maintain a steady course in the face of uncertainty. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Acceptance of fate is essential. Since this is merely a simulation, you are acutely aware of your task and have braced yourself for any sacrifices required. At noon, the door swings open, and a burly man clad in armor enters, presenting you with a meal. Hurry, the leader wants you to know that she will come to see you once she finishes her tasks. The wedding will be held in 3 days. 3 days? This was far too swift. The leader was exceedingly eager. Famished, you quickly grabbed your bowl and devoured a hearty portion. After satisfying your hunger, you reclined on the bed, pondering your next steps. You commenced exercising with push-ups and squats. I, Gu Ming, have always been ambitious, even as a consort. I shall take the initiative rather than succumb to a subordinate position. After all, being beneath such a massive figure could be fatal. On the second night, while you were still exercising, the wooden door was abruptly flung open. A robust woman, reeking of alcohol, sauntered in. Darling, have you been waiting long? She settled beside you, sighing, the stronghold has been busy lately. I have little choice. But fret not. I have convinced them. Tomorrow we shall wed. Darling, how handsome you are. She gently touched your nose, and all you could detect was the scent of sweat. Damn it, you thought. I must endure. My lady, I have been orphaned since childhood. You're the first to show me kindness, and I am profoundly touched, you said, instinctively flattering her. Su Wanru's expression shifted. Darling, you do not find me unappealing? Why would I? Why should I disdain you? You countered, is it merely your appearance? Huh, I, Gu Ming, am no shallow hypocrite. I quite admire strong women like you. Your presence gives me a sense of security. You spoke bashfully, your cheeks flushing. Su Wanru laughed heartily. Very well, darling. I am growing fonder of you. The following day, the wedding proceeded as planned, and the entire Qingfeng stronghold buzzed with excitement. Suppressing your discomfort and negative emotions, you summoned your finest acting skills. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to your parents. Take them to the bridal chamber. Su Wanru scoop you up and toss you onto the bed. A night of silence followed. The next day, tears welled in your eyes. The strength of a warrior was undeniable, yet no amount of maneuvering could alter your grim fate. For 3 consecutive days, you remained bettered and utterly miserable. Su Wanru visited daily, cooking chicken soup to feed you in an attempt to compensate for your plight. A week later, you began to recover. Eagerly, Su Wanru sought you out. Amidst a cacophony of sounds, your body endured a barrage of strikes. Life seemed devoid of meaning. Death appeared more appealing. A month passed, and you found yourself entrenched in this relentless cycle, disturbingly acclimatized to it. On the last day of the month, you intercepted Su Wanru as she prepared to leave. My lady, I am too frail to be worthy of your formidable presence. My lady, I have heard that the stronghold is filled with powerful warriors. Might I learn martial arts alongside you? After a month of restraint, you finally revealed your true intentions. Having traversed to such a world of explosive martial prowess, how could you not aspire to strengthen yourself? Su Wanru, wholly absorbed in your charm, replied without hesitation. No problem. I shall have Wang Laosan personally instruct you. Even if your aptitude is lacking, I shall ensure you enter the realm of martial arts, she declared with determination. Nestled in her embrace, you wept with joy. At last, hope had arrived. On the 3rd day of the 2nd month, in the Qingfeng Stronghold's training grounds, Su Wanru introduced you to a middle-aged man. Old 3, this is Gu Ming from now on. You shall train him. His share of meat and herbs will be deducted from my portion. Chapter 2. Life is like a play during this time. You have come to understand that, apart from a select few prodigies, most martial artists require various supplementary medicines to assist in their cultivation at the body refinement stage. These aids not only expedite the training process, but also mend the injuries sustained during practice. Your efforts during this period have not been in vain, Wang Laosan respectfully stated. Rest assured, Sister Ro, I will ensure he trains diligently. His demeanor was rather lecherous. Su Wanru laughed heartily. No need, no need. My little Bao is already quite obedient. After a few more words of caution, she departed. Wang Laosan cast a glance in your direction, saying, Kid, don't think that climbing to the chief's side will allow you to leap into success. In Qifeng Village, everything relies on strength. You nodded respectfully, lowering your stance. You are well aware that one must first play the subordinate before assuming the role of the master. After a brief wait, more than a dozen youths arrived at the training ground, all appearing to be of your age, brimming with excitement and eagerness to try. All right, everyone is here. Today, I will discuss the fundamentals of the body refinement stage, Wang Laosan began, shaking his head as he commenced teaching the basics of martial arts. Body refinement involves breaking through physical limits through repeated training, thus becoming stronger. After a while, Wang Laosan clapped his hands. Now follow my lead. I will teach you the mainstream martial art of Qingfeng Village, the Qingfeng Fist. He assumed a stance, explaining while demonstrating. You followed suit, learning alongside him. The Qingfeng Fist encompasses 4 levels, corresponding to the lower, middle, upper, and peak stages of body refinement. An ordinary person can break through the lower stage within a year, followed by a decade for the middle stage, and 20 years for the upper stage. To reach the peak, at least 50 years of cultivation is required. During this time, one must not cease taking medicinal supplements. Any interruption will halt progress, stalling any advancement. Wealth in martial arts is paramount. Without funds, one cannot move forward. In pursuit of your dreams, you exerted every effort, training fervently. By the 3rd month, with the aid of ample meat and medicinal supplements, you successfully broke through to the lower stage of body refinement, significantly enhancing your strength. Your physique also became robust. You felt exhilarated, realizing your talent was quite commendable. Throughout this period, you dedicated yourself to bringing more joy to Su Wanru, thereby demonstrating your worth. Observing your potential, Su Wanru grew even more pleased and provided you with abundant training resources, including a body refinement pill. After consuming it, your cultivation advanced a small step, saving you months of arduous training. As time passed, you diligently pursued your studies, never relenting. The hardships were palpable, the training was grueling, occasionally leaving you with a sense of nausea. By the end of the 1st year, you achieved another breakthrough, smoothly entering the middle stage of body refinement. Now only a minor level away from Wang Laosan in the upper stage. While training, you continuously engaged in combat with the other youths. enhancing your combat experience and internalizing the techniques of the Qingfeng fist until they became second nature. Gradually, your fighting prowess grew stronger. Su Wanru appointed you as a small leader within the village, overseeing over 30 individuals, thus gaining a modicum of authority. In the third year, through your own efforts and the support of resources, you advanced further, entering the ranks of the upper stage of body refinement. Your strength increased, allowing you to endure over 100 exchanges against Wang Laosan without defeat, filling you with confidence for the future. You believed you would achieve your aspirations and grow even stronger. By the third year and 3 months, you had completely surpassed Wang Laosan, able to defeat him within 10 moves. Su Wanru regarded you as a confidant, inviting you into the core of the village's hierarchy, placing increasing value on you. You also actively engaged with others, broadening your influence. Occasionally, you undertook tasks that yielded considerable benefits for the village. In the 5th year, your strength continued to rise. Although you were still one step away from the peak of body refinement, you had never given up, nor would you. You sensed that within 3 years, you would surely break through. However, regrettably, the unfolding events diverged from your expectations. In the 6th year, the village's second-in-command betrayed you, colluding with the officials from the nearby Julian city, leading a group of soldiers to assault Qingfeng village. As the newly appointed leader, you led the charge to confront the well-equipped government troops. Utilizing the terrain to your advantage, you repelled the imperial forces over a dozen times. After 3 months, the government retreated. Furious, Su Wanru directly took you and other trusted allies to eliminate all of the second-in-command's subordinates overnight. After this battle, Qingfeng village's strength was greatly diminished. After some hesitation, Su Wanru promoted you to the 4th-in-command, commanding over 500 subordinates, thus solidifying your position within the village. You deepened your connections with your followers, familiarizing yourself with their relationships and enhancing your influence, all while diligently training to elevate your own abilities. In the 7th year, the government launched another offensive. This time, they allied with 3 surrounding cities, conducting a surprise attack under the guidance of the former second-in-command, resulting in significant losses for Qingfeng village. With a substantial portion of manpower decimated, faced with such circumstances, Su Wanru made a decisive choice, leading you to flee. Li Liang, I will not forget you. In the darkness, Su Wanru coldly remarked before mounting her horse and galloping into the distance. Li Liang was indeed the real name of the second-in-command. You followed Su Wanru as she journeyed away from Qingfeng village, uncertain of your destination. 2 months later, you arrived at another mountain stronghold. Little sister, you have come. A young man in white welcomed you, his eyes filled with concern for Su Wanru. Second brother, it is all Li Liang's fault. If it weren't for him, Qifeng village would not have been reduced to such a state by the government, Su Wanru expressed, visibly displeased. The young man in white chuckled, little sister, do not worry. Second brother will help you avenge this grievance. As they spoke, Su Wanru suddenly pushed you forward. Second brother, let me introduce you. This is Gu Ming, my consort. Oh, the young man, Su Yu, appeared astonished. Little sister, your choice is quite discerning. After a moment of silence, he smiled, greetings, second brother. You made a familiar gesture of respect, seeking to bond. My current achievements are all thanks to Wanru. Without her, I would still be a poor scholar. Of course, being a scholar is not without merit, but being with Wanru opens up a broader horizon. Su Yu laughed heartily. Interesting, you are quite amusing. In the following days, you finally grasped Su Wanru's background. She was the youngest daughter of the notorious Weihu Mountain chief, and Qifeng village was merely a whim she created for amusement. Weihu Mountain was her true domain. Chapter 3, The Art of Performance Lacking. The vast expanse of Weihu Mountain is home to nearly 10,000 subordinates. And the old chief, Su Batian, is a peak martial artist, exhibiting unparalleled strength in every move. He holds significant weight within the entire Qiushui County, embodying the essence of a true veteran in the world of martial arts. Upon entering Weihu Mountain, you continue to shadow Su Wanru, assuming the role of her secretary. She occasionally rewards you with cultivation resources, engages you in combat, and offers instruction, demonstrating her genuine intent to mentor you. After 3 months of diligent training, you achieve a breakthrough, now standing at the pinnacle of body tempering, your strength surging and confidence soaring. Upon learning of your advancement, Su Wanru is elated. Attaining such a level within 7 years marks you as a budding genius. Weihu Mountain begins to place greater importance on you, providing additional resources for your cultivation. The old chief even grants you an audience, expressing his approval of your progress. Young man, you're doing well, keep it up. The future belongs to the youth. Su Batian remarks, patting your shoulder. However, his expression darkens as he suddenly adds, Wanru is turning 30 this year. You're not young either. It's time to consider having a child. He frowns, saying, a fortune teller once claimed I would have no grandchildren, but I refuse to believe such nonsense. My eldest and second sons cannot conceive due to health issues, but Wanru. He pauses, giving you an encouraging glance. Go forth and procreate. If you can grant me a grandchild, I will bestow upon you a martial art, aiding your breakthrough into the Qi condensation stage. Moreover, I will provide you with 10 chi condensation pills, sufficient for a decade of arduous training. Your eyes blaze with ambition. Yes, a breakthrough into chi condensation necessitates inner strength. And without it, you cannot advance. The chi condensation pills are invaluable, each worth a year of effort for an ordinary martial artist. This resource must be secured. Rest assured. Father, I shall strive diligently, you respond, contemplating the lengths you might go to for this benefit. Returning to your quarters, you immediately seek out Su Wanru, who is engrossed in her studies. My dear, come, let me demonstrate the skills I've recently acquired. You charge at her. The following afternoon, you awaken groggily from your slumber, realizing Su Wanru's strength is astonishing. Despite both being at the pinnacle of body tempering, she proves to be remarkably resilient and exceptional. For the next 6 months, you toil relentlessly, while Su Wanru, recognizing your determination, occasionally prepares medicinal concoctions for you. She frequently visits the distant mountain shrine to pray for a child. However, a year passes, and Su Wanru remains unchanged. You ponder, could it be that she, too, is incapable? After all, if she were able, 7 years would have been ample time for conception. This thought lingers in your mind, overshadowing your nightly endeavors. On the 8th year, Su Batian's second son, Siyu, returns, bringing with him a severed head. Sister, Li Liang is dead. You must gather yourself. He places the head down, burdened with his own thoughts. Strangely enough, 3 days later, Su Wanru is pregnant. Watching her belly grow day by day fills you with anticipation. Inner strength and resources, here I come. As the year draws to a close, deep within the mountain stronghold, you anxiously pace outside. Inside, Su Wanru is in labor. Su casts an impatient glance your way. You fool, why are you so anxious? Su Guanshan approaches, reassuringly patting your shoulder. Xiaoming, fret not. Third sister is a martial artist. She will be fine. You nod, feigning concern. Concern? Why would I care for this woman? Over the past 8 years, resentment has overshadowed any feelings of affection. Your interest lies solely in the resources promised by Su Batian. Seated calmly in a chair, Su Batian sips tea, laughing heartily, huh? To say I have no grandchildren is utter nonsense. His joy is palpable. After a brief wait, the sound of a newborn's cries fills the air, causing all 3 men to rush forward. This is a matter of the Su family's legacy, deserving of utmost attention. Su Batian is the first to reach the room, exclaiming with delight upon seeing the infant, excellent, excellent, it's a boy. The future of the Su family is destined for greatness. You join them, gazing at the wrinkled infant, an unfamiliar wave of emotion surging within you. This child, your own child, flows with your blood. Is this what it feels like to be a father? Your heart races, unable to calm. Wanru. Su Wanru weakly calls out, and you rush to her side. No matter your inner turmoil or resentment, you must maintain the faade. Wanru, are you alright? You gently wipe the sweat from her brow. You've worked so hard. Su Wanru smiles, and as tears stream down her face, you tenderly wipe them away. What is this? Are you too excited? Don't be overwhelmed. It's just childbirth. Akin to a simple bodily function for you. I assent it? You jest lightheartedly. A soft laugh escapes Su Wanru, and you find yourself chuckling as well. Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes your back, and a surge of energy violently courses through your body, severing your meridians. You spit blood and collapse, losing consciousness. Fool. Don't think I'm unaware of your ulterior motives. Su Batian, cradling the child, laughs heartily. Now that the Su family has an heir, you are no longer needed. Su Yu and Su Guanshan join in the laughter, while Su Wanru weeps silently, her heart aching. Humans are not wood or stone. Who can be devoid of feelings? After 8 years of companionship, she has developed profound sentiments for you, largely due to the emotional value you provided, which is irreplaceable. When you finally regain consciousness, you find yourself imprisoned in the dungeon of the stronghold, unshackled yet powerless. With your meridians severed and strength depleted, a future seems bleak unless fortune favors you. You chuckle coldly, reflecting on your youthful naivety. Your lack of experience blinded you to Su Batian's cunning. Leaning against the earthen wall, your emotions are tumultuous. Suddenly, footsteps echo in the corridor. The 5 members of the Su family approach: Su Batian, Su Guanshan, Siyu, Su Wanru, and the newborn, your son, Gu Ming. You've lived this long. You should be grateful, Siyu remarks, smirking. Su Batian produces a hidebound book and a vial of pills, tossing them to you. Here. As promised, your inner strength and the chi condensation pills. Chapter 4. Conclusion. Simulation task. I, Su Batian, am a man of my word. What I promise to give, I shall certainly deliver. As he spoke, he playfully interacted with the child in his arms. Su Guanshan drew a sword from behind and handed it to Su Wanru, saying, Third sister, finish him off. It was time to sever ties cleanly. Our Su family will not be confined to this Weihu mountain. My father has already arranged a marriage with the leader of the Qingshui County Tying Mountain stronghold. In 3 days, their 4th son will become our son-in-law. Siyu laughed heartily. With the alliance of our 2 strongholds, we shall create a glorious future together. Su Wanru's expression was complex as she gazed into her brother's eyes, searching for some hint of a different hue. Mother, do you not wish to live? After a moment of silence, Su Wanru took the sword, turned back with a smile, and said, "Elder brother, the fourth son must be quite handsome, right?" Su Guanshan nodded. "He has a decent appearance, at the very least better than this scheming fool." He pointed at you, speaking without restraint. Su Wanren nodded and approached step by step. "Let it be destroyed." Grasping the inner strength and the chi condensation pill in your hand, you closed your eyes. "Gu Ming, in your next life, do not let our paths cross again. And your acting skills are truly lacking, exceedingly so." Su Wanren drew her sword, piercing through your heart. You felt a searing pain. Am I really that poor an actor? In your final moments, that was the only thought that crossed your mind. I need more practice. You perished. Simulation concluded. On the bed, Gu Ming touched his own face. Alas, alas, he was still dead. This simulation has ended. You have attained the pinnacle of physical refinement. You have acquired the Clear Wind Fist, 4th level. You have obtained all cultivation memories and combat experiences from the past 8 years. You have received all memories from the past 8 years, no impact on self. You have obtained 1 volume of inner cultivation and 1 vial of chi condensation pills, 10 pills. You have acquired 100 taels of gold and a complete set of clothing. Do you wish to inherit? What a question. Yes, yes, yes. Inheritance confirmed. In the next moment, Gu Ming's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His previously frail physique became robust. He transitioned from a delicate scholar to a formidable warrior. With the pinnacle of physical refinement, he possessed all the cultivation experience, utterly flawless in his martial prowess. Memories from the 8-year simulation flooded his mind. Fortunately, these memories appeared in cinematic form, allowing him to observe all information without any detriment to himself. Some scenes were indeed explosive, utterly beyond comprehension. Sitting on the bed, Gu Ming reached out, and a book along with a vial of pills appeared. According to the simulator's description, all acquired items would be stored within the simulation space, accessible for retrieval at any time. The simulation space was boundless, but could only contain items obtained within the simulation. Opening the book, he glanced at the inner cultivation manual. Basic inner cultivation was the name of the technique. It bore no special attributes, offering no enhancements. Its sole merit lay in its simplicity and comprehensibility. After a couple of glances, Gu Ming began to practice. The pinnacle of physical refinement was still insufficient. In the realm of cultivation, more was always better. Following the technique's instructions, he executed a series of movements. Half an hour later, a wisp of true energy materialized. Gu Ming felt a surge of joy and promptly circulated this wisp of true energy throughout his body. At that moment, he had become a chi condensation warrior. With true energy enveloping him, his attacking power far surpassed that of an ordinary physical refiner. After putting away the manual, he retrieved the chi condensation pill. Should he consume it now? If utilized for simulation, it could be employed multiple times. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Ming decided against it. The chi condensation pill was precious. He had acquired it by chance. It was wise to save it for a few more days. Settling his thoughts, he continued his cultivation. The cultivation of the chi condensation realm primarily relied on endurance. By continuously circulating his inner strength, he would accumulate more true energy. A monotonous but effective method of enhancing his cultivation. However, the presence of chi condensation pills or rare materials could accelerate the process. As the saying goes, without money, one cannot progress. While Gu Ming felt the transformation within the chi condensation realm, he silently cultivated. Time flew by swiftly. Around noon, upon hearing footsteps, Gu Ming lay back on the bed and exited his cultivation state. The door swung open, and a muscular man clad in iron armor entered. Mirroring the character from the simulation, he handed over a meal, saying, "Hurry and eat. The boss asked me to tell you that once she's finished with her business, she'll come find you." What a line, identical to the simulation. Gu Ming said nothing and chose to eat in silence. A man is made of iron. A meal is made of steel. One cannot afford to skip a meal. Just as the muscular man was about to leave, a sudden exclamation mark appeared before Gu Ming. Upon closer inspection, the exclamation mark expanded, revealing a line of text. Simulation task, task description, push the other party against the wall and maintain eye contact for 3 seconds. Task reward, 1 simulation opportunity. Task penalty, none. Excellent, a simulation task has emerged. Gu Ming hesitated for half a second. He decided to proceed. Don't get me wrong, I am a serious person. He clenched his fist and grabbed the muscular man, saying, "Take care. What the hell do you want?" The muscular man frowned, displaying his displeasure. Gu Ming smiled and dragged him toward the earthen wall of the room. The man was bewildered. "Why you? Is this fellow not a frail scholar? How is he stronger than me? I am a mid-tier physical refiner." As he questioned his existence, Gu Ming pressed one hand against the wall, bending slightly to peer into the man's eyes. The muscular man sensed danger. What do you intend to do?" "I will call for help." Gu Ming remained silent, merely smiling. After 3 seconds, he sighed and slapped the muscular man's head. Thud. The muscular man collapsed to the ground, sleeping soundly. Youth is a gift. They can sleep without a care. Closing the door, Gu Ming initiated the simulation. Time was of the essence. He must swiftly enhance his strength and escape Chi Shui's stronghold. Simulation begins, day 1. You consume the chi condensation pill in 1 gulp. circulating the basic inner cultivation. You absorb the full power of the pill. Night falls. You successfully refine the pill, elevating your cultivation, drawing infinitely closer to mid-tier chi condensation. Feeling the surge of true energy, you revel in the sensation. You slap the unconscious muscular man. Just as you prepare to proceed, the door suddenly swings open. Old Six, you are. Several bandits instantly spotted the corpse lying nearby. Old Six. He.S. dead. With a sigh, you charge forward. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike landing solidly, before long, 3 more corpses lay on the ground. Having taken lives during the first simulation, you had acquired relevant experience and memories. Thus, you were unfazed by the act. Chapter 5. Are you deceiving me? You crouch down, feeling around. At last, you procure 100 taels of silver and a martial arts manual. It is a style of boxing, known as Heaven Shaking Fist. The name is quite imposing. Yet it can only be cultivated to the pinnacle of body tempering. After stowing away the boxing manual and the silver, you dash towards the central building of the bandit stronghold. With your first simulated memory, you are already well acquainted with Qingfeng's stronghold, weaving through, dispatching over a dozen bandits. Until you finally arrive at the assembly hall. With a single punch, you eliminate the 2 guards and kick the door open. Don't move. Sweep away the filth. Inside the hall, 4 bandits are taken aback. You glance over. These 4 are the leaders of Qifeng's stronghold, Su Wanru, Li Liang, 3rd leader Li Zhan, and 4th leader Wang Yang. It's you. Su Wanru draws her sword. Are you pretending? How interesting. It seems someone is targeting me, Su Wanru. She rises, her robust figure trembling slightly. You pick up a knife from the ground. If I want you to obey, we must settle this swiftly. With a flicker of the blade, you instantaneously slay the 3rd and 4th leaders, then deliver a punch that shatters the heart of the 2nd leader. Su Wanru's jaw nearly drops. Condense your energy. You are actually a master of energy condensation. Watching the white gas swirling around your blade, her expression shifts. The previous calmness is gone. You cast her a sidelong glance, raising the knife. Su Wanru, surrender all your resources. I may consider sparing your life. Su Wanru falls silent, ultimately relinquishing her sword. I hope you keep your word. As she speaks, she retrieves a small porcelain vial from behind her. This is a vial of energy condensation pills my father gave me, enough to save you 10 years of arduous cultivation. You extend your hand to accept it. It is identical to the one you previously refined. It is genuine. What else? You press further. At this moment, a multitude of bandits gather around, surrounding the assembly hall. Their gaze is predatory. Su Wanru furrows her brow. Man, you are too greedy. What does energy condensation matter? With over 2,000 of us, you may not escape unscathed. You laugh heartily. I may die, but before that, you will perish first. Su Wanru's expression freezes, then reluctantly, she produces a book from her chest. This is my Su family's internal cultivation method. If you desire it, take it. She tosses it over. You catch it, glancing at it. Tai Bai Ice Heart Technique, an ice attribute cultivation method, capable of being cultivated to the pinnacle of internal vigor. Excellent. You stow the method away, nodding. Rest assured, I Gu Ming never slays women. Saying this, you search the 3 corpses on the ground, ultimately retrieving another martial arts manual and 200 taels of silver. This is rather meager. The leaders carry so little money upon leaving. The manual is yet another body tempering technique, named through Hall Leg. You gather these resources, waving your hand. The heavens are high and the road is long. We are no longer entangled. Su Wanru breathes a sigh of relief, gazing at your departing figure. Somewhat entranced. So handsome, so dashing. Suddenly, in her moment of distraction, a knife flies through, effortlessly piercing her neck. You stroll over with a smile, withdrawing the blade. I mentioned I do not kill women, but I'm afraid you are truly ambiguous in appearance. As you search her body, you find another vial of energy condensation pills. Very good. You are certain Su Wanru has more hidden away, considering her father is at the pinnacle of internal vigor. But now is not the time to act. You sever Su Wanru's head and carry it as you exit the assembly hall. The surrounding bandits are so frightened that they retreat in haste. Su Wanru is dead. Qingfeng's stronghold is disbanded. You proclaim loudly, kicking her head away, which crashes against a distant rock, shattering into pieces. Remember, it was I, Gu Ming, who opened the heavens by slaying. After leaving a couple of witty remarks, you turn to leave. Along the way, there are bandits attempting to obstruct you, but they are all swiftly dispatched with a single strike. By dawn, you continue your journey. Having left Qingfeng's stronghold, you are unsure of your next destination. The scholar's memories are rather simple, his background clean, with no father or mother, no siblings, and scarcely any friends throughout his life. After some hesitation, you decide to head to Jiulian City. Based on the information gleaned from your previous simulation, there are 4 nations in this world: Nansha, Dongzhou, Beiqin, and Xisha. The nation you inhabit is precisely Nansha. The 4 nations share the realm, coexisting amid conflict and cooperation. Moreover, since all 4 nations originated from the Dali dynasty a millennium ago, many aspects remain similar, including local governance. All 4 nations are structured similarly: capital, province, county, city, and countryside. Jiulian City is not large, with its strongest inhabitants barely at the pinnacle of body tempering, posing no threat to you, making it ideal for settling down. You also require a conducive environment for cultivation to enhance your strength. On the 4th day, you finally arrive at Jillian City. Along the way, you have robbed a few bandits, exchanging your tattered scholar's robe for a clean black outfit, making you appear even more valiant, especially with the sword on your back, resembling a youthful hero. Upon entering the city, you take a moment to survey your surroundings. Unbeknownst to you, you arrive at a brothel. I, Gu Ming, am upright throughout my life. Ha ha ha, a brothel? Never. Turning a corner, you venture into the adjacent brothel. As you enter, a throng of women approaches, flirting and fawning over you. Young hero, what experiences would you like to indulge in? Hearing their utterly anachronistic banter, you feel somewhat speechless. You produce a silver ingot, basic services. Under the guidance of one of the women, you ascend to a room on the 3rd floor. You sit in a chair, and a woman in white pours you a drink, then turns to close the door. After taking a sip, before you can speak, the woman in white approaches. Young hero, this is my first time. She lights a candle. Please be gentle. Ha ha ha. You dismiss her words as mere nonsense. After a series of actions, you find yourself lying on the bed, sipping wine while contemplating life. Is this the most trivial desire for which I have traversed here? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As a transmigrator equipped with a simulator, my life cannot be squandered in such a meaningless manner. I must strive, I must cultivate. You feel invigorated, filled with determination. Is the young hero satisfied? The woman in white, while adjusting her clothing, inquires. You deceive me. You shake your head. The woman in white smiles at you, remaining silent. Yet silence speaks volumes. Chapter 6. Tenderness, Departure, Settlement. After consuming 2 cups of wine, you donned your boots. Do not forget me, the gentle maiden implored. My name is Wenru. When you return, you must seek me out. Her words were laced with sincerity. Wenru will always await your return. As she assisted you in dressing, her voice lingered in the air. Wenru, you mused, such an intriguing name. Why do you do this? You inquired. Wenru sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. I have no choice. She recounted her father's gambling debts amounting to 30,000 taels, her mother, disguised as a man, pursuing examinations in the capital, and her siblings, ensnared in unfortunate unions, beset by illness and financial woes. The tale was heartrending, and tears welled in your eyes. Fear not, I shall return, you reassured her, yet you were aware that a man's words often veiled deception. With a flourish, you departed the establishment known as Wanying Tower and sought refuge at an inn, where you rented a room, while Wanying Tower offered food and lodging. Its ambience did not suit your discerning taste. You were a man of principles, valuing separation of affairs. Here are the dishes you ordered, the innkeeper's attendant, clad in short sleeves, presented your meal. After a satisfying repast, you seated yourself upon the bed, retrieving the chi condensation pills to commence your cultivation. As dawn broke, you had thoroughly refined 20 pills, propelling your cultivation to the mid-tier of chi condensation, with the high tier now within reach. You examined the martial arts techniques you had scavenged, but lost interest, realizing that with the Tai-Bai Ice Heart technique, you required no other skills. Mastery of realms took precedence. You retrieved the Tai-Bai Ice Heart technique and began to cultivate anew. 3 days later, you completed your transformation, your inner energy now imbued with the essence of ice. A full-force strike could freeze an opponent's heart, striking down foes without a trace. Raising a jug of wine, you channeled your true energy. This temperature is still insufficient for chilling. A sudden realization struck you. White wine could not be chilled. Thus, you devoted yourself to relentless cultivation. A month passed, and the soldiers of Jillian City were in a frenzy, searching for a youth named Yi Guqing. You remained unperturbed, recognizing their half-hearted efforts, yet your sense of security diminished. It was time to depart. Consulting the map of Qiushui County, you shook your head, deciding against any reckless ventures. You resolved to seek refuge in a secluded area, living out your days in peace. The pursuit of cultivation resources was not your intention unless absolutely necessary, as every action bore its risks. After packing, you donned a conical hat and black attire, leaving Jillian City under the cover of night, journeying eastward. 5 months later, you traversed 15 county cities, arriving at a remote fishing village. Standing upon the shore, gazing at the distant fishing boats and feeling the caress of the sea breeze, you resolved to settle here. From that day forth, you made your home in the village named Shanjiao. The reason behind its name eluded you. After tendering a few tales to the village chief, he and the villagers constructed a dwelling for you and provided ample provisions. By the end of your first year of unceasing cultivation, you broke through to the high tier of chi condensation. Thereafter, without the aid of chi condensation pills, further rapid advancements became elusive. As time flowed on, your outward persona was that of a failed scholar, a man disillusioned with life, unnoticed by others. Your existence was monotonous, filled with the cycles of cultivation, feasting, and slumber. The villagers found you peculiar, and gradually, you became an enigma to them. Only the village chief, under the influence of your generosity, ensured that his son, Xiaohu, brought you food and water at intervals. In the 5th year, at the age of 20, after a day of rigorous training, you sat at your doorstep. idly toying with stones while observing the children at play. Suddenly, a figure approached. "Elder brother, I'm serious. Please take me as your disciple." A slender youth gazed at you with unwavering determination. "Thank you, but no," you replied. This was Xiaohu, the chief's son, now 15. "Elder brother, I truly mean it. Over these 5 years, I've read over 30 martial novels and attended storytelling sessions 30 times at the tavern. I am well versed in the realm of martial arts." Xiaohu implored further, having long been intrigued by your practice. "Enough with your nonsense. You are 15. Look at your father. He had you when he was 15. You retorted. Xiaohu, flustered, implored you to cease. Ultimately, pursuing martial arts was not his true aspiration. Watching his dejected figure retreat, you felt a sense of amusement. Life must offer its moments of levity. In the 7th year, Xiaohu wed the butcher's daughter from the east end of the village, a fair maiden. Marrying at 17 was considered late. On the day of the wedding, you indulged in 3 cups at the banquet, relishing the celebration. Xiaohu approached with his bride. Raising a toast, "Elder brother, when I have a son, will you take him as your disciple?" "Go away," you dismissed him, shooing him off. In the 8th year, Xiaohu had a daughter instead of a son and sought your counsel for a name. You were taken aback. Naming a child was typically a matter of personal significance. "Elder brother, we lack education. You have read, have you not?" Xiaohu said with a grin. You pondered for a moment. "Your surname is Bai, and you are Xiaohu. How about Baigu?" "Excellent. Baigu is a wonderful name," Xiaohu exclaimed, enthusiasm radiating from him. You found it amusing that he was so exhilarated over a mere pawn. By the 10th year, your cultivation had significantly advanced, yet it was not yet time for another breakthrough. That year, Xiaohu's daughter turned 2. While out fishing, Xiaohu often entrusted Baigu to your care. Gradually, you grew fond of the little girl. "May you grow strong and healthy," you said, gifting her a small wooden sword, smiling warmly. In the 12th year, deep into the night, while engaged in your cultivation, a surge of energy coursed through you. "I've broken through. At last, I have reached the pinnacle of qi condensation. The next step is the inner strength phase," you thought, filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. Chapter 7. The Plague, Departure. In action upon reaching the pinnacle of qi condensation, your overall strength has significantly increased. The total amount of true energy within you has expanded over tenfold. This energy now clings to your limbs and weapons, empowering you to unleash even more formidable force. At this juncture, a sense of confidence begins to blossom within you. In the 15th year, an unexpected plague suddenly swept through the village, claiming the lives of over 30 villagers overnight. The entire community of Shanjiao village was engulfed in terror. The fishermen, after much deliberation, resolved to abandon the village. After all, this was a plague. It was contagious and lethal. You too prepared to depart, recognizing that your life was paramount. All else was but illusion. Before you left, you made a visit to the family of the village chief, who had always taken good care of you, only to discover that all had perished. The chief and his wife, the young couple Xiaohu, and the innocent Baigu, who had yet to grow up. The transformations in this world were too profound. After spending a decade together, your bond with the chief's family ran deep, and tears inevitably fell. "Take care, everyone." With a straw hat and a long knife, you departed from Shanjiao village. Several days later, you encountered a group of well-equipped officials at a relay station. Through their conversations, you learned they were intent on rounding up all fleeing villagers for confinement. In these times, the plague was a terrifying specter. Once detected, entire villages would be annihilated. Hence, the villagers fled desperately. You could not fathom the origins of the plague and had no desire to meddle in governmental affairs, so you quietly slipped away. Journeying northward, you arrived at a small town in the far north of South Xia 3 months later. The climate here was frigid, with biting winds, compelling the townsfolk to don heavy fur coats and overcoats, while every household burned wood for warmth. Despite possessing true energy, you too could not withstand such cold. After a period of adjustment, you resolved to settle here. As a border town situated in a remote area, it was often deserted for weeks at a time. You purchased an uninhabited courtyard and made it your abode. Subsequently, you offered a few pieces of silver to the neighbors, hiring them to chop wood and deliver meals. You devoted yourself entirely to comprehending the Tai-Bai Ice Heart technique, aspiring to break through to the next stage of inner strength. By the 18th year, you had become thoroughly accustomed to life in this northern town, engaging daily in the steadfast routine of chopping wood and practicing martial arts. The following day, you exerted yourself in your self-constructed training chamber, fervently circulating your true energy. Gradually, a plume of white mist began to emanate from your body, reminiscent of boiling water. Accompanied by a gentle warmth coursing through you, a sudden sound echoed. Your cultivation had seamlessly broken through, entering the realm of inner strength. The torrent of true energy transformed entirely into protective energy, with a portion circulating and another enveloping your body. After this breakthrough, you felt a noticeable warmth enveloping you. And overall, you experienced a profound sense of comfort. "I'm stronger now." The next day, a visitor arrived. At that moment, you were outside chopping wood when he forcefully kicked open your door. You were Wang Taidan. Grasping your axe, you scrutinized the intruder. Wang Taidan was your alias in Shanjiao village. How did he come to know? The visitor was clad in a fox fur coat, his imposing figure exuding an air of authority. You could not discern his cultivation level. A formidable expert? Good sir, you must have mistaken me. You chuckled lightly, resuming your wood chopping. Mistaken? Not at all. The man declared, Wang Taidan, I possess irrefutable evidence of your escape from Shanjiao village. Shanjiao village is the epicenter of the plague, and over the years, it has claimed no fewer than 100,000 lives. If others learn of your background, your days will not be so tranquil. You frowned slightly. Sir, if you have something to say, please be direct. If he intended to scheme against you, he could simply report you. However, his blatant threats suggested ulterior motives. Astute. The burly man produced a sheet of paper, Wang Taidan. This document enumerates all evidence of your identity. If you wish to live, you must assist me with a task. You set down your axe and approached. Speak. Help me kill someone. You narrowed your eyes, continuing to regard him. Elaborate. The man exhaled in relief and hastily recounted his tale. He was the lord of Canal City, 30 miles to the south. 3 days prior, his daughter had been abducted by bandits from the nearby Wulong village, and before he could rescue her, she had been violated and murdered by the thieves. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to exact revenge. For the Wulong village chief was a peak chi condensation martial artist, commanding thousands of elite fighters. Even Canal City stood no chance against them, let alone a mere city lord like himself. After an unforeseen turn of events, he discovered your story and, through investigation, learned everything. After listening to his tale, you clenched your fist. Lord, the Wulong village is rife with experts. It will not be easy to slay the chief. You have not disclosed this matter to anyone, have you? Not at all. This is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. Even in Canal City, few are aware of my presence here. The man urged. Wang Taidan, I only require you to eliminate the village chief. Once this is accomplished, I will ensure your safety. You nodded. In the next moment, you unleashed a punch. Bang! The man was sent crashing against the stone wall behind him. Grasping your axe, you approached him step by step. I dislike being threatened. Gazing into the Lord's terrified eyes, you raised your axe, with no cultivation. How dare you threaten me? You have severed all your own escape routes. Are you truly foolish? Or merely brainless? The Lord spat blood, unable to articulate a response. With a swift arc of your axe, you silenced him. After swiftly erasing any traces nearby, you gathered your belongings once more. Regardless of the circumstances, this place had become unsafe. It was time to move on. In the dead of night, you changed into a new set of clothes and quietly departed from the small town. Once again, you journeyed northward. This time, you intended to head towards northern Qin. The Qin and Xia kingdoms lay south and north of each other, with the Taibai mountain range acting as a formidable barrier between them. Once you reached Qin, you could assume a new identity and continue your life unburdened. With this hope in your heart, you pressed onward. Chapter 8. The Dharma Name. The road to northern Qin is arduous. The mountains are high and the paths are long. Fierce tigers occasionally roam the forests. In the 19th year, halfway through your journey north, amidst a stretch of snow, you hear a furious roar. Out of the corner of your eye, a massive black shadow leaps down from a nearby tree. It is a black tiger. It charges at you with ferocity. Its gaze is terrifying. Merely its eyes and roar could frighten the bravest souls. You draw your long blade, unleashing your inner energy, which courses along the blade. Swoosh. Having successfully evaded its initial attack, you pivot and strike with your sword. The black tiger's defense is astonishing. Even with your enhanced energy, it feels as though your strikes are landing upon stone. Too hard. Clenching your fists, you continue to battle. The black tiger, recognizing your formidable nature, retreats after several exchanges, finding an opportunity to dash down a nearby slope, disappearing in an instant. Is it leaving just like that? I have yet to unleash my full strength. A hint of regret washes over you. Mainly, you are running low on provisions, and the road ahead remains long. Adjusting your clothing, you quicken your pace. Amitba, commendable skills. Just as you are about to continue on your way, a white figure glides toward you, grinning. He is tall and clad in monk's robes, with prayer beads hanging from his chest. His head is bald, lips red and teeth white, and his attire is scant, suggesting a high level of cultivation. The young monk seems quite spirited as well. You glance at the bundle behind him, and the next moment, you collapse to the ground. I can't go on. The young monk, puzzled, approaches you. Benefactor, you appear robust and full of vitality. You are fine. You shake your head, pointing to your mouth. Master, you do not understand. I have not eaten for 3 days. Without hesitation, the young monk retrieves his bundle. Here, this is the flatbread I've subsisted on for 3 days. You may have it. You gaze at the bite marks on the bread and the surrounding darkened remnants, your lips twitching. Master, is this truly what you eat? Indeed. The young monk smiles faintly. No matter where one travels, a single flatbread suffices. You are left speechless. Rising, you offer him a respectful bow. Farewell. Wait, benefactor. Are you also headed to northern Qin? Let us travel together. The young monk catches up. I am Fa Ming, a third-generation disciple of Qinglian Temple. What is your name? Qinglian Temple. You vaguely recall it as a Buddhist power in southern Xia, but your understanding is limited. having focused solely on your cultivation in recent years. I am Wang Ergu. You sheath your long blade, casually stating. In the martial world, a nickname is essential. Brother Ergu, what brings you to Northern Qin? To visit relatives. Oh, you have family in Northern Qin? Yes. And what is your purpose in Northern Qin? To kill. Fa Ming chuckles, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. You become intrigued. This monk possesses far superior skills, the individual he intends to slay. After pondering, you decide it is best to distance yourself. It is wise to refrain from entangling oneself in such matters. In the midst of mountains and rivers, brother Fa Ming, may we meet again. With that, you hasten forward. Benefactor, wait for me. Aren't you curious why I wish to kill him? Fa Ming trails behind. Curiosity can be perilous. Thus, the two of you journey together. With Fa Ming chattering incessantly, sharing a wealth of information. Fa Ming, 21 years old, a monk of Qinglian Temple, has reached the pinnacle of outer energy. His journey to Northern Qin is to hunt down a villain. This individual, Han Bupin, has committed numerous atrocities near Honglian Temple, robbing and endangering the locals. Initially, Qinglian Temple opted not to intervene, but he fortuitously targeted a lay disciple of the temple. Thus, Fa Ming took it upon himself to act. This temple's values seem somewhat skewed. Half a month later, in a mountain cave, you kindle a fire. You skillfully prepare and roast a wild wolf you recently hunted. Amitabha. Fa Ming intones a Buddhist invocation, his expression solemn. Brother Fa. What lies beyond the outer energy realm? You inquire, curiosity piqued. Fa Ming glances at you, responding nonchalantly. Beyond outer energy lies innate energy, marrow cleansing, true bones, master. Earthly energy and heavenly energy. Ah, I see. Refining the body, condensing energy, inner energy, outer energy, innate energy, marrow cleansing, true bones, master, earthly energy, heavenly energy. There are 10 realms in total. The cultivation world cannot possibly encompass so many. Shaking your head, you remind yourself that this is not the time for reckless ambition. First, you must reach the pinnacle of inner energy. You are acutely aware of the purpose of this simulation. You must not squander the opportunity. Before long, the wolf meat is ready. You tear off a leg and begin to gnaw on it. Though devoid of seasoning, it is still palatable, albeit somewhat sour. Fa Ming sighs, Amitabha. He then casually waves his hand, releasing a streak of golden energy that slices through a piece of meat, which he deftly catches, devouring it with gusto. You are taken aback. Master, do not monks refrain from consuming meat? Fa Ming shoots you a glance. How can one cultivate without eating meat? You are left speechless. You also realize that this fellow is quite the character. While formidable in strength, he possesses zero life experience and is rather talkative. What a conundrum. In the 20th year, you finally emerge from the snow-capped mountains. Beyond Taibai Mountain lies Northern Qin, and the path ahead grows warmer. Fa Ming chuckles. Indeed, this world is peculiar. Cold in the middle, warm on either side. One wonders about the principle behind it. After traversing a bit further, you part ways. Brother Ergu, we shall meet again. Fa Ming smiles at you. Humph. You roll your eyes at him and swiftly depart. 3 months later, you arrive in a small town in central Northern Qin. After some inquiries, you settle in a village located 20 miles outside the town. This is a genuine mountain village, sparsely populated and with a simple, rustic charm. You find it quite to your liking. This time, you do not seek assistance for provisions, but rather rely on your own efforts. During your 2 years at Taibai Mountain, you have developed a fondness for the thrill of hunting. It is akin to fishing. One feels restless without a day's catch. You construct a house at the foot of the mountain, embarking on a tranquil and diligent cultivation journey. Life may be monotonous, yet you find joy within it. In the 25th year, your energy expands significantly, enhancing your combat prowess. Simultaneously, you have devoted your leisure time to perfecting the thunderous fist and penetrating leg techniques. Though the two body-refining martial arts do not greatly amplify your strength, they still prove somewhat beneficial. Chapter 9. Sometimes it is possible in the 30th year, at the age of 45, your physique has reached its pinnacle. On this day, you diligently practice the Taibai Bingsun technique, exerting yourself to the utmost without reservation. Soon, through your cultivation, you achieve a significant breakthrough, finding yourself in the mid-level of the inner vigor realm. With a bit more effort, there remains hope for you to reach the peak of inner vigor before the end of your days. Stretching languidly, you are filled with hope for the future. The small village is called Heishan, not for the darkness of its mountains, but because a notable figure emerged from here long ago, known as Heishan. Life here is exceedingly pleasant. You hunt for your sustenance and craft your garments, finding satisfaction in every aspect of your existence. In the mid-30th year, you return to your courtyard, dragging the carcass of a large tiger, just in time to encounter a visitor at your doorstep. Wang Ganian, what brings you here again? You exclaim, somewhat speechless. Wang Ganian is a renowned matchmaker in Heishan village, reputed for having facilitated the unions of more than half the couples in the village. Wang Xiaozai, I'm only looking out for your best interests. You are no longer a child. How can you live without a woman in your home? She insists. Just give me your word, and I shall find you a suitable match immediately. You remain oblivious to the fact that women, ranging from 18 to 80. Harbor feelings for you. Wang Ganyan expresses her frustrations, having urged you for 5 to 6 years, yet you remain unmoved. Oh, do you have feelings for me as well? You ask, suddenly gazing at her with affection. She bursts into laughter. You cheeky boy, since when did you become such a tease? Though in her 40s. She muses that if Ergo were willing, perhaps it wouldn't be out of the question. You know I was jesting, you reply, shaking your head as you toss the tiger onto the ground. Ganyan, I am solely focused on my cultivation and have no intention of marrying. Please abandon this idea. You have always been a man driven by ambition. What use is a woman? They would only hinder your progress in cultivation. Ergo, consider it once more. Let me tell you, Wang Ganyan is not prepared to give up, continuing to extol the virtues of marriage and the joys of parenthood, painting an extravagant picture. You persist in your refusal, leaving her with no recourse but to depart, shaking her head in exasperation. In the 35th year, you have grown stronger. Yet age has begun to show its marks. Your skin is no longer smooth and delicate. At 50, you are undeniably in the throes of middle age. For 5 years, Wang Ganyan has not relented, visiting monthly to persuade you, but your resolve remains steadfast, eventually leaving her with no power over you. It's truly absurd. Even in this new life, I am still being pressured into marriage. In the 40th year, one winter day, while hunting in the mountains, you stumble upon an abandoned infant, curled up in the snow, on the brink of death. Ignoring the plight would surely seal the child's fate. Not my concern, you initially think, but as you walk away, your conscience tugs at you. The child bears no grudge against you. Saving her does not infringe upon your interests. Finding an excuse, you return and scoop up the infant. Upon inspection, you discover she is a girl, which, in this patriarchal era, is not uncommon. You channel your inner strength into the child, providing warmth. Upon returning to Heishan village, you hand the child over to the village chief, who looks utterly bewildered. Ergo, what do you mean by this? You reply, you are the village chief. It is your duty to manage this matter. Whether to adopt her or report to the authorities is up to you. With a wave of your hand, you turn and leave, leaving the chief speechless. Days later, word reaches you that the chief has decided to adopt the girl. You breathe a sigh of relief and continue your cultivation. In the 50th year, you find yourself aged yet again, but your cultivation has smoothly advanced, entering the high tier of inner vigor, invigorating your vitality. At 65, you maintain a youthful visage, though the traces of time are visible on your face. As you grow older, your desire for activity diminishes. Hunting? You find lounging at home far more appealing. Your greatest pleasure has become basking in the sun. You fashion a chair for yourself, lying outside daily to soak up the sun while simultaneously cultivating an endeavor yielding dual benefits. Your financial worries are non-existent, having saved enough over the years to comfortably support yourself in retirement. One day, while lounging in the sun with your eyes closed, a stone suddenly strikes you, prompting you to change position without concern. Moments later, 3 more stones come flying your way, and you can no longer ignore it. Lu Xiaomei, I warn you. Do not provoke me again. You stand and declare angrily. In the distance, a little girl in a gray cloak bursts into laughter and rushes over. Ergo, I was merely trying to keep you company. Lu Xiaomei, the girl you saved, is now 10 years old, lively, spirited, and full of mischief. I am not lonely, you reply, reclining once more, chuckling. Could it be true? Lu Xiaomei exclaims in astonishment. What is true or false? You ask. Lu Xiaomei cautiously responds. I heard from Wang Ganyan that you haven't sought a wife all these years because there is a vixen at home. She claims the vixen drains you completely, leaving you no inclination to marry, with martial practice merely an excuse. How outrageous. Wang Ganyan, you exclaim, outraged at the slander. Little sister, do not listen to such nonsense. Allow me to tell you a story. Once upon a time, in a place called Qintang Pass, the General Li Jing's wife was pregnant for 3 years without giving birth. You gently ruffle Lu Xiaomei's hair, smiling as you weave your tale, finding comfort in her company. As the sun begins to set, your story reaches its conclusion. In the end, Neza and Ao Bing live happily together, and years later, they welcome a plump baby boy named Ao Yi. Lu Xiaomei, wide-eyed, asks Ergo, can men be together with other men? Sometimes it is possible, you reply casually. Chapter 10. Breaking through the pinnacle of inner strength. Upon concluding the story, Lu Xiaomei departed. You found yourself alone at home, enveloped in solitude as dusk fell. You put away the chair and retreated to your room. Sometimes, the thought of finding a wife crossed your mind. At the very least, it would alleviate your loneliness. With a sigh, you slapped your own face, admonishing yourself for your ineffectiveness. Instead of lamenting, you ought to cultivate your abilities. Seated cross-legged on your bed, you resumed the practice of the Tai-Bai Ice Heart technique, striving diligently in your training to transcend your former self. By the 55th year, you had grown accustomed to a solitary existence, yet a sense of loss lingered. 2 years ago, after Lu Xiaomei turned 13, she ceased visiting you, for the distinction between genders dictated that her frequent interactions with you could tarnish her reputation. This absence had diminished your joy and left you devoid of anticipation. On this particular day, as you basked in the sunlight while practicing, a cheerful voice approached. Grandpa Ergu. I am to be married. Lu Xiaomei beamed with delight, her excitement palpable. Now 15, she was of an age where marriage was expected in this era. Congratulations, you replied, gazing at her with warmth. From beneath your chair, you retrieved a bamboo scroll. I am growing old and unable to attend your wedding. Please accept this small token of my affection. Lu Xiaomei took the scroll, her eyes widening. Grandpa Ergu, is this the collection of stories you shared with me? Most children in the village had no opportunity for education, yet you had taught her to read. Lu Xiaomei was among the few literate girls in Black Mountain Village. Do you like it? You inquired. I love it. This is the best gift I have ever received, she exclaimed, hugging the scroll tightly. Grandpa Ergu, I am to marry Zhang Liming from the neighboring village. He is also 15 and a scholar. My grandfather said the Zhang family owns a shop in the city and our life will be good. Lu Xiaomei announced suddenly. That indeed sounds wonderful. Grandpa Ergu, the two villages are quite far apart. I will not be able to visit you often. Please take care of yourself, she said, unable to contain her tears. Do not worry. At my age, I can manage, you reassured her, gently wiping her tears away. Your bond with her ran deep, having watched her grow. By the way, Grandpa Ergu, here is a gift I prepared for you, Lu Xiaomei exclaimed, pulling out a piece of black cloth, revealing a beautifully crafted wooden knife. What do you think? I worked on it for 3 years. You held the exquisite knife, smiling. It is beautiful. This is the finest gift I have ever received. Upon closer inspection, you noticed an inscription on the handle, Ergu, your nickname. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Xiaomei took her leave, soon to become someone else's wife. And it was best she did not linger in the old man's home to avoid gossip. You wished her a lifetime of happiness, but sighed, feeling an inexplicable chill in the air. Holding the wooden knife as if it were a treasure, you resolved to cherish it. After all, it was a gift from a child who had spent 3 years crafting it. As time continued to pass, you did not attend Lu Xiaomei's wedding, choosing instead to immerse yourself in intense training at home. You were merely one step away from the final realm of inner strength. The pinnacle of inner strength was within your grasp. In your 60th year, after countless days and nights of relentless practice, you finally sensed a breakthrough approaching. One morning, while seeking a moment of transcendence in your courtyard, you were startled by the sound of a funeral procession. Curiosity piqued, you inquired about the identity of the deceased. To your surprise, it was the village chief. With keen eyesight, you recognized the name of the old man. At 80 years old, he had lived a long life, quite rare for this era. Resuming your meditation, you pondered deeply. By the 65th year, after relieving yourself in the early morning, you achieved a successful breakthrough into the pinnacle of inner strength. This was your utmost limit. Without further techniques, you would never break through to the next level. As you contemplated, you noted that despite your age, your vitality remained, though your hair had turned white. Realistically, you had perhaps a decade left to live. Dressed in white robes with the wooden knife strapped to your back, you prepared to leave Black Mountain Village, determined to make the most of your final 10 years by seeking an external technique at the cost of your life. As you exited the village, you encountered a middle-aged man who, upon seeing you, exclaimed, "Are you Grandpa Ergu?" You nodded, recalling that he was Lu Haizhu, the second son of the village chief. "I cannot believe you are still alive," Lu Haizhu remarked, astonished. "You have outlived my father. If it weren't for that incident, perhaps he could have lived a few more years." You chuckled, casually asking, "What incident?" Lu Haizhu, taken aback, replied, "You don't know." Narrowing your eyes, you sensed that the matter was not trivial. "Speak." Lu Haizhu hesitated, shaking his head. "Since you are unaware, I shall refrain from discussing it. You are old, and it may not be good for you to hear." He turned to leave. "Tell me." You insisted, your gaze firm. With a resigned sigh, Lu Haizhu finally divulged. "It is about Xiaomei. 5 years ago, she became pregnant. Her husband had achieved a degree, and life was looking bright. While visiting a temple outside the city, she caught the eye of a young man from the Wang family, and was violated. Xiaomei lost the child, and, in a moment of despair, took her own life. The Wang family holds great power in Tianming City. Her husband quickly remarried a daughter of the Wang family and advanced in status. Upon learning this, my father could not bear the news and died on the spot. Is that so?" You inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through your veins. Years had passed without bloodshed. Yet now the urge to kill surged within you. "I am fine. Do not worry," you reassured Lu Haizhu, placing a hand on his shoulder as you gripped the wooden knife, stepping resolutely towards the distant mountains. 15 minutes later, you arrived at 2 graves, one large and one small. The larger grave belonged to the village chief, Lu Yixiu, while the smaller one was for Lu Xiaomei. The tombstone bore the name of her unborn daughter. Kneeling in silence, you paid your respects. Rising, you drew the wooden knife, your gaze icy. "I seek not justice. I only desire vengeance." Chapter 11. Resolution in the city of Tianming. The only settlement within 100 miles, surrounded by numerous villages akin to Heishan village. The wind howled fiercely tonight, armed solely with a wooden sword. You arrived at the doorstep of the Wang family, which boasted a lineage of 351 members. Gripping the wooden blade, you summoned your inner energy, causing a chilling blue aura to shimmer across its surface. With a swift motion, you surged forward, and before the 3 night watchmen could react, they met their demise. They were mere mortals, incapable of hindering your advance. You moved with remarkable agility, weaving through the Wang household, the wooden sword claiming an ever-increasing toll on human life. Regardless of age or gender, all fell before you. Only through such carnage could your spirit find solace and your thoughts attain clarity. The slaughter unfolded within the Wang estate, where lifeless bodies lay strewn across the ground. Despite being the most powerful family in the city, the strongest among them possessed merely the refinement of their physical form, lacking the ability to condense their energy, allowing you to dispatch them with remarkable swiftness. In less than 15 minutes, over 100 corpses lay in the Wang household. As you pressed on, a voice thundered, "Who dares to act so recklessly?" After severing the head of a middle-aged man with a single stroke, you turned to face a young man clad in a golden robe, his brow furrowed in fury. "You trample upon the laws of the Great Qin with such wanton killing," he admonished coldly. Your only response was another strike. The young man's expression shifted as he hastily drew his sword to defend himself, but his efforts were futile. Your sword, infused with inner energy, cleaved him in two. "The laws of the Great Qin?" You scoffed. "If the so-called laws held any weight, you would not be forced to take lives tonight." You stepped over the scattered remains and continued your assault. Gradually, the sounds of the chaos roused some from their slumber. But it mattered little to you. The greatest consequence was the noise they generated. After a relentless spree of violence, your inner energy had diminished considerably, yet you still possessed enough to continue. With a forceful kick, you shattered the wooden door and entered the largest chamber of the Wang estate, immediately spotting a young man lying on the bed. According to your intelligence, this was the esteemed young Master Wang. Your prior inquiries into the Wang family's affairs had revealed no cause for concern. On the bed, a man and a woman slept soundly, their rhythmic breathing a tranquil cadence. You picked up 2 marbles from the windowsill, flicking them with a deft motion. Empowered by your inner energy, the marbles pierced through the heads of both, leaving thumb-sized bloodstains splattered across the floor. "Is this truly necessary?" A voice suddenly sounded from behind you. Turning slowly, you beheld a young man clad in black, a white ribbon adorning his head, and a jade token hanging at his waist. You felt a mix of surprise and wariness. Upon seeing you, the young man paused, his expression shifting. "Ah, an elder. Elder, do you harbor a deep grudge against the Wang family?" "In less than a quarter of an hour, you have claimed 256 lives," he remarked calmly. As you replenished your inner energy, you regarded him and replied with a chuckle. "It is not such a grand vendetta, merely that the Wang family harmed those I hold dear." The young man shook his head. "Though the young Master Wang has committed numerous wrongs, he is still bound by the laws of the Great Qin. What you are doing is unjust, profoundly unjust." You raised your sword, unable to discern his strength, yet indifferent to the prospect of a final battle. The young man sighed, a crimson light emanating from his hands, cascading to the ground and igniting a blazing inferno that engulfed the surrounding structures. As the flames roared, the young man gestured for you to pass. "You may leave. I have already dealt with the remaining 95 individuals. Elder, you are not young anymore. Perhaps it is time to seek peace," he said with a sudden chuckle. Glancing around, you indeed noticed several bodies in areas you had yet to traverse. You walked past him, then paused to inquire, "Who exactly are you?" "Merely a minor figure under the auspices of the Great Qin's Gentian division." He waved his hand dismissively. "Hurry along now, linger any longer, and you may find yourself unable to depart." You cast a final glance at him before leaping away. A day later, you arrived at another village, Qingshan village, neighboring Heishan village, home to your sister's husband. Zhang Liming had taken a leave of absence and remained at home. At noon, you approached the Zhang residence. Outside, several children played house, reveling in their roles as parents. "Elder, who are you looking for?" A young man emerged from within, holding a scroll, his handsome features and refined demeanor evident. "Is Zhang Liming here?" You inquired with a smile. "I am he. What do you seek me for?" he asked, puzzled. Your response was swift and lethal, a single stroke of your blade. Zhang Liming fell, his body cleaved in two, blood spilling forth in a tragic spectacle. You had thoroughly investigated the matter. None were innocent. After dispatching Zhang Liming, your gaze fell upon the children at the door, 2 of whom were his offspring with the woman from the Wang family. Inside were also Zhang Liming's parents and siblings. You lifted your sword, declaring, "Let it all come to a definitive end." With a swift motion, blood splattered across the doorframe, the walls, the fields, and the very earth. A month later, clad in black attire, you ambled through the nearby Dao city, Yishui Dao. The administrative divisions of the Great Qin comprised Dao, Jun, and Qing. Typically, the strongest within a city would reach the pinnacle of physical refinement, while a Jun city would host those at the peak of inner energy. And Dao cities were home to innate masters, with the capital city hosting even higher powers without limits. Most martial sects and riverine forces flourished within their territories, scattered across the 4 nations. As you gazed upon the grand sign at the gates of Yishui Dao City, you stepped forward, pondering the possibility of uncovering powerful techniques beyond inner energy here. 3 days later, you had discerned the distribution of power within Yishui Dao City. Much like other strongholds, the government, families, and gangs formed a tripartite balance of power. Each family and gang was further divided into factions, forming alliances to confront one another. There were 3 prominent families, Zhang, Wu, and Zheng, and 4 major gangs, the Black Snake Gang, Songlong Gang, and the Fierce Tiger Gang. Within these factions, notable figures possessed innate mastery, all vying for access to powerful techniques and resources. Seated in a corner of a brothel, you sipped your drink, contemplating your next move. Moments later, you arrived at a resolution. Chapter 12. The Azure Dragon Gang with a jug of wine in hand. You ascend the staircase step by step, heading towards the upper floors. The Azure Dragon Gang holds dominion over all brothels and gambling dens within the city of Evil Waterway, making it the most suitable choice for you. Unlike other factions, which impose stringent requirements of identity and background, the Azure Dragon Gang is unconcerned with such matters. As long as one fulfills their tasks and accumulates merits, one can exchange them for corresponding cultivation resources to enhance their prowess. Old man, what are you up to? A middle-aged man intercepts you halfway up the stairs at the corner of the 3rd floor. I wish to join the Azure Dragon Gang to earn my keep. You reply with a chuckle, taking a sip from your wine, revealing your peak cultivation at the inner strength level. Ah, the middle-aged man's jaw nearly drops in astonishment. Gazing at the wrinkles on your face and your white hair, his expression shifts rapidly. Elder, are you out of your mind? At your age? Should you not be enjoying your golden years at home instead of mingling with gangsters? You stroke your beard. 80 years old is precisely the age to venture forth. His laughter fills the air. Very well, follow me. The middle-aged man leads you to the 6th floor, to a secluded room. Please wait a moment. I shall summon someone. He gazes at your appearance, his curiosity piqued. You sip your wine while you wait. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in white, his face marred with scars, enters the room. Wow, you really are an elder. The young man exclaims, eyes wide. I mean, master, you can't be serious. Your vitality is already waning. Even if you could break through to the outer strength level, it would not extend your lifespan. If you do not achieve a breakthrough to the innate level, you will still meet your end in 10 years, he states, astonishingly perceptive of your life expectancy. You nod, indeed. It is for the sake of living a few more years that I endeavor to improve. The young man gives you a thumbs up. Impressive. Since you are willing, the Azure Dragon Gang shall welcome you. From this moment forth, you shall be the vice master of the killing paradise of the Azure Dragon Gang. You smile, uncertain if this path will yield success, but how could one know without first trying? What if you only have 10 years left? 80 years is indeed a time to strive. The following day, you assume your new role, becoming the vice master of killing paradise, commanding over 2,000 subordinates. Only then do you realize the Azure Dragon Gang possesses extensive holdings throughout the city. 5 days later, you receive a mission from the same young man, Ouyang Sheng, who is in his 30s but has already attained the outer strength realm. Master Wang, this is the task, he says, handing you a token. Wang Fugue is your new alias. In the Blackwater County, the Mixed Tiger Gang has been incessantly harassing our interests like a pack of dogs. Your mission is to repel the Mixed Tiger Gang and protect our interests in Blackwater County. As he speaks, he presents you with a thin booklet. This is an outer strength technique. If you complete the mission, we will provide you with the latter half of the technique and additional cultivation resources sufficient for you to break through to the outer strength level instantly. The mission is set for 2.5 years. Will you accept? After weighing the pros and cons, you accept without hesitation. I will. With an opportunity at hand, you shall not let it slip away. The technique, named Ice Dragon Frost Art, is the Azure Dragon Gang's most elite internal cultivation method, capable of leading one to the pinnacle of innate strength. Your gaze flickers. Either they do not believe in your success, or they are attempting to entice you with their techniques. Regardless of their motives, it matters not to you. You shall simply proceed. In the 65th year, you arrive at Blackwater County, becoming the master of the Azure Dragon Gang as subsidiary forces there. The Mixed Tiger Gang also holds sway in this area, leading to incessant conflicts, with dozens of casualties each month. Upon your arrival, instead of making a grand entrance, you focus on gathering intelligence and reallocating personnel to counter the Mixed Tiger Gang's various maneuvers. During this process, you generously share most of the benefits with your subordinates, winning their favor in return. You navigate the situation with a steady hand, allowing no room for failure. In the 66th year, tranquility reigns with no incidents occurring. In the 67th year, you exert all your effort to repel several assaults from the Mixed Tiger Gang, safeguarding the Azure Dragon Gang's interests in Blackwater County. Throughout these encounters, you engage in numerous battles, your physical capabilities deteriorating significantly, yet you persist. You deeply understand the difficulty of individual perseverance and vow not to give up. You are confident in your ability to succeed. Failure equates to death, and you are prepared for it. After all, having lived for 82 years is ample. In the 68th year, only 1 month remains. Mixed Tiger Gang, do not cause any trouble now. Seated in a study within Blackwater County, you sip tea and muse. Ice Dragon Frost Art. You are determined to succeed. Days later, late at night, you hesitate over whether to visit a brothel. At 83, you ponder the implications, primarily concerned that a moment of excitement might disrupt your cultivation. In your youth, you favored the allure of 18. Even in old age, you still cherish it. Alas, a man as devoted as I is indeed rare. You bask in your self-satisfaction. At that moment, one of your inner strength subordinates rushes in. My lord, trouble. 3 inner strength peak members from the mixed tiger gang are here. Inner strength peak? 3 of them. You are at a loss for words. The intensity of this confrontation is daunting. Prepare for battle. You immediately gather your forces, ready to engage in a fierce struggle. With no time to hesitate or dwell on other thoughts, you swiftly arrive at a brothel in Blackwater County, wielding a wooden sword. Bang! A corpse is hurled from the 3rd floor, landing before you. You kick the body aside and look up at the rooftop. Old scoundrel of the Azure Dragon Gang. Today is your demise. A figure bursts through the curtains, leaping down towards you. Old scoundrel? You glance below, finding the description quite fitting. Old turtle, meet your end. Today marks your last day. 2 more figures charge at you from either side. Having disrupted our peaceful days and caused us such losses, you must pay the price. You steady your mind and brace yourself for the confrontation. The 3 assailants close in with blinding speed, and the battle ensues. You grip the wooden sword tightly, imbuing it with intense energy, and engage in a fierce duel with them. Chapter 13. The conclusion. A bountiful harvest in your advanced years, your combat prowess has significantly diminished. Yet your wealth of experience remains invaluable. Your mastery over techniques and the rhythm of battle has reached an extraordinary level, enabling you to hold your ground against adversaries for a considerable time. However, the inevitability of your demise looms as time progresses. Thousands of your subordinates have arrived, engaging fiercely with members of the Tiger Gang, yet their presence bears little impact on you. After all, you stand against 3 peak practitioners of internal strength. While on your side, you alone represent the pinnacle of your sect. Support! Quickly, come to our aid. You roar, and a loyal subordinate shouts back, my lord. Reinforcements are on their way. Very well, you respond, gritting your teeth, wielding a wooden sword as your internal energy surges forth. In a moment of clarity, you envision your own demise felled by 3 adversaries of equal rank. Fight to the death. You resolve, drawing in a deep breath and unleashing a power that exceeds your normal limits. No, he is about to retaliate. Retreat. A member of the Tiger Gang exclaims in alarm. Why is that old fool so desperate? I had hoped to toy with him a while longer, another mutters. Withdraw. In 10 breaths, he is certain to perish. Indeed, at this moment, you channel every ounce of internal energy within you. Your body rends, veins constricting, as the specter of death closes in. Yet, even in death, you vow to take one with you. You charge at a peak practitioner with reckless abandon, striking with lethal precision, predicting every movement. Mad dog. You're nothing but a nuisance. Your adversary curses as he retreats. You remain silent, your focus solely on the assault. Gradually, your internal energy wanes. Yet your opponent has also sustained multiple wounds and is on the brink of collapse. You leap, crashing down with your knee upon his neck, and with a sickening crack, he breathes his last. Blood spills from his mouth, staining your garments. At that moment, your strength ebbs, and you drive your wooden sword into the ground for support. You old fool, meet your end. You shout, as the remaining 2 foes breathe a sigh of relief and rush towards you. Let it end, you whisper, closing your eyes. With a sudden snap, your wooden sword breaks, and you fall into a pool of blood. Stop! A commanding voice breaks through just as you begin to lose consciousness, but soon, all sensation fades away. Is this truly the end? You ponder, yet fate has other designs. Dazed, you open your eyes to find yourself gazing at a vast mural of the Songlong. As you survey your surroundings, you realize you are lying on a bed. Your body still in agony, but at least death is not imminent. You estimate you could survive for another 7 days. Master Fuguwei, a low voice suddenly echoes, and a figure appears before you. She sits in a chair, grasping your frail hand. Master Fuguwei, you are a hero of the Songlong Gang. You struggle to look up, seeing a stranger clad in a purple robe, her features obscured by a veil, yet an enchanting fragrance emanates from her. You attempt to speak, but no words escape your lips. The purple-clad woman quickly retrieves a small booklet in a wooden box. Master Fuguwei, this is our promise to you from the Songlong Gang. This contains the latter part of the Ice Dragon Frost technique, along with a spirit concentration pill. Consuming it will allow you to break through to external strength in a short time. You grasp these precious items tightly, a faint smile gracing your lips. After a lifetime of struggle, you have finally obtained the resources you fought for. Rest assured, Master Fuguwei, that Songlong Gang will not forsake any brother who dares to sacrifice. She stands, her voice resolute. Bring forth my command. Spare no effort in seeking resources and physicians. I want Master Fuguwei to live for another decade. Her commanding demeanor fills you with hope. Such promises are indeed enticing. 2 days later, you manage to rise from your bed, but your injuries remain unchanged. And no physicians have arrived, revealing that promises can often be mere illusions. You delve into the Ice Dragon Frost technique, mastering its intricacies over the next 2 days. Yet, your severe injuries and strained meridians render you incapable of practicing. Setting aside the technique, you turn your attention to the wooden box containing the spirit concentration pill. A true treasure that could elevate you to external strength in an instant. You clutch the box to your chest tightly, then gingerly descend from the bed. In the corner, You pick up a wooden sword, now split in two and stained with blood, the gift from your younger sister, a token crafted over 3 years. You step outside, gathering some timber to fashion a new sword, yet each attempt ends in failure. 3 days pass, and you concede defeat. You clean the broken sword, meticulously shaping it with a dagger until it transforms into 2 wooden daggers. Gazing at your handiwork, a smile spreads across your face, yet your body can no longer endure. The toll of your frailty, compounded by the exertion of internal energy over the past 3 days, has reached its zenith. You stagger to the base of a tree in the courtyard and sit down. In these 83 years, I have no regrets. I have lived fully, embracing the wooden daggers. You close your eyes as the sensation of death encroaches upon you. Your consciousness, thoughts, and essence rapidly dissipate. This old fool has finally met his end. You overhear 2 voices in your final moments. Quick, retrieve the techniques and pills. Such treasures cannot be squandered on a worthless shell. How foolish. Risking everything at such an age, they scoff. In the twilight of your life, you realize that the promises made by the leader were but hollow words. Ultimately, you succumb to your injuries at the age of 83. In a room nearby, Gu Ming's face radiates with excitement. This simulation has propelled him from the state of energy condensation to the pinnacle of internal strength. Moreover, with the spirit concentration pill, he too will soon break through to external strength. A bountiful harvest indeed. He licks his lips and gazes at the simulator. The simulation has concluded. Chapter 14. Inheritance. Slaughter. Acquired peak inner strength mastery. Acquired water dragon ice heart technique. Maximum inner strength peak. Acquired ice dragon frost technique. Maximum innate peak. Acquired all cultivation memories and combat experiences of 68 years. Acquired all memories of 68 years. No impact on self. Acquired 1 spirit condensing pill. No side effects. Acquired 300 taels of gold. 15 sets of attire. 3 hats. Acquired 2 wooden daggers. Do you wish to inherit? Gu Ming nodded vigorously. To inherit everything. Ascend. Soaring directly. Inheritance complete. With the simulator's notification, his cultivation level instantly broke through to the peak inner strength, the inner energy within him flowing incessantly in a continuous cycle. Furthermore, he had gained all the cultivation experiences from the past 83 years, allowing him to master his current realm perfectly, with his combat experience reaching terrifying heights. The memories of slaughter and extermination lingered in his mind, which he absorbed instantaneously. His combat power ascended to the simulated level. All items resided within the simulation space. Gu Ming promptly retrieved the spirit condensing pill. As for the ice dragon frost technique, he was already well versed in it from the simulation, and after inheriting the memories, he naturally comprehended every detail. The inheritance of memories was even more formidable. The 83 years of memories were so intricate, resembling the most realistic virtual reality game, enabling him to recall each and every moment of experience, feeling everything vividly. This bestowed immense wealth upon Gu Ming. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Gu Ming opened the wooden box and consumed the spirit condensing pill in one gulp. A warm current surged within him. He quickly began to channel the ice dragon frost technique. Both the ice dragon frost and water dragon ice techniques were of the ice attribute. He mastered the technique effortlessly upon initiation, the transition remarkably smooth and exceedingly comfortable. As the inner energy circulated continuously, the energy from the spirit condensing pill was refined. In less than 3 breaths, a loud explosion resonated within him. Boom. His cultivation successfully broke through, entering the low-tier outer strength. He extended his hand, and a strand of blue inner energy shot forth, extending forward until it stopped 3 feet away. 3 feet, roughly 1 meter. While this distance was not extensive, it would surely lengthen with the increase of inner energy and cultivation level over time. In less than a day, he had directly broken through 4 significant realms. Truly, I am a genius. Rising to his feet, Gu Ming shamelessly proclaimed. Grasping 2 wooden daggers, memories from the simulation flooded back. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. Simulation is simulation. Reality is reality. It's best to let it be. He felt no familial affection for Lu Xiaomei and would not allow such emotions to bind or sway him. Such items were better suited for collection. Engaging in reality would lead to defeat. Picking up the burly bandit's long knife from the ground, he grinned. My cultivation has now surpassed the outer strength. It is time to resolve everything. Utilizing him as a captive lord, and even planning to exploit him for offspring. Knowing full well his acting skills were lacking, yet still using him. Isn't that foolish? Even the mages could not bear to witness such folly. Swish. The long knife swung, leaving a streak of blood on the ground. The bandit who had come to deliver food met his end on the spot. Dying in his sleep could be considered a kindness from Gu Ming. Kicking open the door, he stepped into the outside world. Meanwhile, a massive exclamation mark appeared. Gu Ming smirked. Such good fortune? Just as one simulation concluded, another task emerged. Surely, I must have exhausted all my bad luck in my previous life, leading to this life being blessed with fortune, a true lucky star. Upon closer inspection, the exclamation mark unveiled the specifics of the current simulation task. Simulation task, task description, annihilate the entire Qingfeng stronghold to achieve enlightenment. 02365. Task reward. 1 simulation opportunity. Task penalty. None eradicate Qingfeng stronghold? Gu Ming flicked the long knife. That is precisely my intention. Grinning, he charged forward. During his first simulation, Gu Ming had spent several years in Qingfeng stronghold, becoming intimately acquainted with its terrain and layout. He knew everything like the back of his hand. Thus, he acted swiftly. Coupled with the power of the outer strength realm, he faced no obstacles. Any bandit he encountered was swiftly dispatched. In less than a minute, over 50 individuals had met their demise. Soon, Gu Ming arrived at the assembly hall. As in the previous simulation, the 4 leaders were engaged in discussion. Gu Ming eliminated the guards and shattered the main door with a kick. Greetings, esteemed leaders. Happy New Year. I have come to deliver blessings. Gazing at Gu Ming, donned in scholarly robes and wielding a long knife, Su Wanru was incredulous. Who are you? Concealing your strength and infiltrating my Qingfeng stronghold. What is your intention? Gu Ming could not be bothered to respond. He simply hurled the knife. Swish. The long knife pierced through her chest, ultimately embedding itself into the mural behind her. Su Wanru collapsed. Run, shouted the second in command, Li Liang. The other 2, sensing danger, prepared to flee as well. Gu Ming pointed a finger, and a beam of cold light shot out, swiftly obliterating the third in command. This was his first encounter with the power of inner energy. In the outer strength realm, the inner energy could be projected outward. Upon contact, the ice attribute inner energy shattered the third in command's flesh, reducing him to mere chunks. This was partly due to the third in command's weakness. Without a protective barrier of inner energy, it was akin to bare-handedly catching bullets. So violent, I like it. Gu Ming advanced a step and dispatched the fourth in command, who stood frozen in shock. Spare me, young hero. I am not a bandit here. I am an official. I am an undercover agent from Jiolian City. He declared hastily. Is that so? No wonder you are such a coward. You are indeed a traitor. Unfortunately, Gu Ming had no interest in such matters. Shaking his head, he pointed again, extinguishing him. Blood and flesh splattered. The death was brutal. Still too weak. My control over inner energy is lacking, resulting in excessive energy expenditure with each strike. Picking up a curved blade from the ground, he charged at the other bandits in the stronghold. Kill, kill, kill. These individuals were all bandits. Gu Ming felt no pressure. The entire process was swift and ruthless. However, there were quite a few people in Qingfeng stronghold, over 2,000. He was ultimately limited as one person. Half an hour later, 2 individuals managed to escape. After observing for a while, Gu Ming noticed they were headed in the same direction. Thus, he searched the stronghold, seized 100 taels of gold, and ultimately set the entire Qingfeng stronghold ablaze. Using the experience gained from the previous simulation, he tracked the remaining 2 individuals, heading eastward. Another half hour later, he successfully caught up to one of them. From several dozen meters away, he hurled a knife. The curved blade spun, severing his head. The headless corpse collapsed, blood gushing forth. Only one remained. 2364-2365. After a thorough inspection of the surroundings, Gu Ming confirmed the direction of the last individual. He then pursued once more. The opponent moved slowly, avoiding conventional paths and displaying a reckless disregard for their life. Whatever path is difficult to traverse, that is the one they would take. Along the way, Gu Ming encountered many signs of his own falls, jumps, and flesh torn by thorns. It was a gruesome sight. Chapter 15. The third encounter moments later. Gu Ming found himself beside a cliff, gazing at the bandit. Initially, he noticed only a hand, desperately clutching a stone, with the body suspended in midair, lacking any other means of support. How unfortunate, he mused. The bandit, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Help me, young hero. I am forced into this predicament. I never wished for it. Please, I am at my limit." With a chuckle, Gu Ming grasped the bandit's hand firmly, saying, "Come on, muster your strength." With ease, he hoisted him up. The young bandit gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the solid ground beneath his feet. His heart raced. His tattered clothing revealed a body marred by countless wounds, a sight too grim to endure. Even a dog would shake its head in pity. "Thank you for saving me. Young hero, I was once a mountain thief, with no choice. Now, having been rescued by you, I feel reborn. From this day forth, I shall strive to be a good person, to live earnestly, to help others, and to pass on the kindness you have shown me." The young bandit spoke earnestly. "I believe if everyone contributes a little." But before he could finish, Gu Ming plunged a knife into his heart. The young bandit's eyes widened in astonishment. Young hero, confusion, rage, and unwillingness flickered in his gaze, mingled with a hint of relief. "Do not misunderstand. I merely feared you might fall without dying. After all, there are countless tales of treasures at the cliff's edge, and many have attained legendary skills." In the midst of this convoluted psychological turmoil, the young bandit ultimately succumbed to death. Gu Ming severed his head and kicked the lifeless body off the cliff. "Quite excessive, my friend," he remarked after the last bandit perished. Everything concluded. 2365 full. All filled. The simulation task is complete, and he can simulate once more. As the sky had yet to darken, Gu Ming wasted no time and sat beneath a nearby tree. "Let us begin." For the third simulation, he hoped for something remarkable. He rubbed his palms together, reminiscent of a fly. Begin simulation, day 1. You journey southward. In this simulation, you intend to engage in seclusion and rigorous training. In these times, advancement is of utmost importance. Adventuring, not at all. In this vast world, strength reigns supreme. The cultivation of the outer gang realm continues with daily practice. Even without resources like spirit concentrating pills, one can gradually enhance their abilities over time. You decide to find a suitable place to endure. 1 month later, you arrive at the southernmost city of Nanxia. It is exceedingly hot here, the most southern region of the continent. Beyond it lies an endless primeval forest. The small town is sparsely populated, its inhabitants amiable, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. You grow fond of this place. After settling in, you utilize several hundred taels of gold to stockpile resources, preparing to endure for 70 to 80 years. 2 months later, you construct a secluded meditation chamber while simultaneously training. Moreover, you spend money to purchase 2 slaves, dedicated to cooking, laundry, and tidying the courtyard. Life gradually falls into a rhythm. You are filled with anticipation. At the end of the first year, you have become well acquainted with the small town of Nanxuan. Throughout the year, you have spent most of your time in cultivation, although monotonous. The days are orderly and promising. Regarding your cultivation, through meticulous calculations, you discover that to break through to a minor realm requires at least 2 to 3 decades of dedicated effort. Without resources, this is the reality. Thus, whether you can reach the peak of the outer gang in this lifetime becomes a matter of fortune. After all, you cannot guarantee that you will live beyond 100 years. According to the scriptures, martial arts in this world can only enhance strength. With no increase in lifespan during the early stages, rather, it may severely diminish it. For an ordinary person, reaching 80 years is considered a great blessing. That would be akin to a stroke of good fortune from ancestral graves. The 2 slaves are both women, one is your age, while the other is 5 years older. Their appearances are unremarkable, said to be wildlings from the southern forests, captured and trained for over a decade, costing you 1,000 taels. Their skills are commendable, they excel in various tasks, and you praise them profusely. On the last day of the year, the slaves A Xiao and A Xiang prepared a sumptuous feast and bought you 3 jugs of fine wine. Dressed in a pristine white robe, you sit contentedly at the table. Come, everyone, join me for a meal. You gestured. The 2 slaves shook their heads. Master, we are but lowly slaves. How could we dine with you? Upon hearing this, you smiled lightly and poured yourself a cup of wine. The 2 slaves lowered their heads, avoiding your gaze. As you were about to drink, you suddenly paused, standing up and placing the wine down. I consider myself kind to you, treating you as equals. Yet why do you wish to harm me? You shattered the wine cup in anger, the liquid spilling forth with a sharp clatter. With all the memories from your previous simulations intact, your extensive experience in the martial world allowed you to discern the treachery at a glance. These 2 had poisoned your drink. Is it truly necessary? As the situation unraveled, A Xiao and A Xiang trembled, rendered speechless. You let out a cold laugh and turned to the window. Friends, since you are here, why not reveal yourselves? Are you afraid of dying? Bang! Figures appeared, shattering the wooden window. More than 30 men dressed in black surrounded you, each brandishing a knife, exuding an intimidating presence. You sensed an unusual aura. How intriguing. These 30 or so individuals had clearly tasted blood and taken lives. The leader drew a sword. Kid, do you not understand that wealth should not be flaunted? In my Nanxuan city, if you are a dragon, you should coil, and if you are a tiger, you should lie low. You were at a loss for words. Truly perplexed. There were 38 of them in total. The weakest among them was at the mid-stage of body refinement, while the strongest had reached the peak of chi condensation. What gave them such audacity? Bang! You slammed the table, and 2 chopsticks shot out, piercing A Xiang and A Xiao's heads, ending their lives in an instant. Then, you turned your gaze towards the 38 men opposite you. You recognized them. The one who had spoken was the very shopkeeper from whom you had purchased the slaves. They belonged to an organization known as the Wolf Gang. The Wolf Gang was the most powerful force in all of Nanxuan City, controlling every shop, business, and boasting 5,000 members, suppressing all opposition. Even the government had to give them face. Brat, hand over all your money. Chapter 16. Annihilation of the gang. Lu Bing spoke loudly, his presence commanding. They have observed you for an entire year, he declared ominously. They found nothing extraordinary. You are merely a waste, idling away your days in solitary cultivation. Under the scrutiny of 2 slaves, it was revealed that your so-called practice consisted of merely staying in a room, devoid of sound and sight. According to his knowledge, how could a typical strong individual behave in such a manner? Furthermore, you appeared to be no older than 20. How could you possibly be a master? Most importantly, when you purchased the slaves, he clearly noticed the hundreds of taels of gold in your pocket. Although a few hundred taels may not be significant to the Wild Wolf Gang, to Lu Bing, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. With all these observations combined, he resolved to take action. Moreover, he was not alone. The Wild Wolf Gang would surely support him. Observing his unwavering confidence, you could not fathom his reasoning. From a distance of over 2 meters, you extended a finger, declaring, "A group of inept fools, unable to uncover even my origins. If you do not perish, who will?" With a sudden movement, a glimmer of cold light erupted from your hand, instantly piercing through Lu Bing's heart. You lunged forward, your fingers slicing through the air, the cold light sweeping horizontally. In less than 2 seconds, you annihilated everyone present with your condensed energy. After a year of rigorous training, your internal energy had significantly increased, and you could now project it to a distance of 6 feet. Indeed, once unleashed, killing was as effortless as slaughtering pigs. The disparity in combat power was glaring. All members of the Wild Wolf gang fell before you, their bodies severed in half, the wounds adorned with frost, the cuts neat and smooth. Standing amidst the corpses, you remained silent for a prolonged moment. Having incurred enmity, it was time to eradicate completely. Truth be told, you had grown fond of this place, yet regrettably, it was time to change locales. After brushing off your clothes, you stepped over the bodies and departed the small courtyard, making your way to the nearest Wild Wolf gang stronghold. With your energy surging, you engaged in a relentless slaughter. The gang members were still reveling in their drunken merriment when your energy surged in, sweeping through them with graceful precision. With only a slight expenditure of energy, you dispatched over 200 members of the Wild Wolf gang. Habitually searching the bodies, you acquired a portion of treasures, including some martial arts manuals, albeit of little practical use. Under the cover of night, you navigated through various Wild Wolf gang strongholds, eliminating countless members and amassing considerable wealth, but unfortunately, no cultivation resources were to be found. Not a single spirit concentration pill nor bone-strengthening soup graced your path. It could only be said that this remote gang was exceedingly weak and impoverished. There was no wool to be sheared. After half an hour, you arrived at the last stronghold of the Wild Wolf gang, a gambling den located in Nanshuan City. It was said to house most of the gang's formidable experts, including those with internal energy mastery. You hoped for the chance to acquire something of interest. Gently, you knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "It's New Year's Day. We're not conducting business today." The door opened to reveal a scruffy man who was swiftly kicked aside, allowing you to stride in confidently. "Causing trouble? Do you wish to provoke the Wild Wolf gang and court death?" Upon entering, every patron in the gambling den rose, gazing at you with indifference. The man you had kicked had toppled over 3 tables, lying unconscious amidst a pool of blood, appearing eerily serene. "Who are you?" A middle-aged man approached, regarding you warily. He had discerned your distinctiveness. "Who is the leader of the Wild Wolf gang?" "It appears to be you," you replied, directing your gaze at the middle-aged man. You suddenly chuckled, then lunged forward, seizing his neck. "What resources do you have here? Show me something impressive. You, young hero, must be mistaken about our relationship." With a flick of your wrist, you slammed him heavily to the ground. "Mistaken? Not at all. You may lie there for a while. I shall deal with them first, then we can reminisce." With a mere gesture, a strand of your energy severed the middle-aged man's legs. A chilling aura pervaded the gambling den. The leader is no match," someone stammered in disbelief. The middle-aged man was indeed the leader of the Wild Wolf gang, the strongest among them, a low-level master of internal energy. In the vicinity of Nanshuan City, none dared to disrespect him, as their astonishment, confusion, and speechlessness enveloped the room. You charged ahead. Starting from the first floor, your energy continuously shot forth, instantly dispatching all gang members within a fixed radius. Blood gushed, splattering against window frames, gambling tables, and the floor. Your slaughter was exhilarating, akin to a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. "Please, great hero, spare us." The crowd pleaded frantically. They fought back, yet their efforts proved futile. With numerous gang members present, you expended half of your internal energy before concluding the battle. After eliminating the last of them, you leaped from the 4th-floor hall to land beside the leader, surrounded by corpses, his face and clothes drenched in blood. Who are you?" The leader of the Wild Wolf gang, Chen Dulong, gritted his teeth and inquired. He was utterly perplexed by your identity and intentions. You placed your foot on his neck. "What are your thoughts on the earlier events? Do you possess any suitable cultivation resources?" "My dear leader, should you satisfy me, I may grant you your life," you declared. "I, Wang Ergu, am a man of my word." Upon hearing your words, Chen Dulong closed his eyes in resignation. "If you wish to kill me." With a swift thrust of energy, you obliterated his body. Since he had no willingness to cooperate, you would not force the issue. A brief search of the gambling den yielded minimal rewards. What a waste of time this has been. With 1,000 taels of gold in hand, you hesitated briefly before heading eastward. The south led to primal forests, devoid of anything. You wished to avoid such a life and sought a quieter place. As your figure flickered, you departed Nanshuan City under the cover of night, leaving behind countless corpses. At the end of the first month of the second year, you traversed until you reached a small village near the eastern border of Nanxia. This place was equally remote, sparsely populated, with villagers still relying on hunting and farming for sustenance. With a small expenditure of silver, you found a reasonably suitable living environment at the edge of the village and began your long, arduous journey of cultivation. The village was named Tianbao, without any particular reason. Everyone simply referred to it as such. Your life here remained monotonous, dedicating all your time to the art of cultivation. Chapter 17. Unexpected gains. Leaving is out of the question. Socializing, begone. Women, away with you, for you. Life is reduced to two pursuits, cultivation and existence. At the end of the second year, you sit before your bed, picking up a bronze mirror. Whose panda has wandered out? What dark circles under your eyes, my friend? You appear as if painted with smoky makeup. This year, your diligence has been extraordinary. Of the 24 hours in a day, you dedicated 23 and a half to cultivation, leaving merely half an hour for sustenance and nature's call, sleep. I am already a formidable external practitioner. I need only to circulate my energy. Sleep is unnecessary. This was your initial thought. Now, however, you find yourself regretting it. Such intense cultivation is beyond even the external practitioner's endurance. Stepping out of the courtyard, you lethargically make your way toward a nearby tavern. This cultivation, why does it feel as though I am drawing closer to death with each effort? Your progress in cultivation feels minimal. Your external energy barely reaches 9 feet 6 inches, and your speed remains woefully inadequate. Owner, a jug of the strongest wine, please. You call out after taking a seat. In this moment, only alcohol can numb your senses. It is imperative to adjust my cultivation regimen. After all, life is long, and I cannot continue at this pace. I must allow myself to unwind. Clenching your fists, you acknowledge your poor physical condition and resolve to change. Clang. A jug of wine is placed before you by the bearded owner. Enjoy, dear patron. You lift your gaze. Splendid. The owner, startled by your appearance, exclaims, young man, I must advise moderation. Do not take your youth for granted. One day you will understand. You wave him away. Go on. I don't require your counsel. The owner chuckles and retreats. You hastily pour yourself a cup. Gulp, gulp. After a few sips, you feel invigorated, indeed. Only alcohol can dull my nerves. The elixir of oblivion. As you drink, a ragged blind man approaches, leaning on a cane. He smoothly settles beside you. Young lad. Care for a fortune reading? If it's inaccurate, I want to pay. The blind man reveals his 6 yellowed teeth. What can you possibly discern? You take a sip of wine and casually inquire. The blind man replies calmly. All things in the world can be calculated. Could he be a master? A hidden sage? After all, you truly cannot discern his cultivation level. With this thought, you become more alert. You produce a silver ingot. Here, tell me. What heights can I reach in this lifetime? The blind man slowly accepts the ingot, then grasps your hand for 2 seconds before releasing it. Young man, how curious. You have clearly died, yet here you are alive. The blind man's eyes widen. The 8 trigrams and 4 symbols, the river of forgetfulness foretells. You were destined to perish 2 years ago. A tremor runs through you. 2 years ago was indeed when you crossed over. Logically, either the original Gu Ming perished or returned to his own world. This old man has divined even this. He must be a formidable practitioner, at least of the 3rd or 4th tier. Clearing your throat, you urge him to continue, dismissing these distractions. You take another sip of wine. Casually speaking, the blind man nods, counting on his fingers, lost in thought. Minutes later, he shakes his head, withdrawing your silver. Young man, I cannot discern your fate. With that, he leans on his cane and departs. This old man is quite dedicated. He doesn't take payment for an unclear reading. In this life and the next. You've never encountered someone so principled. Cannot discern my fate? How perplexing. You continue to drink heartily. In the 3rd year, you begin to balance work and rest, cultivating while nurturing your body, yet the intensity remains high. By the 5th year, your life becomes increasingly carefree. Beyond cultivation, you develop a new hobby, fishing. Each day, you venture to the riverbank to fish for a couple of hours. Regrettably, you often return empty-handed. Nevertheless, it matters not. Simply sitting by the river brings you tranquility. At the end of the 5th year, with the sun setting, you remain by the river, fishing. Today, fortune smiles upon you. Your bucket holds 15 3-pound blackfish. Among them are 3 eel, one of which is patterned, all tossed back. As you fish, you circulate your energy, diligently cultivating. This time, you are truly multitasking. Suddenly, a loud shout arises in the distance. Trouble. Bandits have invaded the village. A villager on a black horse runs, spreading the word throughout the settlement. You grip your fishing rod. Hesitating, perhaps I should wait a moment longer. Perhaps the next instant will yield a catch. Bandits invading the village. You pay it little mind. In these times, bandits attacking villages lack any real strength. After a brief wait, you indeed spot the bandits. They are numerous. Riding in a chaotic throng, you glance at them and dismiss the sight. However, this group of bandits has no intention of letting you be. One rides up. Hey, you fishing there? Die? I despise fishermen. You are taken aback? Is it really necessary to kill me for merely fishing? Shrugging, you extend your hand, and your energy surges, crushing both man and horse. 5 years of cultivation have allowed your external energy to project 13 feet. Though you have yet to break through to the mid-tier, your strength has undoubtedly increased. It has been a while since you fought. Today shall be an indulgence. You rise, releasing the fish from your bucket, your form leaping swiftly toward the bandits, estimating over 200 of them. 1 minute to resolve this. You calculate your energy reserves, and in the blink of an eye, you are near the bandit's retreat. It's external energy. He is an external practitioner. As you approach, the bandits finally perceive your cultivation level and hastily flee. An external practitioner, they dare not confront you. You laugh gleefully, blue energy shooting forth, decimating a multitude of bandits. Reveling in the exhilaration, 235 bandits, the strongest among them merely an internal practitioner, passable in strength, you dispatch them with great satisfaction. Your energy sweeps through, claiming swathes of them. Before long, all the bandits lie dead, their bodies piled together, a grim spectacle. You clench your fists, then suddenly release them. I have become abnormal. Killing, in your mind, stirs no emotion, as ordinary as eating or drinking, far too commonplace. Shaking your head, you habitually search the corpses, only to discover an unexpected treasure. Chapter 18. The Art of Poison Cultivation, Training, Transformation in the hands of that bandit leader of the inner chi realm. You acquired a remarkable technique known as the art of poison cultivation. This is a form of toxic mastery, which can also be classified as a body tempering method. By stimulating the skin and flesh with various toxins, one can achieve a state of immunity to poisons while simultaneously enhancing physical strength. The practice itself is rather straightforward. One must seek out potent toxins and integrate them into the body. At that point, every movement will be infused with this venom, including the very essence of one's chi. The more toxins you assimilate, the more potent the effects become. Intrigued by this concept, you meticulously examine the technique and, upon confirming its validity, return to the riverbank to collect the writhing tattooed eel. This creature was akin to a venomous serpent. Eager to experiment, you brought it back to your courtyard. You hastily extracted the toxins from the serpent's body, placing a small amount into your bathing tub before immersing yourself in the concoction. The art required no supplementary herbs, only the toxins and a mantra. As you submerged in the toxic waters, you silently recited the incantation. Soon, the diluted venom began to permeate your skin, a process that was excruciatingly painful. Even you found it challenging to endure, yet you persisted, believing that any sacrifice was necessary for the sake of strength. After half an hour, the water in the tub had turned pitch black, signaling the end of your training session. Indeed, your physical power had increased, and your skin appeared more vibrant. Astonished by the transformation, you realized that henceforth, you could release the serpent's venom at will, even excreting it. Your resistance to other toxins would also be significantly enhanced. Pleased with the results, you resolved to continue your enhancement. After tidying up, you set off towards the back mountain, where you recalled an abundance of venomous creatures, sufficient for prolonged practice. By the 6th year, you had integrated 31 types of toxins, primarily sourced from animals, with a few from plants. Following the absorption of numerous toxins, your skin became increasingly smooth and radiant, elevating your appearance to new heights. Your physical strength had multiplied more than tenfold, rivaling those who specialized in body tempering techniques. More significantly, the amalgamation of 31 toxins within you conferred unparalleled power. In your tests, even a mere release of this venom could obliterate many formidable opponents. Based on your current capabilities, as long as the toxins were potent and plentiful, they could even corrode the protective chi surrounding others. Your interest was piqued. By the 10th year, your cultivation had yet to advance, a fact you had anticipated. Over the years, the changes within you were profound. You had thoroughly harvested the toxins near Tianbao village, totaling 89 varieties. The art of poison cultivation had enhanced your appearance and strength, leaving you quite satisfied with the transformation. One night, deep into the hours, you continued your rigorous practice of the ice dragon frost technique when an immense roar echoed from outside. Frowning, you sensed a formidable aura sweeping towards you. Exiting your courtyard, you beheld a frenzied figure engaged in rampant slaughter, armed with a spear and enveloped in blue light. This individual caused the village structures to collapse, as more villagers fell victim to the chaos. Confounded, you pondered the nature of this onslaught. The moment he felt your gaze, he turned to face you, revealing a tall figure clad in a blue robe, with striking features and a pale complexion, exuding a murderous intent. "Is it you?" he hissed, his expression chilling as he charged at you. This must be an outer chi peak practitioner. Sensing the overwhelming power radiating from him, you turned on your heels and fled, propelled by your own enhanced speed. Yet, his pace surpassed yours. With a crash, his spear hurtled towards you, forcing you to leap sideways just in time to narrowly evade the attack. "You killed my beloved brother," he spat. "You shall not be forgiven. This world permits only me to take his life," he declared, his words ringing oddly in your ears. Could this brother be the silent bandit? You speculated internally while preparing your stance, wary of his intentions. Could you prevail despite the significant gap in cultivation levels? Gritting your teeth, you summoned your chi, enveloping yourself in a mist of poison. "So, you have indeed cultivated the art of poison," he remarked, fury etched across his face as he advanced. Without any weapon, you were left to confront him barehanded. After exchanging several blows, you realized his overwhelming might rendered direct confrontation futile. Yet, you confirmed he was indeed an outer chi practitioner. Though you felt fragile before him, your toxins could still inflict harm. With your chi aiding you, you observed as his protective aura began to erode under your venomous assault. He, too, recognized the threat. Fool, do you believe you can defeat me? Stepping back, he consumed a pill, instantly purging all toxins from his system. Not only that, but his aura surged violently, turning a deeper shade of blue. This was dire. He possessed ample resources at his disposal. You understood the significance of resources through this encounter. While he could replenish his health and strength, you were left with naught but this solitary life. Clenching your teeth, you pressed on, engaging him in fierce combat. You care so deeply for your brother. Perhaps he is your son? You taunted, evading his strikes while hurling insults. Or perhaps you harbor unexpressed affection for him. How curious. His anger intensified. I will not allow you to insult my brother. Very well, you chuckled, recognizing an opportunity. You misinterpret. I am mocking you. In the ensuing moments, as you dodged and countered, you hurled curses at him and his brother, visibly inciting his rage. Utilizing your toxins, you skillfully maneuvered around him, leveraging your psychological resilience and extensive combat experience to force a significant amount of venom into his body. His movements became increasingly erratic and his attacks more frenzied. Then, in a moment of vulnerability, you exposed a weakness. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, his spear piercing your abdomen. Gritting your teeth, you surged toward him, delivering a powerful strike to his chest, a blow you had meticulously prepared for. The effect was unmistakable. Chapter 19, A Bountiful Harvest. A surge in power, a hand imbued with poison repelled the man in the blue robe. More critically, a torrent of toxic energy surged into his body, inflicting relentless harm. You despicable fiend, he exclaimed, realizing too late the gravity of his situation. The venom coursed through his meridians, sapping his strength. Unforgivable, unforgivable, he muttered, mustering every ounce of his energy to thrust his spear forward. His complexion turned ashen, and he spat a mouthful of blood before being sent flying by a powerful kick. It was a close call. Taking a deep breath, I withdrew the spear from my body, immediately channeling my energy to staunch the bleeding. Then retrieved various herbs to apply to my wounds. After some time spent tending to my injuries, I limped toward the blue-robed man. This battle had been perilously dangerous. A moment's inattention could have cost me my life. Fortunately, my opponent was inexperienced and impulsive, inadvertently creating numerous opportunities for me. Had he possessed a more composed mind, I would have been dead long ago. Stumbling to the side of the blue-robed man, I cast a glance at him. He was already cold, his heartbeat ceased. His features bloodied, a clear indication of both poisoning and internal injuries. I crouched down and began to rummage through his belongings, ultimately extracting 2 tomes of martial arts and a dozen vials of elixirs. What a fortune! I exclaimed. Flipping through the tomes, my excitement grew as I turned the pages. Examining the elixirs, I found healing potions, energy-restoring elixirs, and a plethora of other concoctions meant for cultivation. This fellow was indeed affluent. A bountiful harvest. Upon counting my spoils, I discovered I had acquired a high-level heart technique, a spear technique, 10 vials of spirit condensation pills, totaling 100, 5 bottles of innate pills, 10 bottles of detoxification pills, 20 bottles of energy restoration pills, and 2 bottles of blood restoration powder for treating injuries, with instructions on the elixirs. I hastily sprinkled the blood restoration powder on my wounds, and I felt a significant improvement. Once I regained some strength, I surveyed my surroundings. The entire village lay in ruins, and countless lives had been lost. While I healed my wounds, I also replenished my energy. After several breaths, I was ready to act again. Do not blame me. Shaking my head, I charged towards the remaining villagers, ruthlessly eliminating every survivor. There was no other choice. Through my martial arts, I had discerned my adversary's identity. He was a member of the Celestial Alliance of Nansha, a young man already at the pinnacle of outer energy, wielding techniques capable of advancing to the Master Realm, undoubtedly holding a significant status within the Alliance. The Celestial Alliance is one of the most formidable sects in Nansha, reputed to be guarded by formidable heavenly warriors. I am truly astounded. I thought, heavenly warriors. With a chasm of 6 major realms between us, I was utterly outmatched. After cleansing Tianbao village of all its inhabitants, I crushed the blue-robed man and set everything ablaze, decisively making my escape towards the east. To the east lies the Great Zhou Kingdom, where numerous powerful figures reside, and the distribution of forces is even more intricate. I would take every opportunity to endure. 3 months later, I had fully recovered, traversing eastward and crossing the border between Nansha and Dongzhou, successfully arriving on Great Zhou territory. In a natural cave deep within the mountains, I retrieved the 2 martial arts tomes and a multitude of elixirs, taking a deep breath and declaring, "Let the training commence." With such a wealth of elixirs, I must put them to use. The technique capable of reaching the Master Realm also required my cultivation. By the end of the 11th year, after 9 months of arduous training in the cave, I broke through to the mid-stage of outer energy and transformed my technique into the 4 directions and 5 elements technique. This technique not only enhances cultivation but also fortifies one's physique, which was one reason for the blue-robed man's immense strength. In addition to my training, I continuously gathered toxins to strengthen my body. The 10,000 poisons body cultivation technique is truly formidable. Without it, my demise would have been certain. After 9 months, I had assimilated 99 types of toxins. At year's end, I sat outside the cave, gazing at the moon on the horizon, reflecting. This is the essence of perseverance. Cultivating alone without resources is dreadfully slow, yet to acquire resources, one must strive and fight, which inevitably invites the specter of death. Each path holds its advantages and disadvantages. At that moment, I fully understood this sentiment, and my thoughts grew increasingly lively. I have found a path to survival, I said with a smile, my gaze becoming complex. But I must remain cautious, my friend. Having resided here for 9 months, it was time to change my territory. The Celestial Alliance was a force I could not confront directly. For my safety, I needed to proceed with caution. In the 12th year, I ventured deeper into Dongzhou, traversing through obscure towns, changing my training location periodically. By the 15th year, bolstered by various resources, I broke through again, reaching the high stage of outer energy. That same year, I had assimilated 150 types of toxins. The process of absorbing toxins was excruciating, comparable to various tortures. Yet after the storm, the rainbow emerges. The effects of 150 toxins were profound. I had become indescribably handsome, and upon revealing my true self, not only did I attract the attention of the opposite sex, but even the same sex could not help but be intrigued. My physical strength had multiplied over tenfold. I found that ordinary energy could no longer harm me, let alone typical weapons, which were mere trifles. The only concern I harbored was regarding the spear technique, Thunderstorm Spear. It encompassed 9 levels. Reaching the 9th level would allow me to suppress all within the same realm with a single thrust, even slaying those of higher realms effortlessly. The destructive potential of this technique was terrifying. Should I cultivate it? I grasped the spear once wielded by the blue-robed man. Measuring 2 meters in length and weighing 1,000 pounds, with a tip capable of firing projectiles, an unpredictable threat. I must cultivate, I resolved. In this world, strength is paramount. I had ample time to utilize for my advancement. By the end of the 20th year, I consumed all the spirit condensation pills at my disposal. Yet I had not transcended the pinnacle of outer energy, though I was close. Over 5 years, my combat prowess had significantly increased. I had assimilated 180 types of toxins. With the Thunderstorm Spear at the 3rd level, I was confident I could eliminate the blue-robed man with a single thrust now, should I encounter him again. This year, I arrived in the easternmost city of Great Zhou, known as Weicheng. Clad in black, donning a bamboo hat and mask, and carrying an iron spear, I walked the streets, presenting the guise of an ordinary wanderer. It has been 10 years, yet the Celestial Alliance has not found me, but I must remain vigilant, I mused while observing my surroundings. After a few steps, I unexpectedly spotted a modest arena, adorned with a banner that read, Martial Arts Competition for Marriage. A young maiden stood upon the stage, awaiting challengers. I was momentarily taken aback, not by the girl, but by a monk who leaped onto the stage. Amitba, fair maiden, may I compete for your hand? He inquired. Chapter 20, Exposure, Combat, and Escape. You approached, arms crossed, observing the spectacle. The monk before you was the same one encountered during the previous simulation. Yet, at this juncture, he ought to be in northern Qin committing acts of violence. So how is he present in eastern Zhou? Could it be that your actions had inadvertently triggered some butterfly effect? This young master jesteth, the small monk remarked. You are a practitioner. How could you possibly take a wife? The maiden shook her head, gazing at him with a playful smile. The monk waved his hand dismissively. Who says a practitioner cannot take a wife and bear children? Such notions are merely societal prejudices. He sighed. This world imposes too many shackles upon us. Why must we confine ourselves within them? The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. Had the monk lost his senses? After all, he was still human. His youthful exuberance suggested he harbored aspirations, albeit constrained by his attire. The idea of a monk seeking a spouse was indeed absurd. Listening to the surrounding chatter, you pondered. From your memories of the last simulation, the monk was quite peculiar, always defying convention. This time, you discerned his cultivation level, true to his own words. He indeed stood at the pinnacle of external vigor. Well, since the lady is unwilling, I must acquiesce, the monk said with a wry smile, turning away with a graceful demeanor, though you perceived it as somewhat sleazy. And just like that, it appeared to be over. What a pity. You had anticipated some amusement. Regretful, you prepared to depart when the girl on the stage suddenly leapt in front of you. Esteemed sir, would you care to give it a try? She smiled warmly. Arms crossed, radiating charm. No, I am no longer youthful, and my mind is preoccupied. The allure of femininity held no value for you. Life is too lengthy to squander on such trivial pursuits. You continued walking forward. Hey, don't leave. If you have any requests, just speak them. The maiden blocked your path. You were perplexed. But, esteemed lady, I too am a practitioner. You're lying. You have hair and smell of wine. How could you possibly be a practitioner? She insisted. With a furrowed brow, you stepped closer, gripping her neck. I have stated I will not take a wife. I suggest you abandon this notion. The amalgamation of toxins coursing through you, coupled with years of evasion and suppression, had rendered your mental state somewhat unstable. As she observed your icy demeanor, She gulped nervously. All right, I shall not trouble you further. You released her and turned to leave. This woman was a nuisance. Should you eliminate her? It seemed imprudent. Your identity remained concealed, and her demise would undoubtedly attract attention, given the overt conflict between you. After meandering through the city, you arrived at an inn, intent on bathing and resting. Night fell. As you soaked in the tub, you habitually introduced a new toxin into the water, reciting incantations and practicing your technique. Suddenly, an odd expression crossed your face. Looking up, you noticed a figure on the roof, accompanied by a slender cylindrical pipe from which billowed thick smoke. Was this some concoction straight out of a television drama? Your expression remained unchanged. This was a critical moment for the toxin to merge with your body, and you were in no condition to retaliate. Soon, the smoke enveloped you, but alas, your resistance to toxins was formidable, rendering the drug utterly ineffective. Only the faintest of disorientation, these two were truly courting disaster. Once the toxin was fully absorbed, you emerged from the tub, donned your attire, and in the next instant, leapt onto the roof. Vigor radiated from your form. Bang! Two figures were sent flying, crashing into a distant building in a pitiful state. You reached out, extracting a mask from your surroundings, donning it before pursuing downwards. In the wreckage, two figures struggled to their feet, a monk and a woman, none other than the monk and the one vying for his affection. With flowing hair and dressed in white. You gazed at them coldly. I had no intention of taking lives, yet you leave me no choice. Before you could finish, a dark projectile hurtled from afar. You seized it, an arrow. Furrowing your brow, you turned towards the archer. You villain. After 10 years, you finally show your face. A deep voice resonated, soon followed by a shadowy figure appearing beside you, launching a frenzied assault. You have slain members of the Celestial Alliance. Regardless of your identity, you must perish. You released a surge of energy to meet the attack, instantly gauging his true strength. Innate. An expert of the innate realm. Could he be from the Celestial Alliance? You braced yourself, your form dancing with his as torrents of toxic mist erupted from you to counter his assault. After a brief exchange, you chuckled. This innate warrior was nothing to fear. His strength and defenses were inferior to yours, truly pathetic. No longer holding back. You concentrated a fierce blue energy in your hand and struck down powerfully. Bang! The adversary raised a blade in defense. It shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, blood spilling forth. Ultimately, his head drooped lifelessly. You rifled through his belongings, procuring 10 vials of elixirs, a martial art manual, and a sword technique. Having gathered all resources, you retreated into the inn, shouldering your pack and long spear, preparing to flee. You had to escape. It seemed Eastern Zhou was no longer a safe haven. You resolved to head north, towards northern Qi. Wait. Just as you were about to leave, the monk's voice echoed behind you. Esteemed practitioner, you have slain a member of the Celestial Alliance. Death is inevitable. Fleeing will yield no respite. Indeed, brother, an individual's power is limited. Let us devise a solution together. The maiden interjected, grasping a lock of your hair. Even in death, I shall remain at your side. Are you out of your mind? You could not fathom her reasoning. Tightening your grip on the spear, you bolted. Do not go, practitioner. We must stick together. The monk and maiden relentlessly pursued you. 3 days later, you journeyed eastward, reaching the farthest reaches of Eastern Zhou. These two were tenacious, sticking to you like glue. Should you engage, you would surely find yourself unable to best the monk. Although he, too, was at the pinnacle of external vigor, his resilient physique rendered him nearly impervious to your attacks. Even you could not breach his defenses, far surpassing the innate protective barriers. Of course, it would be equally difficult for him to claim your life. Chapter 21. Across the ocean you have discerned the situation, particularly concerning that woman, Gongsun Jiejia, who has fallen for you at first sight. Meanwhile, the monk Fa Ming harbors affection for her, which is why he has accompanied you on your journey. By the coast, Fa Ming gazes at you with confusion. Ergo, are you not heading to Beijing? Why are you purchasing a ship? He produces a chicken leg, munching on it as he speaks. I've been to Beijing. Aside from the cold, it's quite tolerable. The view of the snowy mountains over there is rather splendid. You choose to ignore him, casting a bemused glance at the trinket beside you. Gongsun Jiejia, could you possibly refrain from clinging to my shoulder? It is rather bothersome, you request. Gongsun Jiejia shakes her head. You smell delightful. I wish to embrace you for eternity. You find yourself speechless and helpless. This is the terrifying aspect of the 10,000 poisons cultivation art. Even while adorned with a mask and makeup, your striking appearance attracts attention from women. A cold smile creeps into your heart. Once I elevate my cultivation, I will eliminate them all. Soon enough. You procure a large ship along with a dozen maidservants and an abundance of resources, setting sail eastward. On board, Fa Ming exclaims in awe. Ergo, you are truly wealthy. Your heart aches a little. After purchasing these items, you find yourself utterly impoverished. There was a desire to travel to Beijing, but it is too late now. By the time you reach the border, the Heavenly Alliance would already be aware, considering the distance involved. After much contemplation, the unexplored Eastern Zhou East Sea presents itself as an option. It is said that this region is plagued by terrifying specters, with numerous fishermen perishing each year. alongside frequent tsunamis, fierce winds, and rampant natural disasters. Gongsun Jejia, get off me this instant. I need to cultivate. You tug at her, but she clings to you like a stubborn adhesive. You feel on the verge of a breakdown. The first time you encountered Gongsun Jejia, she was merely at the chi condensation stage. That night, you witnessed her transformation into the external gang stage. After all, no one beneath that level could withstand your attack. Yet now, even with all your might, you cannot subdue her. Suddenly, you reach out and pinch her cheek, feeling the warmth beneath your fingers, which does not resemble a human mask. Could it be that this woman is the Tianshan child elder? Has she cultivated a heaven-defying technique, appearing to be merely 18 or 19, while in reality being over a century old? Ah, young master, what are you doing? Gongsun Jejia opens her eyes, her face flushed. Have you come to a realization, young Master Wang? You chuckle. Of course, Miss Gongsun is as beautiful as a flower. Any man would be captivated. How detestable. Gongsun Jejia's expression shifts, and she takes her leave. You exhale in relief. It seems she possesses a modicum of dignity after all. Returning to your quarters, you extract the cultivation resources obtained from that innate master, 30 spirit gathering pills, 100 innate pills, and the earthly 4 directions 5 elements technique. The swordsmanship is lacking. Unable to compare to the thunderous roar spear. Grabbing a handful of spirit gathering pills, you swallow them whole. Popping pills brings me joy. As your technique flows, you commence an intense cultivation session. Midway through the 21st year, you traverse eastward across the sea, finding that the great Zhou East Sea seems boundless. After over 6 months, there is no change in sight. It feels as if the ship hasn't moved at all, for the scenery remains eternally unchanged. In your cabin, you push yourself to the limit, your technique operating at an incredible pace, sparks nearly erupting from your body. With a resounding bang, after 6 months, you finally break through to the peak of the external gang. With this comprehensive enhancement, you feel exhilarating. This is merely the beginning. With the innate pills in hand, one can directly break through after reaching the peak of the external gang. However, to achieve a smooth transition, one requires a substantial number of innate pills, at least 10. Fortunately, you possess 105, rendering it a trivial matter. Taking a deep breath, you extract 10 innate pills and toss them into your mouth. A peculiar sensation courses through your body as the medicinal power surges, overwhelming you with pleasure. However, amidst this ecstasy, you suddenly sense something amiss. This is too potent. It feels as though your meridians are on the verge of bursting. Darkness envelopes you, and you lose consciousness. Upon awakening, you find yourself in bed, with Gongsun Jejia seated beside you, playfully toying with your right hand, now adorned with numerous lipstick stains. Wang Dan. Upon seeing you awake, Gongsun Jejia exclaims, "You have truly lost your mind. You swallowed 10 innate pills before even breaking through. Normal individuals would refine them one by one. Who doesn't like you?" You shake your head, still feeling a bit hazy. Grasping her sleeve, you protest, "That is inconsequential. Why do you call me Wang Dan? My name is Wang Ergu." Gongsun Jejia playfully pats your mouth. "All right, Gu Ming, you may continue to sleep. Your true name has been exposed." How does she know? You feel a mix of embarrassment and unexpected delight at this revelation. Don't overthink it. I merely found a longevity talisman in your belongings, which fortuitously bore your name. Longevity talisman? You recall it being the original owner's possession, which you kept for its exquisite appearance. Never mind, Gongsun Jejia, you saved my life. I, Wang Ergu, shall not forget. You solemnly declare, lifting the covers to check. Thankfully, your body remains untouched. Gongsun Jejia looks utterly speechless. Very well, Wang Ergu, you may continue to sleep. As you exit the room, her laughter echoes behind you. This woman seems rather pleasant. Suddenly, a thought strikes you. I am not young anymore. It may be time to find a woman to marry. She appears quite formidable, perfectly suited for me to live off her. After all, with poor teeth, one must eat what one can. Previously, you held a rather unfavorable impression of Gongsun Jejia, yet now you find her quite agreeable. Time continues to pass, and you keenly feel the changes brought by the innate stage. Foremost among these transformations is strength. After reaching the innate level, a true innate barrier forms around your body, providing astonishing defense. There is also longevity. Most innate cultivators live to a ripe old age of 90, maintaining peak combat effectiveness even in their twilight years. While many other changes occur, they hold little significance for you. In the 22nd year, you have drifted at sea for 2 years. Everything has proceeded normally, devoid of any mishaps. You exhaust the remaining innate pills, elevating yourself to the intermediate innate stage. Chapter 22 Departure and Gift. How fortunate it is to possess resources. After consuming numerous concentration pills and innate pills, you seem to have caught a glimpse of the profound truths of martial arts in this world. Through 2 years of diligent training, your thunderstorm gun has reached the 4th level. During this time, you also discovered some toxins in the water, accumulating a total of 200 different kinds. Indeed, you have enjoyed yourself and grown stronger. The title of is merely a dog in your eyes, easily subdued with a single hand. Among everyone aboard, the most enigmatic to you remains Gongsun Jejia. Even having reached mid-stage innate, you are unable to fathom her cultivation level. Moreover, Whenever you harbor any wicked thoughts, this woman invariably detects them beforehand. Reclining on the deck, you bask in the sunlight while observing Gongsun Jejia gazing into the distance. For some inexplicable reason, over these 2 years, your perception of her has grown increasingly favorable. It feels somewhat intense. Oh dear brother. As you watch, Gongsun Jejia suddenly turns around and smiles at you. What's the matter? Are you thinking of something mischievous again? She approaches you step by step, the sea breeze lifting her white dress, accentuating her exquisite figure. You lie on the ground, squinting your eyes in preparation for a closer look, when suddenly, darkness envelopes your vision. It is genuinely dark. Gongsun Jejia approaches, retracting her released black aura. Wang Ergu, why haven't you practiced today? Over these 2 years, you have devoted nearly every day to training, a master of time management. Indeed, these moments of leisure are among the few you possess. A little more effort later, life is too monotonous, necessitating a touch of relaxation. Gongsun Jejia sits beside you and suddenly inquires, Gu Ming, why do you strive so hard? In my past life, you are the most diligent person I have encountered. Do you understand the agony of practicing the 10,000 poisons body technique? No one in this world can endure it. Yet, you have persevered for 17 years, enduring this pain over 200 times. You close your eyes, reminiscing about the past 20 years of life. Then smile. Is there a need for a reason to strive? Simply pursue what you desire directly. I just wish to avoid regrets. Before your transmigration, you were an ordinary person, devoid of any expectations for life or the future. After the transition, a series of experiences broadened your horizons, granting you the opportunity to witness more beautiful landscapes. You will never squander any chance to grow stronger. Absolutely not. You are truly exceptional. Gongsun Jejia holds your hand. I wish to be with you forever, drifting endlessly in this vast ocean, until the end of our days, until the world perishes, until all things wither. As she speaks, tears unexpectedly stream from the corners of her eyes. You instinctively reach out to wipe them away, but halt midway. A surge of aura erupts, evaporating her tears. Gongsun Jejia closes her eyes and gradually drifts into slumber. With a long sigh, you cover her with a blanket. It seems she is a woman with a story, but that is unimportant. What truly matters is what I can gain from her. Inevitably, over these 2 years, other thoughts have emerged within you. Yet, there has been no opportunity. In the 25th year, you continue to drift upon the sea. Life is exceedingly dull, truly dull. Is on the verge of madness, his heart more restless than anyone else's. Hunting fish daily for amusement, entirely devoid of a monk's demeanor. Gongsun Jejia remains as calm as ever. Her attitude towards you has not changed. Yet there exists a persistent sense of distance. You cannot articulate this feeling, but you find solace in it. As the years have passed, your cultivation has not advanced. Still at mid-stage innate, your marksmanship has improved somewhat, nearing the 5th level. The number of toxins has increased to 205. One day, on the deck, Gongsun Jejia hands something to. The monk is overjoyed. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your immense kindness. I am profoundly grateful. As the mountains shift, let us part ways here. Saying this, he steps onto the aura and leaps from the ship. You say nothing. Over the years, you have observed that has always been under Gongsun Jejia's control, imprisoned in a unique manner. It seems he is now entirely liberated. Wang Ergu, from now on, this vessel will consist solely of the two of us. Gongsun Jejia approaches, smiling as she speaks. You express your confusion, noting that it has departed along with other servants and cooks. Gongsun Jejia claps her hands. A series of splashes sound. Within the ship, everyone except you has been slain and thrown overboard by her. You gaze at her in bewilderment. I dislike crowds. You furrow your brow. I cannot cook. I can't. The resources here are sufficient for us to live for a decade. Do you wish to stay here and enjoy 10 years with me? Gongsun Jejia extends her right hand towards you. You understand. I have never been one to refuse. You laugh heartily, lifting her up and entering a nearby room. From that day forth, your relationship progresses rapidly and life becomes significantly more intriguing. In addition to training, you now engage in many delightful activities. Cooking together, stargazing, sharing your hearts, discussing the world's affairs, and telling various tales. Time accelerates under such circumstances, speeding by more and more. In the blink of an eye, a decade has passed. In the 35th year, in the room, you pick up a mirror and gaze at your still youthful visage, feeling a sense of wonder. It is worth noting that you are now 50 years old, yet still so youthful, which is quite rare. The 10,000 poisons body technique is indeed formidable. All of this is the merit of this technique. After 10 years, your toxin accumulation has reached 300 kinds, and your appearance and demeanor have ascended to another level, ethereal and celestial, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. At 50, your cultivation remains at mid-stage innate. After all, without resources to assist, advancement in realm relies solely on your own arduous training. This is destined to be a protracted journey. The thunderous storm gun has just broken through to the 6th level. The aura extends outward 300 feet, roughly 100 meters. You have grown stronger. Yet at this moment, your mood is somewhat dismal, for she is about to depart. Gu Ming, we will meet again. Gongsun Jejio approaches, cradling your face in her hands. Do not think of me. She hands you a small package. Until we meet again. Wait. You stop her. Embracing her tightly. Who are you, truly? Tell me your name. After 15 years of companionship, you have become accustomed to her presence. The depth of your feelings is profound yet somewhat absurd. Chapter 23. Ling Cho, Breakthrough, Departure. Ling Cho. Gongsun Jejio slipped from your embrace, turning away and transforming into a flickering shadow that vanished from your sight. Ling Cho? You had never heard that name before. This woman. In less than 2 seconds, she was gone. Was she truly human? Was this not a martial arts world? Indeed, high martial arts are still martial arts. You felt a discomfort within, struggling to adapt to the unfolding reality. Sitting aboard the vessel, you retrieved the small parcel Ling Cho had given you. Upon opening it, you discovered 2 small porcelain vials, each labeled Supreme Innate Pill. 10 pieces, each capable of replacing a decade of arduous cultivation. One may refine a single pill per year. Bone washing pill, 1 piece, which, when consumed, will cleanse the body's meridians without side effects. It will be fully refined in 5 years. These were the only 2 items. Once utilized, they would allow a natural breakthrough into the bone-washing realm. You lifted an innate pill before your eyes, sunlight streaming through the crystalline tablet, reflecting upon the nearby mast. Ling Cho, I shall find you. Taking a deep breath, you approached the helm, steering the ship westward. You then sorted through the scant supplies, preparing for another round of cultivation. To expedite your progress, you discarded many belongings from the ship, occasionally using your vital energy to propel yourself, thus practicing your skills. In the 36th year, you refined 1 supreme innate pill, achieving a breakthrough and ascending to the high tier of innate cultivation. In the 38th year, you refined 2 supreme innate pills, breaking through to the pinnacle of innate cultivation. Feeling the powerful innate true energy radiating from your body, you inhaled deeply and retrieved the bone-washing pill. Time, the most worthless and meaningless of commodities. With a gulp, you swallowed it. Days and nights blurred into relentless cultivation and refinement. In the 40th year, a fleeting sensation of breakthrough gripped you, yet it remained merely an illusion. You had not truly broken through. In the 43rd year, concentrating all your energy on a single night, you finally refined all the potency of the bone-washing pill. At this stage, you had completely transcended. Your entire being felt invigorated, pores wide open, expelling copious amounts of impurities. After cleansing with your vital energy, you felt as light as a swallow, utterly exhilarated. In that moment, your physical form and total vital energy surged dramatically, extending outward for 200 meters. Capable of lethal strikes within that range. It was unfathomable how powerful those gifted with resources from a young age would be. You sighed, then continued your journey of cultivation. 8 years slipped by in this manner. You pondered the whereabouts of Ling Cho, your heart heavy with concern. Drawing your spear, you danced upon the ship, swift and powerful. With a final thrust, you pierced a blackbird 200 meters away, unleashing a surge of vital energy that stirred the ocean into tumultuous waves. No one shall hinder my quest to find you. You resolved firmly. In the 45th year, you finally glimpsed the coastline. Changing into a clean white robe and donning a black mask, you leapt from the ship. After drifting upon the sea for so many years, it was time to set foot on land. You had lacked the opportunity to accumulate toxins over the years, your total remaining at 300. However, your thunderclap spear had grown more formidable, having broken through to the 7th level, granting you additional strength. Dressed in white, spear slung over your back, with disheveled hair. You strolled through the small town. As you walked, you unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. He knelt by the roadside, pleading for sustenance, hope lingering in his eyes. Clad in tattered gray, his hair was a tangled mess, a sight most pitiable. You approached him step by step. F.A. Ming, have you been well? Yes. It was indeed F.A. Ming, now stripped of his cultivation and everything else. Upon hearing that familiar name, F.A. Ming glanced at you impassively. My lord, you are mistaken. His transformation was staggering, both in appearance and spirit. You felt no affection for him, extending a tendril of vital energy to press against his heart. Tell me, where has Ling Cho gone? Ling Cho. F.A. Ming erupted in laughter. Do you truly not know, or do you feign ignorance? Your brow furrowed. Should I know? F.A. Ming remained silent. If you do not know, then may you never know. Feeling ill at ease, you severed one of his arms. Tell me, and I shall grant you a moment of dignity. F.A. Ming grimaced, sneering. You seek my aid, kneeling before me? Perhaps, if my mood allows, I might divulge the information. He had lost his sanity, utterly unhinged. Vital energy surged forth, effortlessly slicing through his neck as you departed coldly, continuing onward. Along the way, you incessantly sought information regarding the Celestial Alliance and Ling Cho. A month later, in a city of the Eastern Zhou, you sat by a window on the 3rd floor of an inn, sipping tea leisurely. Just moments ago, you had successfully acquired the information you sought. 10 years prior, the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Ling Cho, had infiltrated the Celestial Alliance under the cover of night, slaying the supreme elder of the celestial realm with a single sword strike. annihilating 10 earthly realm elders in one fell swoop. Moreover, she suppressed all the formidable members of the Celestial Alliance, claiming thousands of lives in a single night. No one knew her motives for such actions. The four kingdoms of the martial world were baffled, filled with confusion. Yet, the events had transpired. The Southern Xia court could not remain idle and issued a nationwide manhunt for Ling Qiu. However, everyone understood that it was merely a facade. For Ling Qiu was far too powerful. 50 years prior, she ascended to the position of leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, purging all opposition overnight, seizing control of everything, and leading the sect into relentless conquests. Within a mere 5 years, she had become a formidable presence in the demonic path. Hailed as the foremost figure in the realm of darkness, legends whispered that Ling Qiu was a man. You sip your tea, yet she is a woman. And the Celestial Alliance, did she act thus for my sake? One must possess a measure of confidence. After Ling Qiu's display of power a decade ago, she retreated from the martial world once more, never to act again. Ling Qiu, I shall undoubtedly find you. You clenched your fists, continuing your journey westward. The headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect lay in the Western Shang, and it was highly likely that Ling Qiu would be there as well. Calming the surging vital energy within, you forced yourself to regain composure. This wealthy woman, I am determined to claim. If I could win her over a second time, my resources for cultivation in the latter half of my life would be assured. Feeling the remaining supreme innate pills in your pocket, you were filled with motivation. In the 46th year, having traversed Southern Xia and endured numerous hardships, you finally arrived in the Western Shang. The climate here was considerably warmer, most agreeable. On the winding mountain paths, you pressed onward. Chapter 24. Su, Harvest, Western Commerce. After taking a few steps, you squint and reach out, grasping a grayish-white snake in your hand. Another unknown toxin. Indeed, the Western Commerce is my fortune. Within just a few days, I have discovered 5 varieties of unfamiliar toxins. Truly remarkable. You continue to navigate through the mountains and forests. Days later, you pass by a mountain stronghold. The sound of fierce combat emanates from within. Standing atop a rock, you steal a glance. A young man clad in a blue robe is embroiled in a skirmish with a band of mountain thieves. He remains composed, his expression unchanging, as his sword occasionally unleashes streaks of azure sword energy, decimating dozens in one stroke. The bandits are utterly powerless against him. Even their strongest, at best, possess internal strength, which is no match for the youth, who effortlessly continues to eliminate his foes. You discern that the young man's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of external strength. Dispatching them presents no challenge whatsoever. Bored, you lose interest after a couple of glances and proceed onward. At that moment, the young man notices you, swiftly dispatches the remaining bandits, and rushes towards you, exclaiming, "Brother, wait." You regard him with confusion. "Brother, may I see what lies beneath your mask?" The young man licks his lips, having spotted you from hundreds of meters away. Despite your mask, your aura is undeniably captivating. He brandishes his sword, declaring, "If you do not speak, I shall take it as your consent." The bloodstained blade inches closer to your face. Unamused, you unleash your aura, knocking her down effortlessly. Approaching her side, you coldly state, "Miss, may I inquire what is concealed beneath your clothing?" Indeed, this individual is a woman disguised as a man. The girl's expression shifts awkwardly. You, sir, have no sense of humor. You take a step back, shake your head, and continue walking. The girl's eyes dart around, and she quietly raises her garment, revealing a small cloth bag. "Aching, kill him," she whispers, tapping the bag. Suddenly, a thumb-sized green snake darts out from the bag, slithering and lunging towards you. Sensing the movement, you extend your hand and capture the green serpent. The toxin is acceptable. It possesses some value. After a cursory inspection, you crush it and stow it in your pocket, advancing towards the girl. Indeed, such women exist in reality. Upon meeting your fierce gaze, the girl's complexion pales. "No, I was merely jesting." "A jest? A jest of murder? Had you lacked the 10,000 poisons cultivation, you would have surely perished long ago." A streak of aura surges forth, piercing through the girl's heart. She stares at you in disbelief, her eyes widening, before collapsing helplessly to the ground, her life extinguished so abruptly. You kneel beside her lifeless form, searching her belongings. Her body still radiates warmth, and after a thorough search, you retrieve a small cloth bag, a cultivation technique, a token, a collection of elixirs, and a sum of silver. Lifting the peculiar token, a smirk crosses your lips. Is this girl affiliated with the Five Poisons sect? The Five Poisons sect is a premier dark force in the Western Commerce, second only to the Heavenly Demon sect, boasting several formidable experts to maintain their vast influence. What luck! You pocket the token and examine the remaining items. One sword technique, a manual for training poisons, and another mental method. The sword technique and mental method hold little value for you, as you already possess the earth, sky, for directions, and 5 elements arts. However, the manual for training poisons piques your interest. It promises to perfect control over toxins through one's blood and aura, allowing them to become an extension of oneself. The remaining elixirs are suitable only for external strength practitioners, rendering them useless to you. After organizing your findings, you place your right hand on the girl's body, releasing a torrent of aura that utterly obliterates her remains. Soon, the beasts of the forest will take care of the aftermath. Rising to your feet, you return to the mountain stronghold. After the girl's rampage, the remaining bandits are busy disposing of the corpses, their faces gaunt and expressions vacant. Farewell. You unleash a vast cloud of gray smoke from within, propelled by your aura, sweeping through the stronghold. This toxic mist, a culmination of years of cultivation, comprises 300 varieties. Within the same realm, whoever encounters it shall meet their demise. In no time, under the shroud of poison, all bandits succumb, each meeting a gruesome end. Once the moment is ripe, you retract the toxic mist, scouring the stronghold to confirm no survivors remain before igniting everything in flames. Ultimately, you capture a wolf in the mountains, forcing it to consume the girl's remains, ensuring no trace is left behind before you depart. On your journey, you diligently study the poison cultivation manual, swiftly mastering all the steps, with only practice remaining. A month later, you arrive in a small city in central western commerce. In the depths of night, within an inn, you soak in a tub filled with toxins. In your right hand, a 10-centimeter-long white snake slithers about, finally coiling around your fingertip. This snake, discovered along your travels, has been partially tamed through the poison cultivation method, allowing it to follow your commands. Though it is still somewhat clumsy, the snake's venom is not particularly potent, but under your care, it is bound to become increasingly formidable. You grasp your spear, drawing it closer. Opening the spearhead, the white snake obediently enters. Ha ha ha, this is akin to Ouyang Feng's snake staff. You fasten the spearhead securely. The white snake nestled inside, poised for action. From this day forth, you shall name her Su-Su. Su-Su, bite him. Su-Su, shoot. Su-Su, open your mouth. As you continue to cultivate Su-Su, you prepare her to become a proficient white snake. Before long, having absorbed all the toxins, your total toxin count reaches 311. The 10,000 poisons cultivation truly defies the heavens. Now, at over 60 years of age, you appear remarkably youthful. Your complexion is so tender that it elicits embarrassment. If Su Wanru were to see you, she might very well perish on the spot. Oh, the possibility of longevity through the washing marrow realm may allow you to live to 100. The future stretches long ahead. Ling Cho, I shall surely find you. Dressing. Your resolve intensifies. Without resources to assist, the pace of cultivation is indeed sluggish. You cannot help but reminisce about the days of being well supported. Those were genuine times. Chapter 25. Heat Salian. In the 47th year, you wandered through the Western commerce for an extended period, yet you were unable to uncover any trace of Ling Cho. She was immensely powerful, a veritable myth in the martial world, and the disparity in your statuses rendered any chance of finding her utterly impossible. The mountains that lay between you were innumerable. You lamented helplessly. Am I destined to live my life without ever tasting the sweetness of soft rice? At present, you are merely at the initial stage of cleansing the marrow, with countless realms ahead and an interminable journey of cultivation awaiting you. Ah, it seems fate has conspired against us, leaving us with no connection despite our predestined affinity. With a sigh, you ultimately chose to retreat to a secluded village in the Western commerce, resolving to spend your remaining days in quietude. That same year, you covertly subdued 3 bandit camps, commanding them to gather toxins for your cultivation. Searching alone proved to be too slow. Having subordinates would undoubtedly expedite the process. By the 50th year, your progress in cultivation remained sluggish, having accumulated 325 types of toxins. At 65, you still appeared as youthful as 18, a truly bizarre phenomenon. In the 60th year, you still had not managed to break through to the intermediate stage of marrow cleansing. Without resources to aid you, progress was excruciatingly slow. Akin to a tortoise's crawl, the toxin count had risen to 350, yet recent discoveries dwindled. Your subordinates scoured for nations tirelessly, but their efforts yielded scant rewards. Notably, the thunderous gun had reached the 7th tier, and an impending breakthrough to the 8th tier was on the horizon. Your companion, Su-Su, grew increasingly intelligent and troublingly. Under your continuous nurturing, her physique expanded as well. After more than a decade, she now measured 2 meters in length. She could no longer evade the gun's muzzle. A source of regret as you could not replicate the techniques of the Western poison master, Ouyang Feng. In the mountain village, heavy snow fell, and you sat before the hearth, diligently practicing the techniques of the 4 directions and 5 elements. A 2-meter-long white serpent coiled quietly before you. Winter had set in, and the weather was frigid. Su-Su had also entered hibernation. However, her slumber could be interrupted at any time, as you could provide her sustenance whenever necessary. How ironic it was. You had envisioned raising a formidable weapon, yet she had become a mere pet. Despite this, the companionship was comforting, alleviating the solitude of your 15-year-long journey. After pausing your cultivation, you reached out to caress Su-Su's scales, your gaze softening. Su-Su, open your mouth. In the 70th year, through relentless dedication, you finally broke through to a minor realm, entering the intermediate stage of marrow cleansing. Upon deep reflection, you realized that further breakthroughs would require no less than 30 years. At 85, Your body remained robust, and your appearance was remarkably handsome. Had you ventured out more often, others would undoubtedly have noticed your anomaly. With 355 types of toxins accumulated, you felt you had reached your limit. In the past 2 years, your subordinates had returned empty-handed, and it seemed this number would remain unchanged for a long while. The thunderous gun had once again advanced, now at the 8th tier, augmenting your strength considerably. You had become remarkably formidable, far surpassing other martial artists of the same realm, with astonishing defensive capabilities. Susu had now grown to 5 meters. Resembling a python, she had lived alongside you for over 20 years, showing no signs of aging, which implied she could continue to thrive. You were filled with anticipation. That summer, while fishing by a small river outside the village, you had caught nothing despite the passage of considerable time. Suddenly, a splash echoed as a white python leaped from the water, slithering to your side and regurgitating a black fish. Good girl, you praised, gently patting Susu's head. She nuzzled against your arm, clearly elated. With age, fishing required a steadiness of spirit. As long as one maintained composure, success was inevitable. You scoffed at the notion. As the sun began to set, you still had not caught a single fish, while Susu had managed to procure 3 buckets of fish. She playfully thumped her tail against your body, emitting a teasing hiss, as if mocking your lack of success. You wretched serpent, you're quite cheeky today, you retorted, unable to suppress your laughter as you summoned your energy to tease her. After a brief while, your ears caught the sound of a cry for help. Glancing over, you spotted a woman in white lying in a thicket across the river, struggling toward you while wailing in distress. Not another Glitch D scenario, you thought, exasperated. Rescuing her would undoubtedly invite trouble, yet failing to act could also expose you to danger should she be discovered. With such relentless pursuers, she must possess a secret worth protecting. After a moment's deliberation, you resolved to take the plunge. After all, the lifespan of one at the marrow cleansing stage was merely a century. Even without intervention, your time was limited, and it was better to fight than to await your demise. These old bones of mine are truly a burden, you mused. With a single leap, you reached her side. The woman was drenched in blood, a sight most pitiful. Upon seeing you, her expression brightened, and she exclaimed, "Thank you, noble hero, for saving my life." You offered no response, instead searching her person thoroughly. The woman's face paled, and she exclaimed, "Noble hero, how can you take advantage of my plight and commit such beastly acts?" Anger surged within her, yet she was powerless to resist. "Rest assured, I harbor no interest in you," you replied, continuing your search. Minutes later, having thoroughly examined her, you found nothing of value. The woman's face flushed with embarrassment, and she appeared on the brink of collapse. "Why are you being pursued?" you inquired, offering her a pill to aid her recovery. It seemed she had hidden something. I know a secret," she stammered. "Ah, I see. So it's a matter of silencing witnesses. I had expected something of greater worth," you thought, your interest waning significantly. "Our paths may cross again in the future," you said, clearing your traces before turning to leave. Just then, a cloud of poisonous mist surged forth, intending to eliminate any future threats. You sensed it clearly. This woman possessed external vigor, and anyone capable of pursuing such a martial artist must have formidable backing. Though you were at the marrow cleansing stage, caution was prudent. Moreover, given the lack of reward, the risk hardly seemed worthwhile. "Wait." The woman could no longer restrain herself, calling out as you prepared to depart. "I know a technique that can aid you in breaking through to the celestial realm. Are you not tempted?" "A technique?" Your interest piqued. "Do tell." The woman sighed in relief. "If you take me away from here, I will disclose it to you." It was an equitable exchange. You would not be at a loss. Observing her carefully, you sneered before seizing her by the throat. "Why not share it now, and I shall allow you to live. Otherwise, your time is up." Chapter 26. The Joyous Technique. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from you, the woman in white was taken aback. "You? I told you in the last chapter. Hurry and take me away, they will catch up soon." She pleaded desperately. "My dear, you truly lack sincerity. If that is the case, then wait here for your demise." You tossed her to the ground and turned to leave. "Wait, let me tell you." Taking a deep breath, she finally capitulated. You lifted her up, meticulously erasing all traces within a 300-meter radius, and fled into the distance, with Susu closely pursuing from behind. "Speak," you asked expressionlessly, channeling your energy, leaping with great agility, even momentarily defying gravity. The woman in white gazed at your exquisite features, her heart racing, and quickly clung to you. "My name is Lian, a direct disciple of the White Lotus sect's leader." Her revelation left you momentarily speechless. The White Lotus sect, a formidable demonic force among the 4 nations, only slightly inferior to the celestial demon sect. Damn, this woman is being hunted by such a power. For a moment, you felt an impulse to abandon her entirely. Continue. You gritted your teeth and shot her a cold glance. 3 days ago, I stole the secret technique, the Joyous Technique, from the White Lotus sect and fled here. Your lips twitched. A dual cultivation technique. Lian nodded. Indeed. As long as one cultivates with a martial artist of the opposite sex, one can transcend their realm. The Joyous Technique. Silence enveloped the night. As you conversed, you had already returned to your dwelling. You strapped on your iron spear, ignoring everything else, and continued your flight. Susu caught up with you, landing gracefully on your back, wrapping around you tightly. The added weight was not burdensome for you. You continued to execute your agility, sprinting rapidly. Speak, disclose the technique to me. You urged without haste. Very well. Hikai Lien grasped your clothing tightly, gazing at the serpent tattoo on your shoulder, swallowing hard. Joyous Buddha sect, the formless wisdom. The heavens are vast, and all things have a source. You diligently committed her words to memory while comparing them to your own elemental techniques. Realizing that this method was indeed a dual cultivation technique without any discrepancies. Soon, Hikai Lien recited the entirety of the joyous technique, and you memorized every detail. What she described matched your thoughts. It was simply a straightforward dual cultivation technique, beneficial to both parties, devoid of any lewd practices, utterly respectable. As a direct disciple of the White Lotus sect's leader, you should have had the opportunity to practice this technique. Why resort to theft? Hikai Lien sneered. Only the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect is qualified to cultivate the secret techniques. We disciples are relegated to mere ordinary methods. Holy maiden, you remained silent, continuing your journey. 3 days later, you arrived at a mountain stronghold in the northern part of the West Merchant region that you had subdued. You commanded your subordinates to prepare hot water, medicinal herbs, and various other supplies. You then dismissed Susu. Carrying Hikai Lien, you entered a room. What are you planning to do? Hikai Lien sensed an ominous feeling. Of course, to cultivate. The joyous technique is merely a secret method, not a formal technique, and can be practiced alongside any other. You tossed her onto the bed and immediately attempted to cultivate. Hikai Lien struggled and protested. No, you scoundrel. You worthless wretch. 3 hours later, everything had concluded. Lying on the bed, you felt utterly drained, your energy swirling chaotically. Soon, a portion of your energy began to surge wildly, coursing through your meridians and flooding into Hikai Lien's body. A sense of foreboding washed over you. This woman was indeed deceiving herself. In the blink of an eye, your cultivation had plummeted to the low tier of marrow cleansing. You had lost all strength, even moving your eyes felt laborious. Meanwhile, Hikai Lien appeared invigorated, reveling in her newfound power. Aha! No matter how strong you are, you've still fallen for my ploy. Hikai Lien laughed maniacally. I knew this trick would never fail. Her cultivation was no longer concealed, fully erupting, and you were astonished to discover she had reached the high tier of marrow cleansing. This is absurd. You furrowed your brows, realizing that no one was truly pursuing her. Was everything merely a fade she had constructed? Hikai Lien leaned against your chest. Are you happy? Once we cultivate a few more times, I will be able to absorb all your power and ascend to the pinnacle of marrow cleansing. Wang Ergo, you are truly my lucky star. So this is how you wish to play it. Are you aware that your disguise has been exposed? It seems this woman had targeted you long ago. You sighed inwardly. You still lack caution, dear brother. But it's not too late to salvage this. What are you looking at? Hikai Lien withdrew a dagger from her pocket. I shall sever your hands and feet, ensuring you can never escape my grasp. She traced the dagger along your nose before suddenly shaking her head. No, I need to seal your meridians first, without hands and feet. You would be inconvenient as my servant. Such a beautiful face. You could no longer endure her taunts. At that moment, your strength returned. With your energy surging, you flipped over and pounced on her. Enough of this noise. Gripping her arm, you yanked it fiercely, blood spraying as you tore her hand from her body. Then, a wisp of poisonous mist escaped, enveloping Hikai Lien. Hikai Lien stared at you in disbelief. Impossible. After my absorption of your energy, your body should not be able to recover. Indeed, this was not a dual cultivation technique, but rather a one-sided siphoning. The reason you remained unharmed was likely due to the 10,000 poisons cultivation, which had significantly enhanced your physical strength and resistance to toxins, including this sinister technique. Damn it, as an elderly man in his 80s. How could I have encountered such a situation? Reveal the method of yin-yang absorption. You demanded. Hikai Lien, now understanding, smiled. Once I've consumed something, I never regurgitate it. And furthermore, do you dare to kill me? To be honest, I am the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect. I carry the pursuit's sole fragrance of the sect. If you kill me, the White Lotus sect will not spare you. Wang Ergo, I advise you to cease your foolish actions. Release me, and I may consider sparing your life, allowing you to serve as my subordinate. To become my consort would be a blessing from your past life. Hikai Lien declared arrogantly, completely dismissing you. Your eyes turned crimson, one hand tightening around her neck. Since you wish for death, I shall oblige. With a sharp whistle, Susu pushed the door open and approached your side. Chapter 27. 99 years old, Ling Chao's crisis. As the fierce energy surged, you sliced through her flesh, mercilessly tormenting Hikai Lien with toxins. Each piece of her meat was devoured by Susu, who tirelessly assisted you with her tail in the onslaught. You incessantly questioned her like a rabid dog. Hikai Lien coughed up blood, her eyes rolling back in despair. You forced yourself to maintain composure, meticulously inflicting further agony upon her. After over 2 decades of arduous training, finally breaking through to the intermediate level of marrow cleansing, you were understandably irked that this woman had stolen it from you. Hikai Lien, The saintess of the White Lotus sect displayed unwavering willpower. No matter how much you tortured her, she refused to divulge the remaining dual cultivation techniques. You secretly admired her resilience. She truly was a remarkable woman. The following day, as you prepared to have over 3,000 brothers in the stronghold line up, Hitsalian finally broke. Damn it, stop. I will speak. You retracted your right hand, shaking it, as if to express your frustration. What a waste of my feelings. Speak. Weeping, Hitsalian reluctantly revealed the technique for yin-yang supplementation, a method entirely distinct from the great joy technique you sought. Upon hearing this, you inhaled deeply and continued to inquire, how can I regain my cultivation level? Hitsalian sighed. The secret arts of my White Lotus sect only pertain to yin-yang supplementation. There is no aspect of supplementing yang with yin. Even if you kill me, you cannot reclaim your cultivation. Is that so? Her words caused your expression to shift continually. What she uttered was indeed hard to believe. Susu crawled over, silently extending her tail for yet another round of fierce combat. Hitsalian erupted in curses. You imbecile. How can there be such a vile person in this world? Kill me, just kill me. You sneered. 24 years. You stole 24 years of my life, and yet you dare to be obstinate? Take this. With that, Susu released a pile, which you manipulated with your energy, slapping it onto Hitsalian. She shattered, succumbing to despair. From a humble farmer's child to the saintess of the White Lotus sect, she had endured countless hardships. But never had she faced such disgust and terror. Every action of yours provoked her physiological and psychological limits. Finally, on the 10th day, Hitsalian lay on the brink of death, utterly broken. She could no longer endure, having revealed all her resources to you a day prior. Even with all the information in hand, you remained relentless, commanding your subordinates to fetch more while continuing to experiment with various toxins on her. Neurotoxins, renal toxins, control agents, sedatives, lethal substances, corrosives. On the 15th day, in the small room, Hitsalian had wasted away, her eyes dull, repeatedly murmuring, "Kill me." On that day, your subordinates returned. You opened the package, discovering a martial art, a vial of elixir, and a vial of poison. The martial art, titled White Lotus Extinction Technique, was a secret of the White Lotus sect, capable of progressing to the highest level of the heavenly gang realm, surpassing the earthly 4 directions and 5 elements technique you possessed. There were 30 marrow cleansing pills and 50 unfamiliar poisons, all potent enough to elevate your myriad toxins cultivation. These gains were substantial. After thorough examination, you confirmed there were no issues and pointed decisively to eliminate Hitsalian. You injected her body with a plethora of toxins, directly contaminating and interfering with the soul-tracking incense's essence to ensure your actions would remain undiscovered. Following meticulous processing, it took an entire month to erase all traces. You believed you had executed the utmost perfection. Should this be discovered, you would have no excuses left. At over 80 years old, enduring such intense experiences was indeed baffling. In the 71st year, you departed from the Western merchants and returned to northern Qin, establishing a solitary residence at the foot of a snow-capped mountain, dedicating yourself to cultivation. Not entirely alone, as Susu accompanied you, life was still quite pleasant. You commenced the practice of the White Lotus Extinction Technique, refining the marrow cleansing pills, continuing to merge toxins, and training with the Thunderstorm Spear. By the 75th year, you completed the transition in your cultivation method, everything proceeding smoothly. After 5 years of silence from the White Lotus sect, you felt a sense of triumph in your disguise, prompting you to redouble your efforts in cultivation. By the 80th year, you reached the age of 95. With the aid of the marrow cleansing pills, you finally broke through to the intermediate level of marrow cleansing. It was a challenging feat in the 84th year. With your unrestrained cultivation, your body approached its limits. Now, at 99 years old, you calculated that this body could last no more than 3 months before all would conclude. Over the years, your gains were commendable. An intermediate level of marrow cleansing and knowledge of 390 types of toxins, allowing you to maintain a youthful appearance despite your age. Truly an anomaly. Just yesterday, the Thunderstorm Spear had also reached the 9th tier. In this life, you harbored no regrets. Yet, as you contemplated, the image of Ling Cho surfaced in your mind. After 49 years, you still could not forget her. Meeting her at 35, you drifted together on a boat for 5 years, and after that, you officially became a couple, living off her for a decade. In the little courtyard you had built with your own hands, you found yourself grilling meat in the room, lost in cherished memories. You reached out to stroke Susu's head, marveling at her now 5-meter-long form, reminiscing about a time that, though tinged with slight regret, was filled with happiness. You voiced your thoughts aloud. Roar. Susu extended her tail, gently patting your back in comfort. After 38 years of cohabitation, this serpent had become an integral part of you, growing increasingly clever. You found yourself reflecting on the passage of time, contemplating the nature of aging. Surely, this was a normal phenomenon. After a while, as you prepared to eat, a strange sound echoed from above. Stepping outside, you were taken aback to see a group of martial artists passing through, looking exceedingly urgent. Curiosity piqued, yet sensing an ominous feeling, you seized a white-clad youth and inquired, young one. What has transpired? The boy, astonished, gazed at you, being merely at the condensed energy stage. He quickly recognized your extraordinary aura and replied, Senior, 3 days ago, the 4 great royal clans, the 8 supreme sects, and the 10 prominent families besieged Kunlun Mountain. The demon sect leader Ling Cho was repelled by 300 heavenly gang warriors, gravely injured and on the brink of death. We are heading there to offer our strength to the righteous cause. Chapter 28. In search of sorrow, Ling Cho, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Upon hearing this news, your heart trembles. Senior, the situation is dire. I must take my leave. The youth spoke urgently. You remained silent for a long while, and after a few minutes, returned to your humble abode, retrieving the iron spear that had never seen battle. You changed into a black outfit and donned a wide-brimmed hat. Susu followed closely behind you, perplexed. After a brief preparation, you turned to Susu and said, Foolish serpent, you are free now. Go, find a secluded place and live the life you yearn for. As a python, Susu had absorbed numerous toxins from you, making her a formidable ruler of the wild. At 5 meters long, her survival was hardly in question. Susu coiled tightly around you, shaking her head vigorously, revealing a piece of freshly shed skin. She too had aged considerably. In an unprecedented moment, you felt her emotions. Take me with you. I too am nearing my end. Indeed, Susu had lived a long life. Evolving from a small snake to her current form, her lifespan had long reached its limit. Gazing into Susu's soulful eyes, you gently tapped her head, saying, I am about to perish. You must go. It is not worth it. With a long sigh, you set off toward the West Merchant. Susu chased after you frantically, yet could not keep up. 3 days later, with unwavering determination, you finally traversed the snow-capped mountains and arrived in the West Merchant. Weathered and fiery with resolve, you entered a small town, inquiring about Ling Cho with every passerby. In an inn, a middle-aged warrior scoffed. Ling Cho was besieged by 300 celestial warriors and is gravely injured. Even a mere child could take his life. Consequently, the major sects had dispatched their most talented young disciples to deal with him. These prodigies, all under 30, were already at the level of marrow cleansing. Should they succeed in vanquishing Ling Cho, it would be considered a fitting end for him. You fell silent once more. After listening for a while, you headed straight for the headquarters of the demon sect on Kunlun Mountain. 10 days later, you arrived at a desolate ruin where the blood had yet to congeal. Surrounded by corpses clad in the garb of the demon sect disciples, a terrifying weight pressed upon your heart. You clenched your fists tightly. You continued your search for Ling Cho's whereabouts. 5 days later, outside a small town, you suddenly heard a commotion. A crowd had gathered around an open space, pointing and whispering. As you approached, you saw a group of young heroes excitedly watching a battle unfold before them. A white snake and an Energong master. The white serpent bore numerous wounds, while the Energong youth appeared to toy with her effortlessly. It was Susu. Though her venom was potent, it could not kill a human warrior. She was suited only for ambushes. Your gaze darkened considerably. A colorless and odorless poison mist gradually enveloped the area, causing everyone within 100 meters to collapse, frothing at the mouth, succumbing to the toxin. You stepped on the young man, pinning him to the ground. My snake is only to be bullied by me. With a surge of energy, you crushed him instantly. Then, releasing another wave of toxins, you dissolved all the surrounding corpses. You cradled the barely breathing Susu in your arms. Her body was marred with sword and knife wounds, scales missing in patches. She strained to extend her tail, yearning to touch your back, yet could not reach. You lowered your head, and Susu gently nuzzled your hair. Soon thereafter, her head drooped lifelessly. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. You bowed your head. Kneeling on the ground, feeling utterly fragile. Susu had pursued you only to encounter misfortune. I truly deserve this. Do not worry, Susu. I shall join you soon. You carried Susu to a distant grove and laid her to rest. As the earth covered her, she was lost to your sight forever. With the iron spear on your back, you wandered through the West Merchant. Your time was running short. You were uncertain if you would ever find her again. You would not give up, nor would you regret your actions. To you, it was all worthwhile. A month passed, yet you still had not found Ling Cho. Simultaneously, you sensed a marked change within your body. During this time, your relentless exertion of energy had taken its toll. You were nearing your limit. Your time was dwindling. Do I still have a chance? On the road, you could not help but sigh. If you could not see Ling Cho before your demise, you would suffer for a lifetime. This would be the greatest regret of your existence. You pressed on, traversing several small towns and mountain ranges. On a night 5 days later, exhausted in body and spirit, a heavy rain began to fall, accompanied by thunder, quickly turning into a torrential downpour. You hastened forward, finally spotting a dilapidated mountain shrine. You rushed toward it. Bursting through the rickety door, your gaze swept across the small temple, only to find a little beggar. You froze for a moment. Then, step by step, unsteadily approached the beggar. You sensed a familiar aura, a scent. Your body was laden with toxins, making you more sensitive to scents than anyone else. This beggar was indeed Ling Cho. You were more certain than anyone else. Upon hearing your voice and sensing your presence, The little beggar looked up, cautiously regarding you, her gaze sharp and filled with hostility. Yet, in an instant, her expression shifted to one of disbelief. You are. Her mouth agape, she could hardly fathom it. You dismounted your long spear and sat beside her. It is I. You grasped one of her hands, tears streaming down your face. I found you. I found you. After 49 years, you had finally reunited with this person. You. Ling Cho longed to convey something to you, yet the words caught in her throat. You noticed the multitude of wounds adorning her hands. You could sense no strength within her. She had lost all her cultivation. At this moment, she truly appeared as a beggar. You gazed upon her still beautiful face, placing her hand against your chest. Indeed, indeed. Ling Cho was at a loss on how to face you, more so with your words. Gu Ming, you must leave. They will soon be upon us. Do not let me drag you down. You shook your head, saying nothing. You simply sat quietly beside her. To be together, to be in close proximity, was already a source of great contentment for you. Yet, all beauty must eventually shatter. Though a broken mirror can be mended, parting is inevitable. A series of footsteps echoed, shadows encircling the crumbling shrine. Chapter 29, Annihilation, Conclusion. Approaching death, a palpable surge of energy erupted from all directions, shattering the temple's structure and surrounding buildings. The force came in waves, and as you released your own energy to shield Ling Cho, you slowly rose amidst the ruins. Who are you to obstruct our righteous path? Are you aware of how many innocent lives Ling Cho has taken? How many families have been shattered because of her? Step aside. We, the righteous, do not wish to harm the innocent. You still have time to leave. Young man, do not be foolish. Today, the 8 major sects, 10 influential families, and 4 royal clans have gathered. Ling Chao's demise is inevitable. This is the trend of fate. The crowd spoke loudly, attempting to pacify you. Yet you understood that their hesitance stemmed from fear of your power. The energy you had just withstood was indeed a combined assault from them. Everyone is cautious. You placed your hat atop Ling Chao's head and draped your black cloak over her before lifting her onto your back. Do you know what you are doing? Ling Chao's voice was subdued. You are not heavy, you replied. In fact, you are lighter than my gun. A faint smile crossed your lips. Once, you brought down the heavenly alliance for me. Today, I shall perish for you. You and I are clear. As you spoke, you released a cloud of poison. But the torrential rain interfered, significantly diminishing your combat effectiveness. With a heavy heart, you retracted the poison and gripped your iron spear tightly. You are overly confident. My annihilation of the heavenly alliance was merely for amusement. I accompanied you to the sea for the same reason. You were but a toy to me. Do not overthink it. Ling Chao's tone was melodic. You remained indifferent. That is your perspective. I trust only my own feelings. You raised your spear. Kill? It had been years since you had fought with such fervor. Your emotions surged, blood boiling. The spear in your hand erupted with deafening roars, akin to thunder. This is the thunderous gun of the heavenly alliance. You are a fool. Do you not know that this woman is responsible for their downfall? The young Taoist from Zhengyang Palace glared at you, drawing a soft sword and charging forward. Surrounded by a dense aura, you struck like a dragon, piercing through his heart. Damn you. The energy surged forth, obliterating his body. You surveyed the scene. Over 20 individuals, each a master of the body refinement stage. The strongest among them at its pinnacle, a young man armed with a blade. Let us all attack. With so many of us, can he truly slay us all? A monk from the 10,000 Buddha sect posed the question before rushing in with a pair of nunchaku. The other elites followed suit, launching a collective assault. Abandoning their philosophical discourse, you braced yourself, the poison swirling around your body, surging forth as your spear danced, continuously attacking, defending, and releasing energy. With a swift motion, you pierced the head of a Taoist disciple and sent a wave of energy crashing into the weakest member of the Western merchant royal family. These individuals represented the strongest of their respective sects, families, and royal lineages, yet they paled in comparison to you. They were too young. The eldest among them was merely 27. Their martial arts had not reached their zenith, leaving them at a level of mediocrity against your prowess. After a fierce battle, the ground lay strewn with corpses. Ling Cho covered her mouth in disbelief. Gu Ming, you must surely perish now. The future of the 10 families, 8 sects, and 4 royal clans has been severed by your hand. You crushed the final disciple of the Gu family, your expression unchanging. Regardless, I am destined to die. It is worth it. Having eliminated these foes, the energy within you had dwindled significantly. Your spear stood firmly in the ground as you stood in the downpour. Vigilantly scanning the distance, you sensed another presence. Ling Cho, the righteous are attacking you, but what of the other forces of the demonic path? Are there not still the 5 Poison sect and the White Lotus sect? You were perplexed. Ling Cho shook her head. At the height of my power, I eliminated a number of demonic masters, stepping atop their corpses to become the foremost of the demonic path. It is commendable that they do not take advantage of my plight. Understanding dawned upon you just as a frail figure emerged from the distance, wielding an iron staff. Benefactor, you have slain the pride of my Buddhist sect. This is a sin worthy of death. Just right. Today, your life shall pave the way for my disciple. Humph. With the demise of Jingxin, the position of the Bodhisattva at the Ansi temple shall belong to my disciple. Though he would not strike out of fear of backlash from the abbot and various factions, it mattered little. As long as my disciple can ascend to the Bodhisattva, all is. In the downpour, the middle-aged monk laughed heartily. Everything is worth it. You remained on high alert. Ling Cho sighed. Gu Ming. He is at the earthly gang's stage. Regardless, you will not be his opponent. You nodded. Indeed, a gap of 3 major realms. It is truly difficult. As you spoke, the earthly gang's master from the Ansi temple charged forward. His countenance was fierce, his aura violently potent, entirely devoid of the demeanor of a Buddhist disciple, resembling more of a demonic master. In your moment of panic, you could only resort to your spear technique, constantly defending against his rapid strikes, having no opportunity to counterattack. Boom! A dark light surged forth, piercing through your protective energy and brutally embedding itself into your chest. You exerted all your strength, your expression twisted in agony. Boom! An overwhelming force erupted, sending you crashing against the debris behind you. You spat blood, gravely injured, your life hanging by a thread. Is this truly insurmountable? Dear brother? The gap of 3 major realms left you powerless. The middle-aged monk stepped from the shadows, applauding. Fascinating. Your physical strength rivals that of a peak true bone martial artist. Moreover, although your bone age exceeds 90, you still appear remarkably youthful. He approached you step by step. Is it the 10,000 poisons nourishing technique? He clicked his tongue in amazement. It is astonishing that anyone can endure the agony of toxins entering their body. The earthly gang's power radiated around him as he bent down with a grin. Head of the heavenly demon sect, Ling Cho, the foremost of the demonic path. Prepare to meet your demise. You grasped Ling Chao's hand tightly, closing your eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of air being cut through echoed. You opened your eyes to find the monk before you lifeless, while Ling Cho retracted her right hand. Cough, cough, cough. Though I have lost my cultivation. Do you think a mere earthly gangs can kill me? Such delusions. She declared with authority, but her strength dwindled rapidly, her breath growing weaker. Chapter 30. Conclusion. Abundant harvest. You struggled to gaze at Ling Cho, only to find she could no longer endure. She collapsed into your embrace, exclaiming, "Damn it, I refuse to accept this. If there is a next life, I'll kill them all, not leaving a single one behind." After uttering these words, she completely lost her vitality, passing away in your arms. You gently cradled her lifeless form, blood continuing to spill from your lips. If there is a next life. You closed your eyes, uttering no more words. Your wounds grew increasingly severe, and you felt as though a mountain lay upon you, a feeble self unable to bear the weight. Your consciousness gradually waned. You had died. Beneath the tree, Gu Ming squinted. He had not anticipated that the simulation would create such a grand spectacle. South Xia, North Qin, West Shang, East Zhou all had participated, even confronting the foremost master of the demonic path. How extraordinary this life was. This simulation has concluded, achieved mid-stage marrow cleansing cultivation, acquired the 4 directions and 5 elements technique, acquired the White Lotus annihilation technique, acquired the Thunderstorm Spear 9th layer, acquired an Iron Spear, acquired the 10,000 poisons nurturing technique, 390 varieties of toxins, acquired all cultivation memories and experiences from 84 years, acquired all combat memories and experiences from 80. For years, acquired all memories from this lifetime, acquired 10 marrow cleansing pills, acquired 30 focus pills, acquired 200 breath recovery pills, acquired 50 blood boiling pills, acquired 900 tails of gold, 500 sets of various clothing, and a blood-stained hat, acquired 3,000 pounds of food, 8,000 tons of water, 300 jars of strong liquor, and 500 pounds of tea, acquired a pet white snake, Su Su. Do you wish to inherit? As if there were any doubt, Gu Ming bit down hard on his tongue. Inherit. Inheritance completed. In the blink of an eye, his body underwent a tremendous transformation. Exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. The vital energy surged ceaselessly, his physical form terrifyingly strong. With a mere thought, he severed a large tree 300 meters away with his vital energy. Swift and fierce, Gu Ming then cast his gaze toward the simulation space. All the rewards awaited him there, including a snake. He reached out, and Su Su materialized, skillfully coiling onto his shoulder, gently nudging his head. Gu Ming felt elated. Su Su, what a good girl. As he stroked her head, he marveled at the novelty. Before his traversal, he had harbored a fear of snakes. But now, after the first simulation, having amassed a wealth of combat and killing experience, he had become immune to all fears. In this lifetime, his only fear was not being strong enough. Good girl, good girl. Su Su was remarkably obedient. Most importantly, as a pet, she was a reward, able to be summoned and released from his storage space at will. Regrettably, all items could only be released around him. Otherwise, he could have fought directly with such a tactic. Gu Ming felt a tinge of regret. He cast another glance at the simulation space. The abundance of treasures therein was staggering. After perusing the simulation memories and making careful comparisons, he realized that although these items were not physically with him, they were, in essence, rightfully his. Peculiar. The criteria for such determinations were utterly arbitrary. But speaking of which, The holy maiden of the White Lotus sect. He looked again at Hitsalian on the screen, feeling a surge of heat, alluring. Dressed in black, he stowed Susu away and donned his hat to continue onward. Although he had annihilated Qingfeng's stronghold, Weihu Mountain still stood. He had done good deeds without seeking recognition, wishing for their family to reunite. Now also in the cooling period of the simulator, it was an opportunity not to be wasted. I truly am a genius. Just one day after my traversal, I've ascended from an ordinary person to the mid-stage of marrow cleansing, leaping across 6 major realms in a single day. Anyone would find that absurd. As he traveled, Guming felt quite self-satisfied. Although he had not practiced any particular movement techniques, his formidable realm fully supported his rapid progress. In just a few hours, he arrived at the familiar Weihu Mountain. Gazing at the stronghold, a faint smile graced his lips as he leaped into the air. A colorless, odorless toxic mist poured forth from his being, enveloping the entire stronghold. Weihu Mountain was woefully weak. The most formidable among them merely reached the peak of internal vigor. They were utterly inconsequential before him. After a brief survey, thousands perished by his hand, and his toxins had consumed less than 1/10 of their potency. The consumption of his vital energy was less than 1,000th, and it could swiftly recover. High against the low, striking down the foolish. Basic tactics. Once he resolved Weihu Mountain, Guming continued to move, taking another day to conquer the other branches of Weihu Mountain, erasing all traces of Su Badian. On the following dawn, all was concluded. Walking along the mountain path, Guming felt somewhat unaccustomed. Yet, in just a day, he had transformed into a merciless demon. This sensation was astonishing. His next target was West Shang, the stronghold of the demonic path. The Heavenly Demon sect, the White Lotus sect, and the 5 Poisons sect were all present. Practicing the White Lotus sect's annihilation technique, at the age of 15, he was already at mid-stage marrow cleansing, an undeniable genius in any faction. With proper execution, he could potentially reap substantial rewards from the White Lotus sect. Of course, this process required utmost caution. At the very least, it was something he would never attempt in reality. It was merely a convenience for simulation manipulations. A day later, Guming arrived at a small town. Simulator cooling time, 12 hours. In an inn, he withdrew his gaze from the simulator. 72 hours of cooling time was quite comfortable. Tomorrow, he could continue the simulation. Guest. The hot water is ready, said a young attendant, whose features were rather delicate. Guming nodded, signaling him to leave. Noticing that the attendant did not depart immediately, but instead gazed at him with eager anticipation, he said, "Guest, would you like a bath? It's free." A glint of greed flickered in his eyes. Guming was taken aback. "I'm not into that. Get lost." He touched his pale right cheek, feeling somewhat nauseated. 390 varieties of toxins had greatly enhanced his appearance and aura, causing him no small amount of trouble along the way. Even with a mask, he could not conceal it. This damn charm. Stripping off his garments, he entered the steaming bath. Both Ling Cho and the monks from Duanan Temple had remarked on the excruciating nature of the 10,000 poisons nurturing technique. Was it truly that abstract? Coincidentally, he had collected a new toxin along the way. After a moment of hesitation, Guming tossed the toxin into the bath. He then recited the incantation. The diluted toxin began to merge with his body, coursing through his meridians and rhythmic pulses. Goodness! In less than a second, Guming could no longer endure. He hastily halted the process. This sensation was beyond what any human could withstand. Logically, with over 300 toxins within him, his resistance should be formidable. How could it still be so painful? Chapter 31. For the 4th time, the world's greatest. Now that it has come to this, one can hardly imagine the anguish he endured during his first training session. Although Guming possessed memories of that time, the actual sensations eluded him. He could only glean insights from his expressions in those memories and the narrations during the simulations. After all, were he to inherit even the sensations, those memories would undoubtedly impact him. It would no longer be a simulation, but rather a regression to death. As the vital energy surged forth, he intended to retract the toxins, preparing to attempt the simulation. However, at that moment, an exclamation mark appeared once more. Guming felt an ominous premonition. With a mere thought, the exclamation mark expanded, revealing its contents. Simulation task, task description, through the 10,000 poisons body cultivation technique. Integrate a toxin within yourself. Task reward. 1 simulation opportunity. Task penalty. None, so they are forcing my hand, are they? The opportunity for simulation is exceedingly precious and cannot be squandered lightly. Gritting his teeth, Guming commenced the task. This time, he employed a significant quantity of toxins to numb his nerves and dull his pain, thereby reducing the difficulty. Yet, he still miscalculated. After just one breath, the toxins began to thrum and flow within his body. Guming could no longer contain himself. "Ah!" He cried out in agony, his voice haunting and chilling. In the adjoining room, a young man clad in white sipped his tea and chuckled. Heavens, how splendidly handsome he is. What a spectacle. To elicit such a sound. This fellow must be quite something. Alas, he shall surely have a future in his next life. Downstairs, a young server who had just delivered a meal also heard the scream and lamented, "Such a fine cabbage. Yet I wonder which pig has dug into it." The innkeeper patted the server's shoulder. Little stool, I recall you brought him in, didn't you? What a pity. But fret not. Tomorrow I shall treat you to a meal at the drunken immortal pavilion. The server shook his head. Innkeeper, you misunderstand. I prefer women. But that fellow truly is captivating. With a sigh, he returned to his duties. Gu Ming's anguish cry was utterly soul-stirring. The entire inn, from the elderly to the young, remained sleepless throughout the night, speculating about what they had witnessed. Such pain was unbearable. Gu Ming, in despair, had no choice but to abandon the simulation task. The following day, Gu Ming sat up on his bed. No way. How could it be this painful? He possessed various battle experiences from the simulations and believed his willpower was unwavering, yet he still faltered. However, the version of himself within the simulation had endured over 300 times. What the hell? Could it be that my simulated self is merely a program, devoid of the burden of pain? Gu Ming pondered as he lay in bed, opting to do nothing. After a while, a knock resounded at the door. Guest, your breakfast is ready. Upon opening the door, he discovered that every room on the third floor had been flung open, and a throng of curious onlookers were examining him. Receiving his breakfast, Gu Ming felt somewhat perplexed. TSK, people these days are far too inquisitive. After his meal, he continued his journey westward. Departing from the quaint town, though he had left, his legend persisted, destined to be passed down through the ages. Along the way, Gu Ming sought additional toxins and, to his fortune, acquired 5 distinct kinds, bringing his total to 6. After traveling a short distance, he felt the next simulation was drawing near. Observing his surroundings, he approached a tree. Just as the cool-down period was about to conclude, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed from afar, followed by a band of bandits riding gallantly toward him. Instead of engaging, Gu Ming opted for a simulation. Although it appeared lengthy in his perception, in reality, it transpired in a mere instant. For the 4th time, could he ascend to become the greatest in the world? With a chuckle, Gu Ming initiated the simulation. Day 1. You rise and swiftly eliminate all the bandits, totaling over 500, all well-equipped. Upon inspection, you realize they are not bandits at all, but rather soldiers. From their various letters, you discern their true identities. They are a small squad from the Great Xia Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, tasked with gathering alongside the government soldiers 300 miles away to conquer a stronghold. Regardless, they genuinely intended to kill me. You release the toxins, enveloping all the corpses, eroding them into a puddle of liquid. Before long, these liquids will evaporate, vanishing entirely. After some contemplation, you ultimately decide to head to the Western Merchant. In any case, a visit to the White Lotus sect is warranted, having endured the 10,000 poisons body cultivation. You are certain you can withstand other torments as well. 10 days later, you arrive at the Western Merchant, successfully locating a stronghold of the White Lotus sect based on your previous simulation's memories, a remote station in the wilderness, clad in a mask and a shadowy black cloak. You saunter in. A middle-aged man eyes you warily. Are you here to deliver a message? You gently release a wisp of vital energy. I wish to see the sect master. Feeling the familiar aura, the middle-aged man, who is of innate realm, is perplexed. What are you talking about? What sect master? You intensify your energy, the aura of the White Lotus annihilation technique becoming more ferocious at this moment. The middle-aged man finally comprehends. 10 years ago, he was fortunate enough to have met the sect master once, and the vital energy emanating from you is strikingly similar. Who are you? He inquires cautiously. My identity is confidential. You need only relay the message. You step into the station, feeling quite at home. The middle-aged man's demeanor shifts subtly, and you treat him as no outsider, commanding him to gather toxins and prepare hot water. That night, you absorb all the toxins collected during this period. You indeed feel the pain of the toxins merging with your body, yet it remains bearable. Once all is concluded, your total toxin count reaches 400. You have become more handsome. Yet unease lingers in your heart. What use is beauty if it only invites trouble, offering no benefits thus far? On the 15th day, a woman in a purple dress arrives at the station. You glance at her. The color indeed possesses allure, young master. Are you the one seeking an audience with the sect master? The woman, having spotted you, directly inquires. You nod, donning your mask as you descend the stairs to stand before her. I have urgent matters to discuss with the sect master. As you speak, you release a wisp of vital energy. The woman in the purple dress is greatly stirred. You are. Having been by the sect masters and the Saints' side for many years, she instantly recognizes the aura of the White Lotus annihilation technique. My identity is confidential. You calmly declare, becoming increasingly enigmatic. This sensation resembles a game of werewolf. One must not reveal their identity, for those who do shall meet their demise. I understand. The woman in the purple dress gazes deeply at you. Shall we see the sect master now? The sect master is currently resting in a nearby town. Chapter 32. Nangong Wanya. Touching whomever is foolish, now is the time to meet. You have long devised a strategy and are not the least bit flustered. At worst, it is merely death. Do you fear death? Clearly, you do not, for you are an exceptionally foolish individual. Under the guidance of the woman in the purple dress, you traverse through the woods and mountain paths, finally arriving at a sparsely populated small town. Outside an inn, You immediately spot the leader. It is unmistakable. Draped in a flowing red gown, she exudes an indescribable beauty, radiating the same enchanting aura as Heatsalian. Truly captivating. As you approach, the woman in purple speaks. Leader. This is the person the envoys mentioned some time ago. The red-dressed leader steps forward, drawing close to your form, and suddenly removes your mask. Indeed, the aura of the 10,000 poisons cultivation technique envelopes you. With such a fragrant appearance, you must have absorbed numerous toxins. You have truly suffered. You shake your head. As long as it holds meaning, what is suffering? With that, you cease to conceal your aura, unleashing your full power. Feeling the profound and authentic might of the White Lotus annihilation technique within you, the red-dressed leader falls silent. Who exactly are you? Who am I? You let out a hearty laugh. The heavens and earth are cyclical, the seas remain constant. Wind and snow herald the return of spring, the earth shows no mercy. I shall no longer pretend. I lay my cards on the table. You bow and continue. I am a reincarnate. In my previous life, I encountered a woman named Heatsalian, who claimed to be the saintess of the White Lotus cult. However, she faced a life and death crisis and bestowed the White Lotus annihilation technique upon me. Calmly, you recount this absurd tale. Ultimately, in a small temple, I was killed by a monk from the Duan monastery while protecting Heatsalian. When I awoke once more, I found myself returned to the present, bearing all the gains of my past life. Upon hearing your words, the red-dressed leader's eyes flicker as she seizes your arm. The techniques of the 4 directions and 5 elements, the thunderclap spear, the White Lotus annihilation technique, along with several other inferior martial arts. The leader coldly remarks, "Do you take me for a fool? Oh, you do not believe me?" You chuckle, producing an iron spear before her. What of this? It is one of the abilities I acquired upon my rebirth, allowing me to place items into a special space and retrieve them at will. The leader gazes at you with icy disdain. The next moment, a piercing scream echoes as the woman in purple suddenly collapses, her body transforming into a pool of blood. Not only that, but the entire population of the small town falls simultaneously, brutally slain by the leader. Bring forth that envoy and eliminate all who are aware of this matter. Swish, swish, swish. Around you, a group of women clad in black dresses, adorned with the White Lotus insignia, swiftly depart. You smile. It seems this woman has come to believe, now that you have been reborn. Why not seek a place to conceal yourself instead of coming to my White Lotus cult? The leader poses the most piercing question. I adore Heatsalian. I cherish everything about her. You say with deep emotion, recalling the torment you inflicted upon Heatsalian in your past life. Your feelings growing ever more sincere. Yet the leader clearly does not believe your words. The temperature around you drops significantly. Ah, I see. You have noticed my performance, haven't you? Is my acting so lacking? You drop the facade. I wish to join the White Lotus cult to enjoy its resources. After all, I am all alone, lacking any resources and progressing far too slowly in my cultivation. The leader bursts into laughter. Excellent, let us proceed. From henceforth, you shall be my 7th protector. With a wave of her hand, she conjures a gust of energy, carrying you into the air as you traverse towards the distance. Days later, the leader brings you to a great mountain deep within the western merchant region, shrouded in a lethal miasma. Yet, with 400 toxins coursing through you, your resistance is formidable, and you fear nothing. In addition to the toxic mist, various venomous creatures lurk nearby, their shadows indistinct, obscuring their true prowess. The leader leads you to a pavilion. I understand your intentions, from now on. You may cultivate here without concern for resources. She claps her hands, and 10 elegant and gentle women approach, placing 10 glass vials beside you. Here are 100 supreme cleansing pills, perfectly complementing the White Lotus annihilation technique. A wealthy benefactor. You nearly drool at the prospect. I am immensely grateful to the leader. Leader? She steps closer, delicately lifting your chin. I do not favor that title. From now on, call me sister when you see me. You shudder, realizing that her gaze has turned disturbingly fervent. Could she possibly be unhinged? Of course, sister. You are my favorite. You say, somewhat bashfully. Sometimes, certain sacrifices may be worthwhile. At the very least, this leader is far superior to Su Wanru. My name is Nangon Wanya. Remember it well. Very well. Cultivate at your own pace. Should you need anything, just inform them, and they will cater to your every desire. With those parting words, Nangon Wanya sways her long skirt and departs. Nangon Wanya, touching whomever is foolish. You are taken aback by this name. The leader of the White Lotus cult, a formidable figure in the demonic path, bears such a name. It feels so incongruous. In that instant, you even suspect she may be a traveler from another world, not far away. Nangon Wanya notices your reaction, smiles slightly, and vanishes into the architectural expanse. Unaware of all this, you plunge into a frenzied state of cultivation. Regardless of her identity or intentions, strengthening yourself is of utmost importance. In this life, you vow to reach the pinnacle. As the first year concludes, your cultivation progresses modestly. With the aid of the White Lotus cult, you have integrated an additional 50 toxins, enhancing your appearance and physical prowess. In the second year, you sense an impending breakthrough, Yet no amount of preparation seems to yield results. One night, under the crescent moon, you unleash your energies, leading to a spontaneous breakthrough. It must be the immense pressure. With the breakthrough pill elevating you to the high tier of cleansing, you ponder as you indulge in a bath. During these 2 years, Su Su has been meticulously trained by you. Now, her form surpasses 7 meters, robust and imposing. In the current sweltering weather, you relish being encircled by Su Su, pressed against her scales as you cultivate. The cooling effect is utterly delightful. Chapter 33. Breakthrough in Cultivation, Abundant Resources. The allure of soft rice. In the 3rd year, on this day, you are still diligently cultivating. Suddenly, the door to your room swings open. In walks a figure, looking disheveled. Gu Ming. She collapses onto you, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood before fainting. You are taken aback. The woman is none other than Nangong Wenya, your benefactor. TSK, who has dealt you such a blow? Nangong Wenya bears a grotesque wound on her chest, her ribs exposed, and you can even see your own heart still beating. To survive such an injury is a testament to her tenacity. You cannot allow her to perish. If she dies, who will support me? These past 2 years of enjoying the fruits of her labor have been too delightful. The thought of returning to solitary cultivation is rather unappealing. You gently place Nangong Wenya on the bed, carefully tending to her wounds, applying medicine and heat. During this process, there is inevitably some contact. You give her a thumbs up. If there were a ranking, her figure would undoubtedly be first, followed by Heetsalian, then Ling Cho, and lastly, Su Wanru. Something feels amiss. Why does it seem that every advancement I make is tied to women? You find yourself at a loss for words. Am I destined to be a connoisseur of soft rice? Naturally gifted in the art of indulgence. No worries, my mother always said, soft rice is delightful. As you cultivate while caring for Nangong Wenya, her recovery is impressive, nearly complete in just 10 days. One night, as you immerse yourself in a new toxin, Su Su, with a banana in her mouth, is trying to peel it. A new task you've assigned her as a python. Her dexterity is essential. There will surely come a time when this skill will prove useful. Just as you are at a critical juncture in your training, a figure bursts in. Gu Ming, you truly possess remarkable perseverance. Nangong Wenya exclaims in astonishment. Scrutinizing your physique, countless practitioners have attempted to integrate this myriad of toxins since the creation of the myriad poison body technique, yet none have succeeded. Because it is excruciatingly painful. She touches your shoulder. Even I, with over 800 years of experience, cannot endure it. She gazes at you in disbelief. Yet, you have integrated over 400 types. Are you truly unafraid of pain? You are too engrossed in your cultivation to respond. Gu Ming, we shall converse another time. With a frown, Nangong Wenya departs. Minutes later, you fully absorb the toxins. My goodness, 800 years of experience? Have you become a spirit? Isn't it merely the heavenly gang realm? Is it truly that formidable? You are utterly oblivious to these matters. A wave of emotions washes over you. The following day, you have the disciples of the White Lotus sect gather extensive information on martial arts realms, and only then do you understand. It turns out that once martial artists reach the True Bone realm, they can extend their lifespan. The specifics are, True Bone grants 150 years, Grandmaster 200 years, Earthly Gang 500 years, and Heavenly Gang 1,000 years. Impressive, exceedingly impressive. Excitement stirs within you, with the resources at hand. You are drawing ever closer to the True Bone realm. In the 5th year, after consuming a significant amount of marrow cleansing pills, you finally break through to the pinnacle of marrow cleansing. You have integrated 550 types of toxins. It is still too slow, regrettably. The toxins in this world are countless, yet those that can be extracted for your use are exceedingly rare. After a moment of reflection, you continue your cultivation, striving toward the True Bone realm. In the 6th year, late at night, you encounter the gravely injured Nangong Wenya once more. This time, her wounds are as horrific as before. You cleanse her wounds, apply medicine, and tend to her with utmost care. During this process, you detect a trace of Ling Chao's aura. You have reason to suspect that she was injured by Ling Cho. Yet, this is of no concern to you. In this lifetime, you have had no interaction with Ling Cho and harbor no feelings for her. Your sole desire is to enhance your cultivation and strengthen your power. In the subsequent 8th, 9th, and 10th years, Nangong Wenya frequently arrives in a state of severe injury, and you diligently care for her. Throughout this time, her attitude towards you grows increasingly nuanced. You distinctly sense the thrill of being pampered by a wealthy woman. It is intoxicating. By the end of the 10th year, your spirit is taut, exerting all your efforts, and finally, on the last day, you break through and step into a new realm. True Bone, a lifespan of 150 years. Your physical strength has significantly increased, and your body's recovery ability has reached new heights. You are quite pleased with your current state and filled with anticipation for the future. As of now, you have integrated a total of 1,000 types of toxins, which is the limit. Even the White Lotus sect can only gather so many for you. Su Su's size continues to expand. She now measures 15 meters in length, truly a magnificent python, her scales gleaming and uplifting to behold. In the early morning, Nangong Wenya approaches in a red dress. It seems she wears no other color, save for the interior. Gu Ming. Congratulations on breaking through to true bone. Your future is boundless. She gazes at you with a smile. Yet you cannot shake the feeling that she might devour you at any moment. This woman is exceedingly dangerous. You are acutely aware of it. Yet, you remain indifferent. In this world, one must invest to reap rewards. No one bestows kindness without reason. You have always understood this principle. Congratulations to you as well. You bow respectfully. Nangong Wenya glances at Susu behind you. Gu Ming, if I am not mistaken, you have trained her using the secret techniques of the Five Poisons sect, correct? Indeed, that is the case. You have no reason to conceal this. There is no need. Beside the leader of the Five Poisons sect lies a massive python, the sacred beast of the sect, nurtured for 3,000 years by the fourth-generation leader. I have seen it several times, measuring 50 meters in length, with a horn atop its head. Nangong Wenya chuckles. Take your time. I believe your snake will grow longer and longer. There is something slightly off about this statement. After chatting a bit more, Nangong Wenya hands you a small porcelain bottle. Here are 100 top-grade true bone pills. The most crucial resource for cultivating in the true bone realm. One pill can replace 10 years of arduous cultivation. I hope you grow stronger and can serve me soon. You take the true bone pills, stating resolutely, rest assured, I am invincible. As she gazes into your eyes, Nangong Wenya leans closer. Actually, I have a little nickname. Do you wish to know? Huh? I am also called for my use. As a seasoned veteran, you instantly comprehend her meaning. This over 800-year-old woman, with impure intentions, has finally succumbed to the allure of youthful vigor? You have long been prepared. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Chapter 34. Sudden changes enough? I shall not jest any longer, Gu Ming. You may continue your cultivation. I have faith in you. Nangong Wenya spoke briefly before departing the loft after leaving behind some resources. You've left me quite vulnerable with such matters? You thought, feeling a tinge of disappointment. In the ensuing days, you devoted yourself to your training, striving to enhance your strength. However, upon reaching the true bone stage, despite the plethora of resources at your disposal, a rapid breakthrough remained elusive. At this juncture, patience was paramount. In addition to elevating your cultivation, you uncovered a technique from the White Lotus Annihilation Scripture, which you diligently practiced. The technique, known as step-by-step, blooming lotus, comprised primarily of body techniques, prompting your decision to pursue it. This aspect had always been your weakness, and it was high time to rectify it. Step-by-step, blooming lotus consists of 5 distinct realms, with each level representing a significant leap in ability. You committed yourself wholeheartedly to your training. By the 15th year, although your cultivation had not advanced, you achieved the second level of step-by-step, blooming lotus, significantly enhancing your close combat capabilities. In the 18th year, you reached the third level, growing even stronger. Though your rate of progress began to slow, one day, Nangong Wenya returned. You calculated her previous visit and noted her infrequent appearances over the years, which filled you with a sense of regret. Is there something on your mind? You inquired casually as you meditated. Nangong Wenya gazed at you in disbelief. You truly are a reincarnator. She seated herself beside you, gently stroking Susu, and continued. I have just received news that the South Xia Qinglian Temple has indeed dispatched a monk named Fa Ming to capture someone. The reason aligned with your previous statements. The individual known as Han Bupin had offended the Qinglian Temple. They should have reached the snow mountains of Beijing by now. You nodded, indifferent to the news. Yet the revelation profoundly unsettled Nangong Wenya, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Gu Ming, she called, and you turned to her, urging her to speak. It's nothing, she replied, rising with a forlorn expression before departing. This woman certainly harbored stories of her own, you mused. For an extended period thereafter, you did not see her again. In the 20th year, you reflected on the past and realized that by this time during your previous life, you had already ventured to the Eastern Zhou, where you encountered Ling Chou, and had succumbed to a life of dependency. That same year, after 10 years of arduous training, bolstered by various resources, you broke through to the mid-true bone stage. With ample time ahead, you felt an overwhelming sense of hope. By the 30th year, although your cultivation remained stagnant, step by step, blooming lotus ascended to the 5th level. You had accumulated only 1,200 types of toxins. Standing amidst the toxic mist, you dashed around, each step covering dozens of meters, and to your astonishment, white lotuses began to manifest. Even more exhilarating was your newfound ability to traverse the air upon the blooming lotuses, which, given sufficient qi, could be likened to flight. In a forest, you unleashed a powerful strike, and with a burst of qi, a lotus flower erupted from your palm, its radius extending to 20 meters. The lotus detonated at the heart of the woods, leaving a wasteland within 100 meters. The qi served as your basic attack, while step by step, blooming lotus functioned as your skill. You reveled in this newfound sensation, repeatedly striking and creating numerous craters in your vicinity. Content. You returned to the loft and continued your efforts. Unbeknownst to you, 30 years had passed in this place, and you had grown accustomed to this life. I wish to remain here forever, you thought, only to be struck by an ominous premonition. for one should never tempt fate with such declarations. Time continued its relentless march. In the 35th year, while immersed in your training, you suddenly sensed an impending crisis. A sword chi descended from above, and you reacted swiftly, retracting Su Su, who had grown to 20 meters, and fled the loft. Boom. As your body exited the loft, every structure around you shattered. And you were caught in the violent wave of sword chi, sent hurtling towards a nearby river, crashing down with force. In the haze, you witnessed hundreds of figures engaged in a frenzied slaughter. The maidens who had cared for you and gathered toxins met their grim fates one by one. Bang! You plunged into the water, drenched. Such a display of power could only be described as earth-shattering. You emerged from the depths. And had it not been for the integration of 1,200 toxins that significantly enhanced your physical resilience, you might have succumbed to that force. Even so, you were gravely injured, devoid of any capacity to resist. Run, flee. You summoned Su Su, clutching her tightly. With remarkable speed, she darted away, occasionally leaping vast distances. Yet, regrettably, it was not swift enough. In the air, you sensed a lethal threat, and turned to see yet another sword chi pursuing you. Damn it. Without a second thought, you retracted Su Su, knowing her limitations would render her unable to withstand such an attack. In the face of death, you remained remarkably composed. You summoned 3,000 pounds of grain packed in sacks, 900 taels of gold, and 8,000 tons of water. In the simulated space, all items surrounded you, while you activated your chi to shield your vital points, preparing for defense. You released a tremendous amount of toxins, truly exerting yourself to the utmost. Boom. A formidable force surged towards you amidst the swirling grains and remnants of clothing, propelling you into the distant bamboo grove, soaked and disheveled. Your body riddled with deep sword wounds, grotesque and terrifying. Gradually, exhaustion overcame you, and your consciousness began to fade. Stop. In the fleeting moment before you succumbed to darkness, a familiar voice resonated in your ears. Nangong? How? Then came an even more deafening explosion. Time slipped away, and when you reopened your eyes, you were relieved to find yourself alive, though your body remained grievously injured, each movement eliciting searing pain. Gu Ming, how are you? In a daze, you heard Nangong Wanya's voice. Your mind swirled in confusion, and you fell into unconsciousness once more. You awoke, then fainted again, this cycle repeating over a dozen times, leaving you in a state of torment. Throughout this ordeal, each time you regained consciousness, you felt a hand clasping yours. In the 36th year, you finally emerged from this state. In a cave illuminated by vibrant green candle flames, you opened your eyes to find Nangong Wanya kneeling by your bedside, gripping your hand tightly. You're awake. Upon hearing your breath, Nangong Wanya sprang to life, her face alight with joy as she gazed at you. Chapter 35, The Sword Chi Enters the Body. What has happened to you? You asked, furrowing your brow. That day was chaotic, and you could only vaguely see a human silhouette, with no other details to grasp. Nangong Wanya laughed bitterly. I apologize. You have been drawn into this mess. Which hero in the world does not wish to see me perish? They seize every opportunity to strike. The sword-bearer of Zhengyang Palace, having somehow learned of your existence, sought to eliminate you to disrupt me. Well, I am merely a victim caught in the crossfire, you muttered in exasperation. Had Nangong Wanya arrived a moment later, you would have met your demise. Upon assessing your physical condition, you felt even worse. Although your consciousness had returned and you could move freely, a sword chi lingered within you, impossible to eradicate. Not only that, but this sword chi was incessantly circulating, tearing through your meridians and flesh, subjecting you to torment every moment of every day. Nangong Wanya grasped your hand tightly, her expression earnest. Gu Ming, I promise I will restore you. Though the sword chi of the Zhengyang Palace's sword-bearer was formidable, it was not insurmountable. There are 3 sword masters in the world capable of vanquishing it. A glimmer of hope ignited within you. Nangong Wanya's brow furrowed with concern. One is the sword-bearer of Zhengyang Palace, and the other is the leader of Wyman, but they are both righteous individuals and would never aid you. Thus, only one remained. You followed her lead. Who is the last person? Nangong Wanya nodded. She is my old nemesis. We have battled for many years. Who is it? You speculated. The leader of the heavenly demon sect, the foremost figure in the demonic path, Ling Chao. Ah, so this is how it will be. However, Ling Chao's whereabouts were elusive, making it difficult to locate her. Nangong Wanya continued. But rest assured, regardless of the cost, I will heal you. You inhaled deeply, then gazed at her with confusion. Nangong Wanya, what exactly is your motive? I cannot believe you would care for me without reason. Speak your truth. I will accept my fate if I must. These words had been buried in your heart for a long time. Now, devoid of any combatability, you no longer wish to endure. Today, you must unravel the mystery that plagued your mind. Nangong Wanya released your hand and fell silent for a long time. Actually, I am not from this world, just like you. Her words startled you momentarily, but you quickly grasped the implication. You too are a traveler? Indeed. No wonder she bore the name Nangong Wanya. Before I traversed here, I had a brother who bore a striking resemblance to you. Nangong Wanya's gaze grew increasingly complex, and she sighed. Initially, I intended to use secret methods to seize your cultivation achievements, But eventually, I lost that desire. I merely wished to quietly observe you. Even if I did nothing or said nothing, I would find contentment in that. Is that true? You squinted, not fully convinced. Remaining vigilant within, Nangong Wanya continued. My true name is Nangong Chingru. I used Nangong Wanya solely to confirm your identity. Ah, I see. She stood with unwavering conviction, declaring, I have mobilized the entire White Lotus sect to investigate Ling Chao's whereabouts. You will recover. With that, she departed, burdened by her thoughts. You lay upon the bed, grappling with your confusion. Nangong Chingru's initial demeanor towards you was far from that of a sister. And most importantly, in the Blue Star, one could live for a maximum of 100 years, perhaps extending to 120 at most. Yet now, Nangong Chingru was over 800 years old. Could memories from a past life truly influence her? Or was she genuinely a leader of a demonic sect? You were engulfed in skepticism. Regardless, if I were to die now, it would be worth it. You shook your head and pulled the covers over yourself. Due to the sword chi within you, you were unable to cultivate or assimilate toxins, rendering life utterly bland. Unable to cultivate. I might as well die. Of course, you would not perish. For your safety. Nangong Chingru had deliberately brought you to the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, where numerous experts resided. It would be challenging for you to meet your end here. In your leisure, you began to read historical texts, gaining insight into the power structures and compositions of this world. In the 38th year, you comprehended everything. In the realm of the four nations, there were two primary factions, the righteous path and the demonic path. In the righteous path, the 8 major sects for royal families and 10 prominent families led the way, while the demonic path was dominated by 4 major demonic sections. Among the righteous, Zhengyang Palace, Guanyue Palace, Dadao sect, Wanfo sect, Duanan Temple, Yidao sect, Fengyan sect, and Weiman. The 4 royal families, the Ying family of Beijing, the Z family of Shishong, the C family of Nanxia, and the G family of Dongzhou. The 10 prominent families, Zhao, Qin, Feng, Gu, Chen, Guyue, Moron, Li, Bai, and Yang. As for the demonic path, the heavenly demon sect, the 5 poisons sect, the White Lotus sect, and the divine dragon sect. They were the strongest, with each faction boasting at least 10 heavenly experts. Below them were those with only 1 heavenly expert stationed, including the Tiandi Alliance and Qinglian Temple. The one who harmed you was indeed the sword-bearer of Zhengyang Palace. The strongest combatant of each generation, trained as a killing machine, nameless, simply referred to as the sword-bearer. Upon understanding all of this, you felt a profound sense of lament. In today's world, the demonic path ran rampant, primarily due to Ling Chao's emergence, suppressing all opposition. There seemed to be no one capable of rivaling her. Yet she ultimately fell, wounded by the combined efforts of 300 heavenly experts. This woman's combat prowess was terrifying. Even if Nangong Chingru were to locate her, it would likely be a challenge to persuade her to assist you. After all, you shared no emotional ties to her, unless Nangong Chingru offered an exorbitant price. Was that even feasible? For 2 years, you had harbored doubts regarding Nangong Chingru's motives. Yet you could not fathom what she truly sought. In the 39th year, upon your bed, you lay as Nangong Chingru applied medicine to you. Gu Ming, your willpower is truly remarkable, she remarked. You shrugged nonchalantly. I've grown accustomed to it. Indeed, you had become accustomed to it. Gu Ming, when did you watch the Divine Weapons and Little Generals? Nangong Chingru suddenly inquired. Perhaps around the time I was in the 3rd grade. The specifics are slipping my mind. You reminisced, realizing that memories from that long ago were difficult to recall. I believe I was also that age. Aside from the Divine Weapons and Little Generals, I would eagerly await shows like Little Carp, Big Horn Cow, Tutu, Happy Sheep, and Pig Hero every evening. There was also a remote-controlled racing car show. But the characters seemed to wear hats. I can't recall the name. Shows like Bear's Adventures and Happy Superman seemed to emerge only after the 3rd grade. You and Nangong Chingru exchanged casual banter, this being the topic you discussed most during your time together. Recollecting childhood memories. Indeed, there were endless topics to explore. Chapter 36. Meeting Ling Cho, Resolution, Entanglement. In the 40th year, you are now 55 years old. The reason behind the 10,000 poisons body cultivation technique is that you remain youthful, and due to your extensive reading and past injuries, your aura has become even more scholarly. At first glance, you resemble a pale, delicate scholar, the kind that seems frail and insubstantial. To alleviate the torment of the sword's aura, you have resorted to daily medication, both internal and external, turning yourself into a veritable medicine cabinet. By the end of the 40th year at the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, on this particular day, you are engrossed in the history of the Western Shang. Prior to this, your reading consisted solely of various martial arts scriptures. But it is only in recent months that you have begun to delve into historical texts. Upon reading, you are astonished. Goodness, this world is exceedingly terrifying. The 4 nations bear names identical to those from before your transmigration, and the current emperor is no exception. All are familiar figures. The emperor of northern Qin is indeed Yingzheng, yet he is not the first emperor, the eldest son Fusu, and the second son Hu Hai. The civil and military officials are equally recognizable. Chancellor Li Si, Shangyang, General Ming Tian, by Qi. The Emperor of Southern Xia is none other than Yu, revered as the Emperor Yu by all, the Martial King Gfa of Eastern Zhou, and the Tyrant of Western Shang, Zhou Wan. In summary, it is a disordered and bewildering array of characters. Upon completing the last book on Western Shang history, a wave of sentiment washes over you. This world is truly peculiar. You rise to your feet and exit the cave. Young master, please enjoy some tea. A maid greets you at the entrance, respectfully offering a steaming cup of green tea. Thank you. You respond casually, taking the warm tea as you proceed. You plan to indulge in a moment of leisure in the garden. Since cultivation is not an option, you might as well revel in enjoyment. Just as you take a few steps, a figure suddenly descends from the sky, landing beside you. Guming, good news. It is Nangong Qingru. Still adorned in her blood-red gown that accentuates her figure, she appears to be in high spirits. I have successfully contacted Ling Chou, and she has agreed to assist us. You sigh? There's really no need. No, it is quite necessary. Nangong Qingru clasps your face with both hands. Her grip firm. Without the sword's aura, your physical form is too weak. The 10,000 poisons body cultivation technique has lost its efficacy. It will be quite inconvenient. TSK, this old woman truly knows how to drive a point home. Under her strong insistence and your green tea indulgence, you set off to meet Ling Chou. On the third day of the 50th year, you arrive atop a snow-capped mountain situated between southern Xia and northern Qi. The cold here is unbearable. Without the protective aura, your discomfort intensifies. Despite wearing 5 layers of clothing, you still feel chilled. With a mask upon your face, you rub your hands together, resembling a fly in the process. Nangong Qingru can no longer bear to watch. She gradually channels her energy into you. The effect is remarkable, and soon you feel warmth enveloping you, comfort washing over your body. After walking a few steps, you reach the summit of the snow mountain. Amidst the howling wind and snow, you spot Ling Chou. Dressed in black, she stands alone in the snow. Her expression cold and detached, surrounded by swirling sword energy, exuding an aura of aggression. Nangong Qingru leads you before her. Ling Chou, I have brought the person. Ling Chou glances at you. So it is indeed the sword aura of Zhengang Palace. The unpleasant scent. One day I shall bring them all to justice. Ling Chou speaks coldly. Nangong Qingru waves her hand. Enough with the idle chatter. The person is here. You must act quickly. I do not wish for him to endure the torment of the sword aura tearing through his meridians. Ling Chou nods, placing her hand upon your shoulder. A surge of sword aura rushes through your body, and in the next moment, accompanied by the sound of shattering, you feel an overwhelming sense of relief. Indeed, it was almost overwhelming. The sword aura of the wielder dissipates. Your strength is fully restored. The power of true bone intermediate stage. The familiar sword aura of the White Lotus annihilation technique. And the formidable physique granted by the 10,000 poisons body cultivation technique. At that moment, a hand suddenly reaches towards your face, cold fingers covering your mask, tracing its edges and pressing against your cheek. Nangong Qingru's expression changes. Ling Chou, what do you intend to do? Ling Chou smirks. Nangong Qingru, it is said that you have taken in a pretty boy. For an old woman like you to be so infatuated, willing to pay such a steep price, I am curious to see what his face looks like. Nangong Qingru feels a wave of humiliation. Stop. Bang. The power of the heavenly aura erupts, and your mask is reduced to powder. Your handsome visage, identical to that of all readers, is now exposed to the frigid winds. Ling Chou's eyes widen. Standing in the snow, you find yourself at a loss. You are tempted to smear a bit of nasal mucus on her face, but reconsider, deciding against it. Ling Chou, we are clear of any debts between us. Forever unbound. Nangong Qingru grips your hand, turning away as she coldly states, when we meet again, we shall be foes, not friends. Hold on. Ling Chou draws her sword. Nangong Qingru, you may leave, but the person stays. She smiles, the curve of her lips growing ever more enchanting. A gentle breeze lifts a few strands of her hair, adding an air of unique charm. You find yourself mesmerized. To be frank, while Ling Chou possesses remarkable beauty, she pales in comparison to Nangong Qingru. Yet at this moment, her imposing presence forces Nangong Qingru to yield. Ling Chou, what do you truly intend? Nangong Qingru stands defiantly before you, her aura fierce, the heavenly power swirling around her. She is genuinely furious. Ling Chou's tone remains calm. I said, you may leave. The person is mine. Tension escalates, the atmosphere thick with hostility. I propose we refrain from infighting, as we are both leaders of the demonic sects, not inherently virtuous. You interject, attempting to mediate. Nangong Qingru chuckles. Retracting her aura, you desire my treasure? Very well, Ling Chou, if you can slay the sword wielder of Zhengang Palace, I shall gladly present him to you. Slay the sword wielder? A shock runs through you. The sword wielder remains secluded within Zhengyang Palace. Confronting them would mean opposing the entire sect. Very well. I shall bring his head to you. Ling Chou sheathes her sword, gazing deeply into your eyes. Be ready, and wait for me. With that, she leaps from the snow mountain, transforming into a streak of sword light as she departs. This woman is truly unhinged. You reflect on the past. Realizing her previous affection for you was equally baffling. Is it the allure bestowed by the 10,000 poisons body cultivation technique? Or do I resemble someone from her memories, much like Nangong Qingru, becoming a mere stand-in? Your thoughts wander aimlessly. Chapter 37. Did you really kill her? Beside him, Nangong Qingru let out a sigh of relief, thinking, this madman has finally left. Gu Ming, we should depart as well. Rest assured, I will never allow her to take you away. He, the Zhenyang Palace boasts numerous masters, with 20 at the pinnacle of the Tiangang realm. She stands alone. Her demise is inevitable. Nangong Qingru tugged at your sleeve, and you nodded, following her away from the snowy mountains. Upon returning to the Western Commerce's White Lotus sect, you continued to harness its resources for your cultivation. Over the years, Nangong Qingru had gathered even more resources for you through the Five Poisons sect, perfectly suited to your needs. You devoted yourself entirely to your training, sparing no moment. You were determined to make up for the time wasted. Nangong Qingru often advised you to exercise restraint, yet you dismissed her counsel. Why temper the joy of cultivation? I am blissful, utterly blissful. By the 51st year, the total number of toxins within you had reached an astonishing 1,600. Your appearance and aura had ascended to new heights. Nangong Qingru spent her days watching you train, seemingly neglecting her responsibilities within the White Lotus sect. This woman, my charm, knows no bounds. At times, you pondered just how delightful this soft life could be. Life is fleeting, one must indulge fully. At the end of the 51st year, Nangong Qingru sought you out once more. She was still clad in her red dress. Gu Ming, is there something you wish to know? I feel it necessary to inform you. While soaking in a bath, you shrugged and replied, go ahead. Today, someone sent a genius to me, perfectly meeting the criteria for my sect's saintess. Nangong Qingru's voice was gentle. Her name is Yitzalian. Yitzalian? You recalled her. It was reasonable for this time. Oh, you responded indifferently. She is remarkable, truly exceptional. I can see she is also diligent, but I killed her. Nangong Qingru abruptly shifted closer, her face mere inches from yours. In your past life, you were close to her, and that is beyond my concern. However, in this life, you are solely mine. You belong to no one else. She reached out, caressing your cheek, her voice growing colder. In this world, no one can share you with me. What a possessive nature. This was not madness, but folly. Panic surged within you as you finally comprehended this woman's mindset, striving to calm your emotions. You smiled and reassured her, rest easy. That night, you made her many promises, and Nangong Qingru beamed with happiness. In the 55th year, your cultivation had yet to break through, but you remained unperturbed, for progress took time. You assimilated several more toxins, further enhancing your allure. One day, while practicing in the courtyard, you suddenly heard a peculiar sound, followed by the appearance of a shadow before you. It was Nangong Qingru. She gazed warily at a dark figure ahead. Ling Cho, what brings you here? Dressed in black, Ling Cho stood in midair, carelessly tossing down a severed head. Accompanied by a sword, Nangong Qingru's expression shifted dramatically. This is... She looked up in disbelief. Madwoman, you insane woman. Ling Cho strolled toward you. Turning to face Nangong Qingru, the sword bearer has been slain. He belongs to me from this day forth. She pointed at you with an icy demeanor. Nangong Qingru could not fathom. You are truly mad. Zhenyang Palace is the pinnacle of righteousness, with a long-standing legacy. By killing their sword bearer, you are slapping the entire righteous path in the face. You will die? Ling Cho shook her head, a cold smile playing on her lips. What does death matter? Enough of this chatter. From now on, this man is mine. She seized your hand and turned to leave. You struggled slightly. Nangong Qingru presented a better option. At least she had the occasional poisonous bath. Ling Cho sounded like the leader of the heavenly demon sect, yet you had never seen her with her subordinates. She was always alone. However, from a safety standpoint, no, both were fools, mentally unstable. Following either would be perilous. Impossible. Nangong Qingru grasped your other arm. If you wish to take him away, you must kill me. The power of Tiangang surged forth, coalescing into a white lotus above her head, blooming and releasing a formidable, terrifying aura. Kill you? Ling Cho glanced at her, suddenly drawing her sword. Just killing a chicken or slaughtering a dog. Tension escalated as combat loomed imminent. You felt at a loss. Ladies, let us. You wished to propose that the three of you could live harmoniously, better than anything else. But the timing was not right. You were too weak. Uttering such words would only brand you as a scheming woman. Let us take a step back and embrace the vastness of the sea. After much deliberation, you finally blurted out a trivial suggestion. Neither took you seriously. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Soon, the 18 Tiangang masters of the White Lotus sect arrived, surrounding Ling Cho. Ling Cho swept her sword, the chilling blade slicing through all, instantly repelling Nangong Qingru and the 18 masters. As she prepared to strike, you stepped in front of her. Enough. Having spent 55 years with Nangong Qingru, while your relationship was peculiar and devoid of intimacy, you could not stand idly by while Ling Cho harmed her. I will go with you. Spare them. You grasped Ling Cho's right hand, and she slowly turned to meet your gaze. Very well. A surge of even greater power enveloped you. lifting you into the air, and just like that, you departed from the White Lotus sect. On the ground, Nangong Qingrou's eyes brimmed with tears. Gu Ming, you are mine. You belong to me. Ling Chou, I will kill you. After leaving the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, you continued wandering through the Western commerce. Days later, you found yourselves on a mountain path. Ling Chou led you forward step by step, and you followed closely, your emotions tangled. As you walked, Ling Chou suddenly produced a mask from her chest. Handing it to you, put this on. You reached out to take it. It was a half-faced mask of a malevolent spirit, quite fearsome, covering half of the left side of your face, your eye, cheek, nose, and mouth concealed. You looked at her in confusion. This is a mask crafted by Master Oyuzi at my request. It contains a special red iron that can suppress the energy emanating from you. What energy? Without hesitation, Ling Chou replied, your flamboyance. You were left speechless, then donned the mask, sighing inwardly. From now on, I shall be an unremarkable masked knight. Chapter 38. Chaos. As you continue your journey, a casual conversation ensues. Did you truly slay the sword-bearer of Zhengyang Palace? Did you not see his head? When you committed the act, did over 20 Tiangang Peak masters from Zhengyang Palace not attempt to stop you? Ling Chou shook her head. They tried, but evidently, they were unsuccessful. This woman is truly formidable. You fell silent. Upon reflection, Ling Chou appeared relatively sane, at least not exhibiting any erratic behavior. I suppose. The two of you proceeded to a small inn in a town. Ling Chou placed her long sword on the table and called out, waiter, bring us 10 jugs of wine and 2 plates of meat. You sat across from her, quietly observing. Unfazed, Ling Chou picked up a cloth and began meticulously cleaning her sword and scabbard, her movements deliberate and slow. Before long, the food and drink arrived. Ling Chou sheathed her sword and said, eat. With a sigh, you picked up your chopsticks and attempted to grasp a piece of meat. Just as it approached your mouth, someone behind you jostled you, causing the meat to tumble to the floor. Brothers, let us keep drinking. 10 days ago, I passed by a mountain stronghold, and they dared to rob me. How could I endure such an affront after just learning a new sword technique? Your displeasure was evident as you stood to confront the raucous group behind you. There were 3 of them, indulging in food and drink. The one confronting you was a scruffy middle-aged man, possessing only inner gang cultivation. Hey pretty boy, what are you staring at? Want to come over and drink with the brothers? Amidst the banter, another man chimed in. Come, sit in my lap. I've seen countless beauties in my life, but you're a rarity. You chuckled softly, raising your right hand slightly, channeling a wisp of gang energy. With a swift motion, the energy pierced through the hearts of the 3 men, and you did not relent, unleashing toxins to torment them slowly. How can one be so blind in today's martial world? With such good looks, one can venture alone with confidence. Brother, we were mistaken. Please spare us. Their cries echoed, drawing the attention of many around you. Numerous onlookers fled, for in these times, witnessing a spectacle could prove fatal. You resumed your seat across from Ling Chou, pouring yourself a cup of wine. The screams of the 3 men abruptly ceased, as they were consumed by the toxins, leaving behind only a pool of blood that quickly evaporated, leaving no trace. Ling Chou remained indifferent to your actions, engrossed in her drinking. You were taken aback. The last time you had simulated her drinking capacity, it had not been so impressive. Ling Chou had consumed 7 out of the 10 jugs and appeared genuinely satisfied. Where do you fancy? She inquired suddenly. Huh? You found it difficult to comprehend the thought process of this leader. The cities and villages of the 4 kingdoms. Where would you like to reside and live out your days? She spoke calmly, at your current level. You are in the middle stage of true bone, roughly 70 years old, having sustained serious injuries. Your lifespan of 150 years at this realm would likely be reduced to 120. This implies you have only 50 years remaining. And no matter how hard you strive, you cannot surpass the Grandmaster realm. Rather than struggle against fate, it would be better to retreat with me for 50 years. After 50 years, I too shall be nearing my end. Her tone carried a hint of melancholy. You found yourself at a loss for words. She spoke the truth. In 50 years, you would indeed not reach the Grandmaster level. Yet, you resolved not to concede. I will persist in my training to the utmost of my ability, you asserted, though your heart ached with the realization that you had followed her for her resources. And yet, she wished to retreat with you. This soft life is unbearable. After finishing the meal, Ling Chou picked up her sword. I recall that the Eastern Zhou is a splendid place, with an endless expanse of sea. After a brief reflection, she set off towards the east without looking back. What could you do? You could not run away, so you followed. Thus, you ambled towards the Eastern Zhou, encountering numerous events and taking many lives along the way. Each day, you diligently practiced, never relenting. 56 years later, you ambled along to the western border, on the verge of entering Nanxia. If all went well, in another year, you would reach the Eastern Zhou. Indeed, it was a long journey. This woman had an affinity for walking. Would it not be more pleasant to utilize light-footed techniques? In a forest, you walked alongside Ling Chou when she suddenly halted. Without hesitation, she drew her sword. Gu Ming, take cover. As you processed her command, numerous Tian gang masters surrounded her, adorned in various colors, hovering in the air. Ling Chou, you are exceedingly audacious. While you may kill those demonic fiends, you should never provoke the wrath of Zhengyang Palace. From within the throng, a white-robed Taoist spoke coldly. Today, from the 8 great sects for royal families and 10 prominent families, we have 355 Tian gang masters here to eliminate you and your heavenly demon sect, erasing you from history. Ling Chao's expression remained unchanged as she quietly assessed them. Ling Yun, enough with the idle chatter. Attack, kill him. A monk beside Ling Yun bellowed, wielding a soft whip, unleashing fierce streams of gang energy. Kill. To vanquish demons and exterminate evil is our righteous duty. You were filled with trepidation. This was an unprecedented spectacle, truly exhilarating. You hastily retreated. Witnessing a battle among Tian gang masters could indeed be deadly. I merely wish to cultivate in peace. I swear, in my next life, I shall never rely on others again, you lamented internally. The battle behind you erupted in full force. Ling Cho fought against many, her attacks ruthless and unrestrained. With each strike of her sword, a life was claimed. You were left in awe. She was a Tian gang master, astonishingly powerful, dispatching dozens as easily as if she were chopping cabbage. You quickened your pace. Moments later, a figure toppled before you, covered in sword wounds, bearing an expression of agony. Kill me, he gasped, struggling to meet your gaze. You recognized the multitude of sword energies within him. When you had only faced one, it had been excruciating. This individual had at least hundreds. You released toxins and approached him step by step. This was also a Tian gang master. Offering him release and perhaps looting his corpse would not be excessive, would it? Chapter 39, Fishing Village, Seclusion, Susu's Mutation, Visitors from Zhengyang Palace with a resounding boom. As you approached your adversary, a violent explosion erupted nearby, causing you to stumble and fall, your mask slipping from your face. You retrieved the mask and, in the distance, beheld a shattered corpse. Looking up, you saw Ling Cho, drenched in blood, still engaged in combat. Shaking your head, you resolved to end this swiftly. Ahead, a figure writhed in agony, and without a hint of emotion, you unleashed a surge of energy. The middle-aged man, sensing your movement, bore a smile of relief. His eyes widening in surprise, but what a pity. Your energy struck true. Yet, in his final moments, his expression morphed to disbelief. You, before he could utter another word, you severed his head cleanly. No need to thank me. I am a good person. You searched his body, yielding little reward. Save for a token. The sword on the ground caught your eye, and you picked it up. Inspecting the token, you noted its palm-sized form. Elegantly inscribed with the character Gu on both sides, surrounded by a plethora of swords, all broken, lacking tips. Only hilts and fragments remained. Confused, you donned your mask once more and continued onward, leaving this place behind. 2 days later, you ventured alone into the territory of Nasha. You wondered about Ling Cho's fate. Previously, she had survived an assault by over 300 formidable foes. How would she fare this time? Uncertainty gnawed at your heart. It is of no concern to me. Seated in an inn, you sipped a drink, lamenting the absence of Nangong Qingru. Resolute, you decided not to seek anyone further and dedicated yourself to arduous training. A month later, you pressed on at full speed, arriving at the Eastern Zhou, where you found a small fishing village on the farthest island, establishing your new home. In time, you learned the outcome of that fateful battle. A month prior, Ling Cho had single-handedly infiltrated Zhengyang Palace, slaying the sword master before the eyes of 20 celestial warriors. Enraged, the righteous sects united, 8 major sects for imperial families, and 10 noble clans, dispatching 355 celestial warriors to besiege her. The righteous faction suffered tremendous losses, with fewer than 100 surviving. Ultimately, Ling Cho met her demise, slain by a flurry of swords, leaving no remnants of her form. Seated on the beach, the sea breeze tousling your hair, you gazed at the half-mask in your hand. Sighing, she is gone. Yet again, no matter how powerful one may be, death is inescapable. You stowed the mask and returned to your dwelling, continuing your cultivation. 58 years passed. You had grown accustomed to the village life, occasionally fishing or playing with Susu, yet dedicating most of your time to training. Fortunately, Susu was still alive, thriving and having grown to an impressive 30 meters in length, robust and formidable. You could now stand atop her head, riding her like a serpent through the waters. However, her size attracted the attention of the villagers, prompting you to reside far from the village, close to the shoreline, at the edge of the world. Your cultivation progressed slowly. A breakthrough felt distant and unattainable. 60 years had elapsed, and you were 85 years old. Your health remained robust, and you had not aged significantly. You reveled in this tranquil existence. 90 years on, you still thrived, finally achieving a breakthrough into the higher realms of true bone cultivation, a gratifying sensation. One day, while at sea, you stood atop Susu and traversed the ocean, waves crashing against you, invigorating your spirit. At 105 years old, I still revel in this. Your exhilaration matched Susu's, who occasionally let out jubilant cries. However, as you turned, you noticed something amiss. Susu had undergone a transformation. Grabbing one of her whiskers, you exclaimed, "Why do you have whiskers? A female serpent with whiskers, how peculiar." Upon returning to shore, you observed a smooth, glossy whisker sprouting from her chin, an absurd sight indeed. Ah, Susu cried out, and in an instant, another whisker appeared on her jaw. Something is off. Susu, your scales have turned black. Approaching her abdomen. You confirmed your suspicion, a patch of black scales. Could it be that she was mutating? Whiskers. Was she evolving into a dragon? You leapt onto Susu's head, searching for any sign of horns. Let it unfold gradually, you mused, recalling an ancient legend. A snake grows into a python, a dragon. A dragon begets a son. Suddenly, your attention was drawn to a figure in the distance. Hastily, you concealed Susu and prepared to return home. Whoosh. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and as you turned, two swords hurtled toward you. Your reflexes kicked in as you brandished your iron spear. The assailants, two men of unknown origin, appeared slightly stronger than you, at the pinnacle of true bone cultivation, yet evidently inferior in skill. After a brief exchange, they succumbed to your toxic assault, collapsing into a heap of lifeless flesh. You rifled through their belongings and unearthed a token belonging to Zhengyang Palace. What does this mean? They know I am affiliated with Ling Chou and seek to capture me. Yet, was it not too late? It had been over 30 years. You seized the two men and returned to your residence, retrieving candles, ropes, gags, and masks from the wall. A piercing scream erupted. You relish the sound? Will you speak? Will you divulge the truth? As you tormented them, you also released toxins, rendering their bodies even more fragile and sensitive. Remarkable resilience. You acknowledged, truly. The disciples of Zhengyang Palace possess unwavering will. The man on the left faltered. Foolish wretch, why don't you just ask us? You're right, I shall inquire. Why did you seek to kill me? With their minds shattered, they dared not conceal the truth. We did not intend to kill you. We aimed to capture you. That is not the crux of the matter. I wish to know the reason. The man on the right side, 5 years after Ling Chao's death. Nangong Qingru of the White Lotus sect mastered a sinister technique, swiftly unifying all and seizing control over the entire demonic faction. In recent years, she has committed countless murders, and Zhengyang Palace has rallied the righteous forces, preparing to eradicate the demonic sect once and for all. After some investigation, we discovered your whereabouts. Chapter 40. Traversing, Interception. The royal family of Daxia Nangong Qingru has cultivated a nefarious art. It has instilled fear across the righteous sections. This woman possesses considerable prowess. From the adversary's words, you glean a glimpse of the righteous sect strategy, an attempt to leverage you to disrupt Nangong Qingru and obliterate the demonic cult. Such a possibility is absolutely unfathomable. You resolve firmly. After a series of intense interrogations, both individuals shrieked in agony, yet the information you acquired was scant. The True Bone realm within Zhengyang Palace holds a significant standing, marking them as core disciples. It appears that the higher-ups have executed their plans with utmost discretion. After swiftly dispatching the two, you tidied up and made your way towards the Western merchants. You had no intentions of self-destruction. At most, you would rendezvous with Nangong Qingru, minimizing your impact on her. You executed the blooming lotus technique to perfection, your speed escalating exponentially. It had been decades since you last encountered the fragile Nangong Qingru. How has she fared? A sense of anticipation filled your heart, propelling you forward with renewed vigor. 7 days later, you traversed vast territories of the eastern Zhou and arrived in southern Xia, continuing westward. Regrettably, you encountered another blockade. A group of middle-aged men, totaling 10, clad in black robes and wielding swords, stood in your way. The leader, donning a half-mask, clasped his hands and addressed you, young hero. The White Lotus sect has inflicted countless injuries, and its leader Nangong Qingru is. Before he could finish, you brandished your iron spear. Words are futile. Let us engage. Among the 10, the most formidable was a master, while the remaining 9 were true bone practitioners. Could you withstand their onslaught? You braced yourself. Since the young hero is determined to follow the path of darkness, I, Gu Haichuan, must lead these young ones to eliminate the demons. Lamented the master. Please, young hero. You raised your iron spear. Another faction of the Gu family? If they were so eager for death, you would oblige. Channeling all your might into the thunderclap spear. You unleashed your internal energy with tremendous force, thrusting forward and sending the lead adversary staggering backwards. Gu Haichuan, astonished, found his hands trembling violently as he raised his sword again. Such strength, young hero. They charged as one. You discerned Gu Haichuan's true capabilities, though his realm surpassed yours. His combat prowess was merely average. With the enhancement from the 10,000 poisons body cultivation technique, you felt no trepidation. The second round of combat commenced. This time, you were resolute, refusing to hold back. With a single flourish of your spear, you repelled the 9 Gu family disciples of equal standing, enveloping them in a toxic fog that swiftly claimed their lives. You then turned your attention to Gu Haichuan, amplifying your strength. Gu Haichuan retreated step by step, utterly outmatched. In his despair, he cast a reluctant glance at you. With such temperament and talent, why have you strayed so far? Young hero, you are the strongest youth I have ever encountered. Not only could you battle across realms, but you had also mastered the 10,000 poisons body cultivation. Yet the righteous path is fraught with hardship. You must. Your patience waned. A fierce thrust penetrated his chest, pinning him against a distant tree. Blood spewed from Gu Haichuan's mouth, his condition deteriorating. I am over 100 years old. Spare me the title of young hero. With that, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, then succumbed to unconsciousness, dead. You rifled through the bodies, discovering 10 identical tokens from the Gu family, of little value. Notably, you also retrieved a letter and a martial technique from Gu Haichuan. Glancing at the letter, you noted, Guhan? Unfamiliar. Discarding the letter, you perused the martial technique in your hands. This was the Gu family's Heavenly King's Radiance technique, an extraordinary martial art capable of elevating one to the pinnacle of the celestial stronghold. Most importantly, this technique possessed the ability to cleanse the marrow and reconstruct the bones, essentially enhancing an individual's aptitude and comprehension. It could be practiced alongside any internal cultivation. Regrettably, the time required for mastery was extensive. The complete Heavenly King's Radiance technique comprises 9 levels, each necessitating a century for full cultivation. 900 years, far too long. However, I could utilize a simulator for practice. That is not beyond possibility. You chuckled softly, stowing the technique in your pack, then resumed your journey westward. As you departed, the corpses around you were consumed and dissolved by your toxic mist, leaving no trace. The subsequent journey proved arduous, with righteous experts continuously dispatching individuals to confront you. Fortunately, those who arrived were rather weak, the strongest merely at the peak of the Master Realm. Although you could not defeat such opponents, you could evade them. You removed your mask, donning a conical hat and face veil to obscure your identity. Alas, they always seemed to find you. You could not fathom when these individuals had ensnared you with their methods. Half a month later, a grotesque scar marred your face as you reached the western border of southern Xia, devoid of expression. This journey had been exceedingly difficult. You had lost count of how many lives you had taken. Perhaps the journey to the west was no different. Taking a deep breath to steady your mind, you continued onward. Just as you were about to traverse the mountains and enter the western merchant's territory, a voice rang out. You possess some skill to have traversed this far. A young nobleman clad in a yellow dragon robe, exuding an elegant demeanor, descended from a tree, brandishing a curved blade to block your path. True bone? You paused for a moment. Are you disappointed? I may be inferior to those who came before, yet slaying you is not out of the question. The nobleman smiled as he raised his blade. Xifeng, I look forward to your guidance. Xifeng, his identity dawned upon you. In southern Xia, there is but one family with the surname Si, the royal family. The emperor of southern Xia, Yu Huang, is named Si Wanming. This individual must be his descendant. You drew your iron spear, releasing your internal energy. Petals of lotus flowers blossomed around you, gradually converging upon the spearhead. With a swift motion, you struck first, unleashing the thunderclap spear's formidable techniques, intertwined with the blooming lotus technique. Explosions erupted in succession, mingled with dense toxic fog that expanded in all directions. After exchanging several blows, you struck with a palm, shattering his skull. What grants you such confidence? Gazing down at Xifeng's lifeless form, you found yourself perplexed. Chapter 41. Moving forward, the royal lineage of the Great Xia possesses some strength, though it is not particularly formidable, merely slightly superior to an average true bone practitioner. Incapable of engaging in battles beyond their level. What audacity do they possess to obstruct me? Their behavior is rather pretentious. Although you may regard him with disdain, it does not hinder your desire to plunder the corpse, for he is of royal descent. Should you let this opportunity slip, it would haunt you for a lifetime. After a series of maneuvers, you acquire a bottle of premium true bone pills, a considerable quantity, 200, enough to last a lifetime. Furthermore, there lies a martial technique known as Heavenly Gate Severing, characterized by its offensive nature. 15 tiers, each solely dedicated to various forms of attack, lacking even a single defensive maneuver. Its offensive capacity surpasses that of the weapons in your possession, the step-by-step lotus and the thunderclap spear. Additionally, there is an abundance of illustrations of diminutive figures. As you peruse them, you can't help but notice the questionable taste of the individual, as their preference is rather impoverished. Stowing away these 2 items, you dispose of the remains and the illustrations, making a hasty retreat. After all, you have slain a member of the Great Xia royalty. Although you are unaware of their identity, the royal family is known for their pride. That day, you entered the territory of the West merchants. On your journey to the White Lotus sect, you fortuitously encountered a group of disciples. They immediately sensed the power of the White Lotus annihilation technique emanating from you and hastily approached. Could it be Guardian Guming? You nodded, recalling that you are indeed one of the guardians of the White Lotus sect. Our revered leader specifically sent us to escort you, spoke a man cloaked in black robes, producing a token that you recognized as unique to Nangon Qingru. Let us proceed. You shook your head and followed them onward. Throughout the journey, conversation was sparse. The atmosphere was unusually silent. After walking for a while, you furrowed your brow and inquired, "This path does not lead to the headquarters, does it?" The man in black nodded. "Indeed, the headquarters is currently under threat. Our leader has established a new base, and we are bound for that location. Something feels amiss. A significant problem looms. Although you cannot ascertain if they are lying, an instinctive wariness envelopes you. You come to a halt, gripping your iron spear tightly. The group consists of 25 disciples, the strongest being the one who spoke, a low-tier master, while the rest are true bone practitioners. What troubles you, Guardian? The man in black asked, his voice raspy. Have you revealed our intentions, you fool? A voice echoed from a distance, and a burly figure emerged. Stop pretending. Let us take this fellow down. I've heard that even a peak master cannot capture him. With our level, we must exert every ounce of strength. 6 more figures emerged, surrounding you. You squint your eyes. This situation has become quite precarious. 7 individuals, all masters, some mid-tier, some high-tier, but thankfully none at the peak level. Engaging in yet another cross-boundary battle, you sigh and prepare your entire being for action. Gu Ming, the righteous path cannot contend with you. I wonder if the 7 dragons of the Divine Dragon Sect possess such capability. Divine Dragon Sect? Their words left you momentarily bewildered. Wasn't he the Divine Dragon Sect subdued by Nangong Qingru? You refrain from further questioning. Your immediate priority is survival. Toxic mists seep from your wounds, enveloping the surroundings. All present hold their breath, their protective energy swirling to resist the encroaching poison. In mere moments, figures begin to collapse, succumbing to the toxins, including 3 low-tier masters. Only 5 masters remain, 3 mid-tier and 2 high-tier. Gu Ming, your methods are truly remarkable. The 10,000 poisons cultivation technique. The 5 immediately launched an attack, their diverse energies converging upon you. Gritting your teeth, you forego defense, channeling all your energy, mingled with poison, to unleash your most potent strike. You refuse to squander time here. Swift resolution is key. Your spear, imbued with all your energy, flashes through the air, producing a thunderous sound. The 5 disciples' faces pale, unwilling to directly confront your might. This overwhelming force would severely injure even a peak master. After several exchanges, you seize an opening, piercing the lower body of a high-tier master with your spear, ending their life. However, the remaining 4 masters seize this moment to unleash their fury upon you. With a piercing strike, your face is marred by a vicious wound, blood spurting forth and further corroding the ground. The battle rages on. You remain mentally taut, leaving no room for error. After several intense minutes, you lean against a tree, a vivid streak of blood gracing your lips, while the ground is littered with corpses. Following this encounter, your energy is entirely depleted. Not a drop remains within you. Retrieving your spear, you scavenge the fallen bodies, obtaining a wealth of cultivation resources and martial manuals. Ultimately, you summon Susu. Take me to find. Your words falter as you lose consciousness. Susu gazes at you with wide eyes, pondering. Her whiskers flutter in the wind as she extends her tongue, licking your wound before swallowing you whole, carrying you westward. After an indeterminate time, you awaken, having regained a portion of your strength and energy. At least you are no longer completely powerless. Yet the surrounding air is exceedingly foul. Susu. A sudden realization strikes you, prompting an exclamation. With a squelching sound, you are expelled from her maw, landing heavily on the ground. Susu gazes at you innocently, her saliva coating your body, sticky and foul. Indeed, no matter how beautiful one may be, unpleasantness cannot be avoided. You swiftly cleanse your body with energy, releasing a fragrant toxin that brings some comfort. Surveying your surroundings, you recognize that you remain within the forest, a place you have traversed before, merely 3 days' journey from the headquarters of the White Lotus sect. Stowing away Susu, you trace the scars on your face, your expression growing increasingly cold. So it is the righteous path. Wait for me. Once I locate Nangong Qingru, I shall settle the score with you. It seems you are destined never to avenge your own wrongs, yet an alternative path remains viable. As you journey onward, you channel the White Lotus annihilation technique to restore your strength. 2 days later, you find yourself ever closer to the headquarters of the White Lotus sect. Chapter 42. The Principled Zibuet. Truly, it felt akin to a pilgrimage to the west. The closer you drew to your destination, the more perilous the journey became. You sighed, utterly speechless, as beneath your feet lay a forest shrouded in miasma, its ground a treacherous swamp teeming with venomous insects. Employing your skill, you navigated deftly between the trees, and after much exertion, you finally escaped that repugnant terrain, stepping onto a straight, official road. However, upon emerging, you were met with a gathering of individuals. You pressed your forehead in confusion, pondering if fate truly intended for you to meet your end here. Having lived over a century, was it truly so difficult to lead a mundane existence? Before you stood hundreds of soldiers clad in black armor, at the center of which was a rather ostentatious carriage. Casting a glance, you resolved to stealthily circumvent the gathering. Yet, a gruff voice emanated from within the carriage. Gu Ming, why do you flee? In the next moment, the carriage shattered, and a crimson figure leapt forth, covering 100 meters in mere strides to stand before you. You scrutinized him, gripping your iron spear tightly. The man was tall, with well-defined features, clad in armor reminiscent of Yin Yiquan, but with an even more untamed aura, exuding an overwhelming presence of lethal intent. He patted his armor and smiled warmly at you. I am Zibuet. Today, I have come to witness the prowess of Brother Gu. Should you withstand 3 of my axes, I shall allow you to depart. You regarded him warily. How could one of merely a low-tier grandmaster possess the audacity to utter such words? Moreover, his name, Zibuyue, hinted at a connection to the Western merchant royalty. Since you seek death, I, Wang Ergu, shall not refuse. I have always relished facilitating the beauty of adult encounters. You lifted your battered iron spear, your old companion, now marred by countless battles, was likely to be rendered utterly useless after this encounter. Gu Ming, you have long been exposed. Cease your pretense before me with your talk of Wang Ergu and Wang Gudan. Zibuyue seized a massive axe adorned with 7 stars, the blade shimmering with a crimson hue. You charged forward first, and Zibuyue, brimming with excitement, raised his axe to strike. The clash of iron against iron reverberated loudly. Astonished, you wondered how this individual could possess such strength despite being a low-tier grandmaster. Typically, one of that caliber would be easily dispatched. Stepping back, your expression turned icy. It appeared you had encountered an elite adversary. Just then, your iron spear shattered, its tip drooping uselessly. An awkward silence enveloped the scene. Zibuyue laughed heartily. Bring him a weapon. I do not slay those who are unarmed. Instantly, 2 soldiers approached, carrying a weighty iron spear. Gu Ming, take this. It is the golden grasped Ti-Lu spear used by our great general, Huang Feihu, weighing 8,000 pounds. It is forged from thousands of materials by the master Oyezi over 3 years. What a remarkable weapon. Yet, Huang Feihu wasn't he a figure from the investiture of the gods? Your heart raced with excitement as you approached and seized the spear. Zibuyue, thank you. The sensation was peculiar. Had the roles been reversed, you would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity to strike, eliminating your foe and his kin. I, Zibuyue, adhere strictly to my principles. No one can compel me to yield. With a smile, he urged, come again. Now armed with a formidable weapon. You felt invigorated and prepared for battle. You swung the golden grass Ti-Lu spear with vigor, bringing it down forcefully upon Zibuyue's axe. Sparks flew as the impacts reverberated through the air. Your head spun. This adversary possessed an extraordinary strength. Delightful. Zibuyue roared, charging towards you. The battle ensued. A fierce exchange of offense and defense as you sought any opportunity for a counterattack. Alas, his defenses were impenetrable, yet he could not best you either. The conflict reached a stalemate, and after a time, both of you retreated momentarily. Zibuyue's eyes glowed crimson. Gu Ming, depart. You have withstood hundreds of my axes. From this day forth, I shall not raise my hand against you. Next we meet, let us share a drink. I have always believed that those who wield weapons like spears cannot be villains, nor could they be mere pretty faces. There must be some misunderstanding. His demeanor and prowess seemed far removed from reality, more akin to a character from a romantic novel. You pondered this as you departed. Shouldering the 8,000-pound golden grasped Ti-Lu spear, still mulling over why such a lowly grandmaster could possess such formidable strength. Was it truly feasible for you to leave so easily, with Zibuyue and the hundreds of soldiers remaining idle? It was utterly absurd. Did such individuals truly exist in this world? The impact of Zibuyue on your worldview was profound, as was the golden grasped Ti-Lu spear. Measuring 2 meters in length, black and white interspersed, with blood-red patterns intricately etched upon it, clearly extraordinary. You marveled at its beauty. In less than half a day, you successfully returned to the headquarters of the White Lotus sect. When you had departed, it was alongside Ling Chou, and now, after 39 years apart, you felt a strange anticipation. In truth, you bore no significant aversion to Nangong Wenru. On the contrary, you found her quite agreeable, as she had treated you exceptionally well. And the indulgence of a soft life was indeed delightful. However, her possessiveness was somewhat overbearing. Lost in thought, you arrived at the White Lotus sect headquarters. A sprawling complex of mountain lodges, the tallest structures resembling peculiar houses seamlessly integrated with the mountains, including the cave where you had once resided. Who goes there? As you approached, a figure rushed forward. You removed your black cloak and mask, stating, it is I. Though 39 years had passed, the individual recognized you at once. After all, the sect leader had lived for over 8 centuries and had taken a young pretty face under her wing, a fact that had become widely known. It was the 7th guardian. The disciple quickly bowed and said, Guardian, please follow me. The sect leader is currently engaged in fending off the righteous forces. If she were to learn of your return, she would be overjoyed. You nodded in understanding. Soon, news of your return spread like wildfire through the White Lotus sect. Ultimately, 3 of the sect's formidable celestial guardians personally came to meet you in the main edifice, in the cavern of the tallest structure. The 3 celestial guardians sat across from you, while 4 exquisitely beautiful maidens served steaming cups of tea. 7th guardian, what of your wounds? One inquired. You touched the scars on your face, replying, it is of no concern. The expressions of the 3 men shifted slightly. How can it be of no concern? The sect leader values your visage above all else. Should you grow less appealing, falling short of her aesthetic preferences, you might find yourself in peril. This was indeed a significant matter. Chapter 43. Reunion and rigorous training. After a conversation with the 3 eminent Dharma kings, you finally grasped the circumstances surrounding Nangong Qingru. 39 years ago, she was taken by Ling Chou, which triggered a profound psychological disturbance, leading her to unhesitatingly practice the malevolent arts of the White Lotus sect, true malevolence. As the Dharma Kings described, this technique profoundly affects cultivation, longevity, and bodily integrity. As you finished your tea, a sense of unease settled within you. Nangong Chingru. The seven guardians informed you that, in these tumultuous times, the righteous path was rampant with rebellion, and the sect leader was preoccupied with preserving peace. They suggested you stay here for the time being, assuring you that the leader would return to meet you soon. Rest assured, I have a vial of restorative elixir. Consider it a gift. The three Dharma Kings resumed their discussions while you casually engaged with them. Suddenly, a thought struck you, prompting the question, Elders, do you know the difference between masters? On my return journey, I encountered a member of the Western merchant nobility, who, although a low-level master, felt far more formidable than a peak master. You frowned as the first Dharma King replied, It's quite simple. When a martial artist reaches the master level, they diverge into two paths. One follows the footsteps of predecessors, achieving rapid progress but remaining unremarkable, limited in potential. Most masters in the world tread this path. He continued. The other path involves self-creation, embracing a multitude of martial arts to forge a unique path. Upon reaching the pinnacle of true bones, one develops a cultivation technique tailored to oneself, continuously extending and breaking through until achieving the levels of Earth Gang and Heaven Gang. While this path may be slower, it often yields greater strength. The most renowned figure on this path was none other than Ling Cho. The second Dharma King reflected, she crafted her own sword technique, stepping into the realm of sword masters, subsequently breaking through to Earth Gang and Heaven Gang, dominating the world. In one-on-one combat, none could rival her. Indeed, you had never heard of Ling Cho being defeated in a challenge. It appeared that the individual you had previously encountered, Ziyue, was of this caliber. You felt a yearning within you, possessing a simulator, with countless epics at your disposal. What was stopping you? 3 days later, while engrossed in your training, a familiar scent wafted through the air. Raising your gaze, you beheld a figure clad in white, who had mysteriously appeared before you. Her disheveled black hair and wrinkled, blood-stained garments conveyed a sense of having endured a fierce battle. You gazed at her silently. I have returned, she declared, lifting her hair to reveal her forehead and eyes. She seemed poised to speak, but ultimately fell silent, transforming her intent into a mere sigh. It is good that you are back. Her emotions, unable to contain themselves, surged forth as she embraced you tightly. Gu Ming, do not leave me again. I cannot endure without you. Her tears soaked your garments. And as you gently patted her back, your heart swirled with complex feelings. When had this woman developed such deep affections for you? I have lost you 3 times. From this moment forth, no one shall take you from me again. 3 times? Your pupils dilated in shock. Could she also be a reincarnate? After all, you had only left her once to pursue Ling Cho. What could the other 2 instances be? You were bewildered, yet feeling the intensity of Nangong Chingru's affection, you remained silent, your expression darkening. That night, you both tossed and turned, unable to find rest. A sense of exasperation washed over you, at over 100 years of age. To be so thoroughly unsettled by a younger companion was rather disheartening. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the room as you slowly opened your eyes, feeling utterly refreshed. However, Nangong Chingru had vanished, leaving behind a trove of precious resources, including exquisite true bone pills and exceptional energy-restoring elixirs. Additionally, there were numerous toxins, all bearing the insignia of the 5 Poisons sect. It seemed she had indeed plundered their stronghold. A smile crept onto your face. As long as it isn't for nothing, I'm content. I detest those who take advantage without giving back. Stretching lazily, you called out for a bath. The entire day was dedicated to merging the toxins. The sheer volume was overwhelming, far exceeding anything you had previously encountered. While the process was agonizing, you managed to endure the pain. 3 days later, you successfully assimilated over 2,000 types of toxins. At this stage, your total toxin count surpassed 4,000, and the scars on your face had vanished, rendering you even more peculiar in appearance. Late at night, gazing into the mirror, you caressed your right cheek, bemused. This is hardly distinguishable between genders, is it? To elaborate, it resembled an upgraded version of those youthful, handsome figures. Sighing, you mused, while still young, I might as well enjoy a few more years of comfort. With 4,000 toxins coursing through you, your strength and defenses had significantly enhanced. Should you encounter Ziyue again, you felt assured of suppressing him with ease. The next day, you summoned your attendants, instructing them to gather an abundance of cultivation techniques. Having resolved to forge your own path, you needed to prepare adequately. Soon after, you retrieved the Great Xia royal family's Heavenly Gate Severance, a 15-layered technique, each move an aggressive assault. This swordplay suited you perfectly. Alongside it, you also acquired the Gu family's Heavenly Sovereign's Radiance technique. With the White Lotus Annihilation technique, Heavenly Gate Severance, and Heavenly Sovereign's Radiance technique as your primary focus, you devoted all your time to training, day and night. You paid no heed to the battles outside, as your strength was far too inadequate. Knowing about them would only serve to deepen your frustrations. In the 95th year, having reached the age of 110, your relentless training propelled the Heavenly Gate Severance to the third layer, and your cultivation made steady progress. With further effort, you might even break through to the pinnacle of true bones in this lifetime. As for the Heavenly Sovereign's Radiance technique, it remained stagnant, requiring a century just to master the first layer. During these 5 years, under Nangong Qingrou's nurturing, you had also restored some of your foundation, which had been compromised due to your prior injuries, allowing you to extend your life by a few more years. Everything was gradually improving, yet unease lingered in your heart. For the current situation was truly precarious. By the end of the first century, your Heavenly Gate Severance had reached the 5th layer, though the pace of advancement slowed significantly. The 5th layer of the Heavenly Gate Severance proved to be immensely powerful, comparable to the 9th layer of the Thunderclap Spear. Chapter 44, Peril. Ling Cho, you gently wiped the dust off the golden Zhuan-Ti Lu gun, reflecting on how difficult it will be to use it again, my dear little treasure. It seems that swords will be the weapon of choice from now on. Over the years, you have developed a fondness for firearms. They are quite convenient for explosive encounters. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps reverberates from outside the room, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. Your expression shifts as you set down the Zhuan-Ti Lu gun and open the door. Protect, guardian, flee. A woman, veiled in black, struggles to articulate. Before you can utter a word, a colossal black serpent surges from the distance, lifting you effortlessly and carrying you swiftly along with the veiled woman. The serpent's speed is astonishing, leaping from the summit of a 100-meter-high mountain and crashing down onto the riverbank below, continuing its rapid advance, undulating its sinuous form. The events unfold too swiftly for you to register. You are the leader of the 5 Poisons sect? You inquire, gazing at the single horn atop the serpent's head. Indeed, I am Si Ming, the leader of the 5 Poisons sect. The woman in black responds with an unsettling calmness. A disquieting sensation washes over you. What are you planning? You ask. Si Ming chuckles, seemingly unscathed. Did you not realize? I bewitched the guards of the White Lotus sect and brought you here to present you to the Xingyang Palace. A pack of fools. The righteous have countless masters, bound by their sense of justice. What gives them the right to resist? No matter how much they struggle, death is their only fate. Si Ming's contempt is palpable. They squander their lives targeting the righteous path, a cadre of brainless imbeciles. Nangong Qingru, I could easily strike you down with a single blow. She rants, spewing vulgarities without a hint of decorum befitting a sect leader. You observe her delicate figure, a profound confusion bubbling within your mind. 3 of the 4 demonic sect leaders are women, and they are all so strikingly beautiful. Could it be that this world is devoid of seriousness? Is it akin to an animated series? Your suspicions intensify. Si Ming suddenly seizes your neck, licking her lips. No wonder Nangong Qingru took a liking to you. You certainly possess vigor. She grins lewdly. With a lifespan not exceeding 150 years, you are still quite the young handsome. Truly, this woman is brazen, indulging in such youthful company. With her other hand, she playfully pinches your face, as if teasing a child, laughing heartily. Mad woman, lunatic, all of them are utterly foolish. You shut your eyes, seeking an opportune moment. The river beneath you stretches long, connecting to the vast Guangyu River in the west, which, like the Eastern Sea, is steeped in legends, boundless and enigmatic. Su swims swiftly. Perhaps there is a chance for escape. The black serpent surges forward, the river water splashing violently against its sides. Occasionally, black fish leap from the depths, colliding against your face. Cold, icy fish? Was that on purpose? Si Ming pinches your mouth, ignoring your protest. The texture is delightful. If you weren't so valuable, I wouldn't be able to resist. Fool, truly a fool. You cannot help but recall the last foolish disciple of the 5 Poison sect you had slain, who had disguised herself as a man. Minutes pass. As the serpent continues its course, it suddenly convulses, and a beam of sword light descends from the heavens, crashing down with ferocity. Buzz. You react swiftly, seizing the opportunity to leap from the serpent. Si Ming is the primary target of the sword light, and is unable to spare a thought for you, focusing all her energy to counter the assault. Boom. An explosion resounds, and a multitude of flesh and blood floats upon the water's surface. The serpent, nurtured by the 5 Poison sect for 3,000 years, has perished. You calmly observe this scene from beneath the water, then promptly summon Su. Is consuming that flesh beneficial for you? You inquire, grasping one of Su's whiskers. Su shakes her head. Very well, then we must flee. Su comprehends your intent and propels herself swiftly through the water. Hiss. After a brief escape, a dark arrow streaks toward you, and you discern its trajectory. Su dodges frantically, yet is struck, crying out in agony as a large chunk of flesh is torn away, her white scales cascading into the waves. Who could it be? You retract Su, your heart racing. Another arrow looms overhead, this time aimed directly at you. Lotus blossoms manifest beneath your feet as you execute the step of blossoming lotus, emerging from the water and charging toward the distant shore. Just as you depart, the riverbed erupts in monstrous waves, one after another, a terrifying spectacle. Guming, come with me. A tall man clad in black attire, his figure obscured by a black iron mask, materializes, bearing a dark bow. He speaks coldly. He is the one who shot the arrow. Who are you? You scan your surroundings and notice a figure in the distance relentlessly assaulting Ming, sword lights erupting around her. Her form is utterly dismembered, ultimately reduced to countless fragments. The masked man perceives this, his heart gripped by trepidation. Impossible. You should be dead. The sword light surges forth. The masked man is struck back, collapsing to the ground. Howling in pain, the figure descends beside you. Guming, are you all right? You gaze at her, eyes wide with disbelief. Ling Cho. It is a relief to see you alive. I told you, you murmur. Previously, during the simulation, Ling Cho had survived the onslaught of over 300 celestial warriors. And you were certain she would manage again. Ling Cho remains clad in black, her hair fashioned into a ponytail. The years have rendered her even more formidable. I am still here. I have always been. Ling Cho turns away, unexpectedly spitting blood. Her body sways, on the brink of collapse. You catch her. What is wrong? Upon contact, you discern the myriad wounds adorning her body, her meridians in disarray, remnants of no less than 300 strands of residual energy. 300. You cannot fathom the extent of her suffering. Ling Chao's complexion pales. Guming, flee this place. The righteous have united their strength to eradicate all demonic factions. Nan Gongqing Ro can no longer endure. You must escape. With those words, she succumbs to unconsciousness. Your expression shifts dramatically. A strand of energy shoots forth, slaying the severely wounded masked man nearby. After clearing the area, you embrace Ling Cho and depart. Chapter 45. The Truth, Understanding in the Stillness of Night. You and Ling Cho find refuge in a modest temple. Your complexion is far from healthy. This very temple is the site of your previous demise alongside Ling Cho in the simulation. Ling Cho lies in your embrace, her face devoid of color, her body racked with convulsions. Your heart aches for her as you strive to alleviate her suffering by generating toxins, but your efforts seem futile. Despite the brevity of your time together in this life, she has once again saved you. You may not consider yourself a virtuous individual, yet you adhere to a principle. Those who treat you well will receive fervent gratitude, while those who do you wrong will face your relentless vengeance. The fire crackles, sending forth a symphony of sounds. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder shatters the night, followed by a torrential downpour. You clutch Ling Cho tightly, channeling your vital energy in hopes of bringing her some comfort. Abruptly, her body convulses, and she slowly opens her eyes. Guming, she murmurs, a trickle of green blood staining her lips. With unwavering determination, she gazes at you and implores, you must live. As you wipe away her blood, confusion fills your mind. Why do you wish to save me? Your curiosity lies not in the reason for her survival, but rather in her feelings for you, or the desire to possess you. Ling Cho gasps, expelling another mouthful of blood, but she never gets the chance to answer your question. She succumbs once more. Her lifeless body lies in your arms, void of vitality. Perhaps death is a release for her, an end to the excruciating torment inflicted by over 300 sword auras. You sigh in perplexity as you prepare to give her a proper burial, to lay her to rest. At that moment, the dilapidated temple doors burst open, revealing a familiar figure, Nangon Qingru. She gazes at Ling Cho's lifeless form on your back, her expression shifting dramatically. She has perished? You nod, donning your conical hat as you step out of the crumbling temple. Nangon Qingru follows closely, unleashing a torrent of crimson auras to shield you both from the storm. After several minutes, you arrive at a nearby mountain. With a flick of your hand, you unleash a surge of energy, digging a deep pit in the earth. Gently, you lay her down within. You linger over her face before retrieving a sword stained with blood, a long blade used by her for 951 years. 951 years, you muse, astonished at her age. This sword has claimed countless lives, having been reforged over 3,000 times with precious materials. You should wield it. She would be pleased if she knew. You examine the long sword, then draw it forth with a swift motion. Weighing less than 10 pounds and measuring 5 feet in length, its scabbard is adorned with snow lotus flowers, vibrant red in hue. A black dragon coils around the hilt, with the blade extending from its maw, flanked by myriad starry imprints. Do you know her well? You inquire as you sheath the sword and strap it to your back. Nangon Qingru, while using her energy to cover Ling Cho, reflects, I have known her for a long time. We were born in the same year. Both lost our families at 15. I joined the White Lotus sect. She became part of the Celestial Demon sect. We vowed to change this despicable world. It seems their connection runs deeper than you realized. Guming, do you know why she is so fond of you? You shake your head, plagued by a question that has long haunted you. In the Celestial Demon sect, Ling Cho met a boy named Zhou Bu, who was also 15. They trained together, embarked on missions together, and he was particularly adept at caring for her. At 20, they ventured to Nansha to eliminate a target, only to find that their quarry was 2 realms stronger than anticipated. In the end, Zhou Bu sacrificed himself, buying Ling Cho precious time to escape and survive. A rather cliché narrative, you think. I only learned from her that you bear a striking resemblance to Zhou Bu in every way. No wonder Ling Cho survived. It was Nangong Qingru who saved her. And yet, she truly regarded you as a substitute. Your expression darkens as you grasp a handful of earth and place it atop Ling Cho's grave. Regardless of the circumstances, she ultimately saved you. She is gone now, and some matters are simply beyond your control. You lift your gaze to her resting place and ask, "And what about you?" Nangong Qingru steadies your shoulder. Her eyes clouded with memories. She shakes her head, her expression somber. "Before my journey, I encountered a Zhoubu who perished trying to save me. The same held true during my time in the White Lotus sect. You share all their attributes." Nangong Qingru reveals the truth, leaving you speechless. Indeed, you think. Feeling that sometimes appearances carry weight, the allure of a past love has never waned. Nangong Qingru grasps your hand tightly. "I cannot say if my actions are right, but I know I must do this. I will not allow you to stray far from me, no matter the cost." Her gaze is filled with emotion. Yet you feel a sense of revulsion within. Years spent alongside this infatuated soul have forged a deep bond, yet you cannot bear the thought of being merely a replacement. It is utterly distasteful. She senses your turmoil and grips your hand even tighter. "Look, your possessiveness mirrors this perfectly." You turn away, lifting your eyes to the rain cascading from the heavens, unwilling to speak. Nangong Qingru's smile broadens in response. At that moment, numerous figures emerge from the shadows. They are the righteous masters. Nangong Qingru, your White Lotus sect, Five Poisons sect, Divine Dragon sect, and Celestial Demon sect have all been thoroughly eradicated by us. Today, you shall meet your end. El Chuanxiu, the current leader of Zhengyang Palace, draws his sword with righteous fury. "Charge. She is gravely injured. Do not let her escape." The righteous warriors advance, and you count. There are 157 of them. A dire situation indeed. You wonder if Nangong Qingru can withstand such overwhelming odds. Doubt gnaws at your heart. Nangong Qingru radiates a powerful aura, transforming into a flurry of white lotuses that hover before her, emanating chilling and venomous energy. Righteous ones come forth. She faces the impending challenge head-on as you stand before Ling Cho's grave, silently witnessing the unfolding scene. Chapter 46. Offering Assistance. Survival. There is no longer a need for flight. During your first encounter with Ling Cho, you bore no animosity towards the righteous. And it was only natural that they did not pursue you after your departure. But the circumstances have since changed. From the Eastern Zhou to the Western Shang, the disciples of the righteous whom you have slain are far too many. Zhengyang Palace, the Gu family, the Si family. You sit before Ling Chao's grave and draw forth her unyielding sword. To end it all like this would not be so bad. In this life, you harbor no regrets. The battle ahead has fully erupted. Nangong Qingru stands alone against 100 foes, her white lotus continuously bursting forth, forcing the righteous to retreat step by step, exuding an aura of invincibility. Yet, you perceive that her situation is dire, and she cannot endure much longer. Among the throng, 30 formidable celestial warriors remain unperturbed, treating her attacks as mere amusement. To these righteous individuals, both Ling Cho and Nangong Qingru are but tools to be used, eliminating dissent, leveraging blades against enemies, consolidating their interests. You gaze at the unyielding sword in your hand, contemplating deeply. At that moment, a multitude of figures approaches, encircling you. Villain, you have slain members of the Si family. Today, without the protection of a demon lord, let us see who will save you. A middle-aged man in a white robe strides forward, his narrowed eyes fixed on you, brimming with malice. Undoubtedly, he is a member of the Si family, connected to the southern Xia royal lineage. You remain silent, for words are unnecessary. Si Zheng draws his long sword, sneering as he aims to take your life. You do not look at him, you merely await silently. Whoosh! At a critical moment, a flash of light streaks in, obliterating all the martial artists surrounding you. You glance up to see it is Nangong Qingru. However, this results in her being simultaneously assaulted by 30 celestial warriors, gravely injuring her as she plummets from the sky, collapsing before you. You reach out to catch her. Nangong Qingru coughs up blood, staining your face. A massive wound has opened in her chest, her organs completely obliterated. You hold her tightly, Nangong Qingru struggles to muster a smile. Guming, if there is a next life, please do not seek me out. And, before you have grown stronger, stay far from Ling Cho. As she utters her final words, she can no longer hold on, her head drooping weakly against you. She has passed away. You are engulfed in sorrow. You realize you do not care whether she regarded you as a mere substitute. After more than 50 years together, such matters are trivial. Your voice breaks with emotion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A host of celestial warriors approaches, their eyes locked onto you. It is the first time you have been scrutinized by so many formidable beings. Faced with life and death, you feel no fear. Nangong Qingru fought tirelessly. Yet not a single foe has fallen. Alas, she truly cannot compare to Ling Cho. Indeed, she is a mesmerizing enchantress, even in such a state. Retaining her allure, one celestial warrior remarks, "Ha ha ha, men are drawn to beauty, and women to handsome men. Only such a visage can drive Ling Cho and Nangong Qingru to madness." Laughter ripples through the crowd. You remain unmoved, silently laying Nangong Qingrou's body down. Enough, the demon faction has been eradicated. Let us dispose of this boy to eliminate future troubles. Lu Chunxiu of Zhengyang Palace waves his hand. A warrior from the Morong family strides forward. Such matters of killing do not require a celestial's involvement. He extends his right palm, poised to deliver a lethal blow. You brace yourself for death. In this life, it has been sufficient. But just then, an unfamiliar figure suddenly stands before you. Gentlemen, this youth has also been misled by the demon faction. He is already over 100 years old, yet only possesses the true bone realm, a man on the brink of death, so let him live. You gaze in confusion at the figure's back, questioning their identity. Could it be that they have discerned something amiss and seek to ensnare you? You ponder inwardly. Lu Chunxiu of Zhengyang Palace narrows his eyes. Gu Han, what do you mean by this? He has slain countless of my righteous kin and has taken many from your Gu family. You know this well. Indeed. During the battle with Ling Chou, he was the one who killed your Gu family's previous head, your father. Gu Han remained silent, steadfastly maintaining his bowing posture. Resolutely standing before you. Lu Chunxiu grows displeased. Elder Lu, as this boy poses no significant threat, let him go. Another young man approaches, clad in a black robe, cheerily speaking. Following this, Zio, who has been watching from afar, interjects. What kind of villain uses a gun? He must surely have been misled by the demon faction. Exactly. How could someone so handsome be a villain? Let us withdraw. There is a vast territory of demon faction awaiting our takeover. Lu Chunxiu gazes deeply at them. Very well, since so many of our fellow practitioners have spoken. Let him live. With that, he stands and departs. Gu Han exhales with relief, continuing to bow. I am grateful for the many pleas. From this day forth, you shall all be my friends. He smiles, making numerous promises. The crowd gradually disperses. Zio still intends to challenge you once more. Setting the date for 20 years hence. 20 years. Surely you will still be alive? Slowly, only 3 individuals remain. One is Gu Han, whom you have suspected. The other is a youth in a black python robe, and the last is a middle-aged man, also clad in black. Gu Han respectfully addresses the youth in the python robe. I am immensely grateful, Your Highness, for intervening and sparing my son's life. The Gu family is eternally indebted. My son, you feel a jolt within. When did another father emerge? Didn't I lose both parents? He likely believes that the Gu family's assistance stems from the past, when they aided in resolving the issue with that celestial of the Gu family. Unbeknownst to him, there exists this additional connection. A trivial matter. Ingma waves his hand, his long robe billowing as he departs gracefully. Brother Gu, congratulations are in order. With the heart demon purged, you shall surely break through to the peak of the celestial realm and become one of the world's masters. Zhao Che beside him offers his congratulations. Gu Han smiles without emotion. After a round of pleasantries, everyone has left. Gu Han turns to you, his expression shifting slightly. Gu Ming, you have suffered greatly. These years I have been in seclusion, unaware of your plight. Had I known, I would have prevented such calamity from befalling you. You say nothing. Instead, you begin to excavate Ling Chao's grave, using your celestial energy to carry away the bodies of both women. We can discuss matters later. I must first lay them to rest. This place has been compromised. It is no longer suitable as a burial site. Chapter 47. Tranquility, Assistance. Cultivation. Although these 2 women regarded you merely as a substitute, your feelings for them remained profoundly sincere, particularly towards Nangong Qingrou. With their lifeless forms, you buried everything in a secluded forest without erecting a monument, departing with the unmatched sword in hand. Gu Han had been waiting for you all along. With a sigh, he took you away from Xishang, heading north towards Beijing. As one of the 10 prominent families, the Gu clan's primary territory lay in Beijing. Along the journey, Gu Han continuously narrated the circumstances surrounding the Gu family. The Gu clan maintained amicable relations with the royal family of Deqin, and the Zhao family was a significant branch of the royal lineage. It was precisely for this reason that they intervened to offer assistance. The primary motive for sparing your life stemmed from their recognition of Gu Han's innate talent. He was the Gu family's foremost genius in thousands of years, perfectly attuned to the clan's ancestral martial arts, the Heavenly King's Radiance technique. With a unique constitution, he ascended to the 9th level of cultivation within 30 years, showcasing unparalleled aptitude and comprehension. In his 30th year, while traversing the martial world of Beijing, he encountered a courtesan who left her former life to join him in his adventures. They shared numerous experiences, but that same year, an unexpected event struck the Gu family, forcing Gu Han to leave temporarily, leaving behind the pregnant woman. Upon his return, he discovered her lifeless body and that of their unborn child. Overwhelmed with grief, Gu Han leveraged the entire influence of the Gu family to seek vengeance, even compelling the Daqin Jintian Si to intervene, ultimately identifying the perpetrator as a notorious rogue. Gu Han personally avenged her death, after which he retreated into seclusion, dedicating himself to arduous cultivation. More than a century later, having broken through to the high ranks of Tian Gang, he found himself unable to reach the pinnacle realm, prompting his emergence from seclusion. On the first day out, He received devastating news from his elder brother, Gu Long. The woman he had loved had been murdered by their father, and their child had also been executed. Gu Han's world shattered, leaving him devoid of purpose, leading to a life of indulgence. Until a few days prior, when he learned that Gu Long had discovered that the child was, in fact, alive and had grown up to become a favored consort of the White Lotus sect's leader. This revelation stirred Gu Han deeply. In a fit of rage, he killed Gu Long, slaughtering hundreds of the Gu family. Before seizing control of the clan and journeying alone to Xishang to find you. This encapsulated all that Gu Han shared with you. You listened, utterly captivated. It was no wonder he was orphaned. There were indeed deeper plots at play. What do you plan to do with me? You inquired suddenly during your travels to Beijing. Without hesitation, Gu Han replied, what do you wish to accomplish? I would sacrifice my life to assist you. Such audacity was remarkable. You desired vengeance for Nagong Qingru and the others, yet it seemed impractical. Gazing into Gu Han's earnest eyes, you ultimately sighed, my talents are limited. But my yearning for martial arts endures. I must continue my cultivation and strive for greater heights. Gu Han nodded, what do you need? I will have the Gu family procure it. If they cannot, I shall seek out His Majesty. You pondered this. It appeared the Gu family was deeply entwined with the royal family of Beijing, granting them such confidence in seeking assistance. Days later, you returned to the Gu family. Now the young master, standing just below the patriarch. How extraordinary it was to be a young master at over 100 years of age. Gu Han provided you with abundant resources for cultivation, sought out numerous physicians to restore your health, and even brought in a renowned figure. In the inner courtyard of the Gu family, an elderly man with white hair, ruddy complexion, and a deer staff approached you. Gu Han led the way, displaying utmost respect. Medical ancestor, this is my esteemed Gu Ming. Medical ancestor, you assessed the venerable elder. Gu Ming, this gentleman is revered as the sage of medicine, Bien Ke. Gu Han introduced. So it is Bien Ke. This world is indeed perplexing. I pay my respects to the medical ancestor, you said humbly, observing proper etiquette. Bien Ke smiled and remarked, this youngster has mastered the unparalleled skill of the 10,000 poisons nourishing technique, rendering his physique formidable with astonishing defensive capabilities. However, within him lingers a remnant of the Tiangang sword qi. It appeared he had previously encountered the sword's essence, though not entirely vanquished, and following numerous battles. Hidden injuries had accumulated. With a slow motion, he extracted a brush from his pocket. Master Gu, I shall prescribe a remedy for your son. He must take these daily and refrain from combat. With effort, he may live out his natural lifespan. He pointed, and golden characters gradually materialized in the air. You were astonished. He too was a Tiangang master. Gu Han diligently committed the details to memory, exchanging a meaningful glance with you. Together, you bowed in gratitude. Thank you, divine physician. That will suffice. Although you had anticipated this outcome, you were still somewhat taken aback. Truly, the medical ancestor was formidable. From that day forth, you utilized the resources of the Gu family to engage in even more rigorous cultivation, while diligently consuming the prescribed medicine to recuperate your body. In the 110th year, you were now 125 years old. Your appearance remained youthful. It was likely you would still look this way even in death. Over the years, the Gu family, and even Dechin had expended immense resources for your sake, a fact you noted with clarity, realizing that Gu Han genuinely cared for you. Yet, for reasons unknown, he remained unable to break through his cultivation. Still trapped in the high ranks of Tiangang, your transformation during these years was significant. Although you had not yet achieved a breakthrough, it was imminent. Your cultivation of the Tianmin Hongduan had reached the 7th layer, thanks to Gu Han's daily practice sessions, enhancing your proficiency. Your primary martial art remained the White Lotus Annihilation technique. After years of training, switching methods would be cumbersome, and this technique was among the finest, perfectly suited for you. With the assistance of Dechin, the number of toxins you could integrate surged to 8,000. Strengthening your physique to the point where even ordinary Tiangang masters could not breach your defenses, and you could easily shatter their barriers. Such a quantity of toxins was truly at the limit. As for the final Heavenly King's Radiance technique, this art held its own intricacies. On the surface, it required 900 years to master, trading time for talent, but there existed shortcuts in the form of specific elixirs, Tian Luodan. When combined with these elixirs, the speed of your cultivation could be significantly accelerated, conserving time. Now, your Heavenly King's Radiance technique had reached the 2nd level, with a marked enhancement in aptitude that you thoroughly enjoyed. Throughout these years, you remained steadfast in your cultivation, striving to extend your life, never engaging in combat. Aside from your practice, the remaining hours were devoted to studying, immersing yourself in the vast array of martial arts from Dechin and the Gu family, preparing for your next step towards mastery. Chapter 48. Ingzheng in the 130th year, as anticipated, you ultimately broke through under your extreme efforts. At this very moment, your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of true bone, with the next step leading to mastery. Feeling a significant enhancement in your power, you are quite satisfied. However, there has been no progress with the toxins, nor with the Heavenly King's Radiant technique. Having reached the 8th level of the Heavenly Gate, you realize that if you were to exert your full strength, Mere Earth-level practitioners would stand no chance. Only those at the peak of Earth level could withstand your might unscathed. You ponder this in your heart. Although you have yet to test it, your understanding of Earth-level practitioners over these days has led you to this conclusion. When I embark on my path to mastery, it seems only the celestial level can contend with me. Witnessing your breakthrough, Guhan rejoices and hosts a grand banquet, inviting many influential leaders from the 4 nations to gather. That night, Guhan indulges in copious amounts of wine, and you encounter numerous prominent figures. At the banquet, a man named Zibue from the West Merchants clasped his arm around your shoulder, lamenting, "What a pity. I heard you have taken up swordsmanship." He expresses his sentiments. What is a sword? Merely a trinket for women. It is but a needle for embroidery. Nothing compares to the thrill of a spear, hammer, or axe. That is the true delight for a man of steel like us. Noticing your androgynous appearance, he waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, with your looks. Wielding a sword might suit you just fine. You shake your head and raise a toast to him. Brother Z. I sought you out today primarily to seek your guidance on the path of mastery. Zibue burst into laughter at your words. A trivial matter. But before we proceed, you must agree to one request. Gazing at his mischievous demeanor, an unsettling feeling washes over you. Protect your rear. Let us have a spar. Fight me. After a moment of contemplation, Zibue declares. Relieved, you respond. Ah, spar. You then instruct your attendants to clear the table of food and drink. Brother Z, my injuries prevent me from engaging in a full battle, but I can entertain you with a little game. Extending your right hand, you propose, let us arm wrestle. Zibue sneers, a test of strength? I have been strong since childhood. Moments later, as your hands clasp, he quickly retreats, deflated. You monster. Your strength is too great. I see now, it's the 5 poisons cultivation. Zibue, begrudgingly, declares, damn it, I refuse to believe this. When I return, I will train harder. I will surely succeed. You merely smile. Subsequently, Zibue shares his experiences of breaking through to mastery. It took him 80 years to progress from true bone to mastery. He too is a genius, having reached the pinnacle of true bone by 50. Over these decades, he immersed himself in martial arts literature, engaging in various battles, and ultimately creating the mighty overlord technique in a moment of desperation, achieving mastery. Among the masters of the West Merchants, only those who forge their own paths and possess higher realms can surpass him. The rest are but mere ants. You furrow your brow, noting the similarities between Zibue's path to mastery and Guhan's. Most self-made masters in the world follow this formula: study, battle, comprehend through life and death, and forge one's own martial path. After some contemplation, you continue to indulge in food and drink. Realizing you have no other course of action, you decide to tread the path of those who came before you. That night, many attendees gathered, including those who once besieged Nangong Qingru, and even El Chuanqiu from Zhenyang Palace, who brought you 100 different toxins as a gift. Other factions followed suit. It appears Guhan is quite esteemed within the righteous path. While you have not witnessed his combat prowess, you harbor no doubts about his strength. In this world, without power, no one will pay you heed. For so many to regard him highly, he must possess extraordinary talents. After the banquet concludes, Guhan leads you to the Gu family hall. I will introduce you to someone. As you enter, you notice that the Gu family is filled with stern soldiers clad in black armor, lurking in the shadows, ghost-like. You vaguely recall their appearance and quickly think back to the second simulation where you encountered a young man in Beijing. Are these from the Tianjin Division? Over the years, you have learned that the Tianjin Division is a violent institution solely dedicated to the Emperor of Qin, composed of elite forces akin to the Jinyui. Wielding immense power, the West Merchants, South Xia, and East Zhou all possess similar organizations. As you advance, you deduce the identity of the individual you are about to meet. It is none other than the current Emperor of Qin, Yingzheng. In this world, Yingzheng has not unified the 6 states, nor built the Great Wall, nor has he burned books or buried scholars. He is merely a typical ruler of Qin, albeit with somewhat terrifying methods. As you ponder this, you arrive at the Gu family hall, where you immediately spot a young man meditating in the center. He is tall and handsome. His looks barely a shade below yours, yet his imposing aura compensates for this. Clad in a black dragon emperor robe and wearing a royal crown, the tassels atop his head sway occasionally. Ah, my charming ancestor, Guhan proclaims. I pay my respects to your majesty. He bows without kneeling. You follow suit. I pay my respects to your majesty. Yingzheng nods slightly. Now that Brother Gu has retrieved his beloved son, in due time, he will achieve great merit, breaking through to the peak of celestial level. And the world shall gain another supreme master. He tilts his head, resting his chin on his hand, appearing entirely unfazed. Truly a cause for celebration. A supreme master refers to an unparalleled individual who has forged their own path to the peak of celestial level. Such figures are exceedingly rare across the 4 nations, with fewer than 50 throughout history. Once, Ling Shou was one, as was El Chuanqiu, the leader of Zhenyang Palace. Wen Zhong, the Grand Master of the West Merchants, is another, as is Ho Yi of South Xia. the chief of a tribe in the primordial forest to the east of South Xia, who emerged with a return to the essence of archery, later swayed by the charisma of Emperor Yu. Similarly, Jiang Zia of East Zhou is among them. It appears this is why Ying Zheng places such significance on Gu Han. Gu Han lowers his head, resolutely stating, "My strength, the strength of the Gu family, is the strength of your majesty." Ying Zheng laughs heartily. "Excellent. I believe in you. You will surely assist me in vanquishing the three kingdoms and unifying the realm." His gaze shifts to you. Brother Gu's child is indeed a remarkable talent. The technique of the 10,000 poisons cultivation has existed for a millennium. Yet no one has ever mastered it. Even those who have endured its torment and assimilated the toxins have met with demise. Ying Zheng taps the table, his gaze on you filled with astonishment. Chapter 49. Hu Hai, the princess, the mask 3 days prior. My army vanquished 35 tribes of the north and secured a multitude of toxins, which I have now brought to you. Gu Ming. I have heard from Brother Gu that you have integrated over 8,000 types of toxins. Truly astonishing. I hope you continue to strive for greater achievements. You performed a respectful bow, expressing your gratitude to His Majesty. Ying Zheng clapped his hands, summoning a team from the Zhentian Sea. They placed 5 wooden boxes before you. It is said that your ambition for martial arts remains, and that you even aspire to walk the path of a self-styled master. These are the unparalleled techniques that our Qin dynasty has collected over the years. I hope they prove beneficial to you. The term unparalleled techniques specifically refers to those that can be cultivated to the peak of heavenly gang. Most of these techniques were crafted by self-styled masters, subsequently refined by later generations to lower the entry barriers, making them accessible for a wider range of practitioners. TSK. It is evident that His Majesty holds a fondness for Gu Han. Such affection is indeed noteworthy. After exchanging a few more words, Ying Zheng dismissed you, indicating that he and Gu Han had pressing matters to discuss. As you wandered through the Gu residence, you encountered many members of the Zhentian Sea, some of whom were originally servants of the Gu family. This led you to believe that Gu Han's control over the Gu family was undoubtedly aided by Ying Zheng. Upon witnessing this, numerous speculations arose within your mind. After taking a few steps, you suddenly spotted a shadowy figure lurking on the rooftop, seemingly spying on Ying Zheng and Gu Han. Yet, the distance was great, and the doors and windows were shut tight. It was almost supernatural to see anything at all. You chuckled softly and leapt over, asking, "Can you truly see?" Startled by your voice, the figure turned in surprise, then froze in place. "Who are you?" Following closely behind, a small head peeked out, gazing at you with confusion. To your astonishment, there were indeed 2 individuals spying. A young man and woman stood before you. The young man was handsome and imposing, his brow furrowed with concern, while the young woman was gentle and charming, exuding an air of innocence. From their features, they bore many resemblances to Ying Zheng. "I know him, 18th brother," the girl remarked, scrutinizing you closely. "This fellow is even more beautiful than I am. There is only one person in the world like him." The young man nodded in agreement. "The most beautiful in the world is my sister. Anyone more beautiful than her must be Gu Ming, who has cultivated the 10,000 poisons nourishing technique for cosmetic enhancement." The girl approached you, her gaze appraising. "You are truly stunning. No wonder Ling Chou risked entering the Zhengyang palace to save you, killing the sword-bearer. Nangong Qingru also practiced evil arts for your sake, provoking the wrath of righteous masters." Irritated, you retorted, "Who are you? What are you doing on my rooftop?" The young man chuckled awkwardly. "Gu brother. I am the 18th son of that man inside. My name is Hu Hai." He glanced at the girl. "She is his most favored daughter, Yin Mei." The girl nodded. "You may also call me Yin Zi." So it was these 2. While they were undoubtedly not the Hu Hai and Yin Mei you had previously known, you were still somewhat taken aback. TSK. One could only hope this world's Hu Hai would not execute or dismember Yin Mei. "Can you truly see from here?" You inquired. "Not really. We are merely enjoying the atmosphere," Yin Mei replied matter-of-factly. You shook your head, unwilling to waste time with them. "Please continue to enjoy the ambience." Leaping down from the rooftop, you prepared to return to your quarters for training. In addition to the toxins sent by Ying Zheng, other guests had also brought numerous gifts, offering a new opportunity for enhancement. "Wait a moment," Yin Mei called out as she jumped down. "As the host here, won't you take us for a stroll?" Hu Hai, following closely beside her, regarded you with an odd expression. Throughout their lives, apart from Ying Zheng, others had treated them with great respect, addressing them as princes and princesses. Only you remained indifferent, adopting a relaxed demeanor. "I still need to train, perhaps another day," you replied, shaking your head and continuing forward, leaving the 2 bewildered young nobles behind. "Wait, Gu Ming. I heard you use the secret techniques of the 5 poisons sect to raise a white snake. May I see it?" Yin Mei pursued you, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Oh, what benefit can you offer me in return?" You countered. Yin Mei fell silent, then turned to Hu Hai. 18th brother, I recall father recently bestowed upon you a treasure?" Hu Hai sighed in exasperation. "Ah, Yin Mei, I rather like that treasure." "I don't care, I want to see the white snake today," Yin Mei insisted. With no other option, Hu Hai retrieved a jade pendant from his pocket. "Here, this is it." You examined it curiously. "What is this?" Hu Hai pressed a finger to it, and the pendant transformed into half a mask. The mask resembled a deity. Pure white throughout, its features somewhat fearsome, yet exuding a sense of sanctity. It was designed to be worn on the right side of the face. This is a mechanism mask crafted by the master Oyezi. It is said he once created one for a person and, based on that experience, fashioned a more convenient version. It could serve as an ornament and, when needed, could be activated by a simple touch. It also possessed the capability to conceal one's aura. He pressed it again, and the mask reverted to its pendant form. See, it's quite convenient. Inmei looked at you with a smile, her eyes sparkling. So, can this allow us to see the white snake? You recalled the mask Ling Cho had given you, which was also crafted by Oyezi. That mask was a ghost mask for the left side, while Hu Hai held a deity mask for the right. Yes, you replied, snatching the jade pendant from him and leading them deeper into the Gu residence. The white snake is inside, follow me. After passing through several doors, Hu Hai and Inmei beheld the white snake, Su Su, coiled in the garden. After all these years, Su Su had fully recovered from her previous injuries, her size having changed only slightly to 35 meters. Her primary color remained white, her whiskers now numbering 10, concentrated on either side of her mouth. A few scales on her abdomen had turned black, giving her an oddly striking appearance. Wow, so majestic! Inmei exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Su Su. What a magnificent white snake! She approached, extending her right hand. Hu Hai looked on with concern. Su Su, you called. And the enormous serpent lowered her head to meet Inmei's gaze. The close proximity of such a large snake was indeed daunting, yet Inmei showed no fear, even reaching out to touch her. What a lovely snake. Guming, can you teach me? I wish to raise one too. Inmei's desire was palpable. You handed her the techniques of the 5 poisons sect. It's simple, just follow what's written here. Chapter 50, The End of Life, gazing at the technique in her hands. Inman shook her head and tossed it directly to Hu Hai. 18 brother, you can practice this. Remember to bring me the snake to play with later. Hu Hai, rendered speechless, replied, Dear sister, our family possesses many such techniques. Why should I trade a treasure for it? He sighed, if you desire a snake, just have someone raise one for you. This repugnant technique, never mind. Inman made a face at him. So, what's wrong? You felt as though you were dismissing 2 elementary school students, and after sending the reluctant Inman away, Hu Hai, visibly displeased, ordered the servants to bring the numerous toxins back to the training chamber. In total, there were 3,000 types. Indeed, this group had invested heavily. You found it perplexing. Was Gu Han truly so formidable? Did Ying Zheng place such high regard on him? After all, it was not the first time someone had reached the peak of the celestial realm. You gradually tossed the toxins into the bathing tub, absorbing them drop by drop, further enhancing your physique. 3 days later, you had refined all the toxins, totaling over 11,000. At this stage, the changes in your appearance were minimal, primarily concerning toxin resistance, potency, and physical enhancement. With a powerful punch, immense strength coalesced in the air, forming a sinister black snake, terrifying and fierce. Bring more. At that moment, the servants also delivered the toxins and unparalleled techniques sent by Ying Zheng. There was quite a substantial amount. Ying Zheng had eradicated 35 tribes and acquired 3,000 types of toxins, primarily those that paralyze the nerves, rendering one unable to control their body. You accepted all of it. The total amount of toxins reached 14,000. In this vast world, the western edge of Xixia met the wide river. The eastern boundary of the eastern Zhou touched the East Sea. The northern reaches of Qin were filled with undeveloped lands and primitive tribes, while southern Xia was an endless expanse of primeval forest. You anticipated that should you unify the 4 nations one day, you would undoubtedly collect even more toxins. Time continued to pass. In the year 133, you turned 148. With a true bone lifespan of only 150 years. You had merely 2 years left. Since that banquet, you had made 2 friends, Hu Hai and Inman. They would visit the Gu family at intervals, and each time, you accompanied them, primarily to watch Su Su play with the 2. Though these 2 appeared quite young, they were both over a century old. Born during Ying Zheng's later years. During this time, you often heard rumors that Ying Zheng's lifespan was nearing its end. According to the history of this world, Ying Zheng ascended to the throne over 700 years ago, having ruled for a full 7 centuries. Including his time as crown prince, he was indeed nearing the end. After all, the lifespan of a celestial realm expert was only 1,000 years. It is worth noting that such a situation had never occurred before. Most emperors, in their quest to govern the realm and maintain balance, hardly had time for cultivation. Typically, an emperor would reign for just over 100 years. The current state of the world was truly bizarre. Whether it be the Ying Zheng of northern Qin, the Emperor Yu of southern Xia, the King Wu of eastern Zhou, or the King Zhou of western Shang, all had held power for over 500 years. This was unprecedented in any historical period. Gu Ming, can I ride Su Su? Lost in thought, Yiman interjected, her eyes fixed on you, wide and sparkling, utterly adorable. Su Su, you clapped your hands. And Su Su effortlessly lifted Yiman onto her head, carrying her as they crawled and leaped around the Gu household. Yiman grasped Su Su's whiskers, filled with joy as though riding a roller coaster. How I envy my sister for being so happy all the time, Hu Hai remarked, standing beside you. Are you not the same? Hu Hai shook his head. Father found me a teacher yesterday. Starting tomorrow, I must. Sigh. Never mind. He appeared disgruntled. Life was going well. Why must I study? I just want to be a useless person, enjoying each day freely. How wonderful that would be. You suddenly inquired. Do you know what your teacher's name is? I heard it's Zhao Gao. He used to cook for our family. I don't understand why father would do this. Zhao Gao indeed. Your heart remained unmoved. For you were on the brink of death. Over the years, despite your efforts, your progress and cultivation had been minimal, mostly stagnant. You suspected it was due to your physical condition. With only 2 years remaining, you had no intention of further cultivation. Peacefully passing this time was quite satisfactory. By the end of the year 134, you calculated that you could live at most 1 more month. 1 month. This was the longest you had survived in all your simulations, and also the one with the most experiences and the most complex emotions. On a clear day, you bid farewell to Gu Han, preparing to leave northern Qin. Where are you going? Gu Han asked anxiously. With calmness, you replied, Father, I thank you for your care during this time. My time is short. In this last month, I wish to go out and meet some people from my past. Gu Han patted your shoulder. Son, I understand you. But it is still not entirely safe for you alone. After all, you were once Nangong Qingros. Thus, I request His Majesty to send a skilled protector to accompany you. You shrugged nonchalantly. That afternoon, a carriage arrived at the Gu family residence. 2 figures stepped out first. Gu Ming, where do you think you're running off to? I begged father for a long time before he agreed to let us come out and play with you. It was Hu Hai and Yin Man. You were surprised they had come along. You cared little for the number of companions on this journey. It held no significance for you. A young man leaped from the carriage. Young Master Gu, I am Zhang Han, sent by His Majesty to escort you. Zhang Han, a notable figure indeed. You nodded and said, Everyone, the mountains are high and the roads long. The carriage is rather inconvenient. I have decided to walk. Would you all be willing to join me? Not a problem. Of course. And so, the journey commenced. Dressed in black, adorned with 2 masks, and carrying the Buzhou sword. You set forth towards Western Shang. One side bore a demonic visage, while the other displayed a divine countenance. Hu Hai and Yin Man excitedly followed at your sides. Zhang Han maintained a distance of 50 paces behind, moving at a leisurely pace. Days later, you traversed snow-capped mountains, exited Qin, and entered Western Shang. With Zhang Han present, no troublesome incidents arose. Everything proceeded smoothly. On the 20th day, you encountered someone in Western Shang. Chapter 51. The conclusion of the simulation, Brother Gu. You didn't even inform me of your arrival in the West Merchants. Ziyu, with a displeased demeanor, approached, carrying 2 hefty axes. I've heard about your situation, alas. He clapped a hand on your shoulder, saying, You must understand that some individuals are geniuses, like myself. Only geniuses have the opportunity to carve their own path to mastery. I highly recommend that you cultivate other techniques, at the very least. Strive to break through to the realm of a master to extend your lifespan. Having encountered countless individuals throughout my life, you are the most exceptional. I truly do not wish to lose you as a friend. Ziyu's expression darkened. Everyone has their own pursuits. Do not take it to heart, you replied softly. Feeling the decline of your own vitality. This had all transpired within a mere 2 days. Regardless of what you choose to do, I will support you. Old man, you sensed that this fellow was taking advantage of you, yet it mattered little. From that day forth, you gained a travel companion named Ziyu. Hu Hai and Yin Man remained indifferent. Their presence barely felt throughout these days. When traveling, having a child like this by your side could bring a secret sense of joy. 2 days later, you found yourself in a dense forest in the southern region of the West Merchants. You stumbled forward alone, the 3 companions you had behind you nowhere to be seen. Yin Man shed tears. I've heard that the 2 women buried there were Gu Ming and Appos, the 2 leaders of the demonic sect. Hu Hai nodded, sighing, indeed. In the last moments of Gu Ming's life, he must have yearned to be with them. Ziyu wiped his axe, alas, how touching. I shall bury all 3 of them together. Speaking of those 2 leaders, they both possess strong wills. Could they share a husband? He remarked mischievously. From a distance, Zhang Han gently drew his sword. You sat upon the ground, devoid of any signs of burial, placing 2 masks and the Unzao sword against a tree. Life is but a fleeting 150 years, not counting the initial 15. I have no regrets in this life. Your breath grew increasingly faint, and your mind replayed the entirety of this simulation, from the initial search for Nangong Qingru, to the deaths of 2 individuals, and now to this moment. Next time I simulate, I shall keep my distance from you all, cursed substitute walker. The embodiment of white moonlight. How revolting. You cursed vehemently, your strength waning further. Lying on the ground, gazing up at the azure sky, a faint smile appeared on your lips. Ling Cho, Nangong Qingru, never to be seen again. You were nearing death. Who goes there? Your Highness, flee. At that moment, you heard Ziyu's shriek. Looking up, you were startled to see a multitude of black-armored soldiers surrounding you. Their attire unmistakably belonging to the Zhentian division. They relentlessly struck down the hidden soldiers of the West Merchants. Ziyu's complexion changed drastically. Zhang Han, what are your intentions? This is my Dashang. Are you Qin State declaring war? Zhang Han remained silent, slowly advancing, his sword shimmering, and in an instant, Ziyu's head was severed, landing upon a distant tree. In the next moment, he knelt, exclaiming, "Welcome, Your Majesty." The surrounding Zhentian guards bowed in unison. In the air, two figures descended slowly. Ing Zheng, clad in a black dragon emperor robe, adjusted the crown upon his head, smiling. "Zhang Han, well done." Turning with a broader smile, he added, "Brother Gu, the next course of action is yours." Gu Han nodded and approached you step by step. "Gu Ming, please die." His face was etched with sorrow, tears streaming down. He grasped a sword, leaving you in disbelief, completely unprepared for this turn of events. "Am I truly to die now? Must this happen? Could you not wait until I have drawn my last breath?" Nearby, Ing Zheng laughed heartily, using the love of kin to forge emotions, only to sever them in the end. This is how one breaks through the final step of the infinite sword record, stepping into the celestial realm and achieving the pinnacle. Gu Han, you are truly a talent. Only someone of your caliber could aid me in my ambitions. Hu Hai and Yin Man were incredulous. "Father, this, you." Yin Man lowered her head, unable to meet Ing Zheng's gaze. Ing Zheng caressed Hu Hai's head, lost in thought. "My child, for an emperor, the greater benefit prevails." He infused himself with 14,000 toxins, a feat unparalleled throughout history. "By taking his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, blood, and bones, I shall surely concoct a divine elixir. Even if granted another 100 years, or 50, I would not relent. My time is short, yet I am unwilling to accept this fate. Regardless, I shall unify the realm and conquer the three kingdoms." Ing Zheng declared vehemently, "Soon, I shall have Gu Han, Gainye, Ming Tian, and Bai Qi, the four pinnacles. My years of planning in the three kingdoms will finally commence. With the alliance of these four, my Qin shall inevitably dominate the seas and rule the world." His demeanor had become frenzied. Hu Hai averted his gaze, feeling a terror he had never known before. Meanwhile, Gu Han pressed the sword against your heart, my son. The sword energy flowed, wiping away his tears. "To attain the pinnacle, I have no regrets. I once killed your mother and my brother. Now, I can also kill you. From this moment forth, I shall have no kin left in this world. Yet, I do not care. I require no family." Gu Han laughed recklessly, then plunged the sword through your heart. Not a word escaped your lips, for there was no meaning in it. The sword energy pierced your heart, extinguishing your life instantly. In the final moments of your existence, you could only grasp a handful of soil beside you. In this world, until we meet again. Under the tree, Gu Ming awakened. His emotions were complex and tumultuous. He had not anticipated such a plethora of renowned figures from his past life, nor realized the intricacies of his own identity. He had not foreseen how Ling Chou and Nangong Qinru would treat him so. So many unforeseen events transpired. And even as an observer, they affected his emotions. There was no time for sorrow, no time to inherit his cultivation, for the bandits before him had already charged forward. According to the words from the simulation, the adversaries were a small squad of the Southern Xia Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, tasked with gathering alongside the government soldiers 300 miles away to besiege the stronghold. Gu Ming retreated. Indeed, they bore no intention of inflicting harm, merely a group of passing soldiers. The murderous aura they exuded was simply a natural consequence of their years of battle. Once they had all departed, Gu Ming activated the simulator, reflecting on the gains from this experience. He ascended. Chapter 52, the conclusion of the simulation, discovery of the mission, and seamless transition. The simulation has concluded. Acquired True Bone Pinnacle Realm Cultivation, White Lotus Annihilation Technique. Acquired Step-by-Step Blooming Lotus, 5th layer. Acquired Heavenly Gate Disruption, 8th layer 15th layer. Acquired Heavenly King Radiance Technique, 2nd level. Acquired Golden Grasping Ti-Lu Spear, Unyielding Sword, Divine Mask, Evil Spirit Mask. Acquired 10,000 Poisons Nurturing Technique, 14,551 types of toxins. Acquired 300 Premium True Bone Pills, 800 Premium Cleansing Pills, 1,000 Recovery Pills, 500 Blood Boiling Pills, 555 Calming Pills, and more. Acquired 150,000 Tails of Gold, 2,566 sets of black clothing, 3,000 Gene of food, 58 tons of water, 168 casks of strong liquor, and more. Acquired 15 Zhongyang Palace tokens, 18 Gu family tokens, White Lotus Sect tokens. Acquired 189 Supreme Techniques can be cultivated to Tian Gang. 999 Pinnacle Techniques can be cultivated to D Gang. 36,000 First-Class Techniques can be cultivated to Master. Acquired all memories from this simulation. Acquired all cultivation experiences from 134 years. Acquired all combat experiences from 134 years. Acquired pet white snake, Su. 35 meters long, highly venomous, in mutation. Do you wish to inherit? Gazing at the myriad rewards before him, Gu Ming felt an exhilarating rush. Such an abundance of resources was truly remarkable. Inherit. Inheritance successful, a peculiar sensation surged through his entire being, prompting Gu Ming to steady himself against a nearby tree. His cultivation and techniques were now entirely under his control, and his combat prowess surged instantaneously. At the True Bone Pinnacle, his chi could extend 800 meters. Everything had changed. with the enhancement from the 10,000 poisons nurturing technique. His physicality had also been amplified. Raising his right hand to observe his fair and delicate skin, Gu Ming exclaimed, "This is simply too exquisite. How did I become so handsome? If this were my previous life, I would have received endless cosmetic endorsements." With a sigh, he felt a tinge of regret. For a straightforward man like him, such an appearance, it was overwhelmingly impressive. Who wouldn't relish becoming increasingly attractive? Rapidly acclimating, Gu Ming retrieved 2 masks from the simulation space, donning one on each side of his face. He then unsheathed the unyielding sword. With a swift motion, he drew the sword, and it was undeniably striking. Ling Cho, that woman, shared a similar aesthetic appreciation with him. If he could acquire another unyielding sword and meld them together, it was entirely conceivable. As these thoughts meandered through his mind, he felt increasingly alluring. While journeying westward toward the merchant city, he perused the records of this simulation. His time spent with Nangong Chinru had indeed been beautiful, yet she was a Yandera. Treating him as a mere substitute, how infuriating. Ling Cho was also commendable, yet she too regarded him as a replacement. Fortunately, he was immune to the emotional disturbances of simulated memories, otherwise, it would have been unbearable. With a sigh, he continued his westward journey, encountering numerous individuals along the way. Yet he regrettably did not stumble upon any simulation tasks. 2 days later, he arrived at a small town and rested on the first floor of an inn. Extracting a book, he flipped through its pages while awaiting his meal. Path of the Self-Master. This would be his primary undertaking moving forward. As True Bone had a lifespan of nearly 150 years, it was likely he would need to undertake several simulations to transcend this stage. After perusing several pages, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "Hey, kid, are you reading about internal cultivation?" Gu Ming turned to see a stoic, burly man reeking of alcohol, his slanted brows glaring at him. Although the man's cultivation was only at the peak of body refinement in this small town, he was genuinely formidable. "Yes," Gu Ming replied. The burly man reached out. "Let me have a look. Damn it, you are quite intriguing." While he spoke, his hand reached towards Gu Ming's lower region. Nearby patrons quickly distanced themselves or fled outright. Even the waiter, holding dishes, stood at a distance, too intimidated to speak. Clearly, this man wielded some influence here. Gu Ming sighed resignedly. He needed to eat, and naturally, he could not wear a mask while doing so. Upon removing it, he attracted the attention of certain individuals. Whoosh! A chopstick from the table shot forth, instantly piercing the burly man's skull. He staggered back a few steps before collapsing, sleeping peacefully. Gu Ming resumed his reading, and after a moment, raised his head, saying, "Bring the food." Upon hearing this, the waiter slowly approached, cautiously placing the dishes on the table. Cough, cough, guest you. Fear gripped him, and he turned to flee, unable to articulate his words. Incredible! The waiter felt endangered, vowing never to return to the city. Gu Ming heard his panicked voice and shook his head, drawing chopsticks from the adjacent table to take a bite. This young man still needs to temper himself. However, soon, his chopsticks hung suspended in midair. "Wait!" An urgent voice called from upstairs, followed by a plump man hurriedly descending. "Esteemed guest, your presence warrants far more exquisite fare than this. Let me instruct the kitchen to prepare something novel for you." The plump man signaled to 2 waiters who approached to remove the food from the table. Gu Ming sighed. He was aware the food was poisoned, but he feared not toxins. Consuming it posed no issue. After 2 days of travel, he merely sought a place to rest. Why was there so much commotion? Li Dazue, quickly, prepare the supreme package from Furong Town for our guest. The plump innkeeper bellowed. A robust voice echoed from the kitchen, coming right up. Gu Ming set down his chopsticks, about to speak when he noticed an expanding exclamation mark on the plump man. Oh, another simulation task has emerged. A thought crossed his mind, and the exclamation mark transformed into a line of text before his eyes. Simulation task, task description. Furong Town is rife with villains. Yet they dare to provoke you. They must all be eradicated. Task details. Black Tiger Gang, 1-1263. Wong Family, 0-2694. Task reward. 1 simulation opportunity. Task penalty. None. This task. Excellent. It appears the deviants belong to the Black Tiger Gang, while the inn is affiliated with the Wong family. Gu Ming stood, spreading his legs and stretching vigorously. Awake, the time for the hunt has arrived. A colorless, odorless toxin emanated from him, rapidly dispersing in all directions under the influence of his chi. Bang, bang, bang. The onlookers fell to the ground, oblivious, resting peacefully. Chapter 53. Not a single one left in less than 2 seconds. Everyone in the inn lay down. Judging by the sounds, there were probably over 30 people. Yet the data in front of him hardly changed. It seemed that some had been accidentally harmed. Gu Ming exited the inn, heading straight for the headquarters of the 2 major factions. The matter was straightforward. It would suffice to resolve everything. As he departed, the toxin continued to emanate, thoroughly consuming all the corpses, which eventually scattered with the wind. The inn fell into a profound silence, as if nothing had ever transpired. Wearing 2 masks, Gu Ming donned black clothing and a conical hat before making his way to the Wong family. Outside the expansive courtyard, he seized a gust of wind, releasing a copious amount of toxin, causing dozens more to collapse. Soon after, chaos erupted within the Wang family. Those who sensed something amiss began to struggle, seeking survival. But it was futile. Gu Ming stood atop a building, quietly observing as one after another these individuals fell. His heart remained utterly unmoved, cold to the extreme. Before long, in his perception, only 10 individuals remained alive in the Wang family. These 10 were deliberately spared by him, each one a high-ranking member, with several at the pinnacle of their physical cultivation and even one at the lower stage of qi condensation. Gu Ming rose and walked over step by step. The individuals inside clearly heard the commotion and hurriedly emerged. Who are you, daring to act against the Wang family? Are you not afraid of the authorities? Our family controls numerous enterprises in Furong Town, contributing yearly to. The only qi condensation middle-aged man spoke quickly, hoping to instill fear in Gu Ming. No more nonsense. Tell me how many branches your Wang family has and approximately how many members there are. With a casual wave, 3 more fell. The middle-aged man broke into a cold sweat. This man was a remorseless killer, even more unhinged than he. At least when he killed, he displayed some emotion. Esteemed hero, the middle-aged man knelt. The Wang family has conducted business honestly over the years. Please spare us. I am willing to offer you all of our assets. Have we really been honest? Gu Ming chuckled. Indeed, you excel at being human, at least on a physical level. More individuals collapsed. At that moment, only the last middle-aged qi condensation member remained. Hero, please leave a thread of life, he pleaded desperately. Gu Ming could no longer listen and directly infused a trace of toxin into his body, causing him excruciating pain, leading to his ghastly screams. I will tell you. I will tell you. Then, under the guidance of the Wang family head, Gu Ming swiftly dismantled 15 enterprises belonging to the Wang family. Not much remained. Grasping the Wang family head, Gu Ming wandered nearby, eliminating a dozen beggars, over 30 soldiers, and even a few high-ranking gang members. The Wang family truly had a presence everywhere in Furong Town. At this point, only one remained. Hero, I have told you everything, Wang Yudao lamented. Gu Ming shook his head. There is still one left. Then, just kill me. Gu Ming employed poison. Moments later, Wang Yudao could no longer withstand it. Hero, I will take you there. After some twists and turns, they returned to the Wang family. Upon entering, Wang Yudao hesitated, gritting his teeth. No, I will not reveal it. He drew a dagger from his leg and charged at Gu Ming in a frenzy. You have already revealed it. Gu Ming turned to leave. The toxic mist enveloped him. And Wang Yudao's assault ended before it began, leaving nothing behind. As Gu Ming strolled through the Wang family's courtyard, he casually retrieved a flask of wine, removed half of his mask, and took a sip as he walked. A minute later, he arrived before a water tank. Little one, your hiding skills are rather inadequate. Putting the unfinished wine back into the simulated space, Gu Ming pushed aside the tank, revealing an entrance to an underground passage. He couldn't be bothered to descend, so he released a wave of toxic mist. The ethereal haze swiftly filled the entire underground space. Ah, villain, I will surely kill you. I will take my revenge, I will. A youthful voice cried out, sounding no older than 15 or 16. Gu Ming turned and staggered away. Next was the Black Tiger Gang. I too am merely 15 years old. No one owes anyone anything. After taking a swig of wine, he donned the demon mask once more and departed step by step. The Black Tiger Gang operated similarly. This gang was significantly weaker than the Wang family, with many members lacking loyalty. Gu Ming quickly cut through several of their divisions in Furong Town, leaving all gang members fallen, lifeless. As night fell, only 3 targets remained. In the Black Tiger Gang's main hall, within a brothel, a burly man with a beard knelt, pleading, Hero, you are magnanimous, please spare us. Although I have committed many wrongs in my life, the children are innocent. He has never killed anyone or done anything wrong. He even plans to become an official to change this world. Gu Ming held a delicate wine cup, sighing. Though he has erred, he has enjoyed all the conveniences you provided, has he not? Speak frankly, and I can grant you a swift end. You have seen how swiftly those others perished. Without pain, have you not? The burly man clenched his fists tightly. Hero, are you not a chivalrous figure? Just kill me. I am the head of the Black Tiger Gang. He will certainly become a good person. I do not care. Gu Ming could no longer tolerate the man as please. He effortlessly dispatched an individual hidden between the 2nd and 3rd floors, releasing more toxins as he obliterated traces and pressed for information. It proved that before various toxins, all were equal. After some maneuvering, he acquired specific locations. Minutes later, Gu Ming discovered the target in the drainage system beside the brothel. It was indeed a small child, though something seemed amiss. The Black Tiger Gang leader was taken aback, rushing forward and seizing the figure, a pitiful girl. Xiao Chui, why are you here? Where's Along? He inquired excitedly. The girl named Xiao Chui sobbed. Alonga said there was danger and told me to hide here. He is still in the building. Why? Why isn't he coming out? Xiao Chui trembled in fear as she spoke. Alonga he just struggled with that woman from the rice village. He killed her 2 sons right in front of her husband to subdue her. He couldn't run away. Gu Ming smiled. Indeed, they were all cut from the same cloth. He chuckled as he ended the lives of the 2 before him. Of course, I am not a good person either. Chapter 54. the fifth simulation, task completed. Once again, an opportunity for simulation has arisen. Gu Ming did not rush into the simulation. Instead, he chose to stay at a different inn. After a long period of toil, it was time to indulge in a warm meal. On the third floor of the inn, after a satisfying repast, Gu Ming sat before his bed and began. Commencing simulation. On the first day, you continue your cultivation in Furong Town, studying and practicing, accumulating experience. By the third month, feeling a lack of progress, you depart from Furong Town. Throughout this time, the downfall of the Black Tiger Gang and the Wang family has had no bearing on you. Surveying the four realms, you ponder North Qin, South Xia, East Zhou, and West Xiang. Though you have traversed them all, the most picturesque undoubtedly is the Sea of East Zhou. The sole concern is the arrival of Ling Chou in the 20th year. A month later, you arrive at an island in East Zhou, deciding to settle here, pursuing your path as a master while continuing your cultivation. For convenience, you deliberately choose a secluded area, relying on the abundant resources within the simulation space, thus avoiding contact with others. Occasionally venturing out to fish allows you to be entirely self-sufficient. This island is remarkably different from the last. The scenery is more splendid and the atmosphere more tranquil. By the end of the first year, on the surface of the sea, you recline upon Su Su, your right hand holding a book as you savor its contents. Su Su glides steadily over the water, occasionally opening her mouth to devour the large fish and shrimp nearby. This life is quite pleasant, and you derive immense enjoyment from it. The only dissatisfaction lies in your stagnant progress. Time is too brief. You must continue to accumulate knowledge. Placing the book back into the simulation space, you grasp Su Su's whiskers. Giddy up. Understanding your intent, Su Su accelerates, creating a flurry of waves. Seizing the equipment attached to Su Su, you take the opportunity to catch several large fish. Dinner promises to be delightful. By the 10th year, you remain engrossed in your studies. Your progress in the Heavenly King's Radiance technique is minimal. Lacking Tian Luo Dan, you can only cultivate in the conventional manner, which takes a century for each level. However, you have successfully broken through to the 11th layer of the Heavenly Gate, wielding the unmatched sword, thus enhancing your strength. While toxins remain absent, you suspect that most toxins have been collected, and Ing Zheng's mention of 35 tribes is likely a ruse. After all, he also has a vested interest in your body, for alchemical purposes. It seems that every ancient ancestor is obsessed with longevity. Standing on the beach, you reflect. In the 20th year, the situation remains unchanged. You have perused all your techniques over 10 times and can recite them effortlessly. Yet, you still lack direction on your path to mastery. You have cultivated the Heavenly Gate to the 13th layer, your combat prowess steadily increasing. This year, you don a white robe, deciding to step into the world. My theoretical experience has become sufficiently rich. What remains is to feel, to experience, and to achieve enlightenment in moments of desperation. This is the typical approach of most masters. With the unmatched sword on your back, you don 2 masks, deliberately changing direction to avoid Ling Chou. The territories of the 4 nations are vast, yet due to the urgency of travel, they seem small. One can traverse from one country to another in a month. However, if one meanders thoughtfully, a month may barely suffice to explore a single city. This time, in pursuit of experience, you intentionally slow your pace. In March of the 20th year, you once again encounter bandits. Feeling particularly spirited, you refrain from using toxic fog, opting instead for direct confrontation. With punch after punch, you release various pent-up negative emotions. The bandits, physically frail, succumb to your blows, their bodies scattering like rain. You employ your vital energy to cleanse all filth, relishing in the slaughter, your blood boiling. Within mere seconds, hundreds of bandits, along with their horses and even 15 small dogs, fall to your might. They are weak, barely exceeding the external vital stage. Well done, brother. As the skirmish concludes, a figure rushes forward, excitement lighting her face. These bandits deserved such a fate. Justice served. You nod, your gaze lingering on her neck, momentarily pausing at her chest. Sister, your disguise is lacking. Your Adam's apple is quite apparent, and those pectorals, rather exaggerated. The woman in the Taoist robe scoffs. I am not disguised. I was born this way. Very well, stubborn one. Farewell. You attempt to leave, but she calls out, wait, brother, where are you going? Let us go together. You do not refuse. After all, you are somewhat of an aesthetic enthusiast, drawn to hands, legs, and ample chests. Her various attributes align perfectly with your old fantasies, so why not? You can endure a little compromise. Most importantly, this woman possesses true peak bone refinement. She seems determined to tread the path of mastery as well. Perhaps inspiration may emerge from her. As you journey together, laughter fills the air. It is then you discover that this woman is affiliated with the Zhengyang Palace. Zhengyang Palace, indeed situated within the Great Zhou, no doubt. Moreover, she is a direct disciple of El Chuanqiu. What path do you intend to pursue as a master? Sword, spear, halberd. On the official road, the disciple of Zhengyang Palace, Feng Nan, inquires. Mastery techniques encompass various forms. Boxing, kicking, spear, and sword techniques are all included, naturally including pure internal power. The sword, perhaps. I have primarily used the sword, spear, and less often the knife. Between the spear and sword, I favor the latter. A sword master? Feng Nan draws her sword and nods. Many traverse this path in the martial world, but few reach the end. I heard from my master that only 3 individuals have reached the pinnacle. She speaks with a certain yearning. One is the legendary leader of a demon sect, Ling Chou. Another is Zhao Wuxing, the master of Weiman, and the last is my senior brother, the sword-bearer of Zhengong Palace. You have heard of these 3, as told by Nagong Qingru long ago. Except for Zhao Wuxing, whom you have not encountered, the other 2. You have shared a bed with Ling Chou. The sword-bearer nearly killed you, subjecting you to prolonged torment from his sword aura. Take your time. Feng Nan sighs. In this lifetime, I may very well struggle. Merely breaking through to mastery would be a blessing. You chuckle. This Taoist maiden is only 30 years old, with ample time ahead. She will undoubtedly break through to mastery. After all, her master is El Chuanqiu, a genuine peak in the heavenly realm. Keep at it, Taoist. I have faith in you. You encourage her, all the while pondering your own path. 10 days later, you arrive in a small city named Tianning in the Great Zhou. Chapter 55, Preparation in the City. You walk side by side with Feng Nan, who is adorned in a delicate blue robe, her hair pinned up with a vibrant green hairpin. As you stroll, you exchange laughter and conversation, pausing intermittently to observe the surroundings, seeking something that might catalyze your own growth. Upon reaching the center of the city, Feng Nan exclaims, "Ergo, look, there's a martial arts competition for marriage." Unable to contain her excitement at the sight of a beautiful young lady, she dashes into the crowd. Leaping onto the stage, you watch the 2 figures on the platform, your lips twitching at the absurdity of it all, despite your attempts to keep your distance. The spectacle of a competition for marriage draws you in. The contestant is none other than Ling Chou, feigning fragility, her enchanting eyes fluttering as she begins to spar with Feng Nan. The exchange of blows is brief, and as you contemplate making your escape, you reconsider, reasoning that wearing 2 masks might provide sufficient anonymity. Master Oyezi, one must have faith. However, you reflect on your previous journey from the eastern Zhou to the western Shang, where no matter how skillfully you hid, you were inevitably discovered. After a brief engagement, Feng Nan, realizing she cannot prevail, retreats from the stage, eliciting gasps of surprise from the onlookers who did not expect such skill from either participant. As you recall the sight of the 2 women together, a surge of excitement courses through you. The potential is tremendous. They are undoubtedly here to embrace life and seek enjoyment. Feng Nan makes an astute observation. Fighting me is akin to my senior brother feeding me techniques. With a smirk, she pulls you away, and you breathe a sigh of relief as Ling Chou does not pursue. Feng Nan indulges in several delights from the small town, including masks, tassels, rouge, and chilled beverages. Eventually, you arrive at an inn. Ergo, I sense this is not about cultivation. This is pure indulgence. Feng Nan declares, taking a hearty sip of sweet water, her demeanor utterly unrefined. You nod in agreement, sharing her sentiment. As you enjoy your meal, the jovial banter continues until a figure approaches. "May I join you, ladies?" Ling Chou beams at you both. Feng Nan nods. "Feel free to eat. It's on me." This woman exudes none of the expected demeanor of a recluse. She resembles more of a Taoist master. Ling Chou sits, introducing herself. "I am Gongsun Jiejia. For the past 2 years, I have participated in martial arts competitions in search of a husband who surpasses me, but it seems that is a mere fantasy." Without hesitation, she begins to devour the food laid before her, finishing it in mere moments, leaning back with a satisfied belch. "My appetite is off today. I only managed to eat half." You are taken aback by this wild side of the revered figure. "Remarkable, truly remarkable," you think to yourself. Feng Nan, ever the analyst, shakes her head. "No, it should be remarkable woman, or perhaps good lady." She continues to ponder aloud, counting on her fingers. Ling Chou suddenly turns to you. "My lord, why have you not touched your meal? And why the mask while dining?" You wave your hand dismissively. "I lack an appetite." Ling Chou's eyes sparkle with mischief as she reaches out, swiftly removing your mask. "My lord, the craftsmanship of this mask is rather unique." Her interest in the grotesque mask sends a chill down your spine. Could it be that she has known of it all along? Indeed, she possesses a certain understanding. Perhaps even a connection to the mask tailored for her. Feeling a surge of annoyance, you retort, "If you like it, take it. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." With that, you stride away, Feng Nan following closely behind in confusion. Ling Chou, her eyes darting, prepares to pursue when the innkeeper intervenes. "Miss, your bill remains unpaid, a modest sum of 300 taels." Ling Chou tosses a gold ingot onto the table, clutching the mask, and departs. Outside the city, you run until you reach a secluded path, finally slowing your pace. After a moment, Feng Nan catches up to you, breathless. "Ergu, why the sudden haste? Do you know that Gongsun Jiejia? Your emotions betray you, your expression giving away too much." "It's nothing," you sigh, shifting your gaze towards the western Shang, contemplating an interview with a noble individual who surely carries a wealth of experience. You recall the prized golden spear you obtained earlier, pondering whether it might yield fruitful conversation. Suddenly, Ling Cho approaches, a playful grin on her face. Why the rush, my dears? Planning to find a secluded spot for a romantic rendezvous under the moonlight? You fix your gaze on her, your expression unyielding. After a tense moment, Ling Cho reaches for your back, drawing the unruly sword, gripping it effortlessly. She then unsheaths her own sword. Feng Nin gasps, identical. How can there exist such a likeness in swords? Even the adornments and engravings are the same. You remain silent, fully prepared for what may come next. Next time, you vow to keep a safe distance from this woman. Ling Cho examines the swords, shaking her head. Yet, there are subtle differences. My sword has been reforged 2,996 times, while his has undergone 3,165. She scrutinizes every detail, with a dismissive wave. She returns the unruly sword to its sheath, Ergu and Feng Nan, until we meet again. You watch her retreating figure, your mind racing with questions about her intentions. Feng Nan, deep in thought, muses, Ergu, do you two share a history? I see it now. You were childhood friends, but you left her. And now she travels from city to city seeking suitors to fund her journey to find you, she speculates. Women truly are full of drama. You adjust the divine mask on your face and shake your head. Taoist, the mountains remain unchanged. What are you planning to do? Feng Nan asks, perplexed, before quickly adding, are you going to find her? You shake your head. Turning to leave, many friends have told me that breakthroughs to the master realm often occur in moments of life and death. I intend to journey westward, challenging those formidable experts along the way, striving for a forced breakthrough. Chapter 56. The Alliance of Heaven and Earth. Feng Nan gazed at you in disbelief. My master has said the same, but when it comes to life and death, you cannot control that balance. If mishandled, it could cost you your life. Then let it be. If I cannot break through, I might as well perish, you replied. The pressure brought by Ling Cho was overwhelming, and you loathed this feeling. You had grown weary of the sensation of weakness. You resolved to grow stronger. With your sword slung over your shoulder, you walked forward in silence. Ergo. I'm with you, Feng Nan called as she hurried to catch up. You paid her little mind. In the 20th year, March, in a bandit stronghold of the Great Zhou, you dispatched a peak earthly gang's master with a single stroke of your sword. Surveying the countless corpses around you, your expression remained impassive. A figure leapt down from the sky, incredulous. Ergo, you are simply inhuman. Only at the true bone peak, and yet you can slay a peak earthly gang's master. You have directly transcended two major realms. You sheathed the Wuzhou sword and sighed. Only a celestial gang's master can truly pressure me. The one on the ground was the fourth peak earthly gang's master you had slain. It was hardly a challenge. With the enhancement of 14,000 types of toxins, combined with the Tianshu cross and the Wuzhou sword, you dispatched peak earthly gang's masters as easily as one would slaughter chickens. But the celestial gang's masters were a different matter altogether. Celestial gang's masters undergo a qualitative transformation. They are not human, and the disparity between the two is immense. Thus, you prepared to challenge a celestial gang's master. You tightened your grip on the Wuzhou sword. I have no retreat. Toxins were released, consuming all the surrounding corpses. And you turned to charge further afield. Feng Nan, contemplative, followed closely behind. Halfway through the dense forest, a flash of sword light suddenly flickered towards you from afar. You instinctively dodged, but noticed Feng Nan directly behind you. While you could evade, she might not be so fortunate. Without a second thought, you pushed her to the ground. Then rose and coldly gazed at a figure in the distance. Dressed in resplendent yellow robes, adorned with various ornaments, he brandished two swords and grinned at you. You little brat, having slain so many of my Qingyun Mountain, today shall be your last. The opponent was a celestial gang's master, seemingly one who had just broken through. Observing the conspicuous ornaments atop his head, you retracted the Wuzhou sword. Feng Nan, there's no need. Not far away, Feng Nan's eyes widened. Ergo, what are you saying? You stepped past her and quietly uttered, what I seek is a true life and death battle. Having others suppress me is far too real. The celestial gang's master before you was from Zhengyang Palace, a detail you remembered well. In the previous two simulations, he had participated in the siege against Ling Cho, only to be slain by Ling Chao's Wuzhou sword each time. That distinctive head was hard to forget. Feng Nan gasped, Ergo, how do you know he is from Zhengyang Palace? I merely wish to assist you. Why would you help me? We have known each other for less than 3 months. Feng Nan clutched a fallen leaf from your clothing. Is 3 months not long enough? I have come to know everything about you. My master also responded. He said you are a remarkable person, worthy of lifelong trust. You were at a loss for words, grappling with this inexplicable affection. I do not harbor feelings for you. Do not seek me out again. You regarded her coldly. Take care of yourself. Gu Ming. Feng Nan's eyes were red with emotion as she called your true name, evidently revealing that Zhengyang Palace had thoroughly investigated you, and she herself was now aware of everything. Clutching the hem of her garment, she prepared to chase after you. The celestial gang's master in yellow could no longer bear it and blocked her path. Junior sister, is it just a man? There's no need for this. With such individuals, Zhengyang Palace could have as many as it wanted. The yellow-clad commander continued speaking, but Feng Nan spun around and roared, get lost. She then crouched down, tears streaming down her face. You ignored them and charged forward. With no suitable targets in the eastern Zhou, you decided to venture into the southern Xia. There, 3 promising candidates awaited. One of them was the alliance leader of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth, Meihua 56. An ordinary celestial gang's master who had just broken through a century ago, perfectly fitting. Years ago, Ling Cho single-handedly breached the Alliance of Heaven and Earth. Using their leader to break through yourself seemed entirely reasonable. 10 days later, you arrived successfully. Standing at the headquarters of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth, you leaped atop the massive statue before you. I, the Lord of the Solitary City, Yi Baiyun, have come to challenge the leader of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth. The wind rustled, causing your garments to flutter. Your voice echoed throughout the headquarters of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth. Such audacity. Just a true bone dares to challenge our leader. A figure landed, stepping on the gang chi, charging towards you wielding a spear. A master. With the earthly 4 directions and 5 elements technique, the violent thunder-shattering spear, you recognized his footwork at a glance, then with a flick of your long sleeves. A sword gang shot forth. Bang! The lotus-like sword gang sent the master crashing to the ground, leaving him momentarily stunned. The explosive gang chi restrained all his capabilities. You did not kill him. After all, you sought only to break through and experience pressure. Impressive skills. Your Excellency. A peak earthly gang's master approached. Excitement on his face as he spoke, but before he could finish, you dispatched him with a single blow. Still a swift kill. Bring your leader here. Beneath the celestial gangs, I am invincible. You spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the many disciples of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth below grew displeased. Yet no one dared to act against you, given the predicament of their elder. Whoosh! A blue light flickered in the distance, and soon a figure wielding a long spear appeared before you. She was petite, measuring perhaps only 5 feet, yet the spear in her hand stretched 2 meters long. Bending slightly, she stood before a tall tower. Yi Baiyun, do you challenge me? Meihua 56's gaze was icy. It has been many years since I encountered someone so audacious. Another little girl? And yet she was the leader of the Alliance of Heaven and Earth? You were increasingly convinced that this world was indeed a realm of fantasy. As she observed the divine mask upon your face, she suddenly chuckled, then her spear shot forth like a dragon, delivering the violent thunder-shattering spear directly to your face. You were exceedingly familiar with this spear technique. With the Wuzhou sword drawn, you evaded while counterattacking. Meihua 56's expression shifted repeatedly. Who exactly are you? How do you possess the footwork of my Alliance of Heaven and Earth? The earthly 4 directions and 5 elements technique and the violent thunder-shattering spear each have accompanying martial arts. You had long since mastered them, integrating them into your own system. Often, they were executed instinctively, entirely a matter of instinct. You had anticipated her confusion, choosing not to respond, but instead continued your assault. Chapter 57. Qinglian Temple. Thoughts flowing like a spring. The path of the master begins beneath your feet after a brief exchange. Plum Blossom 56 swung her spear, unleashing the might of the heavenly gang, forcefully propelling you backward, crashing onto the ground. The white jade tiles shattered into hundreds of pieces. You braced yourself against your waist, slowly rising to your feet. The disparity between the heavenly gang and the earthly gang is truly immense. While you can react to the earthly gang's power, even suppressing it in return, the heavenly gang's force is indeed enigmatic. In this realm, the earthly gang draws from the earth, whereas the heavenly gang is derived from the stars. The difference is not merely significant. Plum Blossom 56 landed beside you, twisting her spearhead to dislodge the mask from your face. No wonder you wore a mask. You turned out to be a little vixen. With a lewd chuckle, Plum Blossom 56 turned to leave, saying, I know what you intend to do. You are quite audacious. The path of a self-proclaimed master is fraught with peril. Not every heavenly gang is like me, willing to spare your life. I do not know how you acquired the techniques and internal arts of my heavenly alliance. But should I hear of anyone misusing my name in the martial world, I shall not hesitate to end you. You struggled to your feet, listening to the little lowly's domineering words, your emotions complex. You found the contrast quite appealing. Surely, I was not born to be a mere pawn. As the gang chi swirled, cleansing the dust around you, you donned half a divine mask once more. By the way, the floor beneath you is worth 10,000 taels. Remember to compensate. With a sigh, you replied nonchalantly, rest assured, I, Yi Baiyun, am a man of my word and will repay the debt. As you departed, you picked up a piece of tile, inspecting it. It hardly seemed valuable. This little lowly wishes to swindle me. No chance of that. Without hesitation, you fled, thinking, repayment? Perhaps in the next life. In Nansha, aside from this leader of the Heavenly Alliance, there are 2 others, one of whom is more suitable for you than Plum Blossom 56. It is highly unlikely they would kill you, for that person is a member of the Buddhist sect. Indeed, your next destination is Qinglian Temple, the very monastery associated with the name of the law. It is said that Qinglian Temple has a newly ascended monk named Tianqi, who has just broken through to the heavenly gang. You hurried along the path, recalling your battle with Plum Blossom 56, contemplating your journey towards mastery, forcibly merging various martial arts. Your mind felt as if it would explode. 5 days later, you arrived at Qinglian Temple. As expected of a monastery, the grounds are vast, dotted with numerous palatial structures, with a towering giant pagoda standing at the center. Is this place not akin to a royal palace? How is it that monks earn so much? Your lips twitched, and you boldly entered Qinglian Temple. After a series of leaps, you reached the top of the massive pagoda. With a commanding presence, you bellowed, "I am the sword sovereign Wang Fugui, here today to seek guidance from Elder Tianqi. In the world of martial arts, reputation is of utmost importance." Shadows began to emerge from various buildings, and you felt over a dozen intense gazes upon you, 3 of which radiated murderous intent. You swallowed hard. Surely, those of the Buddhist order are supposed to be merciful? Ahead, 3 figures emerged from the resplendent hall. The monk in the center, donned in golden robes, spoke calmly, "Tianqi, you may proceed." The white-clad monk on the left nodded and bowed, "Disciple obeys." With that, he flew towards you, unarmed, standing directly opposite. Tianqi, a heavenly gang practitioner of Qinglian Temple, had broken through in less than a decade. "Elder," you chuckled, drawing your sword and advancing. Radiant golden light enveloped Tianqi, his countenance grave, resembling a true Buddha. The notched sword exuded a potent sword aura. Tianqi's expression shifted slightly. "Are you intending to use me as a tool for your training and breakthrough?" He sensed your intentions, his mood turning grim. Naturally, no one wishes to be treated as a mere instrument. You remained silent, relentlessly attacking. Tianqi refrained from launching a full assault, instead focusing on defense, meticulously observing your techniques and patterns. At that moment, a solemn voice suddenly resounded, "Although Qinglian Temple is a holy place of the Buddhist order, embodying compassion and benevolence, our strength is not to be underestimated." Tianqi instantly grasped the abbot's meaning, his gaze toward you growing increasingly fierce. Against such a bold challenge, there was no need for restraint. "Amitba, come again." Tianqi lunged forward, his fists charged with the power of the heavenly gang, conjuring an imposing 8-jong-tall Buddha figure behind him. His aura shifted, becoming increasingly sharp and menacing. "This monk seeks to kill you." Feeling the gravity of the situation, you steeled yourself. If you were to perish on this path, you would have no regrets. You unleashed the heavenly gate, executing it to its fullest extent, desperately countering. However, the heavenly gang's power was too peculiar. Within 3 breaths, you were struck by the Buddha figure behind Tianqi, sending you flying. You coughed up a significant amount of blood in midair, ultimately landing 300 meters away at the gates of Qinglian Temple, rolling down the steps. What a miscalculation. The full force of the heavenly gang proved to be overwhelmingly potent. Your body was riddled with injuries from the heavenly gang's power, rendering you disoriented. In your dazed state, you heard a familiar voice. "Junior sister, this fellow is too arrogant. A mere true bone dares to challenge the heavenly gang without any backing. If he doesn't die, who will? Senior brother, hurry and save him." Gradually, you lost consciousness. When you awoke, you found yourself in a quaint chamber, walls adorned with Taoist scriptures and various talismans, with a grand portrait of a Taoist master before you. "Where's this?" Recalling the moments before your fainting spell, you surmised. "Did Feng Nen bring me to Xingyang Palace?" The situation seemed dire. Xingyang Palace is the domain of El Chuanxiu, and that old Taoist is rather sinister. Upon reassessing your condition, you discovered your injuries were still severe. The toxins, numbering over 14,000, could not withstand the heavenly gang's might. You kept replaying the moment you were struck by Tianqi, seeking a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. During this process, memories of the martial arts you had practiced and witnessed continuously surfaced. "I have a notion." In an instant, countless ideas flooded your mind. In the martial world, every master cultivates a distinct path: sword, saber, spear, arrow, whip, internal arts, external arts. Is it possible that I could cultivate all martial arts, forcibly carving out a true path of comprehensive mastery? Your thoughts became increasingly animated. Soon, you solidified the 5 fundamental pillars of your path to mastery: internal arts, lightness skills, weaponry, hand-to-hand combat, and body refinement. The essence of the path of mastery primarily revolves around these 5 directions. The memories of countless martial arts danced within your mind, intertwining and merging. In the next moment, you smiled. The path of self-proclaimed mastery is just thus. Chapter 58. The infinite techniques in this world. Whether it be internal or external martial arts, swordplay, or fist techniques, a master can only choose one primary discipline to cultivate, while the others may serve merely as auxiliary skills. Why is this the case? It is simply because the physical body is too frail to withstand the impact of multiple forces simultaneously. The solution is straightforward: the creation of a technique capable of reversing the yin and yang, harmonizing all things. Regrettably, such a technique has yet to be devised. However, I am different. I have cultivated the 10,000 poisons body refinement technique, which fortifies my physical form, enabling me to endure these challenges. Your thinking is rather simplistic, believing that one can practice all martial arts as a singular entity, with each discipline representing a master's path. While these arts may have been created by others, the overarching principle that governs all, one that you uniquely possess, is not to be dismissed. The intricate details of the 5 major chapters: internal cultivation, fist and foot techniques, weaponry, lightness skills, and body refinement are being meticulously supplemented by you. Soon, a comprehensive technique will emerge, the infinite techniques. The core of this system lies in the 10,000 poisons body refinement technique, seamlessly integrating all martial arts into a coherent framework. These arts are further divided into the aforementioned 5 categories, each with its own method of cultivation. Upon creating your unique Master S technique, you immediately set about experimenting, directly merging the White Lotus Annihilation technique into the internal cultivation section. The unique energy of the White Lotus Annihilation technique flowed through your body, and soon, in excruciating pain, far exceeding your expectations, surged within you. Gritting your teeth, you bore the torment. Moments later, the White Lotus Annihilation technique became an integral part of your internal cultivation, melding harmoniously within you. As this technique integrated, your cultivation level surged instantly, propelling you from the pinnacle of true bone to the lower echelons of a master. Your abilities were enhanced in every facet. The only drawback was the passage of time. With a sigh, you recognized that to fully assimilate new techniques, one must successfully practice them, allowing for complete integration into oneself. Yet, time is something you possess in abundance. From this day forth, the absorbed internal cultivation will enhance my true chi, the total amount and intensity of my energy, while weaponry will augment my offensive capabilities. And lightness skills will improve my agility and physical constitution. Many martial arts encompass offense, agility, and physical prowess. Within you lies the essence of each technique, and vice versa. Your thoughts became increasingly profound. Before long, you lay in bed, integrating the martial arts you had previously mastered, such as the step-by-step lotus and the thunderous spear, feeling a notable increase in your physical strength. Next, you sought to practice techniques for recovering from internal injuries. Reflecting on your battered body, you contemplated the significance of internal cultivation, which not only enhances cultivation levels, but also boosts the overall true chi and energy within. The greater the internal energy, the more convenient your endeavors become. Ordinary techniques may take 3 days to heal internal injuries. With ample true chi, recovery can occur in an instant. You promptly discovered a technique for healing internal injuries, the Heavenly Wood Unification technique, and commenced your training, since the White Lotus Annihilation technique had already merged with your being. This was not merely a change in technique. Furthermore, the abundant true chi and formidable physique significantly accelerated your cultivation speed. Consequently, your progress in internal cultivation and other techniques would accelerate exponentially. After half an hour, you had successfully integrated the Heavenly Wood Unification technique into your body, accompanied by that unbearable pain. You then fully activated the technique to restore your internal injuries, estimating that full recovery would take approximately 3 months. With this newfound clarity, you paused and proceeded to practice more healing techniques. After 2 hours, you integrated 3 additional internal cultivation methods and, upon activating the techniques, found that the recovery time had diminished to 2 months and 15 days. Remarkable, indeed. This exemplifies the terrifying potential of the Master S path. There are no limits, and one can endlessly enhance oneself. The primary reliance remains on the enhanced physique from the 10,000 poisons body refinement technique. Were an ordinary individual to attempt such integration, they would succumb to the imbalance of yin and yang and perish upon merging techniques. Even if one could endure, the pain would be intolerable. After all, the 10,000 poisons body refinement technique is already excruciating, and the heavenly techniques will undoubtedly be even more so. You continued your training, feeling invigorated as the path ahead appeared clear, uplifting your spirits immensely. Before long, you heard footsteps approaching and paused your practice. The door opened, revealing a familiar figure. Feng Nan, her face alight with joy, leaped before you, exclaiming, "Gu Ming, you've succeeded. You've truly embarked on your own Master-S journey." She gazed at you with incredulity, sharing in your joy. Behind her, a middle-aged Taoist emerged, regarding you with a keen interest, remarking, "This young master is indeed a person of great promise." Young master? You recalled those fortune-tellers in your social circles. Shouldn't a Taoist refer to themselves as a practitioner or a layman? Feng Nan helped you recline against the bed, introducing, "Gu Ming, this is my senior brother, Su Shiji." "Greetings, Brother Su," you said with a smile. "Please take your time to recover," Su Shiji said, not engaging further before closing the door, leaving Feng Nan with you. "Quickly, tell me how you conceived your path to mastery. What route did you take?" she urged eagerly. You shook your head. "I can't articulate it precisely, but I believe that to transcend into mastery, one must undergo a genuine life or death crisis. The kind where an adversary truly seeks to end your life." Feng Nan sighed. "The likelihood of that is exceedingly low. It can't be that simple, otherwise there would be countless self-proclaimed masters in the world." "Did you pursue the sword path?" she inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. You shook your head. "Perhaps it was the fervent will to survive that guided me toward internal cultivation and the healing arts." As you activated your techniques, vibrant energy surged within you. Feng Nan's eyes widened. There exists such a method. She had never encountered anything like it before. After a lengthy conversation, she eventually took her leave. You exhaled, relieved to learn from Feng Nan that this place was not the Eastern Show, but rather still Southern Xia, a branch of the Zhengong Palace. It had been 3 days since you were grievously wounded by the heavenly pool. In the serene environment that followed, you resumed your practice of the simpler healing techniques, integrating them into your being with fierce determination. 2 days later, you had successfully integrated 151 basic healing techniques, completely mending your internal injuries. The amassed healing energy significantly enhanced your body's recovery capabilities, nearing the threshold of rapid regeneration. Moreover, your total true chi far surpassed that of peers in the same realm. In simple terms, it was akin to an increase in health regeneration, energy restoration, and the overall limits of both health and energy. Chapter 59. Cultivation and fortification. After your injuries healed, you continue to integrate your inner power. At this stage, your speed of cultivation reached its zenith. You mastered ordinary inner techniques in mere seconds, peak methods in an hour, and unparalleled techniques in 3 hours. You seized the moment, diligently practicing the content of your inner power, continuously merging new techniques. During this time, Feng Nan persistently sought you out, eager to glean insights and understand more about breakthrough points. Time passed in an endless cycle of cultivation. A month later, you had integrated all the inner power you had learned, reaching the pinnacle of your strength. Your true energy surged like a mighty ocean. It was overwhelming, and you could not help but exclaim in awe. The varieties of inner power were myriad, with some specifically designed for offense and others for defense. And you wielded them with unprecedented prowess. At this moment, your external energy could extend up to 3,000 meters. The numerous additional effects of various inner powers also fortified your physical form, enhancing the potency of your true energy, which began to exhibit attributes such as fire and ice. Your combat strength saw a significant enhancement. As for your proximity to Tiansha, well, it was better left unsaid. The limits of Tiansha's power were exceedingly high. You knew you needed to continue accumulating strength. You then commenced your study of foundational weapon techniques, swordsmanship, knife techniques, and the like. Such basic martial arts consumed little time and yielded swift results, making them the optimal choice for accelerating your cultivation. Unfortunately, the martial arts you possessed were predominantly inner techniques, with very few weapon or hand-to-hand styles. Another half-month passed, and you had mastered a total of 531 weapon techniques, including the previously acquired Tiansha Hongduan. Your strength surged once more, and you turned your focus to first-rate, extraordinary, and supreme techniques. After another half-month, you discovered that inner power cultivation differed greatly from weapon and hand-to-hand techniques. Most inner techniques were simpler to practice, while others had various layers and complexities. By the end of this period, you had only successfully cultivated 3 first-rate weapon techniques, the highest being at the master level. This speed was quite rapid, yet you remained unsatisfied. One day, while practicing swordplay in the Taoist temple, Feng Nan arrived again, but this time her expression was peculiar. "What's the matter?" you inquired, piercing through a nearby tree with your sword. Feng Nan shook her head. "My master has summoned me back to Dongzhou. My father has fallen ill." "Then you should go," you urged. "I don't want to leave you, Guming. Being with you is delightful and effortless. Come back to Dongzhou with me." She suddenly gazed at you with eager anticipation. "Brother, I harbor no feelings for you, yet you wish to introduce me to your family," you retorted, sheathing your sword, your expression growing increasingly odd. Feng Nan did not press further. After a brief conversation, she mounted her horse and departed, leaving behind a few unexpected tears that perplexed you. "Am I truly becoming a seductress?" you pondered as you donned a half-mask of divinity, deciding to leave Nanxia in search of a tranquil place to devote yourself to cultivation. Your path was now clear, and it was time to strive earnestly. Clad in a pristine white robe, you set out towards the south. The southernmost regions of Nanxia were home to many undeveloped primal forests, characterized by complex terrain and sparse human presence, ideal for your seclusion. 3 days later, you had traversed half the journey when a figure suddenly appeared before you. It was a Taoist priest wielding a curved blade, blocking your path. "Are you Guming?" the white-robed priest inquired coldly. You nodded, gazing at him in confusion. He appeared young, with a cultivation level of D-gang, yet he bore no distinguishing features. "Are you the one vying for my woman? Die?" With your confirmation, the priest became enraged and charged at you with his blade. You instinctively thought of Feng Nan, for in this life, she was the only woman with whom you had any connection, especially given her status as a Taoist. Noticing the priest's glaring weaknesses, you shook your head and swiftly subdued him with a kick, pinning him to the ground. The priest struggled in vain, and you glanced back. Zhengyang Palace is renowned for its righteous disciples. Surely they would not engage in bullying the weak. At that moment, you sensed an aura approaching. It belonged to a Tiansha-level expert. It seemed that this encounter was far from ordinary. You raised your foot, addressing the priest. "Brother, I have no feelings for Feng Nan. This is all a misunderstanding. Farewell." Unbeknownst to you, your words struck the priest with devastating force. Ding Hong spat out dirt, his eyes bloodshot. "Gu Ming, you shall perish. Senior brother, help me kill him." Feeling the chilling intent radiating from the priest, you furrowed your brow before unsheathing your sword without hesitation. Whoosh! A head flew off, blood gushing forth like a fountain. You gathered a substantial amount of external energy, merging it with the volatile toxins within you, vigilantly watching the approaching Tiansha. With the nacho sword firmly in hand, the battle was imminent. Truly, as a self-proclaimed master, your strikes against the D gang were as effortless as slaughtering chickens. Gradually, the Tian Sha figure revealed himself, clad in coarse Taoist robes and straw sandals, unkempt and scruffy. Do you wish to test your skills as well? I have yet to take the life of a Tian Sha. In these 3 days, you had practiced a portion of lightness techniques, incorporating them into your repertoire, thus significantly enhancing your strength. Tian Sha, if you were to give it your all, you might indeed be a worthy opponent. He shook his head. My junior brother has always been arrogant. If a layman were to kill him, it would be a service to the people. Gu, we shall meet again. You cast him a fleeting glance before departing with a tinge of regret. You truly had no certainty of victory against him. Once you left, he finally exhaled in relief, beads of sweat dotting his brow. How has this fellow cultivated? Just a low-level master, yet he instills such fear in me. He could clearly sense that if a confrontation were to occur, his life would likely be at stake. That sensation was terrifying. Having roamed the martial world for years, he had not experienced such a feeling in a long time. It was too strange. He resolved to report this to the palace master. After reattaching Ding Hong's head, he hastily departed, his movements growing increasingly swift. 10 days later, you had ventured deep into the primal forests of southern Daxia. The humidity here was overwhelming, teeming with serpents and beasts. Fortunately, your true energy was abundant, and with the protection of external energy surrounding you at all times, these threats posed no concern. 5 days later, you discovered a cave deeper within the mountains. After a brief tidying up, you commenced a new round of cultivation. Chapter 60. Leaving the cave and conquering the Heavenly Alliance, you possess a multitude of martial arts, all painstakingly collected by Gu Han and Ying Zheng during the era of Beiqin. You fervently immerse yourself in the practice of simplistic lightness techniques, weaponry, boxing, and body refinement methods, optimizing your time to the utmost. Every fleeting moment is dedicated to cultivation, akin to a mere puppet. By the 22nd year, you have integrated all forms of lightness techniques, which are among the rarest in martial arts. Upon completion, your physical reflexes and corporeal strength have significantly enhanced. You can stride 30 meters in a single step, and moreover, can traverse 35 steps in midair. With an abundance of vital energy, you can effortlessly walk upon the air. In the 23rd year, you amalgamate all body refinement techniques, which, as the name suggests, focus on the enhancement of the physical form. Numerous parts of your body, even your teeth, undergo fortification. After concluding this segment of training, your appearance becomes notably robust and sunlit, aligning more closely with your aesthetic preferences. More importantly, the practice of body refinement renders your physique even more formidable, with your bones, muscles, and various body parts experiencing a second maturation. When fully unleashed, you can instantaneously transform into a 5-meter-tall giant, a form you designate as your second state. By the 25th year, you merge thousands of martial arts, further amplifying your prowess. In the 28th year, you assimilate the remaining weapon techniques, mastering various armaments and augmenting your combat capabilities. Having reached this juncture, you officially conclude this protracted phase of training. To continue your ascent, you must incorporate additional martial arts, a crucial aspect of your enhancement journey. Presently, you remain at the master level, merely a step away from the next echelon. It is estimated that a few hundred more martial arts would suffice. Within the cave, you embark on new endeavors. With a wealth of theoretical knowledge and practical experience, you aspire to create and integrate even more martial arts for your cultivation, achieving a state of self-sufficiency. In the 29th year, through relentless experimentation and refinement, you successfully devise 108 martial arts. However, bound by the limitations of your current realm, the maximum cultivation threshold of these arts remains at the master level, encompassing boxing, swordsmanship, lightness techniques, and internal energy practices. Upon full integration, your strength and cultivation progress further. In the 30th year, your creativity flourishes as you develop more martial arts. After engaging in their practice and integration, your cultivation formally breaks through, advancing into the mid-tier of master level. Within the cave, you radiate vigor. At this moment, you find yourself nearly on par with the formidable Tian gang. You are imbued with genuine confidence, bolstered by a plethora of enhancements. However, you realize that your mental faculties are nearing depletion. You crave more martial arts. Stepping out of the cave, you reflect. Relying solely on past achievements is insufficient, without the infusion of new martial arts. The day will inevitably arrive when you lack the inspiration to create, much like the necessity of consuming food and drink before attending to nature and Apos' call. Simply washing your hands is inadequate. After exiting the cave, you arrive at a nearby city and, after contemplation, resolve to revisit the Heavenly Alliance. The Heavenly Alliance is a well-known force in southern Xia, steeped in history. Conquering it would undoubtedly yield significant rewards. Furthermore, it serves as a crucial test of your abilities. Can a master truly defeat Tian gang? Such an occurrence has never been recorded throughout history. In March of the 30th year, you arrive at the Heavenly Alliance. The floor tiles have all been replaced with cheaper blue bricks, indicating a recent downturn in their finances. Stepping forth, you find yourself beneath a statue, shouting, "Where's Meihua 56? Today, I shall defeat you with a single sword," as the eastern winds blow through the west gate. Your aura intensifies with each passing moment. A crimson light emerges, followed by a familiar voice. "It's you again, the worthless debtor." Meihua 56 stands atop a building, her expression one of surprise upon recognizing your transformed self as a master. The disparity in your aura is unmistakable, setting you apart from ordinary masters. With no intention of concealing your power, you draw your unmatched sword and charge forward. A mere master, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Meihua 56 mocks as she approaches with her spear. You summon a vast amount of vital energy to counter her. Upon contact, you are taken aback as she is sent flying by your strike. How weak you are, you surmise, perceiving her strength as feeble. Meihua 56 stares in disbelief at the crack in her spear, unable to comprehend how you could shatter her Tiangang power with mere vital energy. Standing before the statue, you swing your unmatched sword with vigor, unleashing a ferocious sword energy. Boom. Meihua 56 is pushed back, ultimately spitting blood and collapsing amidst the ruins. This represents your strongest attack in a normal state, sufficient to obliterate an ordinary Tiangang opponent. The surrounding disciples of the Heavenly Alliance are taken aback, rushing towards their leader, Alliance leader. "Are you all right? You must have been careless. Regain your composure. We have faced trials together. Do not falter." A chorus of voices clamors. A master defeating Tiangang? Impossible. The leader must have been caught off guard. With a smile, you leap from the statue, your vital energy radiating outward, forcing all disciples of the Heavenly Alliance back several meters as a protective barrier surrounds you, rendering them unable to approach. Meihua 56, it seems I shan't need to repay my debt to you. You extend your hand, dissolving the sword energy within her body and transforming it into healing energy, restoring her to full health. Meihua 56 opens her eyes, blood still staining her lips. "Who are you?" You assist her to her feet, replying with a smile. Names are merely labels, they hold little significance. What matters is whether you wish to live, whether you desire the Heavenly Alliance to survive. You threaten her. Meihua 56 glares at you, teeth gritted. "What do you want?" "Quite simply, from this day forth, the Heavenly Alliance shall heed my commands." "Are you dreaming in broad daylight?" You extend your finger, and a dense array of sword energies materialize around you, exuding a chilling aura. "Are you repeating yourself?" Meihua 56 smirks, ultimately resigned. "Fine." Your heart swells with triumph as a plume of black smoke escapes your lips, merging with her being. What is this? Just a toxin to control you. A fusion of over 14,000 variations. Rest assured, it won't kill you. At this moment, you possess the capability to shatter her Tiangang defenses at will, effortlessly asserting control over her. Chapter 61, Kindred Spirits. Previously, due to the protection of the Tiangang, you were unable to subdue your opponent, but now, it is time for them to kneel before me. As for any potential criticism regarding ingratitude, after all, when you challenged me, Meihua 56 spared your life, which, to a Tiangang master, is indeed a kindness. You are utterly indifferent. As long as the goal can be achieved and power can be attained, notions of morality can be cast aside. You, feeling the chaotic poison coursing through your veins, Meihua 56's expression changed dramatically. Evil forces. You shall meet a dreadful fate. You shrugged. I do not require a favorable outcome. I only seek strength. By controlling Meihua 56, you also seized control of half of the Tiandahui. Then you extended your influence, planting the chaotic poison within the onlookers around you. Most of these spectators were high-ranking members of the Tiandahui, including a familiar face, the young man who once sought vengeance against the bandits. He had also contributed some of his cultivation resources, including the Tiandi Fang Wuxingju and the Balai Chang. After this confrontation, you felt considerably more at ease. To survive, one must obey. You lifted Meihua 56's chin, softly speaking. Meihua 56 glared at you, her expression dark, yet she could not utter a word. Thus, you established your dominion over the Tiandahui. That night, Meihua 56 brought forth all the martial arts that the Tiandahui had gathered, amounting to 300 internal skills, 500 striking techniques, 100 lightness skills, 50 body refinement techniques, and 500 weapon arts. Is this all that the Tiandahui has amassed? As a top-tier force in Nansha, this indeed seems rather scant. Meihua 56 nodded. This is the entirety of our martial arts. As the leader of the Tiandahui, I practiced the Tiandi Fang Wuxingju and the Balai Chang. What use are other martial arts? Very well, very well. Such arrogance, pride indeed, can lead to one's demise. You commanded Meihua 56 to withdraw, turning your attention to your own cultivation. The East Gate breeze. My senior sister will return in 3 days. Be prepared. As you walked halfway, Meihua 56 suddenly spoke. Senior sister? You furrowed your brows. In your understanding, was not Meihua 56 the strongest within the Tiandahui? How could there be a senior sister? Meihua 56 frowned. In the past, our master accepted 56 disciples, and only 3 remain. The rest perished. I am the youngest and least talented, thus inheriting the Tiandahui, remaining here day after day. The senior sister, the 13th, chose to wander the world and continue her arduous training. You picked up a volume of internal skills, inquiring as you practiced, what are their strengths? They are all Tiangang, with the 13th sister at the intermediate level and the senior sister at the pinnacle of Tiangang. Unlike you, they are ordinary Tiangang. Can you handle the Eastgate breeze? Meihua 56 crossed her arms, watching with amusement. At that moment, you successfully completed your internal training. Setting down the small book and grabbed Meihua 56. Are you mocking me? Meihua 56 shook her head. I would not dare. No, your courage is quite remarkable. The next morning, Meihua 56 left your room, her expression complex. Throughout the night, both of you had experienced growth. You conducted numerous experiments on Meihua 56, thoroughly confirming your current combat strength. With a regular strike, you could severely injure a typical low-tier Tiangang. A full-force blow could potentially end her life. Employing techniques would yield even greater effects, yet you refrained from testing this, fearing that Meihua 56 might truly perish. After a night of torment, she had completely submitted to you. Furthermore, her gaze towards you had grown somewhat peculiar. You commanded the Tiandahui to mobilize their resources to scour the martial world for techniques, while you immersed yourself in relentless training to strengthen yourself. 3 days later, you successfully mastered all the techniques. Your power had significantly increased. Moreover, from the multitude of martial arts, you refined and created 2 crucial skills. First, the Duanshui Sanzhongjian. This technique expends a considerable portion of your internal energy, delivering a single, powerful strike capable of unleashing 9 fierce sword energies instantly. With astonishing effects, within a 5,000-meter radius, you can lock onto and pursue any target. The second technique, the Pomi Jinshi. This amalgamates all the sword techniques you have practiced into a unique sword energy, with high growth potential. The more sword techniques you cultivate, the stronger the effect. On this day, the wind was gentle, the clouds sparse. You departed early from the Tiandahui headquarters, heading towards a nearby city. You are not foolish. Your senior sister Meihua, at the pinnacle of Tiangang, would pose a significant challenge. If she were at the intermediate or high level, you might have considered a daring confrontation. However, at the high tier, you truly lacked confidence. Regardless, having acquired numerous martial resources from the Tiandahui, their betrayal would not concern you. It was worth it. At the inn, as dusk fell and night approached, you were savoring tea by your bedside when a shadow suddenly leaped up, tapping on the window. Who goes there, knocking at my window? You inquired. My lord, this is the complete collection of martial arts gathered today. You opened the window, and the person outside handed you a series of bundles, totaling 10, with approximately 300 martial arts within. You nodded in acknowledgement and dismissed the individual. How inexplicable. It felt as though you were engaging in a clandestine exchange. You mused aloud before retrieving the martial arts and continuing your practice. In less than a jaw stick's time, you concluded your session. As you absorbed more techniques, your progression accelerated. Your overall strength improved incrementally, which was quite satisfactory. At dawn, having rested sufficiently, you prepared to head towards your next target. Another first-rate force in Nansha, the Qinglian Temple. According to your previous knowledge, both the Tiandahui and Qinglian Temple possessed only one Tiangang master to oversee their operations. Yet, the situation surely was not simple. If the Tiandahui was thus, the Qinglian Temple would undoubtedly be even stronger. Caution would serve you well. A day later, you arrived near the gates of the Qinglian Temple. Gazing at the extensive architectural complex before you, you couldn't help but exclaim, truly wealthy. You did not intend to storm in. What you sought was merely the martial arts. The scripture pavilion within the Qinglian Temple would perfectly fulfill your requirements. In the dead of night, you walked through the air, stealthily entering the Qinglian Temple. Having practiced lightness skills for so long, your agility had reached its zenith, allowing you to move undetected. Even if discovered, you had the confidence to escape. This was the confidence that empowered you to challenge the Tiandahui and infiltrate the Qinglian Temple. The Qinglian Temple was vast. Every area was bustling with activity. Within the temple, the Buddha statues shimmered with gold and brilliance, and various resources abounded. After searching for a while, you finally located the scripture pavilion, cautiously opening the door and stepping inside. Who goes there? As you took your first step, a voice questioned you from across the room. You glanced over, seeing someone clad in night attire and a black mask, appearing even more disheveled than yourself. It seemed to be a kindred spirit. Chapter 62. Discovery. As you arrived at Qinglian Temple for your studies, you casually responded to the presence of another. Sensing that he was indeed a formidable opponent. Not only was he a celestial warrior, but his rank was also quite impressive. You did not underestimate him. After speaking, you fixed your gaze on him, ready to fight with all your might. The man in black regarded you intently and said, "If you are here to read, feel free." With that, he stepped aside, allowing you to enter the scripture repository. You nodded in acknowledgement and ventured deeper into the hall. After enhancing your abilities, you could see clearly in the dim light of the night. Yet to your dismay, you found not a single martial arts manual. The repository was filled solely with scriptures. How disappointing, you thought. Who keeps only scriptures? However, it dawned on you that martial arts techniques might be concealed within the texts. You recalled various forms and began to examine the books one by one. After a quarter of an hour, you had scoured 5 floors of the repository, and frustration began to set in. It was indeed just scriptures. In your moment of bewilderment, the man in black approached you again, chuckling softly. If you seek the martial arts of Qinglian Temple, you must go to the northeast corner of the 3rd floor. There is a mechanism there that, once activated, will yield rewards. Upon hearing this, you scrutinized him closely and nodded, expressing your gratitude. You made your way to the 3rd floor, where you indeed found a conspicuous mechanism, a book that could not be opened, nestled among the shelves. As you turned the mechanism, the bookshelf swung open, revealing a vast secret chamber. Inside were rows of shelves filled with books of various colors. You swallowed hard and stepped inside, taking down a book. You discovered it was indeed a martial arts manual. With a focused mind, you eagerly perused its contents, not practicing but committing it all to memory. Though your aptitude had only been enhanced once through the Celestial King's Radiance technique, you found that the myriad internal energy techniques had a profound effect on your retention, an effortless endeavor. You became engrossed in your reading, while the man in black stood quietly on the 3rd floor, observing you with a pensive look. An interesting young talent, he mused. The night passed without further conversation, and as dawn approached, you reluctantly took your leave. Over the course of the night, you had memorized 3,000 martial arts texts, barely scratching the surface. Yet it was exhilarating. Silently, you exited Qinglian Temple, freshened up at the inn, and immediately began your training. You prioritized integrating internal energy techniques, which could enhance your energy reserves, recovery speed, and various additional attributes, yielding the most noticeable effects. After a full day, you had absorbed over 300 internal energy techniques, all of high rank and rooted in Buddhist traditions. Perhaps this was why your cultivation speed had significantly slowed. The 300 Buddhist internal techniques had imbued your aura with righteousness, lending you a more dignified presence. One could only wonder how many more techniques lay within the first Buddhist sect, not to mention the Wanfo sect, which was only slightly weaker than the Doan sect. It was likely that prominent sects had substantial collections as well, given the ancient history of martial arts development in this world. You began to anticipate what lay ahead. For the next 10 days, you returned to Qinglian Temple each night to record various techniques. Each evening, you encountered the man in black, and through repeated encounters, you became acquainted. His name was Cold Blood, a man with a dark history seeking to enhance his power for vengeance. Upon learning his name and background, your expression shifted dramatically. The archetype was familiar, and you would not be surprised if an elderly sweeper emerged from the shadows. On the 10th night, you approached the final section of the shelves, with only 3,000 books remaining unrecorded. During these 10 days, you had absorbed over 3,000 internal techniques, significantly enhancing your strength and cultivation. By your calculations, a single attack could now defeat over 100 foes of the 56th rank. If you were to unleash a skill, that number would multiply exponentially. It was only after this realization that you understood how, back then, Ling Cho could face 300 celestial warriors, likely. Most of them were beneath her notice, save for the peak celestial warriors or those of similar caliber. The chasm between one's own path and that of predecessors was vast. Of course, the gap between you and them would only widen, as you had no limits. With 10 days of experience behind you, you accomplished the memorization of all martial arts in half the time. As you prepared to leave, Cold Blood approached you, puzzled. Young friend, did you come here merely to record these martial arts? Qinglian Temple was known for its strictness. Should you disseminate their techniques, you would undoubtedly be pursued by the monks, leading to potential complications. Rest assured, I have no intention of spreading this knowledge. I seek only to cultivate, you assured him. Cultivate? Huh? Do you intend to master all these martial arts? Remember, there are always those beyond you, and more realms to explore. One cannot be too greedy. Before he could finish his thought, strange sounds erupted around you. Suddenly, figures emerged, and lights flared up in the rooms outside the repository, illuminating the surroundings. Who dares to steal from Qinglian Temple? Such audacity. You had indeed been discovered. Young friend, you should leave. I shall hold them off, Cold Blood said calmly, revealing his familiarity with such situations. Drawing your unbreakable sword, you inquired with a smile. Even if there are 8 peak celestial warriors, do you believe you can escape? 8. Indeed. In your perception, 8 peak celestial warriors had amassed outside the repository, and furthermore, more masters were converging, completely surrounding you. Impossible. Qinglian Temple only has 1 peak celestial warrior. Cold Blood exclaimed in disbelief. You shook your head and stepped out of the repository, with Cold Blood closely following. Indeed, 8 celestial warriors stood upon the surrounding structures, and even more masters were gathering, fully encircling you. As you gazed at the 8, you noticed a significant difference. Cold Blood's expression changed dramatically. Young friend, this is dire. There are experts from Doan sect and Wanfo Temple among them. Among them were also the abbots and elders of the 2 major Buddhist sections. Curse it. What are they doing at Qinglian Temple? I received no warning whatsoever. It became evident that 2 of the top 8 sects had converged here. It's you? The abbot of Qinglian Temple recognized you, and his expression shifted. I spared you once for the sake of Zhengyang Palace, but now you dare to invade the sacred grounds of the Buddhist sect? You truly are courting death. The other monks looked on with curiosity. Chapter 63. Cultivation. As the abbot of Qinglian Temple faced tribulation, explanations ensued, and the crowd finally understood. The young acolyte had remarkably surpassed the limits of a self-mastered practitioner, heralding an illustrious future. Suddenly, the abbot of Wanfo Temple spoke, only to shake his head afterward, lamenting, "Alas, your journey ends here today. In our sacred Buddhist grounds, none shall trespass." Abbot Xingang of Wanfo Temple turned to Dujia and said, "Dujia Master, let us witness the prowess of your esteemed temple today. With one at the pinnacle of Tiangang and another at the mid-level of mastery, it should pose no challenge." Meanwhile, the abbot of Duan Temple, Shi, also bowed respectfully and urged, "Dujia Master, please." Dujia nodded and glanced at them. The purpose of the two prominent Buddhist abbots visiting Qinglian Temple was primarily to recruit. As Qinglian Temple struggled to thrive in the southern summer and needed to ally with a powerful entity, now was the time for them to showcase their abilities. Observing Dujia's darkening expression, an inexplicable anticipation stirred within you. Could I possibly defeat one at the pinnacle of Tiangang? With the unyielding sword raised, you felt an urge to engage. However, Coldblood stepped in front of you, urging, "Young friend, you must leave. We have formed a bond. I will ensure your survival today." He sighed. He had not anticipated encountering such formidable foes today. Otherwise, he would have remained concealed. It seemed there was no retreat left, and he resigned himself to the notion of his impending demise, reflecting that the only value left was ensuring your escape. Coldblood, life and death are not determined by others, you declared, stepping forward to position yourself behind Dujia, unleashing a strike. The torrent of sword energy surged forth, crashing against Dujia's protective Tiangang. Dujia's expression shifted. Such formidable sword energy. He swiftly turned, delivering a palm strike that radiated golden light, exclaiming, "If you were to survive, you would surely become another Ling Cho." Easily sidestepping his attack, you charged forward, relentlessly swinging your sword. Dujia indeed demonstrated skill. Neither his standard attacks nor minor techniques could contend with you. After a flurry of exchanges, you retreated, acknowledging the intensity of the battle. Dujia's protective Tiangang had only suffered a minor crack. There were other experts present. You could not afford to deplete your energy here. Kill. With the unyielding sword shimmering, you thrust forward, unleashing the devastating sword energy. As the blade gleamed, Dujia's expression changed dramatically. That technique he realized too late and attempted to evade, but the destructive sword energy severed his protective barrier, inflicting instant injury. Was it merely a light wound? You felt a tinge of regret, but smiled. Dujia, enjoy your moment. As your words fell, Dujia's face turned pale, and he plummeted from the air, having succumbed to your myriad poisons, 14,000 varieties, none of which were pleasant. You may go, spare their lives. Xingang and Shi promptly commanded, rushing to catch Dujia and administer an antidote. The 5 other Tiangang experts converged. Turning, you saw Coldblood already engaged with them. You now grasped the extent of your combat prowess. A direct confrontation would only yield minor injuries to the pinnacle of Tiangang. Yet utilizing the myriad poisons could bring about their demise. With unwavering resolve, you unleashed the destructive sword energy upon the 5 adversaries. After a fierce exchange, you executed a precise strike, cleverly claiming the life of one at the pinnacle of Tiangang. Channeling the majority of your energy, you invoked the threefold water-severing sword. Energy waned, manifesting 9 sword energies that surged towards another pinnacle expert. The light flickered, and he was forcefully slain. His protective Tiangang crumbled like fragile paper, and the 9 sword energies wreaked havoc within him. Boom! The Tiangang expert shattered into countless fragments, consumed by the relentless toxins, leaving nothing behind. Your attack astounded many. The remaining 3 Tiangang experts hesitated, rooted in place, while you, disinterested in further entanglements, called to Coldblood and departed. Qinglian Temple, Duan Temple, Wanfo Sect. I will not let you escape unscathed. Coldblood, bewildered, fled. The remaining monks exchanged incredulous glances. Xingang and Shi shared a knowing look, understanding the gravity of the situation. He must die? Previous grievances demanded resolution. Xingang rose, while the abbot Dujia of Qinglian Temple collapsed, his breath growing frail. Shi relinquished his efforts, allowing Dujia to perish. At merely 50, he embarked on the path of self-mastery, possessing the power to slay those at the pinnacle of Tiangang. Shi lamented. Xingang chuckled sadly, moreover. He harbored an extraordinary ability to cultivate myriad poisons. It seems only those at the absolute pinnacle can eliminate him. Shi insisted. One at the absolute pinnacle is not guaranteed, Xingang Master. You must also take action. Xingang nodded. Additionally, I plan to visit the imperial capital of Xia Kingdom, Dongzhou Xingyang Palace, to eliminate any future threats. This child is arrogant, merciless in slaughter, more uncontrollable than Ling Shou of yore. We cannot allow him to grow stronger, otherwise, the righteous path will be imperiled. Unaware of their conversation, you had already distanced yourself from Qinglian Temple, traversing 30 meters with each stride, hastening southward. Wanfo Temple and Duan Temple would not let you go easily. They might even issue a bounty for your capture. As you journeyed, your expression shifted. Circumstances were urgent, and you could not afford to linger. After a moment's hesitation, you veered westward, determined to exploit your advantages to the fullest. You traveled while cultivating, focusing on enhancing your lightness skill, which became increasingly refined. 10 days later, having integrated half of your lightness skill, your speed significantly increased, allowing you to traverse 50 meters with each step, covering 100 steps in the air in a single breath. Other areas also saw substantial improvement. 10 days later, you reached the borders of the western Shang region, delving into the nearby mountains, where you casually sought a cave and commenced fervent martial arts integration. Lightness skills, inner strength, martial arts, body refinement, weaponry, all aspects experienced tremendous enhancement. In an unadorned cave, you sheathed a steel whip, concluding this phase of cultivation. After half a year, you had successfully absorbed all the martial arts from Qinglian Temple. Your infinite myriad techniques advanced significantly, and your cultivation level correspondingly increased. Yet, cultivation was secondary. Your strength was paramount. At this moment, you had assimilated over 60,000 martial arts techniques, predominantly in martial arts, followed by weaponry, inner strength, body refinement, and lightness skills. Your overall prowess had reached new heights, especially the effectiveness of the destructive sword energy, which surpassed the previous threefold water-severing sword in potency. Your second form had increased from 5 meters to 7. Just as you mastered everything, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. Who could it be? Chapter 64. Meeting with Nangong. As you emerged from the cave, you unsheathed your sword. Just a few steps later, a group of individuals clad in purple robes appeared at the cave's entrance. They exuded a powerful aura, all at the Earth Gang level, and upon noticing you, their expressions shifted to one of surprise. You are Gu Ming, inquired a middle-aged Taoist at the forefront. You recognized them instantly. There were 15 of them, all disciples of the Zhengyang Palace. It is indeed I. You regarded them coldly, sensing their unfriendly intentions. The middle-aged Taoist forced a smile, stating, "We are Taoists from Zhengyang Palace, sent by the palace master to fetch you." "Fetch me? How did you find me?" The Taoist shook his head. "Perhaps it was mere coincidence." "That is of little importance, Gu Ming. Come with us quickly. Feng Nin has been waiting for you. She has sustained injuries and her life hangs by a thread. She wishes to see you." "Is that so?" You inquired. "How did she come to be injured?" "She is lovesick," came the reply. You fell silent for a moment, then stepped forward. A cloud of poisonous mist enveloped the area, shattering the protective aura surrounding them and invading their bodies. The deadly toxins surged violently, causing them to collapse to the ground, unable to contain their agonizing screams. The pain they experienced was far more intense than that of cultivating the myriad poisons to enhance one's constitution, only slightly less severe than the practice of the infinite methods. Few in the world could withstand such torment. Listening to their cries, you felt a sense of ease as you leaned against a tree and asked, "Now, can we converse properly? How did you find me? What has happened to Feng Nan?" Despite their continued screams, the Taoists maintained a tense silence, gritting their teeth in defiance. "Such unwavering resolve," you mused. "Since you were so loyal to Zhengyang Palace, let it be your final resting place." With a smirk, you began to walk away. Wait. One of them, unable to bear the pain, called out, "Kill me, and I will tell you." A young Taoist gasped, struggling to speak. You withdrew the poison from him and nodded slightly. Breathing heavily, the young Taoist grimaced. "The 8 major sects of the righteous path have united with the 4 royal families, 10 great clans, and all forces within the martial world to capture you, issuing a joint bounty. It was sheer coincidence that we found you. Merely the result of sheer numbers. Feng Nin has been placed under house arrest by the palace master. No news has surfaced regarding her situation." "Is that so?" "The entire martial world is out to kill me." The scale of this manhunt surpassed even that of Ling Chou in the past. You felt no fear, rather, a thrill coursed through you. The other Taoists continued to writhe in agony, occasionally cursing the young Taoist for his perceived disloyalty to the palace master. "Farewell," you said, turning to leave. The young Taoist was left bewildered, pondering why you had spared his life. In the next moment, a powerful aura surged forth, binding their bodies, and a shadow descended from above. In the forest, you strolled leisurely, a massive white python pursuing you from behind, expelling an array of objects from its mouth. A brief glance revealed only 3 martial arts manuals amidst a heap of meaningless debris. You effortlessly absorbed the 3 manuals, integrating them into your being. Susu, your companion, danced joyfully beside you, occasionally extending her tongue to snap a large tree in half. Over the years, her size had grown to 40 meters, and since reaching this size, she had not increased further. The whiskers atop her head had morphed into 16 tendrils, while the scales on her abdomen had turned pitch black, gradually spreading outward, hinting at an impending expansion over her entire form. "Susu, what has happened to you? I hope you aren't becoming deformed. I was looking forward to seeing you transform into Little White." Though Susu could not comprehend your words, her delight was evident. After playing with her for a while, You returned her to the simulated space and continued your journey westward. Having revealed your presence, you decided to make the most of it. You headed straight towards the headquarters of the White Lotus sect. Along the way, you encountered numerous small to medium-sized sects and clans. Without hesitation, you looted them all, acquiring their martial arts manuals and swiftly refining them. Thus, your presence was fully exposed. 3 days later, on a small road just 15 miles from the White Lotus sect's headquarters, you suddenly halted. Figures charged towards you from behind, exuding a murderous intent. Devil Sword Gu Ming. Today marks your end. Gu Ming, prepare to die. Before they could finish their taunts, you suppressed them on the spot, seizing their life force. Beneath the peak of the heavenly gang, they were all swiftly dispatched. In less than 3 seconds, the dozens rushing towards you lay lifeless. You tapped the mask on your face, rifled through the bodies, and obliterated all traces of your presence. These individuals were merely at the pinnacle of the Earth Gang. They posed no significant challenge. You acquired over 30 manuals, which you instantly absorbed, transforming them into part of yourself. Just as you were about to proceed, a red figure suddenly appeared, blocking your path. It was Nangong Qingru, the leader of the White Lotus sect. Are you planning to invade my White Lotus sect? Nangong Qingru asked coldly. You sensed her formidable strength. She was at the peak of the Earth Gang. To you now, she could be subdued with a single hand. Removing your mask, you smiled. Is that not permissible? Upon seeing your face, Nangong Qingru was momentarily taken aback. You stepped forward, grasping her neck with one hand, the sword aura flowing, piercing through her protective barrier. Immediately, a torrent of toxins surged into her body. Nangong Qingru's words were cut short as you covered her mouth. Say no more. If you wish to survive, you will heed my instructions. You lifted her into the air. Swiftly arriving at the White Lotus sect headquarters, a cave nestled within a cliff. You placed her onto a bed and skillfully retrieved a peculiar cup from a nearby cabinet. Along with a jar of yellow wine from beneath the bed, pouring yourself a glass. With a satisfying gulp, you savored the drink. Nangong Qingru's confusion deepened. Yet you paid it no mind, stating directly, I need your assistance in gathering all the martial arts from the White Lotus sect, and if possible, from the martial world as well. You caressed Nangong Qingru's cheek. Sister, you will help me, won't you? Otherwise, I may not provide you with the antidote. Hearing your words, Nangong Qingru chuckled softly. How could I refuse to assist you? You are so obedient and adorable. You chuckled in return, tightening your grip around her neck. Then hurry and get to work, dear sister. You relished the moment, the balance of power shifting in your favor. Yet, something felt amiss. Nangong Qingru showed no signs of humiliation or displeasure. Instead, she appeared, quite pleased. Sister, who has altered your demeanor? Chapter 65. The desire to kill at the pinnacle regardless of the circumstances, the progression of events has been comparatively smooth. Nangong Qingru swiftly delivered an abundant array of martial arts techniques, far exceeding those in the Qinglian Temple. In just 3 days, the quantity reached a staggering 40,000. And it appeared that even more were on the way. These were the accumulated martial arts of my White Lotus sect over the years, with those from our affiliated forces gradually being sent as well. Is this sufficient? Nangong Qingru inquired, playfully nestled in your embrace, her laughter bright and cheerful. You felt an overwhelming sensation. Although you had always considered yourself quite abnormal, in comparison to this naturally fragile individual, you now felt rather ordinary. For the time being. It will suffice, you replied, waving your hand. I intend to enter seclusion for a while. It is best not to disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. Nangong Qingru nodded in understanding. By the way, there are many forces lurking nearby. Are they all here for you? She asked curiously. Indeed, they come seeking my demise. You confirmed, but soon enough, they shall all meet their end. You gently placed her on the other side of the bed and, with all the martial arts techniques in hand, retreated into the secret chamber. Su, having been freed, stood guard before you. Though her size was imposing, her true combat prowess was merely at the earthly peak level. Her role was more of a warning than effective protection. Watching you depart, Nangong Qingru sat up once more, biting her lip, her expression gradually becoming dazed. Inside the secret chamber, you commenced an intense training regimen, focusing on internal energy, martial arts, lightness skills, weaponry, and body refinement. Prioritizing internal energy, with over 8,000 techniques to assimilate, your cultivation speed had accelerated remarkably, and it could be conservatively estimated that you would master them in 3 days. As you continued to practice, your various attributes began to soar dramatically. You felt a sense of certainty that upon emerging from this seclusion, you would be invincible in the world, capable of slaying even those at the heavenly pinnacle with a single sword strike. 2 days later, you successfully integrated the over 8,000 internal energy techniques, and your cultivation level surged, advancing into the high realm of master. Su remained motionless before you, appearing almost lifeless. You extracted 1,000 gene of flesh and blood from the simulation space and tossed it to her. Only then did she react. Swallowing it in one gulp, you settled your thoughts and resumed your training, next turning to lightness skills, with a total of over 5,000 to conquer. You trained fervently, day by day passing by. After 1 day, You mastered the 5,000 lightness techniques. 3 days later, over 10,000 martial arts techniques were acquired. 3 days after that, thousands of weapon techniques were integrated. And another day later, all body refinement techniques were completed. In total, over 40,000 techniques were mastered in just 10 days. A speed unparalleled compared to your previous endeavors. You meticulously sensed your physical condition. You were now merely a step away from the pinnacle of mastery. With significant improvements across all aspects, you had grown stronger and could achieve even more. Suddenly, a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted outside the secret chamber, prompting you to rise and step out. To your astonishment, you beheld a scene of disarray. White Lotus sect masters were engaged in combat with various sects and forces. And in the distance, Nangong Qingru was besieged by numerous heavenly pinnacle warriors. How did it come to this? You pondered, astonished at the speed of these events. You retracted Su and approached Nangong Qingru, casually unleashing wisps of poison that swiftly eliminated all beneath the heavenly pinnacle. For those above that threshold, a mere flick of your sword energy sufficed to annihilate them as well. Your energy reserves far surpassed others of the same realm, even reaching the pinnacle level. Your energy regeneration was astonishing, recovering 1% in a second and 50% in 20 seconds. At this juncture, you had thoroughly grown and stood at the zenith of this world. Gradually, your presence drew the attention of all. In mere moments, hundreds of masters fell, making it impossible not to attract their gaze. Upon seeing you, Nangong Qingru involuntarily smiled faintly and retreated to stand before you. It seems your skills have reached fruition, she remarked, her joy evident. You effortlessly restored her injuries. Is it a divine skill? Perhaps, you replied. The group before you remained vigilant, wary of your power. The 8 foremost sects, the 10 prominent families, and 4 royal clans had their experts present, yet the most elite among them were conspicuously absent. How dull, you mused silently, observing them with a calm demeanor as you raised a hand. The oppressive atmosphere caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Gu Ming, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back to find the shore. Gu Ming, you are still young. Do not stray onto the path of no return. Let us discuss matters. Violence will not resolve anything. You scoffed at their attempts at reasoning when faced with defeat, and as they grew more formidable, their demeanor softened. With a mere flick of your hand, a flurry of sword energy erupted forth, a dazzling array of colors and attributes raining down like arrows, obliterating all heavenly pinnacle warriors in a seamless execution, leaving no survivors. After dispatching these foes, you unleashed more poison mist to eliminate the remaining minions. Are there any more techniques? You inquired. Nangong Qingru nodded. Approximately 30,000 remain, all from the affiliated forces of the White Lotus sect. You comprehended her words clearly. Consolidate the remaining forces and collect the techniques from these corpses. I must continue my seclusion. Your expression remained impassive. The adversaries you had just vanquished were merely secondary experts. Next time, you would face true powerhouses, those at the absolute pinnacle. You felt an exhilarating anticipation for the challenge ahead. What level could these individuals possibly possess? You re-entered the secret chamber, entrusting everything to Nangong Qingru. With the foundation laid previously, your cultivation speed increased even further, particularly since most of these techniques were foundational and easily assimilated with a glance. However, the sheer quantity of over 30,000 techniques was not to be underestimated. On the following dawn, as the sun ascended slowly, a beam of sunlight illuminated the secret chamber. You placed your palm in the radiant light and emerged from the chamber. At this moment, you had broken through to the pinnacle of mastery, with significant enhancements across all dimensions. In addition to the 30,000 techniques, you had also integrated over 3,000 techniques from the fallen foes. Now, your internal energy surged robustly, a vitality thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary heavenly pinnacle warrior. Your lightness skills reached unparalleled heights, allowing you to traverse 300 meters in a single step. Your body refinement had reached its apex, with a secondary form extending 15 meters. As you stepped out of the cave, Nangong Qingru approached your side. Gu Ming, they have arrived. You did not respond, but instead turned to gaze at the figures atop the distant mountain peak. 15 in total, all at the absolute pinnacle, far exceeding what you had heard in whispers. It is either my demise or yours, you declared, your demeanor bordering on madness. Chapter 66. Victory. Before you stood 15 formidable figures, many of whom bore names you recognized, though their backgrounds varied greatly. A weathered middle-aged swordsman stepped forward, his gaze peculiar, and sighed deeply. A genius, a true genius. Such youthful mastery at the pinnacle of martial arts, coupled with an extraordinary combat prowess. Alas, you are a child of ill fate. His emotions were exceedingly complex. He was Gainia, the foremost swordsman of the Qin state, and also the greatest sword in the world. He was no ordinary master of the sword. His techniques, though unadorned, existed solely to vanquish foes. Once an assassin, he now stood as a noble hero. An elder beside him shook his head and chuckled. If we do not eliminate him, this world shall know no peace. Such an anomaly should be resolved swiftly. He was Jiangxia, the prime minister of the Eastern Shou, whose wisdom was astounding yet often fell prey to impatience over trivial matters, leading him into calamity. Gu Ming, You should take your own life, he declared. Upon your demise, I could ensure phone and accompanies you in death. El Chuanxiu suddenly interjected. Accompany in death? She is your disciple. El Chuanxiu retorted coldly. I have no such obstinate disciple. You understood then, and without restraint, unsheathed the unyielding sword to strike. Observing this, El Chuanxiu drew his sword to attack while shouting. He wields Ling Chao's sword. The connection to the heavenly demon sect was undeniable. He must be eliminated. Thus, chaos erupted. You capitalized on Pang Bo's vital energy, standing invincible. A sword of obliteration surged forth, propelling El Chuanxiu back, causing him to spew blood as his expression shifted. Be cautious. The toxins he has integrated are numerous. Do not allow him to breach the Tian gang defenses. With that, he hastily retreated, producing a pill to expel over 14,000 types of mixed poison. You grasped their levels of expertise and pressed forward with renewed ferocity. Your defense was astounding, yet the opposing numbers were overwhelming. And each adversary was at the pinnacle of their craft. Within mere breaths, your garments were tattered, and your body bore numerous wounds. Nevertheless, 3 of your opponents lay gravely injured, stripped of their combat capabilities, busy detoxifying themselves. Only 11 remained. Gu Ming, you cannot survive. Surrender while you still can. Came a booming voice from afar, followed by a black arrow streaking towards you. You shattered it with a punch and laughed heartily. Then come, kill me. Not far off. Hou sighed and continued to aim for your vital points, unleashing a barrage of arrows. Gradually, you began to feel overwhelmed. Indeed, he was a marksman of great repute. Threefold Sword of Severance. You suddenly launched an offensive, 9 sword energies shooting forth directly at Jiangxia. His expression changed dramatically. Gainia thrust his sword out to defend, but was repelled by the barrage, his weapon shattering into 8 fragments. Ultimately, both he and Jiangxia were grievously wounded and had to withdraw from the battlefield. At this moment, only 9 opponents remained at their peak. You too were significantly drained from your recent assault, yet it mattered not. Your replenishment rate was swift. Taking 2 steps back, your countenance twisted in ferocity. Kill. In an instant, your mask and the unyielding sword vanished, absorbed into the simulation space as your form expanded rapidly. You transformed into a 15-meter-tall titan, muscular and with long hair cascading down your shoulders. Alas, you lacked the green giant's trousers. Your attire lay in tatters. Yet it was of no consequence. You cared not for such trivialities. Staggering forward, you charged at the crowd. In your second form, your strength, defense, and speed had all dramatically increased, as had your total vital energy, given the expansion of your physique, veins, and acupoints. Your power surged, and more importantly, this second form required no cooldown. It could be maintained indefinitely. In essence, this second form was your true self. Your regular form merely allowed you to blend in among the masses. With sword energy swirling around you, your combat prowess intensified, instilling fear in the hearts of the remaining 9. Another punch was unleashed, shattering the armor of Bai Qi from the Qin state, forcing him to retreat uncontrollably, crashing through 3 massive trees before collapsing amidst the ruins. 80. You felt invigorated, relentless in your assault. 80. Each punch carried immense strength, sharp sword energy striking with overwhelming force. Shishang's Wenzhong and Li Jing retreated in succession. Even the last of Qin's generals, Wang Jian, could not withstand your might. In your second form, they could no longer inflict damage upon you, while every one of your moves left them severely battered. The disparity was insurmountable. Moments later, only 2 opponents remained to face you. Cloaked in masks, their identities eluded you. Yet it mattered little. They were destined to meet their end. In a fervor of combat, you sought an opening and sent one flying with a punch. The vital energy swirling violently within him as he struggled against the pain, collapsing amidst the remnants of a nearby structure. Gan Luo, Gainia exclaimed, rushing to his aid. But the exertion exacerbated the poison, causing him to fall after just a few steps. So, it was Gan Luo, the prodigy you had often heard of in your youth. You turned your gaze to the final adversary. To endure so long against you was no small feat. He was indeed extraordinary. Clad in black and masked, he possessed immense combat experience, evading your attacks and countering with precision. Undoubtedly, he was the strongest among them. Boom. You clashed with him. The potent vital energy and Tiangang power enveloping the surroundings, demolishing more structures and vegetation. After 15 exchanges, you stepped back. He lunged forward, only to fall into your trap, revealing a significant opening. You held nothing back, unleashing a mighty punch. Obliteration. The most powerful strike erupted forth. What a skillful maneuver, he remarked with sudden mirth, only to be struck down heavily, collapsing to the ground, his breath faint. Cough, cough, cough. Even DXIN is no match for you. Jiangxia exclaimed in disbelief from afar. DXIN. So it was he, the king of the Shishan, Zhou, known as King Zhou. It was unexpected that such a figure was also at the pinnacle of martial prowess, truly astonishing. Yet, it seemed this was the end of the line. You surveyed the scattered remnants of your foes, slowly raising your right hand, a dense surge of vital energy emanating forth, prepared to obliterate them entirely. Just at that crucial moment, a figure materialized, blocking your path with a cane. Young one, mercy is a virtue. Chapter 67, a different version. Your brow furrows. The ease with which he intercepted your attack speaks volumes about his prowess. More importantly, you recognize him. The tattered garments. The grimy cane, and that face etched with wrinkles. He is none other than the fortune-telling blind man you encountered in your previous simulations, to your astonishment. He turns out to be the hidden boss of this realm, stronger than those monks, Taoist priests, and historical figures. Who exactly are you? The blind man sets down his cane. I am merely a passerby. These individuals are formidable players in the courts of the four nations and the martial world. If they were to be slain, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, and in such turmoil, heroes are bound to arise. The blind man shakes his head. The emergence of heroes is hardly desirable. This rationale seems hastily conceived. How absurd can it get? You squint. Sensing the situation is precarious, yet it is not entirely dire. Very well, I have said enough. Should you make a move, I shall take your life. You may kill others, but not them. Moreover, allow me to impart another piece of information. Someone who cares deeply for you is trapped on Mount Taibai and is on the brink of death. Mount Taibai, the very snow-capped peak that obstructs the passage between South Xia and North Qin. Just as you attempt to inquire further, the blind man vanishes without a trace. A glitch has occurred. You had assumed this world was devoid of a monk sweeping the floor, only to encounter a figure reminiscent of Li Xiaoyao. Casting a glance at the individuals sprawled on the ground, you stride towards them. Remember this well, from this moment forth. I shall reign over this world. Though he forbids me from killing you, it does not grant you the liberty to act with impudence before me. You exude an air of dominance. The youngest among them, Gan Luo, pulls down his mask and suddenly says, could you please put on some clothes? His face flushes slightly. The visual impact is quite overwhelming. You regain your composure, leisurely restoring yourself to normalcy, donning a new outfit. And replacing your mask, Gan Luo, you have no ties to Fusu, do you? After changing, you pose the question. This fellow always seems inexplicably odd. No. How could I possibly be related to His Highness the Crown Prince? I am but an ordinary prime minister. Gan Luo hastily denies it. Yet his gaze betrays something peculiar. You, unfazed, depart, extending your hand to purge the toxins within them, and add, within a month. Deliver all martial arts of this realm to the White Lotus sect. Not a single book must be missing. Should any be absent, I shall personally seek you out. I cannot kill you, but I can annihilate your entire clan, your whole lineage. Finally, you retrieve a piece of paper, infused with your energy, inscribing a line of text before tossing it to Gan Luo. Show this to Yingzheng. Having resolved matters here, you approach Nangang Qingru. Speaking gently, the upcoming affairs are entrusted to you. I must eventually visit Mount Taibai. At this moment, you already know who that person is. After all, only a few truly care for you. Nangang Qingru nods, burying her head in your embrace. You must return quickly. I quite like your previous demeanor. Once again, a moment of fluster. You depart with poise, journeying northward. In search of a shortcut, you traverse South Xia, passing by Qinglian Temple. Without further ado, you unleash a cloud of toxic mist, eliminating all the monks in one fell swoop. The remaining Wanfo sect shall not escape your scrutiny. They must be dealt with thoroughly. As for who is right or wrong, I have already claimed the title of the world's strongest. Why should I care? You hasten onward, your speed in the heavens increasing, reaching Mount Taibai in less than a day. Amidst the vast snow-capped mountains, you search diligently. Even releasing Susu, a person and a serpent continue their quest. In under a quarter of an hour, you spot a familiar figure atop the peak, clad in black. Sitting cross-legged in the snow, a sword planted beside her, her complexion shifting from purple to green, to red, to black. You approach from the horizon. Landing beside her, Ling Cho, it's been days. Why do you appear so disheveled? You are somewhat perplexed. Ling Cho maintains her meditative posture. Yet her state seems to betray a descent into madness. Moreover, the surrounding remnants of bones indicate that many innocents have perished here. You reach out, intending to alleviate her internal injuries. Whoosh. The unruly sword shoots forth, aimed directly at you. You catch it with one hand. Ling Cho, what has happened to you? Placing your hand on her shoulder, Ling Cho reacts violently. Brother, do not leave me, she murmurs, her eyes suddenly snapping open upon seeing you. She violently expels a mouthful of dark blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. Brother, is it you? Is it truly you? As she speaks, she can no longer hold on, collapsing onto the ground. You catch her. Brother? Is that the legendary Zhou Bu? You have a strong aversion to stand-ins and similar notions. In that fleeting moment, a part of you contemplates abandoning her, leaving her behind. Yet, you ultimately lift her up. In the depths of your being, you sense that if you forsake her, it would end poorly for you, as if she holds immense significance for you. Absolutely crucial. Could it be that this body is the reincarnation of Zhou Bu? You ponder this feeling, confounded. Holding Ling Cho, you grasp her unruly sword and, riding on Susu, head towards the West Merchant. Along the way, you continuously employ healing techniques to mend her injuries. Yet, You realize she suffers only minor surface wounds and a slight internal injury. As for the madness affliction, it has completely vanished. Upon seeing you, it has utterly dissipated. Before nightfall, you return to the White Lotus sect in the West Merchant. Nangong Chingru is directing her subordinates, repairing buildings, planting trees and flowers, striving to restore the place to its original state. Upon seeing you, she radiates joy. But her expression changes upon noticing Ling Cho. Is it her? The one who cares for you is her. Nangong Chingru appears jealous, you nod, placing her in a room deep within the wooden house. Subsequently, you sit on a nearby stone, gazing quietly at the distant sunset. Nangong Chingru. Tell me more about Ling Chao's story. You suddenly inquire more? Nangong Chingru is taken aback for a moment, then replies, Ling Cho. She is a most tragic figure. From the moment she was born, she lost her parents, becoming a small beggar. Surviving alone in a small town, until the age of 8, she endured a hellish existence, uncertain of her next meal. It was during this time that she met someone, a poor scholar named Zhou. You are slightly startled. Last time Nangong Chingru did not speak of this. Chapter 68, Absorption. Did this woman deceive herself? Or is it that each simulated world is distinct? You lean towards the former. The latter seems rather insane. Zhou cared for her as a brother, and Ling Cho was no longer a beggar. She had found a new home. However, not long after, when Ling Cho turned 10, the scholar married and had children. His wife looked down upon Ling Cho and made her life a misery. Ultimately, she even resorted to poisoning, attempting to kill Ling Cho, all with the scholar's tacit approval. In the end, Ling Cho once again sensed the treachery. Rather than retreating, she retaliated, slaying the scholar and his wife, before fleeing the small town to navigate the underworld, honing her martial skills. From Nangong Chingru, you received an entirely new narrative. Perhaps the tragedies of her childhood ignited her obsession with power. She sacrificed everything to grow stronger. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the warmth of those years spent under the scholar's care, at ages 8, 9, and 10, still envelopes her to this day. Thus, I am but a mere substitute. No, I am indeed a scholar. You can't help but ponder whether reincarnation truly exists. After hearing Nangong Chingru's revelations, you inquire, and what of you? Give me a reason. What reason? You know in your heart. Nangong Chingru took 2 steps back, shaking her head. I do not understand what you mean. You smile and lean closer, caressing her face before firmly grasping her neck. I am not fond of being anyone's substitute. It would be wise for you to refrain from uttering those repugnant words in my presence. Releasing your grip, you lightly tap her mouth. Go on, continue your tasks. Nangong Chingru chuckled, slowly turning away, tying her hair into a ponytail. In the 31st year, one day, you are peacefully slumbering in a bamboo loft. In a daze, a sword rests against your neck. You open your eyes to see the pallid visage of Ling Cho, clad in a strapless garment. Her formidable figure accentuated by a high ponytail. Her icy gaze pierces through you. What have you done to me? You don your clothes, brushing aside her weapon, and swiftly corner her against the wall. Must you treat your savior in such a manner? At that moment, you pause. What is happening? Have I become a domineering overlord? Such actions were utterly beyond your control. Perplexed, you turn to leave. We owe each other nothing. Return my mask, and you may depart. Ling Cho, taken aback by your strength, relinquishes her weapon and produces a demonic mask from below. Who are you, truly? She approaches you, questioning. I sought out Oyezi, who assured me that he had never crafted this mask for anyone else. Yet the markings undeniably bear his craftsmanship. The 2 masks are identical, without distinction. Ling Chao's gaze grows increasingly entranced. As for the weapon, I showed it to Oyezi, and he confirmed that he personally forged it. The only difference lies in the number of reforging. He was astonished by the numerous techniques he had never witnessed before. It turns out she had swapped the 2 swords, and you remained oblivious. You interrupt her. What is it you wish to convey? We are both adults. Let us not squander time. Ling Cho steps closer, producing another demonic mask, which perfectly aligns with the first when pressed together, transforming into a single mask. Are you Zhou? Are you here to save me? She poses this question, adding, brother, back then, I was left with no choice but to kill you and your wife, but I did it intentionally. Tears streamed down her face as her expression shifted. Blood foamed from her mouth, and her breath grew faint once more. This woman has truly gone mad. Is she not over 800 years old, and still engaging in such behavior? You are utterly speechless, reaching out to support her. I am not Zhou. I am Gu Ming. In this world, there are no saviors. Only you can save yourself. Healing energy surged forth, mending her wounds as you continued. Your time is running short. Do not waste it. The celestial realm has a maximum lifespan of 1,000 years. Ling Cho, now over 8 centuries old, is nearing her limit. You exit the room. The sunlight outside is particularly blinding. Nangong Chingru approaches, respectfully stating, young master. The 8 major sects, for great royal families, and 10 prominent clans have delivered all their martial arts. She gestures towards the seemingly endless convoy of carriages in the distance. Your eyes gleam with excitement. How many, approximately? Nangong Qingru ponders, stroking her chin. Accounting for duplicates, the total is roughly around 800,000, but the truly exceptional are no more than 2,000. The rest are merely inferior. You had anticipated this and are not surprised. Having spoken, Nangong Qingru hands you 2 cloth bags. Young master. These are the Tianluo pills sent by Ying Zhang, who is currently mobilizing all of Qin's resources for their day and night production. You weigh the bags? Estimating over 300 pills. Not sufficient, far from enough. You give Nangong Qingru an encouraging glance, stating, inform them to utilize all resources to concoct more Tianluo pills for me. Also, urge those old-timers to devise additional techniques. Ultimately, I require a substantial amount of martial resources for cultivating in the celestial realm. With that, you stride towards the techniques laid out across the way. Such a multitude of carriages, the horses must be weary. Casting a quick glance, you find immense satisfaction. Just as you prepare to train, 2 figures emerge from afar. They are 2 elderly monks, clad in white, kneeling respectfully on the ground. Benefactor, the abbot of the 10,000 Buddha temple and the abbot of the Duan temple, along with all those who acted against you, have been dealt with. Please, spare our 2 sections. These are the 2 paragons of the 10,000 Buddha sect and Duan temple. You let out a cold laugh. Spare you? You showed no mercy when you acted against me. Benefactor, do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? The 10,000 Buddha sect and Duan temple have countless followers and far-reaching influence. Are you not afraid? You remain silent, directly slapping your palm, sending both to the ground, their protective barriers shattered by the overwhelming sword energy. Both are severely injured, collapsing and struggling upon the ground. You snap your fingers, take them back. The 2 monks, in poor condition, will surely need to recuperate for a while. Chapter 69. I am no longer human. I have grown stronger, 120 meters. If you do not permit me to kill, then I shall incapacitate them. That should suffice. There are countless paths to tread. As long as one can walk, it is sufficient. After vanquishing 2 formidable foes, your thoughts become clear. And you return to the secret chamber, embarking on an intense period of cultivation. With 800,000 techniques at your disposal, you are ready to put them to use. You eagerly anticipate the day of your success. Within the chamber, Ling Cho approaches silently, gazing at you without uttering a word. What do you intend to do? I wish to remain by your side, from this day forth, wherever you go. I shall follow. You extend a hand, unleashing a sword aura that sends her retreating. I am in seclusion. Keep your distance. As you speak, you release Su Su, instructing her to guard the entrance to the chamber. You shall remain outside and deliver books to me. Be obedient. Ling Cho stands and nods in response. You commence the relentless fusion of techniques, during which you also create new methods, practicing the Heavenly King's radiant art. Though your theoretical knowledge is unparalleled and your combat prowess unmatched, your realm still falls short. You are yet unable to forge those more potent, defiant techniques. You continuously strive for self-improvement. In the 32nd year, you successfully assimilate everything, creating over 100,000 techniques, and furthermore, you advance the Heavenly King's radiant art to its 4th level. Everything has reached an optimal state. In the 33rd year, additional techniques from other factions arrive, all of which you master and control. You begin to work towards breaking through the earthly barrier. The earthly barrier transcends the realm of martial arts. Its cultivation primarily involves harnessing the Earth's power. Within 3 days, you clarify all processes and achieve a breakthrough in one breath. By mid-33rd year, you officially enter the earthly barrier realm. All factions serve you, providing an unceasing supply of techniques, breakthrough resources, and heavenly pill to assist your cultivation. Your strength grows increasingly formidable. Coupled with the nearly 1 million techniques previously accumulated, your cultivation rate accelerates dramatically. In the 35th year, you achieve the pinnacle of the earthly barrier. In the 36th year, you prepare to transcend to the celestial barrier, which requires understanding and the absorption of stellar power. This is destined to be a lengthy process. Even you must dedicate an entire year to enlightenment. In the 37th year, after a full year of introspective cultivation, you finally break through to the celestial barrier, enhancing your powers across the board. In the 38th year, cultivation continues unabated. By the 39th year, the total number of techniques you have assimilated exceeds 110,000, elevating you to a high level of the celestial barrier. By the end of the 40th year, the total number of techniques surpasses 120,000, propelling you to the pinnacle of the celestial barrier. And thus, you arrive at a deadlock. No matter how many techniques you create or integrate, you can no longer enhance yourself. Both your realm and celestial power have hit a wall. At the headquarters of the White Lotus sect in the West Merchant region, you open your eyes within the cave, emerging from the secret chamber, surrounded by scattered books and remnants of heavenly pill. After 7 years of seclusion, the changes within you are profound. At this moment, your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the celestial barrier, and the Heavenly King's radiant art is on the verge of perfection. Other aspects of your being have also undergone astonishing transformations. With over 120,000 techniques, your celestial power is immensely robust, akin to an inexhaustible engine. Regardless of how much you use, it instantly replenishes itself. In terms of movement, you can traverse 10,000 meters in a single step, effortlessly treading upon air. Your mastery of weapons and martial arts has reached its zenith. You excel in all forms, embodying the ultimate in human lethality, a living encyclopedia of combat. The most significant transformation, however, lies in your physique. With the integration of hundreds of thousands of body refinement techniques, coupled with martial arts, internal energy, lightness techniques, and weapon enhancements, your second form has entirely transcended humanity. With a single step, you depart from the White Lotus sect headquarters, leaving Ling Cho and Su Su in a state of bewilderment. In the boundless, expansive river of the Western Merchant region, you roar with fury, transforming into a colossal giant. Your form towers at 100 meters high. Your skin has turned a deep crimson, covered in an astonishingly tough scale armor, providing comprehensive protection. Your vulnerable areas, eyes, nose, and lower body, are shielded by this blood-red armor. Your fists, arms, thighs, and knees are adorned with countless retractable spikes, glistening with a lethal toxin. Atop your head rests a 30-meter-long horn, etched with enigmatic patterns, exuding an air of mystery. As for your hair, it has completely vanished, replaced by a cloak of black that can unfurl at will, billowing behind you. When you open your mouth, thousands of sharp teeth are revealed, and your digestive and absorption capabilities have reached unprecedented heights. Most alarmingly, a tail, longer than 100 meters, and even more resilient and agile, extends from behind you, adorned with various white spikes. At first glance, one might mistake you for a human, with hands and feet. Upon closer inspection, you reveal yourself as a true monster. You grin menacingly, then plunge your right hand into your chest, extracting a white bone sword over 150 meters long. This weapon, forged from your own bones, possesses tremendous might. Feeling the explosive power surging within you, your emotions are profoundly complex. With a single punch, mountains standing 10,000 meters away are swept away by your celestial power, obliterating countless lives within. A flick of your tail unleashes another torrent of celestial power, creating monstrous waves in the river below, resulting in the demise of innumerable aquatic creatures. This is merely a basic attack. Size, speed, regeneration, health, energy. You have achieved the utmost pinnacle of existence. I am no longer human, and I have grown stronger. In this state, annihilating the entire world would merely be a matter of time. Compared to the so-called pinnacle of the celestial barrier, you are leagues beyond. You gently caress the white bone sword in your hand. Can I now vanquish that blind one? You chuckle, plunging the bone sword into your chest. A searing pain envelopes your entire being, yet you remain indifferent. You are entirely immune. The pain of assimilating techniques is excruciating. Having endured over 120,000 instances, pain has become the most trivial of sensations for you. It bears no effect. At present, the only thing that could continue to enhance me is likely the 10,000 poisons cultivation method. You revert to your normal state, the clothing you were wearing gently falling from the air, which you don once more. This is a new method you devised. Although it lacks the green giant-esque shorts, it allows your clothes to be ejected and stored within your flesh after transformation, using celestial power to continually cleanse and deodorize them. This is the limit of your current capabilities, still somewhat inconvenient. You are experimenting with utilizing your bones, skin, and flesh to create a new set of clothing. First, you will merge all toxins before seeking out the blind one. With your hair billowing and an air of fearlessness, you declare your intent. Chapter 70. How could I possibly be wrong? In the third month of the 40th year, various toxins began to arrive at your command from all corners of the realm, sent by numerous sects and families. While many were duplicates, there were also a significant number of new varieties. You found immense satisfaction in this. Indeed, having the forces of the world search collectively, there were undoubtedly many unmerged toxins yet to be discovered. By the 5th month of the 40th year, you had acquired more than 20,000 types of toxins. A truly staggering limit. You had thoroughly depleted the 4 nations. To procure new varieties, exploration into uncharted territories was now required, such as the Eastern Sea of the Eastern Zhou, the vast river of the Western Shang, the northern tribes of the North Qin, and the primal forest of the Southern Xia. You spent 3 days merging them all. As a result, the total amount of toxins within you reached an astonishing 38,000. Your physical strength was evidently enhanced. Your appearance changed significantly, yet you remained as striking as ever. With your power once again on the rise, your confidence soared. In June of the 40th year, you arrived in North Qin, passing by the Gu family, where you harvested another wave of heavenly luodan, sufficient for your final breakthrough. At this time, Guhan seemed to be engrossed in arduous training, oblivious to his surroundings. The Gu family maintained a harmonious atmosphere, their relationship with the royal family still radiant. A day later, you arrived at the foremost Buddhist temple, Duanan Temple. You recalled a previous simulation where you perished at the hands of a monk from Duanan Temple. Standing atop a nearby mountain, you slowly raised a hand. 2 monks are gravely injured, yet you still do not emerge. What if I were to eliminate them all? A cold smirk played at your lips as you spoke. In the next moment, 9 colossal sword auras erupted from your fingertips, charged with overwhelming power aimed at the entirety of Duanan Temple. Each sword aura expanded as it surged forward. A miasma of black mist mingled with toxins enveloping the vicinity. Boom! Without any surprise, the 9 sword auras detonated at Duanan Temple. A series of structures collapsed instantaneously. Numerous disciples of Duanan Temple lost their lives in an instant. In this moment, regardless of cultivation level, all were rendered equal. You observed this scene in silence. Under the influence of the toxins, the bodies were eroded one after another, vanishing without a trace. Your heart remained unfazed, devoid of any sense of vengeance. Instead, a subtle melancholy washed over you. Turning away, you ventured to the Eastern Zhou, repeating your previous actions, effortlessly annihilating the entire 10,000 Buddhist sect. Standing atop the sky of Eastern Zhou, you sauntered towards Zhengyang Palace. Having slain 2 pinnacle beings and obliterated 2 major Buddhist sects, why had the blind one not shown himself? Were you feared? You resolved to deal with another. As you approached Zhengyang Palace, you discovered it bustling with activity. The joyous decorations indicated a wedding was underway. Floating above, you beheld the scene in its entirety. Indeed, a marriage was taking place. The individuals involved were not ordinary. They were Feng Nan, disciple of the palace lord, and Yi Daoguang, the Grand Elder's direct apprentice. Your acquaintance with Feng Nan had been brief, making it difficult to develop any feelings. Yet witnessing her wedding stirred an inexplicable discontent within you. Perhaps it was possessiveness rearing its head. Descending from the sky, you strode directly towards El Chuanxiu at the end of the red carpet. Gu Ming. El Chuanxiu's face paled upon recognizing you. The name escaped his lips, causing all to turn pale, scattering in panic, leaving only a few behind. Feng Nan stepped forward, removing her red silk and hair ornaments. Gu Ming, you should rest for now. With a mere gesture, you incapacitated her and subsequently escorted her out of Zhengyang Palace, releasing Susu to keep watch. Having completed these tasks, you gradually approached El Chuanxiu. Gu Ming, what brings you here? He stammered. If you have feelings for Feng Nan, we could discuss this. I believe the Grand Elder would voluntarily annul the engagement. El Chuanxiu's expression shifted drastically. Do not act recklessly. Do not forget what that divine being once said. You cannot kill me. His fear escalated as he retreated until his back met the wall, trapped with nowhere to go. Gu Ming, do not be presumptuous, he declared. This is my Taoist sanctuary. The Grand Elder, attempting to interject, was swatted away by your hand, crashing through the roof and disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist, utterly vanquished. Simultaneously, you unleashed a barrage of sword auras, infused with infinite toxic miasma, prepared to bring this to a decisive conclusion. El Chuanxiu's face turned ashen. Gu Ming, we have been working for you all these years, utilizing countless resources and manpower to gather techniques, toxins, and refine heavenly Luo Dan. At this moment, disciples within Zhengyang Palace began to perish. The sound of crumbling structures echoed as the sword auras swept through. Finished your pleas? Then it's time to die. Your movements were deliberate, having squandered considerable time here. Yet still, the blind one did not appear. Facing El Chuanxiu's desperate gaze, you sighed. It seems you are not as significant in his eyes as you believed. Whoosh! A blast of aura pierced El Chuanxiu's chest. Goo goo. El Chuanxiu's eyes widened as he collapsed, his form gradually fading away. Simultaneously, Zhengyang Palace met its end at your hands. As those who dared pursue you, they naturally bore the price of death. It was only fair. Emerging from the ruins, you approached Susu. Feng Nan had awakened, her gaze fixed on the obliterated Zhengyang Palace, tears streaming down her face. Gu Ming, what have you done? My master was indeed in the wrong, but the others were innocent. Feng Nan clung to you, striking you repeatedly. How could you have killed them all? Where is your compassion? Do you not feel a shred of pity? Her tears flowed freely, her gaze toward you filled with complex emotions, her heart burdened with resentment. No matter the circumstances, she had grown up in Zhengyang Palace and held deep-seated feelings for it. Witnessing its destruction caused her profound anguish. You wiped her tears. I am sorry, truly sorry. I was wrong. You embraced her tightly. Feng Nan's right hand grasped a dagger concealed beneath her leg. You continued to hold her firmly. Bang! A cloud of blood mist erupted in your embrace as the dagger fell to the ground with a sharp clatter. Was I wrong? You crushed the dagger underfoot, your expression darkening. How could I possibly be wrong? Ridiculous. Stepping upon Susu's head, you advanced towards the imperial court of Dezhou. You had declared, not a single one shall escape. Chapter 71, The Weasel. Continuing development suddenly, you came to a halt along the way. A diminutive figure obstructed your path. Stooped and clad in tattered garments, he grasped a cane, his hair a disheveled array of white. You've arrived, he stated. You knew I would come? I awaited your attempt on my life. Killing others is inconsequential, but you must never, under any circumstances, take the lives of those 2 monks. Nor that of Lu Chuanxiu. What will you do about it? I can only eliminate you. The blind man lifted his head, his eyes suddenly ablaze with a piercing silver light. You retracted your weapon, descending from the air. The blind man's aura grew increasingly inscrutable. His true strength eluded your comprehension. 3 nutrients. I have awaited them for 3,000 years. What a pity. A sardonic smile crept upon the blind man's face as a surge of dark energy emanated from his right hand. Insignificant mortal. You will never fathom the vast chasm that separates us. As he finished speaking, the cane in his grasp transformed into a 3-foot-long sword, piercing through your chest with a swift motion. Bending down, you noticed blood trickling from the corner of your mouth. At that moment, your heart lay shattered, reduced to a mere mess. The blind man retracted the sword, his gaze frosty. I had no desire to engage in this desolate place. Emotionless, you charged forward in the next instant. Your formidable physique allowed the wound in your heart to heal instantaneously, channeling your vital energy. The unyielding sword materialized in your grasp, the shattering sword chi. A fluid wave of sword energy surged forth, striking the blind man with great force. He appeared taken aback initially, but quickly regained composure, stepping forward as an unusual power enveloped him, withstanding your strike. A mere mortal, to reach this stage. You are indeed a prodigy. The blind man waved his hand, dissipating your sword energy into nothingness, the dark energy in his hand intensifying. But this is your limit. You sighed. Then, a mad gleam appeared in your eyes. Mortal, mortal. I am eager to see just how strong you truly are. The second form activated. You transformed into a towering giant, your strength significantly augmented. Drawing forth a bone sword from your chest, you lashed out with your tail. Boom. The immense force erupted in the air, catching the blind man off guard as he was sent flying. In midair, he gazed at you in disbelief, spitting forth a stream of hot blood. This makes no sense. You denied him the chance to retaliate, wielding the bone sword, the 3-fold sword of water severance. 9 streams of sword energy surged forth, directly targeting the blind man above. He reacted swiftly, turning to evade, only to realize that the 9 streams were inescapable, relentlessly pursuing him, forcing him into a defensive stance. A mere mortal has forced me into such a predicament. The blind man crossed his right arm over his chest. Explosive energy surged from within, forming a barrier to fully obstruct your assault. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 streams of sword energy rained down, erupting with force, causing the blind man's figure to stagger back, his defenses growing increasingly feeble. If this is all you possess, then perish. You observed his disheveled appearance, shaking your head in disappointment, then unleashed 2 more 3-fold sword of water severance strikes. After the expenditure of energy, you swiftly regained your full capacity and continued your assault. In less than 2 seconds, you unleashed 15 strikes. That amounted to 135 streams of sword energy. The blind man's face paled. This is absurd. In the next moment, he found himself besieged by 135 streams of sword energy, his defenses waning. The final stream descended, cleaving the blind man's form in 2, crashing to the ground as a darkened mass. You sheathed the bone sword, returning to your normal state, donning your attire, and approached the fallen figure. Using your energy, you lifted it to examine. Superficially, it appeared to be a corpse, but upon closer inspection, a weasel. You were taken aback. What you had presumed to be a celestial or divine being turned out to be merely a weasel. A monster, perhaps? Your speculations about this world grew more intricate and convoluted. Following the usual narrative, I should be invincible by now. It is time to change the map. Could this be a world dominated by the demon race? Your thoughts spiraled. In an instant, you recalled numerous potential fates that awaited you. Shaking the charred weasel's body vigorously, a jade pendant suddenly fell to the ground. You scrutinized the object from a distance of 30 centimeters. A seemingly ordinary jade pendant. However, the patterns etched upon it were peculiar. A glance revealed its nature. This is a Pisces jade pendant. The patterns on either side depict 2 fish, albeit with somewhat careless detailing. Should I take this object? You hesitated slightly, ultimately deciding against direct action, instead controlling your energy to bury the pendant underground. The weasel's corpse was also interred. Concealing evidence seemed futile. With the pendant in existence, should the adversary possess formidable strength, they could easily pursue you. You were already content with this simulation. Your greatest desire now was to clarify the path ahead. What lies beyond the celestial realm? Surely, it cannot be that humans transform into monsters for cultivation purposes? Humans and demons? The blind man was indeed powerful, effortlessly obliterating the peak of existence. Yet, before you, he was insufficient. After activating your second form, dispatching him was a simple task. Upon arriving at the Eastern Zhou dynasty, you opted not to annihilate them entirely, but rather to control them through poison, subsequently setting forth to dominate all adept practitioners and powers across the land. Rather than exterminating them, it was more prudent to keep them alive to serve your interests. In July of the 40th year, you achieved complete dominion over the realm for the first time. The Eastern Zhou, Western Shang, Northern Qin, and Southern Xia were all under your control. All the peak practitioners became your subordinates. Among them were a few unyielding individuals, whom you could only eliminate. You did not alter the existing dynamics of the 4 nations. You merely consolidated their powers. Your numerous subordinates commenced their endeavors, exploring the borders of the 4 nations, gathering new toxins. You also erected a 7-story pagoda upon the weasel's corpse, naming it the Demon Suppression Tower. You then returned to the Western Shang, secluding yourself at the headquarters of the White Lotus sect. Though your cultivation had reached its zenith, there remained room for development in the Heavenly Sovereign Radiance art and new skills. Ling Chou and Nangong Qingru consistently flanked you as protectors, their thoughts unimportant to you. Your mind was solely occupied with enhancing your strength in anticipation of the entities behind the weasel. You hoped for someone to avenge him. Surely, someone would come. In the 45th year, you expended a significant amount of Heavenly Luo elixirs, propelling the Heavenly Sovereign Radiance art to the pinnacle of its 9th stage. Your talent reached the limits of humanity, with unparalleled roots and comprehension. In the same year, you also devised numerous remarkable techniques, implementing extensive modifications to your second form. Chapter 72. The capture among the enhancements, the triple sword technique, water severing, has been significantly upgraded, achieving a more thorough mastery. Exhausting all of your internal energy, you conjured 81 sword energies capable of precise tracking attacks. The effectiveness of these strikes has magnified to an astonishing 9-fold, allowing you to obliterate a weasel with a single blow in your second form. The destructive sword energy has also shown room for improvement during this period. You have learned tens of thousands of sword techniques created by others and yourself, each possessing greater power. While you are unable to enhance your cultivation, physical body, speed, or defense, you can augment your offensive capabilities through the invention and modification of skills, a path that remains harmonious. In addition to these two old techniques, you have also devised new abilities. The first is Frenzy. Upon activation, it consumes 50% of your vitality, thrusting you into a state of berserk empowerment, significantly enhancing all attributes. You have made slight modifications to the appearance of your second form. The core remains a 100-meter-tall beast, but the once rigid scales have transformed into a flexible garment that can be donned in either form, boasting remarkable defense. Your hair has also reformed, each strand capable of serving as a weapon, with extraordinary elasticity, extending up to 50 meters. Upon concluding your seclusion, you stepped out of your cave, stretching your limbs at the entrance. In the mirror before you, a well-proportioned figure was reflected, fair, radiant skin, and fluid muscles, resembling a meticulously sculpted masterpiece. The lines of your physique were perfect, a sight to behold. With a flick of your finger, your skin twisted painfully, and a new garment adorned your form. It appeared no different from ordinary attire, but with a thought, it shifted from black to white, and black boots materialized on your feet. Despite being clothed, an illusion of nudity lingered. You shook your head, your hair automatically rising into a ponytail, while several strands danced playfully, infusing you with a more vibrant aura. Are you done? Ling Chou inquired as she approached. You nodded, gliding past her as you exited the bamboo house, making your way towards the hall, with Ling Chou closely trailing behind. Have you found any amusement during this time? She asked. Shaking her head, she replied. After you seized control of those individuals with your poisonous grasp, the world has quieted considerably. There has been no friction between nations or factions. An era of peace reigns. Then I have done a good deed? You mused, and it seemed so. After walking a few steps, Nangong Qingru suddenly leaped from a distance, exclaiming, Gu Ming, someone wishes to see you. Someone. Your interest piqued. Yes, a little beggar delivered a message. That person wishes to meet you at the Demon Suppressing Tower in 7 days. The Demon Suppressing Tower? You felt certain about the identity of your visitor. It must surely be a relative of the weasel, perhaps a snake, insect, rat, or ant. I shall see who meets their demise. You grinned, a hint of madness glimmering in your eyes. On the 7th day, clad in a blood-red robe with your hair flowing freely, you arrived at the Eastern Zhou, standing before the 7-tiered tower. Taking a deep breath, you inhaled a familiar scent. It seemed another weasel. Squinting, you gazed up at the pinnacle of the tower, where a slender figure stood, dressed in a flowing pink gown. The wind accentuated her enchanting silhouette. With a smile, you remarked, what a delightful spectacle. Taking a step forward, you stood opposite the pink-clad woman. She flared her nostrils, furrowing her brow. Indeed, you are the one who killed Shao Qi. Shao Qi, you queried. Is that a family member? You nodded. If you refer to the weasel buried underground, then it must be him. And what is your relation to him? Her eyes glowed crimson, her face contorting into the visage of a weasel. I am his mother. With a sudden roar, a massive tail lashed out, but you remained unyielding. Your dark hair erupted into a multitude of tendrils, ensnaring the tail effortlessly. She strained against your grip, but found your strength astonishingly overwhelming. She could not break free. Her power was merely slightly superior to the weasel you had slain. Insufficient. Why you are, she stammered, astonished. Just as you were about to speak, her strength surged dramatically as she advanced toward you, a burst of crimson light erupting from your chest. Boom. The demon-suppressing tower crumbled into ruins as you were thrust back 13 paces, bending slightly in midair. You shook your neck, my dear lady. If this is your full strength, then you may as well perish. In an instant, your second form activated. You grew larger, longer, and more robust. Although in a monstrous shape, you donned a massive black armor, save for the unchangeable horns atop your head. Your hair extended, transforming into a black cloak behind you. Drawing your bone sword, you unleashed the water-severing threefold sword. 81 sword energy shot forth, imbued with an overwhelming aura aimed at the woman. She was clearly taken aback, hastily attempting to evade. However, your strikes were endowed with tracking capabilities. Evasion was futile. Ultimately, she could only gather her strength to withstand the onslaught. You crossed your arms, observing the unfolding scene, your cloak billowing dramatically behind you, a rather surreal tableau. After unleashing your attack, your energy had fully replenished, ready to strike again at any moment. Boom, boom. Explosions echoed through the air as the sixth sword energy concluded, leaving the woman gravely injured, reverting to her original form. She transformed into a 10-meter-long weasel, her yellow exterior marred by a ferocious expression. Upon the conclusion of the 10th sword energy, the weasel lay wounded, on the brink of death. You retracted the remaining sword energies and approached her. The weasel, heavily injured and bleeding from her mouth, lay with all four legs broken. Lord Huang, I too was compelled, she murmured inwardly. With a faint smile, you summoned a strand of hair that flew forth and pierced the weasel's body, effortlessly injecting her with your poison. With a wave of your hand, you brought the weasel to the ruins below. Having failed to restrain myself previously, this time, I shall study her carefully. You began to channel your healing energy, gradually mending her wounds. Susu was released from your grasp. Oi, would consuming her benefit you? Susu remained in her 40-meter state, sniffing the weasel with great care before nodding with delight. Excellent, excellent. It seemed the previous weasel had been beneficial for Susu as well, albeit this one was charred beyond recognition, devoid of value. You picked up the twin fish jade pendant from the ground, returning to your normal state. Leaning against Susu as you gazed quietly at the weasel before you. At this moment, with your assistance, she had regained 20% of her health. Chapter 73, A Pinnacle Transformation? She regained her human form, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at you. A mere mortal, how is this possible? You beckoned with your finger, and the toxic energy within her erupted, rendering her in excruciating pain, as if she were suffering a fate worse than death. Madam, you surely do not wish to forfeit your life, do you? I shall pose some inquiries, and you must answer truthfully. After a brief struggle, the woman reluctantly nodded. You seem to be in good spirits. With her hair tied back into a ponytail, you inquired, are you aware of what lies beyond the celestial peak for martial artists like us? This was your foremost concern. The woman, with a stoic expression, replied, the celestial peak is already the zenith of mortal existence. To advance further would be to enter the realm of cultivators. Cultivators? Indeed. Do you know the subsequent stages of cultivation? The woman nodded. There are 9 major realms for cultivators, ranging from weak to strong. From the 1st to the 9th transformation. My child and I are at the 1st transformation. 9 transformations? Celestial Sovereign, reveal to me the method of cultivation for this stage. The woman sighed. We are but minor spirits. How could we possess the methods of human cultivation? If you seek to cultivate, there is indeed a celestial island in the western region of the vast river, where many mortals venture annually to pursue their training. Celestial Island? Indeed, the inhabitants there are human cultivators, belonging to a family known as the Bai clan. The strongest among them being at the pinnacle of the 3rd transformation. Upon hearing this, you fell into a prolonged silence. According to the weasel's words, the area you inhabit is effectively an island, suggesting that any direction you venture would lead you to the sea. As for the Bai clan in the western region of the vast river, what level of power do you think corresponds to my abilities? You asked again. The woman pondered. Perhaps it is equivalent to the pinnacle of the 1st transformation. You were about to continue your inquiry when a sudden series of thunderous roars erupted overhead, followed by a barrage of lightning descending from the heavens. Reacting swiftly, you struck the woman dead, casting her into Susu's mouth before withdrawing Susu, transforming into your 2nd form. Boom! The lightning struck, causing your armor to tremble violently, and massive cracks appeared, injuring your physical body under the onslaught. With a grim expression, you channeled your energy to heal your wounds. Looking up, you discerned the figure responsible for the attack. Tall and slender, clad in a purple robe, wielding a long sword crackling with lightning. He stood upon a white cloud. You wretch, you dare to slay my wife. The robed man bellowed. If I do not kill you today, then I have wasted my existence. Bai Lai, what a ridiculous name. With a flourish of his sword, another surge of lightning surged towards you. You drew your bone sword, its edge aimed at Bai Lai. Human cultivator? Come. You laughed heartily, unleashing a powerful strike, sending forth an overwhelming wave of sword energy to collide with the lightning, ultimately resulting in mutual annihilation. Stepping forward, you unleashed another strike. Threefold water-severing sword. 81 blades of sword energy surged forth, rushing towards Bai Lai. Detestable mortal. With a flick of his right hand, Bai Lai conjured a white barrier that thwarted all of your attacks. Then, he tossed aside his sword, placing his right hand on his chest. Die? The sword transformed into a soaring dragon, charging towards you. This is what it means to be a human cultivator. Clearly, he was far superior to the weasel. Was he at the 2nd, or even 3rd transformation? You summoned all your might, swiftly striking out 10 times, unleashing 810 blades of sword energy that furiously attacked the dragon. However, the dragon's might exceeded your expectations, devouring all the sword energies before exhaling them back towards you. You braced yourself against the onslaught. Your dark armor shattered in numerous places yet gradually began to mend. Overconfident, thinking you could contend with me after slaying a few insignificant minor spirits? What gave you such audacity? You are nothing but a waste, unworthy even to enter the path. Perish. Not worthy to enter the path? His words left you bewildered. What realm is that? In the next instant, Bailai descended upon you, his dragon form transforming back into a sword, gripped tightly in his hand. For my beloved, accompany her in death. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the next moment, the sword, flashing with terrifying lightning, pierced through your chest. Your regenerative abilities were severely hampered. Moreover, the sword's edge harbored a unique force that spread violently within you, eroding everything in its wake. In mere seconds, your massive form disintegrated into a puddle of pus. You perished. Furong Town. In Gu Ming's heart burned with fervor. Life or death was inconsequential. What mattered was the vast knowledge gained from this simulation. Though his time was fleeting, the information was immensely rich. This simulation has concluded. You have attained the cultivation level of Celestial Peak, Infinite Myriad Method. You have acquired the threefold water-severing sword, shattering sword chi, and rampage. You have received the Celestial King's Radiant Technique, 9th layer. You have amassed a total of 1,280,000 martial arts techniques. You have obtained the 10,000 poisons body refining technique, 38,000 types of toxins. You have received a mask, a dual fish jade pendant, the unraveled sword. You have acquired basic resources. You have obtained all memories from this simulation. You have attained all cultivation experience from the past 45 years. You have acquired all combat experience from the past 45 years. You have received a pet white snake, Su, 40 meters, highly venomous, undergoing continuous mutation awakening. Will you inherit? Gu Ming felt no ripples of emotion. Yes, a torrent of power surged within him. Exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. His cultivation advanced from the pinnacle of true bone to the celestial peak in a single breath, the energy within him growing increasingly tempestuous and formidable. Especially in the second form. Gu Ming lay on the bed, taking a considerable time to calm down. This time, he truly felt invincible. Achieving this milestone took him less than 10 days. His current state was solely a testament to his diligent efforts. The Deep Blue. No, the simulator. This simulation brought about a comprehensive enhancement. He also learned of the subsequent 9 transformation realms. Su had devoured the weasel, likely presenting an opportunity for mutation. Was that Bailai truly a member of the Bai clan on the Celestial Island? Had he mated with a weasel? Was the blind one his offspring? Gu Ming clicked his tongue in amazement. Could this be the reason for their inadequacies? Half-human hybrids are not inherently weak. Alas, until the very end. He remained oblivious to the exact realm of his opponent. Bailai claimed that he was not even worthy to enter the path. But the weasel stated that he was at the pinnacle of the first transformation. Was the mother weasel deceiving him? Extracting a flask of wine from the simulation space, Gu Ming contemplated while savoring it. The forthcoming matters were straightforward. Set sail, seek the traces of cultivators. For safety's sake, it was best to accomplish these tasks during the simulation. With 10 hours remaining until the next simulation, he decided to rest first. Chapter 74. The 6th simulation awakening at 8:30. I commenced my morning routine of washing my face, brushing my teeth, and indulging in breakfast. In the inn's first floor, near the entrance, Gu Ming savored a bowl of soy milk accompanied by fried dough sticks, with a bowl of tofu pudding beside him. After a couple of sips, he frowned and inquired, "Waiter, why is your tofu pudding sweet?" The waiter, draped in a towel and resembling a non-player character, forced a smile and replied, "Oh dear, esteemed guest, that truly is a misconception. Just observe, in all 4 nations under heaven, whose tofu pudding isn't sweet. Our establishment serves the most authentic tofu pudding in all of Furong Town." The absurdity of this statement nearly made Gu Ming lose his composure. He waved his hand dismissively, pushing the tofu pudding aside, and focused intently on his soy milk and fried dough sticks. Sweet tofu pudding? Such heresy. After a hearty meal, Gu Ming returned to his room on the 2nd floor, tidied up briefly, and then promptly departed. An hour later, with 30 minutes remaining before the simulation, Gu Ming had arrived at the banks of the West Commercial River. He sat cross-legged by the sea, patiently awaiting the next simulation. His primary objective was to embark on the path of cultivation. Although he had already amassed a millennium of lifespan, it still felt insufficient. His aspiration was nothing less than pure eternity. In the mere span of 6 days in this world, he had encountered much. Even if much of it was within the simulations, yet it had profoundly impacted his spirit. It was akin to childhood fantasies inspired by martial arts novels. Dreaming of traversing the martial realm, upholding justice. At this moment, Gu Ming's goal was eternity, an everlasting life. Soon, the cooldown period concluded. Gu Ming closed his eyes. Simulation begins. On the first day, you released Su, scrutinizing her closely. At this moment, Susu remained at a length of 40 meters. Yet her scales had turned entirely black, transforming her into a black serpent. Moreover, her jaws were adorned with whiskers. She appeared quite bizarre, resembling a scruffy old man. You reached out and tugged at Susu's whiskers. Show me your strength. Susu struggled to break free. 2 seconds later, you chuckled. Originally, Susu possessed only the combat power of the earthly talisman realm, cultivated painstakingly through toxins and the 5 poison sex techniques. Now, having consumed a weasel, she had remarkably ascended to match the heavenly talisman realm. Do you still wish to eat the weasel? You inquired. Susu feigned ignorance. You pondered. It seemed Susu was unaware of the events within the simulation. Withdrawing Susu, you journeyed westward. White family of the immortal island. Here I come. 3 days later. After an unyielding trek, you finally beheld an island. This island was considerably larger than your previous abode, or rather, it was a landmass. You wandered about, gathering information. 7 days later, at an inn, you appeared invigorated, in high spirits. Raising a cup of wine, you habitually downed it in one gulp. This island was not an immortal isle, but rather a mortal island. However, unlike other mortal islands, it was rich with legends of cultivators. Your interest was piqued. It was said that the great unified dynasty of Song, established by a cultivator, was a disciple of the immortal sect. After his demise, he passed down his legacy to his descendants, and periodically, royal disciples set sail to the immortal island to participate in ascension trials. After finishing your drink, you proceeded toward the royal palace ahead. According to your gathered information, while numerous royal experts existed, they had not reached an absurd level. For thousands of years, there had been no news of cultivators. As for the royal disciples embarking on voyages, you were unaware of the specifics and would have to explore personally. Under the vast sky, in broad daylight, you stealthily approached the royal palace. Upon entering, a cacophony of thunderous sounds met your ears. Upon closer inspection, you saw a dragon accompanied by 35 phoenixes. Truly scandalous. You bypassed this crowd and directly approached a palace nearby. Beside a pond under a grand tree, an elderly eunuch was fishing. You strode directly to him. The eunuch, startled, exclaimed, "Intruder!" before he could utter another word. A strand of your hair shot forth and pierced his body. With the toxic intrusion, the eunuch immediately became compliant. He was the strongest in the entire palace. A peak expert. You seized a fishing rod and casually swung it, declaring, "I ask, you answer, otherwise, you perish." The eunuch nodded repeatedly. This man could subdue himself in an instant, a testament to his formidable prowess. It was wise to adopt a more restrained approach. Is there a cultivation method within the royal family? The eunuch's pupils widened in shock. Then he sighed in relief. Indeed, indeed. You were somewhat taken aback. If the young hero seeks such information, I shall escort you. His demeanor was surprisingly cordial. You nodded, setting down the fishing rod, and followed him deep into the palace to a study room. In the present day of the great song, with roving martial experts and a weakened royal family, we strive to maintain order, lacking the time and energy to explore those elusive legends. The eunuch lamented while searching for books. Since the young hero seeks this, we shall provide it all. From now on, the Son of Heaven shall focus solely on governance. Moments later, he produced an ancient-looking scroll. The eunuch unfurled it on the table, and upon glancing at it, you realized you could not comprehend the characters. Upon inquiry, you learned it was personally created by the founding Emperor Zhao Yaoguang, intended as a legacy for the immortal arts. You spent 20 minutes in the study, mastering all the characters. This astonished the eunuch, who exclaimed you were a genius. Upon examining the scroll further, you discovered it was a letter. It introduced the author's identity and the subsequent cultivation realms. The letter was penned by Zhao Yaoguang, the founding emperor of the Great Song, who had once been a mountain farmer. He fortuitously rescued a severely injured immortal and subsequently received the immortal's legacy and promise. After perusing it, all your doubts dissipated. Above the heavenly talisman lay a new world, transitioning directly from a martial artist to a cultivator. Cultivators envision the cosmos, fortifying their primordial spirit, then progressively breaking through to enhance their strength and prolong their life. Prior to formal cultivation, there exists an entry-level realm comprising 9 stages, primarily focused on envisioning the cosmos to nurture the fundamental primordial spirit power. The weasels you previously encountered belong to this tier. The combat power at the entry level significantly surpassed that of the heavenly talisman, an astounding disparity. With primordial spirit power, one could unleash various secret techniques, delivering a dimensional strike against martial artists. Only after entering the Tao does one embark on the path of cultivation, traversing from 1 to 9 transformations. Each transformation signifies a qualitative change, with strength varying drastically. According to this description, the white creature was merely a transformation. The hallmark of the first transformation is the ability to ride clouds and summon rain. Chapter 75, Cultivation. First transformation. The founding emperor Zhao Yaoguang possessed rather mediocre aptitude, having only advanced to the 9th level of the Tao before reaching his limits, exhausting a millennium of life from the heavenly gang and another millennium from the Tao. He ultimately failed to achieve the first transformation. Resigned to his fate, he established a nation in the final 100 years of his life, leaving behind a legacy. In addition to a method that could glimpse the second transformation, he also bequeathed numerous mysterious techniques of the primordial spirit. Furthermore, he left behind 15 immortal ascension tokens, granting unconditional entry into the sect of a certain immortal. This immortal resided within the Yulu Sword sect, located in the northern continent of Dasong, where one could surely find it upon arrival. However, throughout the years, no member of the Dasong royal family had broken into the Dao realm. They had ventured across the sea 14 times without a single return. It was feared that they had perished, as the princes and princesses were merely ordinary martial artists, their strength peaking at earthly gang. Despite having heavenly gang guards, the perils of the ocean were overwhelming. The frequent depletion of skilled protectors had gradually weakened the Dasong royal family. You picked up the scroll and received an immortal ascension token from the old eunuch. The token, no larger than half a palm, bore an elegantly soaring character of sword on both sides, surrounded by engravings of broken swords. Upon examining it, you felt an inexplicable familiarity. A closer look revealed its striking resemblance to the tokens of the Gu family, and when you retrieved one from the simulation space, it turned out to be identical in every detail except for the central inscription. What a curious turn of events. The old eunuch, noticing your reaction, exclaimed, "Young hero, it seems you share a connection with the immortal." You glanced at him and replied, "I am a person of principles. If you provide me with these tokens, I shall stabilize the realm of Dasong." Hearing this, the old eunuch bowed his head in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, young hero. Your principles, it seems, are rather flexible." The fact that the immortal granted Zhao Yaoguang 15 tokens speaks volumes about their relationship. With various primordial techniques at your disposal, you worried that a reckless approach might lead to your demise. Each simulation held immense value and must not be squandered. Moreover, these matters felt as trivial as daily necessities to you. You took the scroll and the token with you. 2 days later, news spread throughout the martial world of Dasong. Reports of mysterious deaths among the 6 major sects, 3 demonic factions, northern tribal clans, southern savages, and numerous hidden families, as well as skilled local officials, sent shockwaves across the realm. The court immediately dispatched experts to uncover the truth behind these tragic events. Simultaneously, the court began systematically consolidating control over these factions, reclaiming dominance over the realm after many years. In the dead of night, on the eastern coast of Dasong, you gazed at the visualization technique in your hand, entranced. Cultivation primarily revolves around visualizing the myriad phenomena of the universe, which can be categorized into numerous forms, resulting in a multitude of visualization diagrams. The diagram you held depicted a black serpent, known as the Black Cloud Immortal Technique. Following the mental method, you diligently practiced, striving to enter a state of visualization. However, after considerable time, you found it difficult to settle into that state. It appeared that my aptitude was lacking. According to Zhao Yaoguang, the stronger the cultivator's aptitude, the quicker they could enter the visualization state. An hour had passed with no progress. After 2 more hours, just as dawn approached, you finally sensed that elusive feeling and successfully entered the visualization state. Unbeknownst to you, you found yourself in a small town, where a massive black python appeared before you, comparable in size to Su. The black serpent slithered through the streets, mercilessly claiming life after life, embodying a scene of sheer brutality. After observing for a while, a wave of fatigue washed over you, prompting your exit from the small town, returning to reality. Immediately, you felt a transformation within. The vital energies within you surged wildly. Concurrently, your physical form underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. After a few moments, the changes subsided. This situation left you with mixed emotions. Just moments ago, while practicing the visualization technique, you had converted your martial energies into pure primordial spirit power, propelling your cultivation directly from heavenly gang to the first transformation, bypassing the Dao realm entirely. This was not unusual, as Zhao Yaoguang had indicated. Most cultivators began their journey as martial artists, officially commencing cultivation only after their vital energies were sufficiently robust. Only true prodigies could directly attain the state of visualization. Shaking your head, you rose, feeling the changes within your body. With a thought, a beam of black light surged from your hand, shooting towards a mountain miles away. Boom! The mountain crumbled into ruins, and amidst the wreckage, a shadowy serpent flickered for an instant. Given your previous foundation, your current primordial spirit power and physical strength were now 100-fold that of an ordinary first transformation cultivator. Your baseline combat power could easily overpower your former self. Once you mastered the primordial techniques at hand, your strength would undoubtedly grow further. You swayed your body, and in the next moment, your second form was activated. To your surprise, this second form had diminished to 15 meters in size, though its overall shape remained unchanged. Its combat prowess, however, had not diminished, rather, it had increased significantly, with the power unleashed in the second form approximately 5 times that of your normal state. After a rough calculation, you found this transformation exhilarating. Now, even in the face of previous foes, you could achieve a one-strike victory, perhaps even challenge those at the second transformation. Thanks to the training from your martial artist days, you were far stronger than most cultivators of the same realm. Upon stepping into the first transformation, most of your skills became ineffective, while still usable. They could not be enhanced through primordial spirit power. The toxins from the 10,000 poisons cultivation remained, still capable of unleashing significant destructive power. In your present form, you remained strikingly handsome, having entirely shed the youthful appearance of before. Your aura became profound and unfathomable, ethereal and transcendent, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. You chose not to leave Dasong, but instead dedicated yourself to focused cultivation. Visualization is fundamental. Cultivation does not require the consumption of other resources such as spirit stones, elemental stones, or the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. A cultivator can practice anywhere. Primordial spirit power is a synthesis of spirit and energy, useful for both attacking and wide-ranging searches, providing great convenience. As the first year came to a close, it became evident that your aptitude for cultivation was indeed lacking. Taking a full year to successfully master the primordial techniques contained within the Black Cloud Immortal Technique. Both techniques are offensive in nature, one of which is named Black Python Swallowing Heaven, allowing you to transform into a black python, significantly enhancing your offensive and defensive capabilities. Chapter 76, Normal State, Serpent State, Frenzied State, Ultimate State. Another technique called Black Serpent Guardian. Consuming spiritual power, it conjures 9 black serpents for defense and attack, though the name may sound somewhat unrefined. Its efficacy is remarkable on the coast. With a mere thought, your form contorts and transforms into a 10-meter-long black serpent, its scales hard and smooth, head pointed and triangular, exuding stability. Sensing the myriad changes within, you continue to explore. In the black python form, various aspects are enhanced, strength notably improved. Yet it pales in comparison to the second form. However, you twist your serpent head, and in the next instant, leap into the air, your body rapidly expanding. Transforming into a 100-meter-long black giant python in the blink of an eye, soaring through the air, you flex your muscles. Feeling the surge of spiritual power expanding within you once more, filling you with exhilaration. How intriguing, utterly fascinating. You exclaim in awe. Under normal circumstances, after transforming into a black python, practitioners typically experience enhancements in physical strength and defense, with the total amount of spiritual power being fixed. Yet you are an exception. In your black python form, both the total amount and intensity of spiritual power have significantly increased, by approximately 50 times. After circling in the air for a moment, you revert to your normal state, your heart gradually finding tranquility. Now, my strength has vastly improved. Not only that, but I have also acquired several new forms. Shaking your thigh, you muse aloud. Henceforth, my current appearance will be the normal state. The black python form will be the serpent state, the second form of the giant will be the frenzied state, and finally, the 100-meter giant python will be the ultimate state. Normal state, serpent state, frenzied state, ultimate state. All 4 forms can be utilized permanently. Normal state stands at 1.8 meters, humanoid, the weakest in strength. Yet even this weakest form surpasses ordinary practitioners. Thanks to the prior fusion of a million martial arts enhancements. The black serpent state, 10 meters long, serpent form, strength enhanced 3-fold. The frenzied state, 15 meters, monstrous form, strength enhanced 5-fold. The ultimate state, 100 meters, giant python form, strength enhanced 50-fold. With a slight smile, you conjure a mass of black clouds beneath your feet, gliding across the island with grace. Moments later, you arrive at the royal court of the Song dynasty. A year has passed, and the political landscape has dramatically shifted. The Song dynasty has regained control over everything. Within the palace, you find that a new emperor has ascended the throne, indicating the previous one did not align with the interests of the majority. The new emperor sits in his chair, right hand wielding a brush, engaged in artistic endeavors, exuding an aura of high artistic refinement. Beside him, an elderly eunuch smiles obsequiously. Your Majesty's skills have improved tremendously. If these artworks were to scatter among the populace, countless would scramble for them, resulting in chaos. The young emperor shakes his head. Oldly, painting is ultimately a minor pursuit, not the main affair. Now that the world is unified, my greatest aspiration remains the immortal sect. If someone from the Zhao family could succeed in cultivation, this secular dynasty. Sigh. He laments. You push the door open, drawing the attention of both men. Oldly hastens to greet you. Young hero, what brings you here? How did the task I assigned you fare? Oldly nods vigorously. Rest assured, young hero, over the past year, we have gathered over 35,000 unique toxins. All new and distinct from the 30,000 you provided. You nod in satisfaction. This old fellow knows how to conduct himself. Leave me there. You gesture with your sleeve. Oldly promptly complies, but the new emperor suddenly intercepts you. Young hero, may I inquire about the immortal ascension token in your possession? If there are any requests, please do not hesitate to express them. Zhao Xian gazes at you with a calm demeanor. You smile, retrieving the token adorned with broken swords from your pocket. Do you desire it? Zhao Xian nods vigorously. Just as you are about to respond, an enormous figure suddenly appears outside the palace. With your spiritual perception, you discern the entirety of its form. Standing 5 meters tall, it bears characteristics of various ferocious beasts. Yet at its core, it is human, with a faint pulse of spiritual power within. Zhao Xian, are you threatening me? Your voice turns icy. Old Li's expression changes. Looking helplessly at Zhao Xian, Your Majesty, what have you done? That monster's strength surpasses that of a typical peak practitioner, and it remains oblivious at this moment. To cultivate to immortality is the dream of countless individuals. The last immortal ascension token must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Zhao Xian steps forward. Old Li, even without him, I could sweep across the entire realm. For centuries, he has exhausted resources within his fief, creating that killing machine with the Black Cloud immortal technique, fully confident in securing everything. Now, ascending the throne serves merely to draw you out. You let out a cold laugh. It seems you are unaware of the chasm that lies between us. Observing your unperturbed visage, Zhao Xian claps his hands. The monster outside the palace charges in. Exuding murderous intent, you glance over. Its overall strength is above the heavenly gang. Likely at the 3rd level of Dao entry, you summon Su Su. Do you wish to feast? Su Su nods eagerly, akin to a child eager for a treat. Crack. A surge of spiritual power erupts, severing the monster's body, cleaving it vertically in two. Su Su excitedly rushes forward. Mouth agape, ready to devour. The scene is too horrifying. Both Old Li and Zhao Xian are left in shock. Young hero you. Have you already attained that level? Old Li speaks, his words stumbling. To instantaneously summon a black giant python, such a feat is beyond mere mortals. Change the emperor, and furthermore, send me what I desire. You stride confidently toward the dragon throne. Zhao Xian is drenched in sweat. Misunderstanding, young hero. It is all a misunderstanding. My ancestor belongs to the immortal sect. You ignore him. Old Li reacts swiftly, lifting his sleeve. A glint of cold light shooting forth, striking Zhao Xian fiercely atop his head. The new emperor stares in disbelief, eyes wide. Before collapsing helplessly to the ground, you glide past his lifeless form, taking a seat on the throne, smiling at Old Li. I said it. You are the most adept at handling affairs. Just as Old Li is about to reply, Zhao Xian's corpse begins to dissipate, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist, vanishing without a trace. Young hero, please wait. Old Li hastily departs. Once he leaves, Su Su, having satiated her hunger, approaches you, her mouth stained with blood, eyes gleaming with joy. Can you devour monsters to grow stronger? You reach out to wipe the blood from her face, gently tapping her cheek. Gazing at Su Su's slender form, you feel an inexplicable urge, an impulse to enter the serpent state and entwine with her. Perverse, my sordid heart. Chapter 77. A heartfelt brotherhood. Su Su opened her mouth and gently nibbled on your shoulder, as if attempting to lift you and place you atop her head. You playfully pinched her nostrils. You, O serpent maiden, have a foul breath. The once pristine white has now turned unsightly and dark, a lamentable transformation. After a brief wait, Old Li arrived with a substantial supply of new toxins. You immediately began to experiment. Upon absorbing one, your complexion grew somewhat pallid. The myriad poisons nurturing technique can no longer enhance my physique, nor my appearance, nor the toxins. The situation appeared precarious, yet somewhat expected. After all, this technique was crafted by mortals, bound by various limitations, rendering it ineffective for practitioners. Alas, the creator has long since passed away. You felt a profound sense of regret. You had not interfered much with the royal family of the Song dynasty. You merely assisted in elevating a new emperor while ruthlessly eliminating Zhao Xian's subordinates and kin. Having completed these deeds, you departed the island with a clear conscience. In midair, you soared upon a cloud, continuing your flight westward. Transitioning realms. Gliding through the mists, summoning winds and rains, this sensation was truly exquisite. 10 days later, traveling westward, you arrived at another island. After a brief rest, you realized it was not far from the Bai family's celestial isle. Approximately half a day's journey remained. While you could reach it with relative ease, other practitioners would require a month of flight. As for mortals, simply reaching it in their lifetime would be remarkable. This island was predominantly inhabited by mortals. But there were practitioners as well. In the bustling city at its center, atop a tavern on the highest floor, you sat across from a young man. Clad in azure robes, he possessed a striking visage and an ethereal aura. He was the only practitioner in this small town. His cultivation was at the low tier of the first transition. Friend, what significance does the Bai family hold? Going there merely means becoming their hound. There is no freedom like that of a mortal. The azure-clad man poured you a cup of wine, laughing heartily. I have reveled on this island for 2 millennia. Indulging in various pleasures, that is true freedom. You nodded. This life is indeed delightful, yet my aspirations lie elsewhere. I seek greater power and longevity. The azure-clad man shook his head. How long is considered long enough? A mortal can live 1,000 years, and upon entering the Tao, another 1,000. That totals 2,000. Upon the first transition, one might gain an additional 3,000 years, and with each significant breakthrough, 3,000 more. I currently have roughly 500 years left. Surrounded by joy, admiring flowers, the moon, and beautiful maidens. You were disinterested in discussing this further, sighed, and took a sip of wine. The azure-clad man drank as well. However, soon he clutched his chest, his brow furrowed. This wine tastes peculiar. I've aged it for 1,000 years. Yet it has a strange flavor. It was slightly bitter, with a hint of sourness, intertwined with a touch of spiciness. The azure-clad man nodded. Your description is quite apartment. Naturally, for I have poisoned it. You stated nonchalantly. The azure-clad man's eyes widened in disbelief. Friend, how could you? I kindly invited you for a drink, and you. His body felt an unsettling sensation. He covered his mouth, his hand stained with dark blood. Leaning back in your chair, you calmly remarked, apologies. But I require some items from you. You set down your wine cup, channeling your spiritual energy to open the wine jar and pour yourself another cup. I wish to examine your visualization diagram. The azure-clad man shook his head with a bitter smile. If you desire it, I shall provide it. I, Song Gong, am ever responsive to requests, so there is no need for such measures. Song Gong, what an intriguing name. Soon, on the table, Song Gong laid out a diagram. It depicted a celestial crane soaring freely in the sky. You studied it thoroughly. This visualization technique was titled White Crane Ascending to Heaven, with a maximum cultivation limit at the peak of the first transition. Moreover, it lacked any accompanying spiritual secret methods. Truly meager. Song Gong shook his head with a rueful smile. How I long to continue my cultivation. Yet the risks are too great. To grow stronger, I must seize resources and contend with others. But that could be fatal. I possess but one life. Rather than that, I would prefer to indulge fully in enjoyment. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. I possess inferior talent. Perhaps this is simply my fate. Your interest piqued, you engaged in a lively discussion with him. From his words, you gleaned new insights. The qualifications of practitioners were determined by their ability to visualize the world and condense their spiritual energy, which also indicated their cultivation speed. Practitioners referred to their qualifications as spirituality. Only those endowed with spirituality could cultivate. Some are born with it, while others may acquire it through martial training. Yet many will never possess it throughout their lives. Your case involved acquiring it through martial practice, and upon meticulous exploration. You speculated it was due to the Heavenly King's Radiance technique. The 9th level of the Heavenly King's Radiance technique awakened this potential within you. Moreover, you discovered that this technique could only be practiced by the Gu family bloodline. Others, even with the Tian Luo Dan, could not enter its realm. Intriguing. The Gu family and the Yulu Sword sect intrigued you further. Spirituality is also classified into 4 grades: Ding, Bing, Yi, and Jia, from lowest to highest. Jia grade qualifications allow for 9 transitions of cultivation. Were it not for the fact that this world primarily cultivates spiritual energy, you would seriously suspect you had entered the realm of celestial sovereigns. What if, upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, I discover this is merely a cave world, and furthermore, a fragment of someone's soul? Then, breaking through the cave, a grand battle with the celestial constellations may ensue. How thrilling. Your thoughts wandered, drifting further afield. Friend, Song Gong interrupted your reverie. Returning to reality, based on your cultivation speed, your spiritual qualifications were merely at the Bing grade, superior to ordinary individuals, yet still limited. Is there a method to enhance one's qualifications? Song Gong chuckled. In this vast world, surely there must be, but I cannot say what it is. You pondered thoughtfully. Throughout the day, you engaged in deep conversation with Song Gong, learning much from him, including details about the Bai family celestial isle and nearby maps. You found a kindred spirit in him. It feels as if we have known each other for ages. You both drank heartily throughout the night. On the following day, you resolved Song Gong's poison and prepared to set off for Bai family celestial isle. Song Gong bid you farewell. May you achieve your desires. You gazed at his serene countenance and nodded. Farewell, friend. In the next moment, you stepped forward, your hand piercing through his heart. Friend, what are you doing? Song Gong looked at you incredulously. Are we not good brothers? You smiled. Indeed, we are heartfelt brothers. Chapter 78. Joining despite the inevitability and harshness of reality, the performance of Master Song was impeccable, natural, and fluid. Yet one could still sense a hint of malice in certain subtleties. To prevent future troubles, one had no choice but to put him in a difficult position. Even though he had made no mistakes throughout the ordeal. With a crunch, you crushed his heart, the essence of his spirit flowing forth as you obliterated his form. Su appeared, shaking her head vigorously, clearly uninterested in cultivators, preferring instead to feast on monsters. You meticulously cleared the traces left behind, then scoured the island, dismantling the forces established by Master Song and all his vassals. This massacre far exceeded all previous encounters combined. Once reassured that there would be no repercussions, you finally took flight on a cloud. Su lay at your feet, panting like a dog, occasionally emitting sounds akin to a royal engine. Half a day later, You successfully arrived at the so-called Immortal Island, the territory of the Bai clan. You cleansed your aura and summoned Susu back, dressed in a black outfit crafted from skin. With a ponytail swaying gracefully, you stepped onto the domain of the Immortal Island. Senior, please wait. As soon as you set foot on the island, two shadowy figures soared from the skies, also riding on clouds. Clad in black armor, resembling guards, they appeared to be at the initial stage of the Tao, likely at the 9th rank. Upon approaching, the duo bowed and said, Senior, this is the Bai family's domain. High-altitude flight is prohibited. May we inquire where you hail from for our records? Ah, not guards, but security, you thought. I am Morong Longcheng, visiting from Dandong to seek an audience with the esteemed Bai family and exchange insights on Tao. You spoke sincerely. If possible, I wish to join the Bai family. Oh, at your words, they regarded you with newfound respect. A first-turn cultivator joining the Bai family would indeed be advantageous. With the number of cultivators being scarce and the Bai family's vast territory, welcoming newcomers could alleviate much pressure. Please follow us, the two Tao practitioners said, bowing and gesturing for you to proceed. Joining the Bai family was straightforward. In the central region of the island, you encountered a high-ranking member of the Bai family, a middle-aged man at the pinnacle of the second turn. After scrutinizing you for a moment, he granted his approval. Rest assured, joining the Bai family brings numerous benefits. From today onward, we are all family, sharing fortunes and facing adversities together. Listening to this middle-aged man, Bai Yi, one of the Bai family's law enforcement elders with considerable standing, you felt an unsettling sense of being lured onto a pirate ship. Bai Yi waved his hand and handed you a patched storage bag, saying, Friend, this is a storage bag containing a month's worth of cultivation resources for my Bai family's disciples. To the east, 300,000 miles away, there exists a subterranean dragon lair that requires guardianship. From now on, you shall cultivate there. This tactic felt reminiscent of a mundane fantasy novel. You accepted the storage bag, nodding in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Just then, the previous security guard approached and led you eastward. Senior, the dragon lair cultivates a plethora of low-tier monsters. Guarding it is a fine position, truly a blessing for you. The dragon lair? The name evoked an ominous feeling within you. Along the way, you opened the storage bag, discovering its limited space, about the size of a wash basin, holding a book and 3 vials of elixirs. Upon examining the elixirs, you learned from the labels that they were sleep-inducing potions. Consuming one would guarantee entry into a meditative state within half an hour. Interesting. There were 2 bottles of sleep-inducing potions, each containing 300 pills, and another bottle labeled unconscious pill, containing only 50 pills, also for cultivation, accelerating the visualization process. Was this all the cultivation resources provided? It seemed rather hasty. You shook your head and retrieved the final book. It was the Bai family's foundational visualization manual, though basic. It could still facilitate cultivation up to the low tier of the 3rd turn. Titled Fortune Begets All, it contained 2 essential spirit techniques, both auxiliary, meant for nurturing spiritual plants and soothing monsters. Within a day, you successfully arrived at a small island, immediately sensing the abundant aura of monsters. The Tao security guard explained. Senior, the Bai family's primary income derives from cultivating spiritual plants, refining elixirs, and raising monsters for sale. The dragon lair served as a breeding ground for monsters, currently housing over 30,000 dragons, all at the Tao level. We have dedicated personnel for nurturing. Your duty is to guard this place against external threats. Dragons, akin to snakes. How intriguing. The Bai family was indeed fascinating. Soon, 2 9th-ranked Tao practitioners emerged from the island, showering you with compliments. They were the overseers of this domain, one named Bai Tian and the other Bai Di. Senior, please take your time to acclimate. We shall report back now. You nodded. Then continued to learn about the island's situation under the guidance of Bai Di and Bai Tian. 2 days later, your worldview had been reconstructed numerous times. At the center of the island, atop a towering structure, you sat in the highest chamber, your expression complex. The monsters in this world were peculiar. Upon reaching enlightenment and entering the Tao, they could transform. Not only that, but many were also aesthetically pleasing and graceful, leading numerous human cultivators to rear them for resources. The Bai family operated in such a manner. Here, individuals were dedicated to instructing sentient snakes in their cultivation and transformation, subsequently training them based on their post-transformation appearances. Alas, darkness prevailed, as it always does, in this world. Humans prey upon one another, as do monsters, a perpetual cycle. As a guardian of the dragon lair, you too had a monthly quota of 2 monsters to consume, with potential for future increases. You quickly adapted to life here, starting to utilize the sleep-inducing potions and unconscious pills provided monthly by the Bai family for cultivation, significantly enhancing your progress. With the aid of these resources, your cultivation speed accelerated remarkably. Simultaneously, you utilized your monster consumption quota to train Susu. Susu relished devouring monsters, indifferent to their forms, whether transformed or not. You did not conceal this matter, and gradually, the entire island became aware of your penchant for tormenting monsters and subsequently feeding them to the giant python. Your reputation was irrevocably tarnished. Your subordinates feared you, while the snake monsters harbored deep-seated hatred towards you. By the end of the second year, after a full year of cultivation, your prowess had significantly improved, yet you remained at the basic level of the first turn, still awaiting a breakthrough. As for Susu, having consumed over 20 snake monsters, she finally reached a turning point on this day. In the underground cave at the island's edge, you gazed expectantly at Susu before you. Chapter 79. The transformation of Susu. This cavern, crafted by your own hands, extends 300 meters deep, a sanctuary where you devote your time to cultivation. After Susu consumed a pitiful serpent demon, her ebony form began to tremble ever so slightly. Subsequently, swirling black mist coalesced around her, causing her scales to shed in layers, gathering together. Her body began to compress and transform. Beneath the shroud of darkness, her aura intensified. 5 minutes later, the mist dissipated, revealing a captivating woman, devoid of any attire. Susu, you inquired, clapping your hands. The woman shook her head and then crouched down, extending her neck as if to bite you. Master, let us play. You grasped her neck, lifting her up. Now you have truly entered the realm of cultivation. You must strive diligently. Play. Is that what a good demon does? Join me in vanquishing our foes. Susu eagerly extended her tongue. You sighed, reflecting on her evident lack of intelligence. She seemed rather dim-witted compared to other newly transformed demons, retaining much of her primal nature. Reluctantly, you took it upon yourself to guide her, correcting her flaws little by little. A month later, Susu had returned to a semblance of normalcy, her speech becoming much more coherent. She proved to be a commendable assistant, capable of aiding you in various respects. At this stage, she could still enhance her powers by consuming other demons, and her progress was relatively swift. Time flowed gently in this tranquil manner. By the 10th year, you had amassed a considerable stock of sleeping pills, yet your elixirs had dwindled to nothing due to relentless training. The intensity of your practice had significantly elevated your abilities, and after 9 arduous years, you finally reached the mid-stage of the first transformation. Your strength had increased remarkably. Susu had also ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the path through consuming serpent demons, on the brink of her own transformation. Typically, demons possess their own inherited memories and elevate their powers through cultivation after their transformation. Yet Susu lacked these memories and could only grow stronger through consumption. Naturally, she was devoid of any profound spiritual techniques, rendering her rather weak in combat. You could not rely on her for battles. At most, she could serve as an aid. Fortunately, you did not require her for combat. As the year drew to a close, you continued your training when a series of knocks echoed through the cavern. Young master, the manager is looking for you, Susu's delightful voice chimed. You nodded, concluding your day as practice and stepping out of the cavern. Before you stood Susu, adorned in a vibrant, flowing gown, her head decorated with sparkling ornaments, smiling in anticipation. Over the years, you had not deliberately trained her, she had developed freely, evolving from a mere pet to a role akin to a servant. Let us proceed. Casting a glance at Susu's long legs, you remained unfazed. Outside, the manager had been waiting for quite a while. Upon seeing you, he hurried over. Boss. He lowered his voice. In 2 days, a significant figure from Ice Condensation Island will arrive. We must treat him with utmost respect. Although he himself was only at the first transformation stage, he had a father at the 3rd stage backing him. This important figure particularly enjoys mingling with various demons. I've already arranged everything with Lao Di. You merely need to make an appearance, he added. An important figure? You nodded. Rest assured, I understand. This realm of cultivation often left you with a sense of working at the Bai family, earning a meager salary, needing to curry favor with superiors, and engage in sycophancy. Susu, I shall continue my cultivation. Call me if anything arises. You turned and returned to the underground chamber. Susu nodded vigorously. Fear not, young master, I shall remain vigilant. Before long, that significant figure arrived, and the dragon's lair was prepared for a grand reception. The manager presented the most formidable serpent demon he had recently cultivated. Eager to impress, you finally comprehended the absurdity of the situation. You were akin to a brothel madam. A white cloud descended. I, Bai Lai, have arrived at the dragon's lair. You heard a familiar voice and beheld a familiar figure, none other than Bai Lai, who had previously attempted to kill you. Indeed, he was of the first transformation stage. Oi, are you the guardian here? You appear rather dazed. Come forth and introduce me to the attractions here. Make sure my visit is not in vain. I, Bai Lai, never come without purpose. You covered your head, perplexed by his convoluted speech. The manager rushed forward, eager to provide introductions. In the midst of this, Susu approached from afar. Master, may I eat a demon today? My teeth are itching. Upon seeing Susu, Bai Lai's eyes widened in surprise. This little demoness is quite impressive. He was visibly eager. Guardian, did you cultivate her? You nodded. How could such a melodramatic scenario unfold in your life? After a brief moment of exasperation, you provided a succinct introduction. Bai Lai swallowed hard. Not bad, not bad. In that case, I shall not hold back. Bai Lai narrowed his eyes, and you prepared yourself for action. I grant you 20 years to cultivate me an identical one. Yes, I prefer one with a strong presence, a bit domineering, like a little firecracker. That would be perfect. You exhaled in relief. Indeed, this fellow was merely lecherous, not devoid of intellect. Leave it to me, you assured him, patting your chest. Bai Lai laughed heartily, spending 10 days at the dragon's lair, during which he successfully attracted 300 quality demons. After his revelry, he departed without hesitation, claiming he wished to explore the distant weasel stronghold. Boss, the demons he utilized are no longer of any value. The manager expressed his frustration. By D side, these losses cannot be directly reported. It and Appos, fine. I can bear the loss. I'll have Susu handle those demons, you need not worry. A few days later, after consuming a few spicy snacks, Susu finally broke through to the first transformation. She had grown stronger, yet her strength remained modest. Keep striving, you encouraged, patting Susu's head. And so, the monotonous cycle of cultivation continued. By the 20th year, your stock of sleeping pills had grown excessively, overflowing the confines of your storage bag, which had become far too small. While your cultivation had not progressed, your combat prowess had seen some improvement. This existence was far from what I desired. Gazing around at the shadowy cavern, you rose, contemplating the meaning of this relentless, daily toil. Yet, this lifestyle was undeniably stable and secure, with the sole drawback being the painfully slow enhancement of your strength. After a moment of venting your frustrations, you resumed your arduous training. Chapter 80. Mutation. Working at the Bai family has indeed been stable, so stable that 2 decades have passed without a single mishap, excluding the temptresses. You have not engaged in combat for nearly 20 years, and your bones are beginning to itch with restlessness. You are indeed a wretched creature. In the 30th year, you have yet to break through to the high tier of the first rotation, while Susu has already advanced to the mid-tier of the first rotation, her cultivation speed far surpassing yours. All she needs to do daily is consume flesh and blood. As your tenure in the Earth Dragon Cave increases, your privileges expand. The monthly loss limit has now risen to 100. Furthermore, during the training and nurturing process, significant losses occur, benefiting Susu immensely. It is precisely due to prolonged contact that Susu has developed an interest in training monsters, gradually learning, and has now become a skilled technician. Her craftsmanship is unparalleled. Each year, numerous snake demons graduate under her tutelage, presented as gifts by the Bai family for sale. In the 40th year, after 30 years of arduous training, you finally achieve a breakthrough, your cultivation slowly elevating to the high tier of the first rotation. Susu had reached the high tier 5 years prior, although she advanced early. A single firearm is enough to subdue her, as she possesses no enhancements beyond her potent venom. You have thoroughly acclimated to the stable life within the Earth Dragon Cave. Various indulgences abound. Leisurely sipping wine and watching Susu dance is quite pleasant. Time continues to flow. In the 50th year, the cycle repeats. By the 60th year, Susu has reached the peak of the first rotation, on the verge of entering the second, while you still lag significantly behind. In the 70th year, Susu formally breaks through to the second rotation. You spar with her and discover that under normal circumstances, you are no match for her. However, in your serpent form, a single lash of your tail is enough to dominate her. This battle also deepens Susu's feelings for you, as she becomes increasingly affectionate, resembling a devoted admirer. In the 80th year, your cultivation is on the cusp of breaking through to the peak of the first rotation. You yawn, stepping outside without a care. By the 90th year, you still have not achieved a breakthrough, yet you remain as steady as an old dog, calmly shattering a distant island with a mere clap of your hand. In the 100th year, you finally attain your goal, officially stepping into the peak of the first rotation. Remarkably, this breakthrough took a full 60 years. If reaching the peak from a high tier takes 60 years, how long will it take to advance to the next great realm? Emerging from the cave at over 100 years old, clad in a flowing blue robe with disheveled hair, you hear a series of enchanting sounds emanating from the surrounding structures. It is the snake demons undergoing their grueling training. Sensing your presence, a shadow descends from the sky. Young master, you have emerged. Susu exclaims, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She is adorned in minimal, thin armor crafted from snake scales, accentuating her alluring figure. You furrow your brow. Why is it that the more you wear, the less you cover? Let me change. She replies with a smile, nodding in agreement. With that, she transforms the scales into an elegant black gown, perfectly concealing her form without a single gap. Susu then produces a handful of gleaming golden ornaments, adorning her hair with them. This serpent, reminiscent of a western dragon, is enamored with all things golden and sparkling. Shaking your head at her increasingly enchanting visage, you recall that she had broken through to the mid-tier of the second rotation a year ago, her strength escalating rapidly. Your serpent form can no longer suppress her. Only in a frenzied state can you hope to contend with her. Beyond her strength, Susu has made considerable strides in other areas as well, now serving as the direct leader within the Earth Dragon Cave. By day, everyone obeys her commands. Would you care for a drink, young master, to lighten your mood? She suggests, wrapping her arm around yours. I have concocted a new type of snake whip wine. Infused with fragrant peach blossoms, the effects are quite delightful. Let us drink a few. You grasp her hand, a warmth igniting within you. Susu beams with joy, transmitting a mental message to her subordinates to prepare. In the room atop the 7-layered tower, Susu leads you, elegantly lighting hundreds of candles with a flick of her sleeve. A captivating aroma fills the air as you both sit at a transparent, exquisite table inlaid with star motifs. Young master, cultivation is a gradual process. One cannot rush. She advises. You are merely over 100 years old. Attaining the peak of the first rotation is a dream for many. After all, you still have over 2,000 years to live, so there is no need for concern. Pouring you a glass of wine, an even more alluring fragrance wafts forth. You nod appreciatively and take a delicate sip. Susu rests her chin in her hands, gazing at you with eager anticipation. Ah, what a fine wine! You exclaim, lavishly praising her creation. Just as you prepare to express further admiration, a violent explosion reverberates, followed by a series of savage, menacing auras approaching. Your expression shifts, and you swiftly draw Susu into the simulated space, leaping through the roof to the heights above. At this moment, 5 figures emerge around you, standing upon swirling black clouds, exuding an overwhelming aura of hostility. The Bai family's end is nigh. One bellows. After years of breeding and tormenting my kin, today, the 3 great kings shall strike. And you will all perish. You wretched fools, we shall devour you all today. The leader shouts, transforming into a 50-meter-long black serpent, charging at you. The other demons reveal their true forms, rushing towards the others to rescue those still undergoing training. You discern clearly that all 5 possess second rotation cultivation, but fortunately, only one is of the high tier, the others are of lower and mid-tier. The end of the Bai family. It seems the stable life is coming to a close. You feel a twinge of regret, yet a spark of excitement flickers within. Humans, prepare to meet your demise. Although there are some discrepancies from the reports, transitioning from low tier to peak of the first rotation, it matters little. I shall torment you mercilessly in vengeance for my brethren. At this moment, the black serpent is upon you. He is the strongest among them, a high tier second rotation. You let out a cold laugh. Torment me? You think you are worthy? Secret technique of the spirit. Black python swallows heaven. Ultimate form unleashed. In an instant, you transform into a colossal black serpent, 130 meters long. As your cultivation breaks through, your size continues to grow. Aside from your normal form, all other shapes undergo transformation. With your increased size, your strength significantly escalates. The black serpent crashes against your hardened scales, utterly unprepared for your display. After the collision, he sways dizzily, his body gently twisting. You glance at him. Why force my hand? Secret technique of the spirit. Black serpent guardian. Chapter 81. Northward 9 shadowy serpents, equal in length to your own, surged forth, ensnaring the black serpent opposite you with a gentle exertion. A sudden splatter of blood rained down from above, marking a decisive victory. After vanquishing a high-tier, second transformation beast, the 9 shadowy serpents surged toward other foes. You commanded Susu, hurry and consume. Susu, brimming with excitement, nodded eagerly, transforming into a 50-meter-long black serpent. With a wide maw, she devoured the blood and flesh raining from the skies. Previously, her feast consisted of mere lowly creatures, but this marked her inaugural consumption of a second transformation beast. And the experience was undeniably distinct. Young master, I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Susu's expression shifted dramatically as she spoke, her voice tinged with reluctance. This cursed endeavor is going to leave me with a tiny appetite. You cast her an exasperated glare before withdrawing her into the simulation space. Meanwhile, the 9 shadowy serpents had concluded their battle. The remaining 4 beasts lay lifeless, their forms utterly obliterated. The combat had come to an end. Bai Tian approached, exclaiming, Boss, you are truly formidable. He marveled at your prowess, astonished that you possessed such abilities. Had it not been for you, our Earth Dragon Cave would have succumbed to the onslaught of those 5 second transformation beasts. You shook your head in response. I apologize, everyone. The current situation was precarious. Numerous monsters were besieging the Bai family, and their demise was imminent. It was clear that remaining here was unwise. The main branch had collapsed. And what purpose did a mere security guard serve now? B-Boss, what are you planning? Bai Tian suddenly sensed an ominous shift. You exhaled a long serpent's tongue, your pupils flashing white. Farewell. With that, the 9 shadowy serpents erupted from behind you, swiftly eliminating your 2 subordinates before annihilating everything in the Earth Dragon Cave. Your strength must remain a secret, and you required a flawless excuse to depart. Thus, you regrettably resolved their fates. In the next life, strive to be a better person. Alongside all the serpent demons, you executed them entirely. The Earth Dragon Cave held no valuable treasures. After all, you had only just joined the Bai family, who were reluctant to entrust you with their true sources of wealth. Releasing toxins, you meticulously erased all traces of your presence. In your thorough search, your greatest find was a handful of storage bags, filled with resources of no use to you. With a sigh, you made your way to the 4 corpses nearby. Scattered amidst their bloodied remains were various tomes, elixirs, and treasures. Just as humans possess storage bags, so too did the demons have their own spaces, often containing personal items. For instance, Susu's scales. Upon their demise, their storage spaces lost vitality, causing their contents to burst forth. Were these the legacies of their martial arts? A glance revealed they were all techniques you could not cultivate. After all, humans and demons tread different paths, and forcing the issue could lead to death. As for the elixirs, their nature remained unclear. Upon inspection, their worth seemed negligible. Disappointing. In this round of combat, aside from those storage bags, you truly gained nothing. The true victor was Susu, who, empowered by the essence of the slain demons, was on the cusp of a breakthrough. You placed the demons' items into the storage bags and subsequently obliterated them, ensuring no evidence remained. Maintaining your ultimate form, you surged into the sea, propelling yourself toward the horizon. This way, they would only discover that a serpent demon had brought ruin upon the Earth Dragon Cave. While not particularly detailed, it was the best you could achieve. 5 days later, Susu had yet to awaken, still undergoing her transformation. You had distanced yourself from the Bai family's influence, and once you returned to normalcy, you proceeded northward. This time, your destination was the Yuelu Sword sect. Curious about the dynamics of larger sects compared to the minor family factions where one merely served as a security guard for meager wages. Half a month later, upon the ocean's surface, you stood upon a small vessel, harnessing your spiritual energy to propel yourself swiftly. Young master, I am ready. A voice suddenly chimed in your ear. It was Susu, sending a jolt of surprise through you. Until now, she had been unable to communicate with you while in the simulation space. What had changed? Not only that, but you also sensed a new wave of information. You could leave a mark upon Susu, enabling her to traverse the simulation space at will. Testing the waters, you established the mark. Susu's figure emerged from it, her bare feet dancing atop the water's surface. Young master, I have just broken through to high-tier second transformation. Wonderful. You have achieved your breakthrough. You felt no envy, truly. After all, what did the pinnacle of the second transformation mean to you? Once in your ultimate state, it would be but a matter of a single strike. To date, you had yet to unleash your full power in combat. Conservatively estimating, your combat strength resided at the peak of the second transformation, capable of forcibly elevating to a higher realm. In time, this disparity would likely diminish, as the gap between major realms grows increasingly vast in later stages. It should be so. Indeed, you are impressive, you acknowledged. Susu grinned widely as she perched on the small boat, dipping her feet into the water, splashing joyfully. Young master, your form is so grand. It's incredibly long and striking. I am certain many serpent demons would admire you. You shook your head dismissively. It matters not. Strength is what truly counts. As you spoke, you handed her all the martial arts techniques and elixirs from your storage bag. Are any of these usable for you? Susu glanced through them, then produced a new technique. They are all too weak, but this one is suitable. It appeared to be the legacy technique of that high-tier second transformation black serpent. She gathered all the techniques and elixirs, her eyes sparkling as she said, although I cannot practice the main technique, those spiritual methods are accessible to me 5 demons, a total of 10 techniques. Once I successfully cultivate them all, I will grow even stronger. At that time, young master, you may not be my match. How wonderful. Susu, you possess such capability. You responded enthusiastically. And the elixirs? I cannot decipher them. I fear for my life and dare not consume them. Susu replied candidly. Truly, she was a remarkable serpent. You crushed the small boat beneath your foot, summoning a swirl of white clouds beneath you. Susu followed closely as you accelerated toward the direction of the Yuelu Sword sect. In the 110th year, you found yourself uncertain of your whereabouts. A full decade had passed without encountering any islands. The scenery around you remained monotonous and unchanged, akin to a wall of illusions. On this day, high above the ocean, you were soaring upon a cloud. Suddenly, a massive shadow emerged from the sea, bursting forth and opening its maw in your direction, an overwhelming stench wafting toward you. Chapter 82. Fortuity as you fix your gaze. You are astonished to behold a colossal octopus. Each tentacle stretches several dozen meters in length, and at this moment, it leaps from the surface of the sea, wildly waving its numerous appendages in a frenzied assault. Second transformation pinnacle? Sensing the creature's aura, your curiosity is piqued. Essence Spirit secret technique, Black Python devouring heaven. The ultimate form is unleashed. The tentacles of the black octopus collide violently with your body. It reacts swiftly, curling and attempting to ensnare you. Essence Spirit secret technique, Black Serpent Guardian. You elevate your head, surveying the adversary from above. 9 serpents, each measuring 130 meters, plunge downward, launching a furious offensive. Before long, the octopus cannot withstand the onslaught. Its body becomes riddled with wounds, and several tentacles are severed by the black serpents. In a flash of light and shadow, it hastily transforms into a bald, muscular man, exclaiming, "Spare me, O Celestial. I acted out of momentary impulse. Please forgive me." Momentary impulse? Now that you have gauged the opponent's approximate strength, you have formed a judgment in your mind. You soar forward, your immense form blocking the bald man's line of sight entirely. Very well, I am inclined towards benevolence and wish to avoid further bloodshed. Your resonant voice echoes, "When shall grievances be repaid?" The bald man exhales in relief. "Thank you. O Celestial, I shall no longer harm others from this day forth. I aspire to be a benevolent creature, aiding others daily. He breathes a sigh of relief and continues, it turns out to be a foolish cultivator. How kind. If I flatter him a bit more, perhaps I might find an opportunity to turn the tables. The bald man thinks gleefully to himself. You gently shake your massive head. Enough, depart, I shall not take your life. The bald man nods, feeling more at ease, and turns to leave. At that moment, 9 black serpents rush forward simultaneously. Moreover, a beam of black light shoots from the horizon. Boom. The sea surges violently. Before the bald man can transform, he is crushed and slain by these 2 attacks. He reverts to his original form, his enormous body floating serenely on the water's surface. Young master, is my essence spirit secret technique formidable? Susu approaches your side, brimming with pride. You nod, a full force strike can instantly slay opponents of the same realm. It possesses merit. Over the span of a decade, Susu has mastered the essence spirit secret technique of the second transformation high-tier black serpent, greatly enhancing her strength. Yet in your presence, she still falls short. Through the recent battle, you are increasingly convinced that your combat prowess exceeds that of the second transformation pinnacle. Perhaps even the third transformation could be vanquished. To this day, you have yet to unleash your full potential. In battle, the ultimate form and the black serpent guardian suffice to resolve matters. Go, dispose of his corpse. A second transformation pinnacle's essence spirit secret technique will surely suit you. After leaving this remark, you continue to soar through the clouds. Susu promptly opens her mouth and begins her task. In the sky, you have regained your usual state, reclining comfortably upon a white cloud. Suddenly, Susu's figure appears, exclaiming excitedly, Young master, after consuming its flesh and blood, I feel on the verge of a breakthrough. Indeed, having just reached the second transformation pinnacle, you are already poised to advance to the third? This serpent is quite remarkable. In the 120th year, after devouring a second transformation giant fish, Susu successfully ascends to the third transformation. She still lacks inherited memories. However, having mastered the octopus's essence spirit secret technique, her power has ascended to new heights. Her original form's growth is notably slow. Even upon reaching the third transformation, she remains at 50 meters, which is rather peculiar. After 20 years at sea, you have yet to display any signs of a breakthrough. On the contrary, having exhausted all resources accumulated from the Bai family, your cultivation speed has considerably diminished. Along the way, you engage in a spar with the third transformation Susu, definitively confirming your combat capabilities. Confronted with a third transformation opponent, your strength ultimately falls short. Achieving a tie is the best you can manage, and defeating her proves exceedingly challenging. In the 135th year, you finally encounter a small island. This is quite a rarity. Since departing from the Bai family, you have encountered only 2 monsters along the way, with not a single human in sight. Truly bizarre. You descend from the clouds and set foot on the island. Upon landing, you sense a series of keen auras, all belonging to the third transformation, akin to Susu's level. Simultaneously, several third transformation beings swiftly approach you. They are human. The cultivation technique feels somewhat familiar. Hey, where do you hail from? You regard them warily and slowly respond. Esteemed seniors, I come from the Bai family in the south. You recount the events that transpired with the Bai family. 8 parts truth, 2 parts fabrication. Upon hearing this, the 3 do not express suspicion. One steps closer, shaking his head. You wish to join the Yuelu Sword sect, correct? Indeed. You are too late. The Yuelu Sword sect no longer exists. The speaker, a young man garbed in white, smiles ruefully. 5,000 years ago, the Yuelu Sword sect was obliterated by several major monster clans, with hundreds of thousands of disciples perishing. The Yuelu Sword sect is gone. This turn of events is rather swift. You wear a look of melancholy, concluding that your journey has been in vain. Young one, your luck appears rather lacking. You sigh? Thank you, esteemed senior, for the enlightenment. After exchanging a few more words, you learn that they are disciples of the nearby Murong family, tasked with guarding these peripheral islands. The Murong family's influence is extensive, with countless such peripheral islands under their control. The scarcity of monsters along your journey is also thanks to the Murong family's efforts. They have eradicated all that could be slain in order to cleanse the area of anomalies. You leave the immortal island with a tinge of regret. To join the Murong family, you would need to venture further north. However, your interest has waned. After traveling for 20 consecutive years, it is best to find a place to rest for a while. Stowing away the immortal ascension token, you head eastward. 2 months later, you arrive on a continent. Indeed, this is a continent, not merely an island. It is vast, with various powers vying for dominance. As it lies beyond the Murong family's territory, monsters abound here. You release Susu and continue your journey. Several months later, you reach a mortal city, where you establish a home. Susu takes charge of everything, allowing you to live in comfort. In the 135th year, although your cultivation has progressed, it is at a snail's pace. You remain unaware of how long it might be until a breakthrough. By the 140th year, having enjoyed life to the fullest, you prepare to delve deeper into your training and surpass them. You and Susu venture further into the continent. Along the way, you encounter numerous monsters. all effortlessly slain and consumed by Susu. In the 145th year, you discover a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 83, The Wisdom Stone. In the northern part of the continent, there exists a legacy of the fifth transformation, which has drawn numerous practitioners to its trials. A fifth transformation legacy? You pondered. As a mere first transformation, would I not be courting death? Such thoughts echoed disdainfully in your mind, for oftentimes, the so-called opportunities are merely the prelude to demise. At merely over a century old, the desire to evade an untimely death weighs heavily on you. The complexities of the continent are manifold, fraught with innumerable perils. Having faced death several times, primarily against monstrous foes, you emerge victorious, though the spoils often favored Susu. In the 150th year, you and Susu arrived at the continent's edge. After much deliberation, you resolved to join the Murong clan. Over the years, you gleaned considerable information. The Murong clan wields significant power in this region and is protected by a formidable seventh transformation warrior. You journeyed northward to the land claimed by the Murong clan, where the atmosphere was markedly serene and thriving. Upon expressing your intentions, the clan promptly assigned you to an island in the eastern part of the continent. Atop a mountain, a burly man with a bushy beard clapped you on the shoulder, saying, "Young brother, your task is simple. Tend to these spiritual plants, and every year we shall send someone to harvest them." He handed you a storage pouch, stating, "This is your annual remuneration." The surroundings posed little danger, and the work was not overly taxing, allowing you to diligently fulfill your responsibilities. After offering you thorough instructions, the bearded man departed. Opening the storage pouch, familiar formulas greeted your eyes, methods for cultivating and catalyzing spiritual plants, as well as the secrets of the original soul technique. Inside were 20 vials of sleeping medicine, each containing 500 pills, and 30 vials of oblivion pills, each with 30 capsules. The overall compensation surpassed that of the Bai family significantly. Is this what it means to be part of a large family? You mused. Or is it merely an alternative form of labor? Shaking your head, you began to adapt to your new circumstances. The tasks were straightforward, requiring only a glance each day. There was no need to worry about the well-being of the spiritual plants. Most of your time was devoted to cultivation, with Susu accompanying you, which was quite agreeable. With resources to aid you, your training speed increased remarkably. Yet, what truly captivated your attention was the contribution points amassed from your work here. Each year, you could accumulate a small number, and after a century, you would be able to exchange them for a technique that could elevate your cultivation to the third transformation. As you opened the small booklet in your hand, excitement surged within you. Contribution points. This operation felt strangely familiar. In the 171st year, as you practiced your celestial technique and envisioned the cosmos, you momentarily glimpsed a black python rampaging through a town, devouring lives. However, this time, a different spectacle unfolded. A beam of sword light descended from the heavens, effortlessly severing the serpent's head. The black python writhed in agony upon the ground until all was quiet. Upon emerging from your visualization, you suddenly realized that your century-long practice of the Black Cloud Celestial Technique had transformed. You had comprehended the advanced celestial technique, the sword art of wind and cloud. Surprised, you marveled at the newfound powers. Is it possible? You wondered. As the black serpent imagery in your mind morphed into a long sword pattern, shimmering with a spectrum of colors. Based on your research over the years, the Black Cloud Celestial Technique is the most fundamental technique of the Yu-Lu sword sect, lacking an advanced version. The only unique aspect about you is the simulator. Could it be that the simulator granted me the deep blue trait, enabling the active upgrading of techniques? Yet, this did not align with your previous experiences. In a sudden epiphany, you discerned the cause. It was the Ascension Token. During your training, the Ascension Token beside you shattered, revealing a small white crystal. This crystal, no larger than a thumb, exuded black mist which you absorbed. Throughout this process, you noted a remarkable increase in your visualization speed and promptly resumed your training. By the 172nd year, as the black mist dissipated from the crystal, your training session concluded. The sword art of wind and cloud, being an advanced version of the Black Cloud Celestial Technique, required no alteration in your practice. In just a year, you not only advanced to the second transformation, but also mastered two aspects of the sword art of wind and cloud. Your strength surged immensely. One technique, sword shadow overlapping, allows you to materialize a sword from your spiritual energy for an attack. The other, solar sword chi, expends all your spiritual energy to unleash a fiery sword chi, greatly amplifying its power. Quietly, you assessed your current capabilities, conducting further tests. Post-advancement to the second transformation, you could now dispatch Susu with a single strike. Transformed. Your snake form extended to 20 meters, the frenzied state to 30 meters, and the ultimate state reached 150 meters. The four aspects of spiritual techniques bolstered your prowess, particularly in the ultimate state, where employing sword shadow, overlapping, and solar sword chi proved exceedingly effective. After testing, you discovered that sword shadow overlapping consumed only one of your spiritual energy, allowing for instantaneous recovery. In contrast, solar sword chi drained all your spiritual energy, resulting in a significant setback. requiring at least 10 seconds for complete restoration. Yet, all was within acceptable limits. Elated, you then picked up the crystal for further examination, yet found no remarkable characteristics. In the 200th year, having served 50 years within the Morong clan, you had gathered an abundance of information through the disciples who came annually to harvest. This world is known as the Blazing Sun Realm, divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. The Morong clan resides in the southern region, which comprises a small continent and islands, separated from the other 3 regions by oceans. The other 3 regions are interconnected landmasses. The Morong clan is a neutral force, vast in territory, cooperating with both humans and monsters, while publicly maintaining a faade of slaying demons and upholding justice. Beyond these revelations, you also unearthed information about the crystal. It is the Wisdom Stone, which, when activated, temporarily enhances a practitioner's cultivation speed and comprehension. Such an object is immensely valuable and rare. Could it be that the Ascension tokens from the Yulu Sword Sect are all Wisdom Stones? You speculated. Subsequently, you retrieved a token from the Gu family and, using your spiritual energy, crushed them one by one. Instantly, small crystals emerged, releasing streams of black mist that you absorbed eagerly. You swiftly entered a state of training. By the 203rd year, the enhancement effects from your crystals concluded, and all the crystals reverted to their ordinary forms. Through this process, your cultivation also progressed, allowing you to step into the intermediate second transformation. Chapter 84 Departure. Each Wisdom Stone can be utilized for a span of 1 year. The Gu family possesses a total of 18 tokens, whose effects are comparable to 3 Wisdom Stones. Thus, 6 Gu family tokens equate to a single Ascension token. Quite remarkable indeed. The sensation of rapidly advancing in cultivation is truly intoxicating. If only there were more Wisdom Stones, even my mediocre aptitude could flourish. Yet, it remains insufficient. I must devise a means to enhance my innate quality. The Wind and Cloud Sword Technique, as an advanced version of the Black Cloud Immortal method, can be cultivated to the pinnacle of the 5th transformation. In the short term, I need not worry about the intricacies of my cultivation methods. Glancing at Susu, whose cultivation had shown no signs of change, you shook your head. I apologize for your plight. Susu's cultivation relies entirely on devouring monsters. Enduring solitary training has proven futile. Young master, what are you saying? Shall we indulge in some wine? Susu produced a flask and offered it to you. I brewed this myself, using bull whip, tiger whip, snake whip, and horse whip. In total, I combined 351 unique ingredients, naming it solar wine. What a splendid creation, this solar wine. Once consumed, who could remain in the shadows? You tentatively took a sip, plunging into a prolonged silence. What meaning does life hold? Why must I endure? Why not embrace death, where all is resolved? After a 5-second stupor, you suddenly regained your senses. That feeling was genuinely perilous. What poison have you infused into this wine? It has disturbed my very spirit. Your eyes gleamed with intensity. Susu wore an innocent expression. There is no poison, not a single drop. All are pure, untainted ingredients. Indeed, these ingredients are genuinely exquisite. Casting a glance at the unchanged spirit herb, you shook your head, preparing to resume your training. This small island cultivates a spirit herb known as blue sky grass, primarily used for alchemy, and its effects are decent. Year 210. This year, you stepped out of the meditation chamber, eager for some respite. However, upon exiting, you encountered a disciple from the Morong family, here to harvest blue sky grass. Upon seeing you, his eyes lit up. Brother Lin. You nodded in acknowledgement, a mere formality. He had recently joined the Morong family, named Chung Tai, considered an acquaintance, without the need for familiarity. Brother Lin, I never imagined, that you would quietly break through to the second transformation. Lin Bei, this is your alias within the Morong family. Chung Tai exclaimed in astonishment. With your mediocre aptitude, your rapid progress is impressive. You waved dismissively, merely luck. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, I have a lucrative proposition. Would you care to consider? Chung Tai leaned closer, speaking softly. Once accomplished, I assure you, 3,000 yuan spirit pills will be yours. In the realm of cultivation, devoid of spirit stones and yuan stones, transactions still occur. Over time, yuan spirit pills have become the standard medium of exchange. These pills can restore depleted yuan spiritual energy, but serve no other purpose. No one employs them for cultivation. They are primarily used for trade. 3,000 yuan spirit pills is a substantial sum, sufficient to procure numerous cultivation resources within the Morong family's marketplace. Friend, do enlighten me about the details. You inquired further. You possess a distinct characteristic. You seldom offer yourself as a pawn. It is far too perilous to venture forth. It's quite simple. Just assist in eliminating a target, a low-tier 3rd transformation, with a bounty of 6,000 yuan spirit pills. I recently broke through to the peak of the 2nd transformation and have mastered a powerful yuan spirit technique. I am confident in subduing him. Brother Lin only needs to provide support. You shook your head. Friend, the odds of success are too low. Let us reconsider. Your current combat strength hovers around the peak of the 3rd transformation. Although you are unafraid, A reckless move would undoubtedly expose your hidden cards, unless you eliminate Cheng Tai after the deed. Yet, for 6,000 yuan spirit pills, it hardly seems worth it. Very well, my friend. You are indeed cautious. Cheng Tai departed with a hint of regret. Year 223, you noticed the supply transport had changed personnel. Upon inquiry, you discovered the unfortunate news. Cheng Tai has met his demise. A rather swift departure. He barely had time to turn the page before his end came. You were not surprised, merely smirking, continuing your cultivation. Year 235. You had yet to break through. Susu remained unchanged as well. The outside world is perilous, teeming with humanity. You were reluctant to let her venture out alone, preferring her companionship throughout your journey. These years were spent in rigorous training and mastering your Yuan spirit techniques, significantly enhancing your prowess. Susu, too, had mastered all Yuan spirit techniques, her combat strength soaring. Yet regrettably, she still could not match your prowess. In your ultimate form, you overwhelm all. This year, Susu suddenly appeared. Young master, there is someone seeking you outside. You felt a tinge of confusion. After all, your solitary cultivation within the Murong family had left you friendless. Who could possibly be searching for you? Upon exiting your cave, you encountered a young man clad in a white robe, a pained expression etched upon his face. Are you Linbei? I am. I will count to 3. Reveal to me the identity of Cheng Tai's puppet master, or I shall end your life. Feeling the aura of his third transformation, you were taken aback. I truly do not know. Humph, do not feign ignorance. I have already uncovered that prior to Cheng Tai's demise, he had only contacted you. The young man's gaze grew colder. Tell me, who is it? His aura brimming with menace, ice cold. I genuinely do not know. You were at a loss. This is absurd. Innocent bystanders suffering due to the flames of conflict. He is a formidable adversary, yet regrettably, I have sworn an oath. I am the wind that sweeps through. You could bear it no longer. You activated your frenzied state. Transforming into a colossal figure nearly 30 meters tall, you drew forth your bone sword and charged, solar sword chi. No words wasted, you unleashed your full might. The young man, Wen Xiaoxiao, was taken aback, unprepared for your sudden aggression. Upon regaining composure, the blazing sword chi was already upon him. Such bravery. A second transformation dares to strike at me. He scoffed, raising his hand to counter. Boom. The surrounding mountains trembled. Wen Xiaoxiao stepped back, successfully blocking the sword chi, a hint of crimson at the corner of his mouth. Intriguing, a second transformation, capable of inflicting harm upon me. It seems the frenzied state alone cannot subdue him. You reverted to your normal state, your Yuan's spiritual energy gradually replenishing. His cultivation rests at the low tier of the third transformation. Susu. In the next moment, a beam of sword light surged from the horizon. It was Susu's Yuan spirit technique. She had been lurking nearby, unable to hold back any longer. Wen Xiaoxiao's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 85. Escape and cultivation. He had not anticipated the presence of a third transformation being here, and it appeared to be a monster. As is well known, monsters possess lifespans that far exceed those of ordinary humans, and their overall strength greatly surpasses that of human cultivators. He braced himself, and as the sword light descended, he immediately invoked his spiritual defense. Boom. This time, the cave dwelling was utterly obliterated, unable to withstand the clash between two third transformation beings. He felt a pang of regret, realizing that he would soon trouble Susu to build a new dwelling. After the assault, Feng Xiaoxiao was gravely injured, half kneeling on the ground, his clothing torn in tatters, his expression one of utter disarray. Damn it, you, a mere human, dare to collude with a monster. I despise you. After casting a fierce glance in your direction, Feng Xiaoxiao turned to leave. Linbei, I will report this to the elder. You shall await your demise. Report to the elder? You narrowed your eyes. In the next moment, you activated your ultimate form. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to leave. In truth, you had no intention of letting him go. Upon entering your ultimate form, your power reached its zenith. The serpent's head swayed, and 9 phantoms shot forth, intertwining and rushing toward Feng Xiaoxiao. A muffled sound echoed in the air. In less than 10 seconds, the 9 black dragons returned, bringing with them Feng Xiaoxiao's mangled corpse. He perished swiftly, yet enduring for that long was no small feat. Susu arrived breathlessly. Young master, what shall we do? She too sensed the precariousness of the situation. You retrieved his storage bag. My goodness, this storage bag is extraordinarily vast, measuring over 100 cubic feet, brimming with resources beyond belief. You extracted a token, your lips twitching uncontrollably. Susu was equally astonished. It's the elder's token. This fellow had a master who was an elder in the Murong clan. Only those of the 6th transformation could hold such a position. Cheng Tai. Oh Cheng Tai, why did you feel the need to kill him? Wasn't that foolish? If you were unaware of the opponent's identity, it could be excused, but knowing and still taking action, wasn't he that sheer folly? Let us go. In less than 2 seconds, you seized Susu and reverted to your normal state, heading north at a rapid pace. There was no longer any staying at the Murong clan. As a mere 2nd transformation, you barely qualified as an outer disciple there, merely a servant in essence. Regardless of whether you had justification or not, Having killed a disciple of an elder, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. You fled for your lives, all the while tallying the spoils of your recent endeavors. 100,000 spirit pills, 3 celestial techniques, one of which could cultivate to the pinnacle of the 7th transformation. Among those 3 celestial techniques, there were 10 spiritual secret methods available for cultivation, all capable of enhancing strength. In addition, there were numerous high-grade pills to expedite the cultivation process. Lastly, you even discovered 3 wisdom stones. To your surprise, this individual possessed such items, truly deserving of being a disciple of a 6th transformation elder. And Shengtai, indeed audacious. The year was 225 at year's end. You were on the verge of breaking free from the Morong clan's influence, preparing to step into the broader expanse of the southern region. Throughout the year, you had not wasted time, successfully cultivating 3 spiritual secret methods, thereby enhancing your combat prowess. A few days later, you smoothly departed from the confines of the Morong clan's territory. You exhaled in relief, utterly astonished at how easily you had escaped. Something felt amiss. After all, it had been a year. They should be able to trace you. You sensed that matters were more complex than they seemed. But it mattered little. The important thing was that you had survived. In the year 230, you traveled northward, arriving at a continent. After some exploration, you grasped the general situation here. This was the Wind and Cloud continent, located in the central southern region, and it was among the largest islands in the entire southern region. Countless cultivation factions were densely distributed here, a veritable maze of complexities. Upon entering the continent, you sought a location with favorable geomancy and established a cave dwelling, preparing to cultivate in tranquility for a time. You still possessed 3 wisdom stones, which must be utilized wisely. 1 wisdom stone could sustain a year of cultivation. With the 3 in your possession, if used to their fullest potential, within the cave dwelling, Susu was guarding you. You took out the 7th transformation celestial technique obtained from Feng Xiaoxiao. The supreme peaceful ghost and deity record. This celestial technique surpassed the wind and cloud sword technique in every aspect. After a brief examination, you opted to change your cultivation method. After all, switching techniques would not impede your ability to cultivate other spiritual secret methods, thus having no detrimental effect on your strength. The supreme peaceful ghost and deity record comprised 5 spiritual secret methods, 3 for offense, 1 for defense, and 1 for assistance. The offensive techniques were Supreme Clarity Talisman, Evil Suppression Sword, and East Wind Slash. All these techniques bore greater offensive power than the Solar Blade Chi, and furthermore, they consumed less spiritual energy. The mightiest among them was the Evil Suppression Sword, which, upon consuming spiritual energy, could coalesce into a sword of thunder, boasting formidable attack power and inflicting various additional damages upon monsters. The remaining 2 could only serve as minor skills. The defensive secret method was named Thunder Dragon Golden Body. This was a growth-type technique that could be shaped by devouring thunder, rendering the golden body indestructible upon maturation. The final auxiliary secret method intrigued you even more. It was called Corpse Puppet. As the name suggests, it allowed one to refine corpses into puppets under one's control. Taking a deep breath, you began to switch your cultivation method, dedicating yourself to the arduous path of cultivation. Susu returned to her original form, her enormous body circling around you, her head vigilantly peering towards the cave entrance. In the year 240, you successfully transitioned your cultivation method and mastered the 5 spiritual secret methods, significantly enhancing your strength. During this year, you utilized the 3 wisdom stones, focusing intently on cultivation, hoping for a breakthrough. Your comprehension and cultivation speed grew exponentially. Seizing the opportunity, you consumed various high-grade resources that Feng Xiaoxiao had possessed to accelerate your progress. Under this regimen, your cultivation began to skyrocket. In the year 242, you ascended to the high tier of the 2nd transformation. With only a year remaining, reaching the final pinnacle realm seemed impossible. So you stored the last wisdom stone for future use. Young master, when shall we venture out to hunt? Upon seeing you awake, Susu inquired with a hint of boredom. As a serpent, she truly could not endure the monotony. Patience. You gently patted her head and turned to exit the cave dwelling. Next, you prepared to cultivate the Thunder Dragon Golden Body. With a wave of your hand, a massive bolt of lightning appeared, which you seized and swiftly refined. To summon winds and rain, ride the clouds, and call forth thunder at the 1st transformation, such feats were mere trifles. After devouring a bolt of lightning, you felt invigorated. Susu, I require your assistance in my cultivation. Susu transformed into human form, stretching languidly, and began summoning thunder and lightning, striking in various postures. You absorbed it all in a frenzy, your body enveloped in flickering arcs of lightning. The Thunder Dragon Golden Body was indeed something to anticipate. Chapter 86, Battle. In the 248th year, your Thunder Dragon Golden Body remains a work in progress, still far from completion. This is indeed a slow and painstaking endeavor. The Thunder Dragon Golden Body consists of 3 layers, each capable of significantly enhancing physical defense and strength, serving as a vital cultivation technique for practitioners. You have been judiciously allocating your time, dedicating half to advancing your cultivation and the other half to refining your Thunder Dragon Golden Body. In pursuit of greater strength, Susu has chosen to venture into the world, and this time, you did not hinder her. The surroundings here are chaotic, a blend of demons and humans, ensuring that Susu would not be immediately hunted down upon her arrival. By the 260th year, your Thunder Dragon Golden Body is on the verge of reaching its first layer. Your physique has greatly improved, and your primordial essence now sparkles with arcs of lightning. By the 270th year, you have officially stepped into the first layer of the Thunder Dragon Golden Body. Outside the cave, you stretch your limbs, arcs of lightning coursing over your skin, akin to the legendary Sikong-jun. With a flick of your hand, a bolt of lightning shoots forth, obliterating a nearby pond. Your offensive capabilities are commendable. Beyond the inherent thunderous power, you have also acquired a new ability. With a crackling sound, a blue dragon composed of thunder bursts forth from your chest, measuring several meters in length, defending you with a fierce and imposing demeanor. This is the protective Thunder Dragon, akin in nature to the Black Serpent's defense, yet its offensive prowess surpasses that of the latter. Moreover, your serpent form, frenzied state, and ultimate state are now infused with abundant thunderous energy, appearing even more resplendent. You carefully attune yourself to these changes, gradually becoming enraptured. In the 300th year, Susu returns, her body battered, yet her spirit unwavering. After several decades away, her cultivation has ascended significantly, now at the high ranks of the third transformation, bearing the marks of her trials. Young master, the outside world. It is terrifying, she exclaims, sticking out her tongue. You nod, patting her head. Then shake your head, urging her to continue striving, for you both remain too weak. Susu resonates with your sentiment. You channel a vast amount of primordial essence to heal her wounds, and she peacefully slumbers in your embrace. You place her in the cave behind you and resume your call to the thunder, refining your golden body. This has been your daily routine for years, unyielding and relentless in your pursuit. Lacking innate talent, you resolve to compensate with time. Your determination is unwavering. In the 303rd year, Susu remains at home, opting to rest before re-entering society. You pay her little mind, continuing your arduous training in the Thunder Dragon Golden Body, but the second layer proves far more challenging, and it seems unlikely you will progress in the short term. In the 310th year, as you train, Susu has taken in a mouse, now toying with it outside the cave, the creature trembling in fear. Suddenly, a ray of sword light streaks in from afar. Your brow furrows. Could this be an attack directed at you? With a swift step, you flick your sleeve, unleashing a surge of lightning that shatters the sword light. Almost immediately, a figure appears on the horizon, a young man who accuses you. You were the one who killed Feng Xiaoxiao, weren't you? Clad in a purple robe and wielding a sword, he gazes at you with keen interest. Not yet 500 years old, and you have already attained the high ranks of the second transformation. You possess some talent, he remarks. Such a pity that Feng Xiaoxiao's master has triumphed. You, little mouse, shall meet your end today. The implications of his words are profound, and you begin to piece together the situation. You believe you can take me down? Such confidence you possess. In your senses, he reveals himself as a 4-transformation practitioner, only at the high ranks of the second transformation, yet you dare challenge me? How amusing. He laughs. You are a pest, and soon you shall perish. With a flick of his wrist, Morong Xian brandishes his sword and attacks. You retract Susu behind you and instantly adopt your ultimate form. In an instant, you transform into a terrifying black serpent over 180 meters long, crackling with arcs of lightning, appearing even more sinister. Morong Xian, astonished, remarks, "This is the Black Cloud immortal technique of the Yuelu sword sect. Remarkable that you have achieved such mastery." He raises his sword, intrigued by your secrets. With a sweeping motion, he charges at you. You step back, conjuring 9 illusory black serpents and thunder dragons, each over 180 meters long, to intercept him. The sword light flashes as Murong Xian expresses disbelief. This is the Thunder Dragon Golden Body. You have cultivated the main technique of the Murong family today. You shall not leave here alive. With a menacing glare, he multiplies his sword into thousands of fragments that pierce the black serpents and thunder dragons. Truly, as a 4-transformation practitioner, he possesses formidable strength. Yet, you are prepared. Pointing your right hand, you invoke Eastern Wind Shatter. This is one of the minor skills from the Supreme Peace Ghost and Deity record. A torrent of black wind surges forth, forcing Murong Xian to retreat 2 steps. Struggling to resist. Can I slay a 4-transformation practitioner with my powerful primordial secret arts? Observing his incredulous expression, you wave your hand again, invoking supreme, clear talismans. Golden talismans burst forth from your hand, transforming into a dazzling golden sword that races toward Murong Xian. Upon seeing this, he shakes his head in disbelief. Impossible. You are merely at the second transformation. How can your primordial essence be so potent? Your abilities shatter his worldview. Brother, if this is your limit, then prepare to perish. You turn away, dismissive. Primordial secret art, evil suppressing sword. The substantial drain on your primordial essence manifests as a massive black sword, crackling with lightning, soaring into the heavens. Is this the evil suppressing sword? Murong Xian grits his teeth, shattering one of your supreme clear talismans, then conjuring a sword of his own, equally vast. Lin Bei, today your expression shifts as your evil-suppressing sword flies forth. Not a chance. Murong Xian counters with his own sword, and the two clash, unleashing a wave of terrifying residual power that shatters a portion of the surrounding cave and mountains. Narrowing your eyes, you create another evil-suppressing sword. Go. In the face of uncertainty, it is wise to summon more. After all, your primordial essence regenerates swiftly. Sensing the impending threat, Murong Xian's expression shifts to one of panic. Spare me. Spare me. If you kill me, the Murong family will not let you off lightly. Spare me. And I can assist you. You must believe me. It seems this fellow is genuinely on the verge of collapse. Apologies, but I trust no one. Chapter 87. Here we go again. The cave has been damaged, necessitating a change of map. With a flick of your sleeve, the evil-suppressing sword soared forth, effortlessly piercing through Murong Xian's chest. His body gradually disintegrated amidst the raging lightning, shattering into countless fragments, a scene so harrowing it is difficult to behold. You approach your opponent step by step. The evil-suppressing sword is indeed formidable, yet his four-turn cultivation seems somewhat lacking. Through this battle, your understanding of your own strength has deepened. Without the need for any other means, a simple basic attack can annihilate foes of the same realm. In your ultimate form, a single strike can obliterate those at the pinnacle of the third turn. As other skills proved ineffective against four-turn opponents, you could only rely on the abilities from the Supreme Peaceful Ghosts and Deities record. The East Wind Split and the Supreme Clarity Talisman can both inflict damage on four-turn foes. When the evil-suppressing sword is unleashed, it can even slay them. Layers of spiritual energy began to permeate as you started to assemble. My apologies for reducing you to such a state. I truly am sorry. After a brief period of assembly, you lost interest and summoned Susu to continue the task. Young master, what are you attempting to do? You chuckled. Practicing. Of course. Within the Supreme Peaceful Ghosts and Deities record, there exists a secret technique of spiritual energy, the corpse puppet. A low-level four-turn entity must be utilized. Susu, though perplexed, showed considerable enthusiasm for the assembly process. After searching for a while, you finally discovered a ring on one of the fingers. It appeared to be crafted from some sort of wood, exceptionally exquisite. You tossed the finger to Susu, and your spiritual energy grasped the ring, revealing its contents. Indeed, it is a storage ring, an advanced version of storage artifacts, perhaps? The space within the ring is limited, hardly larger than half of Feng Xiao, and its contents are pitifully scant. 300,000 spiritual pills, one spell of celestial magic, precisely the one you are currently cultivating. Yet not a single wisdom stone in sight. After a flurry of searching, you were left speechless. Not a single good item, which was somewhat disheartening. At this moment, Susu triumphantly declared her success. Young master, look, is it complete? You gazed at the skeleton before you, your lips twitching. Not quite. Where is his flesh? It appears to be gone, seemingly corroded by the evil-suppressing sword. All right. You were exasperated. The skeleton should suffice. Never mind. Let us go. The Murong family is certain to return. You summoned dark clouds, pulling Susu along while carrying the skeleton, and swiftly departed. Throughout the journey, your mind was occupied with multiple tasks. While hastening your pace, you endeavored to refine Murong Xian into a corpse puppet. 330 years later, you delved deeper into the wind and cloud continent, arriving at a desolate mountain range. Here, the temperature is low. The air frigid, with perpetual snowfall throughout the seasons. Susu, do you like it here? Dressed in white, Susu replied. I do. It's cool and quite suitable for sleeping. Numerous monsters roamed nearby, making combat rather convenient. You nodded in agreement. With a grand gesture, a skeleton emerged from your hand. It was none other than Murong Xian from before. At this moment, he had become your puppet. Through your spiritual energy, you could perfectly manipulate him to do anything. He had lost all prior memories, yet his intellect remained intact, having become akin to an ordinary person over the years. His spiritual cultivation remained, and his combat power was normal, although he had two notable limitations. First, he could not restore his flesh and could only exist in skeletal form. Second, his cultivation could not progress further, his lifelong limit being that of a low-level four-turn. Very well. You patted Murong Xian's head, who nodded in acknowledgement. At your command. His voice emanated directly from your spiritual energy, devoid of any emotion. Robotic in nature, Murong Xian extended his hand. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, excavating a series of caves within a snow-capped mountain. Then he proceeded to arrange various living supplies from the storage bag. Tables, chairs, wine jugs, teapots, food. He bore the appearance of a diligent worker. Clad in white, you stood amidst the snowstorm. Unbeknownst to me, 300 years have passed in cultivation. Yet it feels utterly devoid of sensation. As you pondered, a white shadow suddenly descended, leaving you covered in snow debris. Susu burst into laughter, conjuring a snowball with a 10-meter radius. How about it, young master? Do you feel anything now? You grasped a handful of snow from your face. A frown forming. Susu, It seems I must teach you a lesson today. Susu's face flushed, no inappropriate behavior. With a cold chuckle, you transformed into your serpent form, becoming a 30-meter-long black serpent. Susu, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's just the serpent form. She could still manage. Young master, the balance of power is uncertain. As she spoke, she too reverted to her original form, transforming into a 50-meter-long black serpent. Adorned with whiskers, standing alongside you, appearing more masculine. In a world devoid of light, amidst avalanches and landslides, nature awakens, who dares to contend? Two dragons frolic with pearls, the interplay of yin and yang is infinite, amidst the tempest and turmoil. After a fierce battle, you return to the cave, ready for a restful slumber. Susu sighed deeply. The serpent form is rather dull. Next time, we might try the ultimate form. Moreover, as you mentioned, after the third layer of the Thunder Dragon golden body is perfected, it can transform into a true Thunder Dragon. A true dragon would undoubtedly be even more powerful. You commenced a new phase of cultivation. The scenery of the snow-capped mountains was delightful, invigorating your spirit. Susu frequently took Murong Xian on excursions, returning each time appearing battle-worn, yet her strength continually increased. 345 years later, your cultivation broke through, reaching the pinnacle of the second turn, finally achieving this milestone. Simultaneously, your Thunder Dragon golden body advanced to the second layer. The protective Thunder Dragon grew stronger, now far surpassing 9 black serpents. You and Murong Xian engaged in a trial, discovering that your protective black serpent could still not inflict harm upon him. The Thunder Dragon could injure him, but not kill him. The Supreme Clarity Talisman and East Wind Split could severely wound him. Once the evil suppressing sword was unleashed, Murong Xian could hardly withstand it. Originally human, he had now transformed into a rather sinister puppet, suffering even greater damage from the evil suppressing sword. One strike would likely suffice to annihilate him. With your strength enhanced, your exhilaration grew. That year, Susu also elevated her cultivation to the pinnacle of the third turn through devouring monsters. She now stood a significant realm above you. The life in the snow-capped mountains remained tranquil. Despite the years passing, the Murong family had yet to make an appearance, indicating they had encountered some setbacks. You retrieved the unutilized Wisdom Stone. Perhaps it could be employed during the next simulation. The Wisdom Stone is indeed a precious item. 350 years later, while you were engrossed in cultivation, Susu descended from the sky, crashing before the cave. Young master, Murong. Her breath was faint, her expression weary. Chapter 88. Murong Changlong, a colossal thunder dragon, suddenly soared from the horizon. Susu trembled, paralyzed by fear. Unable to move an inch. You looked up, and there it was, a thunder dragon over 30 meters long, crackling with arcs of electricity, spiraling in the sky with its menacing horns. Linbei, you dare to kill 2 disciples of the Murong family and not come out to face your demise? How audacious. Years ago, it was said the Murong family would not come, yet here they are at our doorstep. What a slap in the face. Gazing at the thunder dragon above, you felt a wave of emotion. The opponent's cultivation was formidable, so strong that you could not discern their realm. You stowed Susu away, bracing yourself for battle. In this dire situation, combat was inevitable. Yet, you harbored a reluctance to perish so easily. With a swift motion, you summoned the skeleton of Murong Xian. Murong family. Do you care for him? The thunder dragon's expression shifted. Xianer, transforming into a middle-aged man, he spoke with fervor, his face twisted in rage. Wretched beast. You have turned my son into a corpse puppet. In this form, the pain was excruciating. His gaze towards you grew increasingly furious. Behind him, a sort of exorcism quietly materialized. Sensing the overwhelming power emanating from him, your expression changed. This must be at least a 5th transformation. Do not approach. You seized Murong Xian's skeleton, declaring, take 1 step closer, and I shall shatter your son into fragments. Murong Changlong lowered his head. His son was under someone else's control, transformed into a lifeless puppet, now a means to threaten him. He could no longer contain himself. Demon, how dare you use a corpse to threaten the living? What gives you such audacity? The exorcism sword behind him gleamed ever more brightly. Murong Xian before you was on the verge of collapse, nearly dissipating. You hastily stored him in your storage ring. This was dire. Mystical technique of the primordial spirit. Black python, swallowing heaven. Mystical technique of the primordial spirit. Black snake protecting the body. Mystical technique of the primordial spirit. Thunder dragon golden body. You reacted swiftly, in your ultimate state. 9 black snakes and a thunder dragon surged toward the opponent. You turned and fled. The enormous form, entwined with terrifying thunder, stirred a tremendous tempest in the sky. Fleeing. Always fleeing. Was this the daily existence of low-tier cultivators? Murong Changlong squinted. No wonder you were able to slay my son. You possess some skill. The exorcism sword effortlessly obliterated your every attack as he continued to charge at you, his speed increasing. You grew increasingly composed, soaring northward with relentless determination. Years of cultivation had granted you a limited understanding of the surrounding powers, yet you were aware of some substantial factions. To survive, you must seek their aid, especially since he was a 5th transformation. Your primordial spirit power surged uncontrollably, your body nearly smoking from the effort. Murong Changlong pursued relentlessly. Let us see just how far you think you can run. You have killed 2 of my Murong family disciples. Today, you shall undoubtedly perish. Hearing his voice, you remained silent, accelerating your speed, occasionally unleashing more black snakes, thunder dragons, and other mystical techniques. Though they could not harm Murong Changlong, they significantly impeded him, slowing his pace. With the power of a peak second transformation, how could he be so close behind? Murong Changlong's heart raced with anxiety. The most troubling fact was that he truly could not catch up to you in the short term. It would take at least a quarter of an hour to match your speed. Time slowly trickled by. You exerted yourself to reach a mountain shrouded in mist. Master of Tinya Pavilion, trouble is brewing. The Murong family is upon us. Upon entering the mountain, you shouted. Murong Changlong furrowed his brow, halting at the mountain's edge, refraining from recklessly charging in. This was the territory of Tianya Pavilion, with several 6th transformations stationed there. Surely they would be able to hold them off, right? Yet the odds did not seem particularly favorable. Soon, reinforcements from Tianya Pavilion arrived. A young man with a flowing beard and wild hair stepped forward, sighing. Is it the Southern Murong family? 3,000 years ago, I debated with Murong Santian for 500 years. A sense of foreboding washed over you. Murong Changlong bowed. Junior Murong Changlong pays respects to the elder. Murong Santian is the head of my family. Very well. You regained your composure, standing atop a white cloud, feeling a surge of excitement. Since they were from the Murong family, they may proceed. The young man shook his head and turned to leave. A gust of energy swept through, sending you flying, and when you looked again, Murong Changlong had seized your clothing. Flee. Where do you think you can escape to? He sneered, and a thunder dragon erupted, coiling around your body and binding you. He bowed slightly. Thank you, elder. I shall report to the family head. What a pity. A sense of unease settled over you. Murong Changlong did not kill you outright, but instead took you further south. Feng Xiaoxiao is the family head's personal disciple. Let the family head decide your fate. Listening to his words, despair crept in. 350 years, and was it to end here? Brother, this is quite unreasonable. 3 days later, Murong Changlong led you out of the stormy cloud continent. You continued flying south over the sea, and he didn't utter a word, while you brainstormed ways to escape. After all, you truly did not wish to die. Uncle, you seem quite dashing. Actually, I admire you. Would you let me go? Let's be together. We could traverse the ends of the earth, witness the blooming of flowers. Murong Changlong's face turned ashen. Do not think I hesitate to kill you. You sighed, altering your approach. How about this? You have lost a son, and I have no parents. We could make do together. Father, please accept my bow. Murong Changlong smirked. People like you are quite rare. Well, judging by his expression, this plan was doomed to fail. After employing 2 skills, you gave up. You ceased your attempts at communication. A month later, you were drawing ever closer to the Murong family. You resigned yourself to fate. If death was to come, so be it. This life had been enough. On this day, Murong Changlong retracted the thunder dragon enveloping him. The protective thunder dragon could not exist indefinitely. It required periodic resummoning. You could only maintain it for less than a quarter of an hour. Murong Changlong, though stronger, could only sustain it for 3 days. Thus, he had to employ his primordial spirit techniques to bind you every 3 days. You did not waste time, daily harnessing the power of the thunder dragon to cultivate and refine your thunder dragon golden body. Chapter 89, Mutation. 30 years Murong Changlong did not intervene. After all, he possessed a modicum of spiritual power. Enveloped by the lightning dragon, you pressed a kiss upon its head, whispering, "My dear, electrify me fiercely." You resolved to give it your all. To pass the time, you engaged in numerous abstract activities, conversing with the lightning dragon being one of them. To be candid, I am a time traveler from the M28 Nebula, a genuine local masquerading as a hero. As a citizen, I was bestowed with a free delivery of the Black Rhino Armor Summoner from the Federation at birth, alongside the ability to manipulate the Qinglong Vajra. You gazed at the dragon's head while recounting, on the day before my journey. I was watching the meteor shower in Pegasus when I encountered a group of Trisolaran aliens who insisted that I had taken some energy amethyst and a city defense token. Murong Changlong listened quietly, occasionally feeling intrigued by your chaotic tales, stories he had never heard before. Suddenly, his expression shifted alarmingly as 2 rays streaked across the sky. Nailing Ghost City, perish, came the command. Step back, surrender the celestial record, and I shall spare your life. Amidst your days, you could only hear 2 voices before the next moment was filled with Murong Changlong's heart-wrenching screams. The sea churned, revealing a pitch-black abyss beneath, while thunderclouds gathered ominously overhead. Waves of spatial turbulence emerged, accompanied by lethal attacks capable of ending your life 1,000 times over. Murong Changlong attempted to defend himself with all his might, but it proved futile. His body was instantly shredded into innumerable fragments. The lightning dragon binding you vanished, and you were left vulnerable as more attacks surged forth, rendering your limbs useless. A blinding blue light flickered, and in the next instant, you lost consciousness. Had you died? Certainly not. In a pitch-black room, You slowly opened your eyes, bewildered by the darkness surrounding you. You realized your cultivation had vanished, leaving you as an ordinary person, though your limbs still functioned. What was this situation? You strained to recall the events. Morong Changlong had taken you back to the Morong family when two formidable beings passed by. And then we were caught in the aftermath. You surmised you had been drawn into a nearby spatial rift, landing here. It seemed this was the case. You were not dead, yet you felt a sense of bewilderment at the absence of your spiritual power. I have cultivated for 350 years. How could it simply be gone? Without spiritual power, you could not access your storage space, but thankfully, the simulated space remained available, just as you prepared to summon Susu. A door creaked open, and a brilliant beam of light illuminated your face, prompting you to shield your eyes. You are awake, a delighted voice exclaimed. And a figure approached you. She touched your wrist and forehead, nodding with a smile. It seems you have recovered well. As you lowered your hand, a delicate face came into view, adorned with a charming smile revealing two prominent canine teeth. She appeared remarkably beautiful. It's good to be restored. You look quite delectable. In the next moment, the girl burst into laughter, her tone gradually turning sinister. I have trained here for 1,000 years. And you are the first man of your kind I have encountered. She draped her arm over your shoulder, her hand gliding across your face. What a fine man you are. Surely, you would taste delightful. You felt a sense of indifference. The world was vast, and such changes were commonplace. Are you a demon? You inquired, licking her hand after the question. The girl was taken aback. You are not afraid of me. Shaking your head, you replied, with such demeanor. It is difficult for me to feel fear. The girl stepped back. Fine, then I shall demonstrate my prowess. Slowly, she turned her head, and her face transformed into that of a canine. A girl with a dog-ass head and a human body. You sat up from the bed, reaching out to caress her head. You have quite a bit of black fur. Be sure to maintain it. Stepping out of bed, you exited the room and found yourself in a verdant forest surrounded by lush greenery, with only a small house standing behind you. The girl poked her back. This is absurd. You are not afraid of me? Are you not human? She spoke incredulously. My mother said that even the strongest among humans would be no match for my Pinky. You glanced back at her, recognizing her as an inexperienced, perhaps entirely naive dog demon. Without your cultivation, you could not discern her strength. Exiting the cabin, you approached a tree. With a thought, Susu appeared. How have you fared? She asked, clad in white, appearing well. I am fine, my lord. I have recovered from injuries sustained during 30 years of cultivation. My lord, what about you? Susu's brow furrowed as she realized your cultivation was entirely gone. What has happened to you? As she spoke, she noticed the dog demon behind you. A transition to mid-level? You patted her head. The situation is dire. You mentioned you had cultivated for 30 years. This is not right. Could it be that you had slept for 30 years? Indeed, you recalled it clearly. Leaning against a tree, you turned to the dog demon. Hey, where is this place? The dog demon lowered her head, trembling in fear. Overwhelmed by Susu's imposing presence, too frightened to speak. Susu, please ask her. You shook your head, feeling increasingly absurd. Minutes later, you discovered the truth. This was indeed the Northern Territory. The nearby mountain was known as the Wuyun Mountain Range, where several demon factions existed, the strongest being of mid-level. With human villages and cities at the foot of the mountain, I truly slumbered for over 30 years. Or perhaps, during the spatial transition, you had experienced the passage of 30 years. Taking out a mirror, you gazed at your unchanged reflection, pondering this enigma. In the 380th year, you had fully adapted to this place. Extracting the Taishang Pinyin Ghost God record, you continued your cultivation, only to find that your strength had not vanished, but rather been sealed by an unknown force. Fortunately, that force was gradually dissipating. Conservatively estimating, in a millennium, it would undoubtedly disappear. After 1,000 years, you would regain your strength. 1,000 years, would you still be alive by then? Gazing at Susu, who was training a dog not far away, you lowered your head. Chapter 90. Contemplating life, you remain uncertain whether your lifespan has changed, rendering the future unknown. Yet, it serves as a fitting testament. If you can live to be 100, it signifies your lifespan remains unaltered, providing sufficient support for your continued existence. From this day forth, your life fell into an absolute tranquility, surpassing the joy of your previous cultivation. After all, cultivation can be exceedingly monotonous. Sitting in a cave, with eyes opening and closing, an entire lifetime could slip away. Now, however, you indulge in the pleasures of life. Susu and Mu Rongxian collaborated to expand the dwelling, transforming the modest cabin into an expansive villa. Each day, you savor tea and literature, occasionally wandering through human cities with Susu. The dog has also become part of your life, although you cannot fully control her. She is rather obedient and pleasant to be around. In the 4th century, you enjoyed 2 decades of leisurely days in this place, everyone in high spirits. Your appearance remained unchanged, suggesting your lifespan had not altered. Over the years, aside from cultivation, you attempted martial arts, for lacking self-defense felt quite awkward. Sadly, the power within you imposed limitations on this endeavor. It appears that only time can resolve everything. In the 450th year, A battle erupted in the forest where you resided, as several demon factions clashed incessantly. Unable to bear the ruckus that disrupted your sleep, Su intervened, dispatching them all to the ground and unifying the woodland under her control, dominating all the demons. There were hardly any at the second transformation level. They were truly weak. Seizing the opportunity, Su consumed a considerable amount, enhancing her cultivation, although she remained some distance from a breakthrough. Furthermore, she acquired a plethora of soul secret techniques, diligently refining her strength. The dog demon became a lucky charm by your side, serving little purpose but serving well as an ornamental companion. In pursuit of a better life, you relocated to the heart of the Black Cloud mountain range, residing amidst the demon center. Surrounded by numerous demons, your days were quite pleasant. You reveled in the company of cat girls, rabbit girls, foxes, ladybugs, and others. These demons remained loyal to Su, holding little regard for you, as you were deemed weak. However, with the protection of Mu Rongxian, who had reached the 4th transformation level, your safety was assured. In the 6th century, you became thoroughly immersed in this gentleness, each day filled with joy. If life could continue in such beauty, it would be quite agreeable. You mused. In the 7th century, Su ventured out once and, unbeknownst to how many demons she consumed, her strength surged to the peak of the 3rd transformation, with the next step being the 4th. You were immensely pleased with her progress, often enjoying her company as she radiated vitality. In the 8th century, while lying in bed, you pondered the meaning of existence. Is it merely for the sake of enjoyment? You chuckled, seizing a fox. Indeed, it is for enjoyment. If I do not savor it, what is the purpose of my existence? In a tender reverie, you are not a hero and do not wish to perish here. You merely seek an outlet for your emotions. You resolved that when you could cultivate again, you would engage in unceasing visualization, determined to transcend them. This is merely a respite, entirely normal. TSK. In the 1000th year, you looked forward to the future with great anticipation. In another 300 years, your power would be wholly restored. On this day, Su suddenly approached you. Young master, something is amiss. Emerging from your den, disheveled and hollow-eyed, you inquired, what is it? Su, with a solemn expression, placed a hand on her belly. You were taken aback. You are pregnant? Su could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter before revealing, I have broken through. I am now a 4th transformation expert. 4th transformation. By the heavens, you have yet to reach the 3rd. Turning to the delicate bear beside you, you solemnly proclaimed, wine and women lead one astray. I am ensnared and unable to extricate myself. What have I become? Guming, oh Guming, do you remember your initial aspirations? Rising, you discarded your clothing with fierce determination. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. Su looked on with hopeful anticipation, brimming with confidence in you. The following day, you indeed vacated the tree hollow, leaving the bear den behind. As you walked, night fell and the path became treacherous. You unwittingly stumbled upon a gathering of lizards. Frowning slightly under the dim light, there is no better day than today. In the 12th century, your body had slimmed considerably, yet it remained functional. Su expressed concern. Young master, are you all right? With unwavering resolve, you reassured her, no problem. In the 13th century, you concluded the absurdities of the past few hundred years and began nurturing your body in preparation for the upcoming cultivation. The limitations within you diminished, and you were nearing full recovery. Regrettably, despite my extensive experience, I have yet to create a method to enhance cultivation through that means. It is indeed a pity. Creating cultivation techniques is no simple task. It is far more challenging than ordinary martial arts. You lament the squandered years of clinical trials. In the 1350th year, I am Gu Ming, and my dream is to await the end of limitations, to commence cultivation, and ultimately dominate the universe, commanding heaven and earth. With merely 30 years remaining until the end of limitations, an unexpected event transpired. You crossed your arms, standing upon a stone, gazing at the figure in the sky with a complex expression. Demons of Black Cloud Mountain, today, I, Li Muyun of Taicang Mountain, shall capture you all, ensuring the peace and happiness of the citizens below. The youth in the sky drew his sword, glaring fiercely, exuding a surge of soul power, indicating he possessed the peak of the 2nd transformation level. You shook your head. Brother, slaying demons here is futile. You called out. The demons here cultivate daily and pose no threat to the citizens. At most, some uncultivated beasts may cause harm, but they are swiftly subdued by the villagers and returned home for soup. Have you considered that the plight of the citizens stems from the Lord's poor governance and excessive oppression? Upon hearing your words, the youth, Li Muyun, was taken aback. He stepped closer, wide-eyed. Pray, elaborate. You smiled, patting his shoulder. Brother, do you know a term? Li Muyun looked perplexed. Do you understand the concept of surplus value? He appeared even more bewildered. You shook your head, explaining what the true essence of the Ma family philosophy entails. As your conversation deepened, Li Muyun became increasingly captivated, his spirit invigorated, filled with excitement. Chapter 91. The Transformation of Su. 10 days later. My name is Gu Ming. I once believed my dreams would falter, yet to my astonishment, I have succeeded. The threat of Wuyun Mountain has vanished. At the foot of the mountain, Li Muyan solemnly expresses his gratitude, saying, "Comrade, I thank you for enlightening me. After 1,300 years of cultivation, I finally comprehend everything." He firmly grasps your hand, his expression grave. In this world, the powerful control everything, monopolizing all resources and denying the weak any opportunity. It is time for this situation to change. You gently shake his hand. "This path is destined to be arduous." "I fear not," he replies, eyes filled with aspiration. "I will impart this invaluable knowledge to my descendants. If I alone cannot succeed, then let thousands upon thousands of me rise together." You sigh, wishing to say something but feeling your words would be too feeble. Li Muyun, emboldened, smiles as he departs. "Comrade, you were mistaken from the beginning. The term surplus value does not exist in this world, for we have no capitalists lurking on telephone poles. Yet your ideas are indeed useful, and I will gradually transform this world. The stars of humanity shall surely shine." You watch in astonishment as he leaves. "Good luck, my friend." The year 1380, you lie in bed, savoring the rejuvenated pinnacle of your second transformation. What a delight. All is returned. Everything is restored. You are utterly exhilarated. Without hesitation, you embark on your cultivation. "From this moment forth, I shall strive ceaselessly." You retrieve the visualization chart and continue your practice of the Taishang Pinyin ghost god record. In the meantime, you engage in sparring with Morong Xian and Su Su, confirming your own strength. Morong Xian seems to have relied on external substances for her power, her cultivation appearing somewhat lacking, allowing you to dominate her. Yet Su Su is different. She genuinely cultivates and exerts herself thoroughly. In your ultimate form, you exert every ounce of strength, managing to sever a single scale from Su Su, albeit only with the various enhancements of the Jinxia sword. Su Su comforts you. "It is quite normal, my lord. After all, the gap between the third and fourth transformations is immense. You must confront your own shortcomings." This fellow, having led the demon clan for so long, speaks in a stream of phrases, flowing effortlessly. "Enough, let us return to our training." The year 1400. You realize your cultivation pace is far too slow. Without advanced resources, it is challenging to break through to the third transformation in a short time. You depart from Wuyun Mountain. It is time to seek methods to enhance your spiritual aptitude. You resolve firmly. Su Su and Murong Xian accompany you on your journey. There is little difference between the northern and southern realms. Conflict abounds everywhere. Along the way, numerous monsters and humans attack you only to be consumed and slain, simultaneously enriching Su Su's collection. You also acquire many human cultivation techniques, albeit feeble ones, yet still useful. The year 1500, after a century of travel, you have experienced much, with each of you, including Su Su, growing in strength. On this day, you encounter a horde of magma monsters within a volcano. They appear suddenly and assault you. You refrain from intervening as Su Su and Morong Xian swiftly dispatch them. These monsters are no stronger than the third transformation, pathetically weak. Su Su devours all the monsters, claiming their cultivation techniques. On the third day, while flying, Su Su's expression suddenly shifts. "My lord, it seems my body is undergoing changes." She clutches her abdomen, bewildered. You sense carefully, yet find no apparent differences. Do not panic. You guide her to a large mountain beneath you. Su Su has already fainted and, astonishingly, transforms into her true form, a 100-meter-long black python. After breaking through to the fourth transformation, her size has escalated to this extent. Upon closer inspection, you notice red markings appearing around her eyes. And these crimson hues are spreading outward. What is happening? Did she consume those magma monsters and mutate? You exclaim in disbelief. On the third day, Su Su remains unconscious. Starting from her head, 1/3 of her body has turned red. In the dead of night, while perusing the recently acquired books to broaden your knowledge, you hear Murong Xian's urgent voice. "My lord, something has happened to Su Su." You exit the cave to find Su Su emanating red beams of light from above, her remaining 2/3 of her body continuously transforming, the red color intensifying. Her entire physique undergoes numerous changes under this luminous glow. Her scales multiply, her tail narrows, and a ring of crimson fur appears behind her. The most significant change is her head. While her original whiskers remain, a massive black horn has sprouted atop her head. You reach out to touch it, only to be repelled instantly. Looking at your hand, it is stained bright red, bloodied. What on earth has she mutated into? On the morning of the fourth day, Su Su awakens. She resumes her human form, looking invigorated. "My lord, I have become formidable." She summons a blazing orb of fire, igniting her entire being. In the next moment, her white dress transforms into a crimson gown. Her figure remains slender. Yet an abundance of red eyeshadow has appeared around her eyes, enhancing her allure, and 2 horns have sprouted from her hair. You reach out to touch her, finding the texture quite agreeable. Your true form is a unicorn. How is it that you now possess 2 horns? You are astounded. Su Su, equally perplexed, responds, "It is of little consequence. In any case, I am stronger now." This serpent is undeniably intriguing. Is this her innate nature? Or is it connected to the Wandu nourishing skill and the secrets of the 5 Poisons sect? You ponder thoughtfully. Initially, Su Su was merely a small snake. Could it be possible to replicate her transformation? You become intrigued. Having multiple Susus would significantly enhance your safety, making other endeavors considerably more convenient. The year 1503. You discover a highly toxic lizard and decide to conduct an experiment with it. As you tame this vividly colored lizard, you traverse the northern realm, seeking methods to enhance your aptitude, all the while continuing your cultivation without pause. Over these centuries, both your cultivation and the Thunder Dragon Golden Body have seen remarkable advancements. The year 1530. You follow the previous method precisely, making no alterations. The little lizard grows increasingly larger, now measuring 10 meters in length. It has also developed considerable spiritual awareness, though it remains far from awakening wisdom. Though Susu shows hints of displeasure, she diligently assists you. Could it be that the combination of the two techniques catalyzes the emergence of various powerful beings? You were somewhat astonished. Years ago, you found a spider and a toad, preparing to continue your trials. However, once you began nurturing the spider, you received a notification. It was a prompt from the simulator. Pet has reached the current limit. You suddenly comprehend. By a small river. You gasp. This is the work of the simulator. Of course, the secrets of the 5 poison sect and the Wanda nourishing skill must also play a role. Chapter 92. The Emperor's Chi nourishing technique. The simulator bestowed upon Susu the remarkable ability to enhance her strength by devouring monsters. Currently, it appears that this method can only cultivate 2 monsters. You place the frog into the mouth of the lizard, conceding that it would have to suffice. Grasping the lizard's tail, you shook your head and said, Susu, from this day forth, he shall be your little brother. Susu approached curiously, young master. How can you tell he is a little brother and not a little sister? It's rather hard to discern. Upon closer inspection, you realized she was right. It was challenging to identify any distinctive features. With such an unappealing appearance, it seemed prudent to call him little brother for now and see how he transforms later. Susu laughed. Then let us give him a name. This creature is a lizard. Let us call him Xiaoyi. That doesn't sound quite right, Susu replied. My name consists of 2 identical characters. His should too. How about E? Or E? A spark of inspiration struck you. I have it. From now on, he shall be known as Cici. Cici, what a lovely name. Susu seized Cici's tail and flung him into the air. Minutes later, Cici descended, landing safely in her grasp. Unconscious, you both continued your journey, seeking ways to enhance spiritual aptitude. As you soared through the clouds, a thought crossed your mind, having raised a snake and a lizard. Could I be akin to the third brother? Amidst your musings, you journeyed northward, arriving at an endless snow-capped mountain in the Northern Territory. Over the years, your progress had been commendable. Despite modest innate talent, you successfully broke through to the 3rd transition low tier, and your Thunder Dragon Golden Body reached its full potential. Advancing to the 3rd level, your combat prowess significantly increased. Although Susu had risen to the mid-tier of the 4th transition through consuming monsters, she was still no match for you. In your ultimate form, a mere slap would suffice. Even with her protective Thunder Dragon, she could not contend with you. With the 3rd level of the Thunder Dragon Golden Body, you acquired the ability to transform into a Thunder Dragon, a magnificent creature stretching 200 meters, adorned with claws and horns. After further cultivation, you fused with the ultimate form of the Black Snake, enhancing your strength even further. Everything seemed to progress favorably. One day, at the base of a snowy mountain, you and Susu gazed in anticipation at a colossal lizard measuring over 40 meters. Over the years, Cici had absorbed a substantial amount of toxins and consumed numerous monsters, nearing the threshold of enlightenment. The moment of breakthrough was imminent, and your excitement was palpable. Susu, with a gleam in her eye, produced a piece of monster flesh from her pocket, clearly from a peak 3rd transition creature. I'll present this as a gift shortly. Leaning against the stone wall, you awaited patiently. After a brief period, the massive lizard erupted, revealing a stunning, naked woman before you. Susu rushed forward. Turns out it's a little sister. This should be entertaining. After all, she was a unicorn snake. Master. After transforming, Cici crawled towards you, craving food and rest. You approached and lifted her gently. Come on, little one. May you soon catch up to Susu. Susu cut a portion of the meat and fed it to Cici, who licked it once before falling into a deep slumber. The flesh of a 3rd transition monster was beyond her capacity to bear. You wrapped Cici in a blanket. We must take this gradually. Susu nodded. I will take good care of her. In the 16th year, under your and Susu's nurturing, Cici gradually took shape and successfully broke through to the 1st transition, learning several spiritual techniques from Susu, thus displaying commendable combat ability. Susu's character was assertive, passionate, and loved battle, while Cici was more introverted, spending her days either training or sleeping, akin to a hibernating snake. After centuries of searching, you had yet to discover methods to enhance your aptitude. However, the vastness of the Northern Territory held countless unknowns, suggesting that opportunities still abounded. In the 18th year, you broke through to the mid-tier of the 3rd transition, while Susu ascended to the high tier of the 4th transition, and Cici reached the 2nd transition. That year, you strolled through a bustling human marketplace filled with practitioners displaying various techniques, artifacts, and elixirs. Such markets were common in the Northern Territory, and you visited each region, hoping for a chance find. As you walked down a narrow path, your gaze fell upon a token surrounded by shattered swords, emblazoned with a prominent character, Gu. Could this be the Gu family token? The Gu family resided in the Southern Territory. How could their token appear here? You inquired, friend. Where did you acquire this item? The stall owner, a burly middle-aged man at the third transition level, picked up the token and shook his head. Found it on the ground hundreds of years ago. This claim seemed dubious. How much do you want for it? The burly man stretched his limbs. This is of little use. 100 spirit pills will suffice. You nodded, placing the requisite spirit pills on the table, taking the Gu family token with you. After exploring a bit more, you discovered something that had long occupied your thoughts. You gazed in astonishment at the technique displayed in the cabinet, the Emperor's Qi Nourishing Technique. Consisting of 12 levels, capable of enhancing spiritual aptitude. The 3rd level grants Ding tier aptitude, the 6th level Qing tier, the 9th level Yi tier, and the 12th level Jia tier. A notable feature of this technique is that one must achieve perfection to gain the benefits of all aptitude enhancements. Merely reaching the 3rd or 6th levels would yield no effect. Moreover, each level requires a staggering 10,000 years of cultivation. To attain the 12th pinnacle level, one would need a lifespan of at least 120,000 years. 120,000 years. For practitioners, each breakthrough grants merely 3,000 years of lifespan. What does this imply? Even a 9-transition master would lack sufficient lifespan for such cultivation. After all, a 9-transition practitioner typically lives a maximum of 29,000 years, including 1,000 years for entering the Tao and another 1,000 for martial arts. Having traversed the Northern Territory for many years, you had never encountered a means to extend one's lifespan. Lifespan is undoubtedly the most crucial aspect. It seems only the demon race might be eligible to cultivate such a technique. However, from the annotations, it appeared that only humans could practice this technique. Chapter 93. Asceticism. You ponder deeply, recognizing the undeniable connection between the Heavenly Sovereign's Radiance technique and the Imperial Qi cultivation method. The previous Gu family's token also crosses your mind. More importantly, the Gu family's Heavenly Net Elixir accelerates the practice of the Heavenly Sovereign's Radiance technique. What about the Imperial Qi cultivation method? You inquire, how much for this technique? The shopkeeper glances at you, slightly dismissive. That item has little demand. It has merely served as decoration over the years. If you wish to acquire it, 3,000 essence pills will suffice. With an impassive demeanor, you respond. I will take it. The shopkeeper, taken aback by your earnestness, warns, friend, do not come to regret this. You nod in acknowledgement, placing the essence pills on the table, securing the Imperial Qi cultivation method, and turning to depart. Although you have obtained this technique, your excitement is subdued. After all, having faced numerous trials, few things can stir your emotions now. Brother, are we finally set to take flight? The suppression has been too long. Having walked the path of cultivation for over 1,800 years, though a millennium was rather uneventful, you reunite with Su Su and Shishi outside the market. As you prepare to leave, a group of figures cloaked in black approaches, floating in the air, blocking your path. Hand over the essence pills, and we can make your death a swift one. Surveying the surroundings, you chuckle, recognizing the all-too-familiar scene of robbery. Thankfully, you anticipated such an encounter and chose to visit smaller markets, where the strongest adversaries barely reached the 4th tier. The assailants before you generally rank at the 3rd tier, with only one at the 4th. Su Su, eliminate them, you command, and as you soar into the sky with Shishi, Su Su exuberantly exclaims, what a pity. Consuming humans does not enhance cultivation. With a sweeping motion, she unleashes a profound technique, shattering the skull of one 3rd tier opponent. In an instant, radiant beams erupt from her, annihilating all remaining 3rd tier foes. In league with monsters. Traitors. The last 4th tier cultivator's expression shifts drastically. Time is not on his side. Su Su transforms into her true form, sending forth scorching flames that coalesce into serpentine dragons, charging at the opponent. With a resounding explosion, the confrontation concludes. Su Su hastily gathers the storage bags and rings, along with the remnants of their bodies. Upon her return, Shishi instinctively pinches her nose, commenting, Sister Su Su, you smell rather unpleasant. Raising an eyebrow, Su Su retorts, Young master, next time, could we do without these useless ones? One Murong Xian suffices. You shake your head, replying, more individuals allow for greater ease. Additionally, you add, could you be gentler next time? Look at this mess. Not a scrap of flesh remains. Skulls are quite bothersome, Su Su mutters, dragging Shishi to begin reassembling the remains. A month later, you successfully transform the fallen into corpse puppets. Including Murong Xian, there are 2 4th tier beings, both of low caliber, while the remaining 15 3rd tier ones will suffice for your needs. You journey south, resting within a dense forest, where numerous skeletons clear the area and guard your surroundings. You examine the various techniques you acquired, noting even the 4th tier cultivator possessed only one technique that reached a maximum of the 5th tier, a pitiful display. These individuals appear to be rogue cultivators, with scant resources. After reviewing the techniques, you memorize 2 offensive methods that will enhance your combat capabilities. Setting aside these techniques, you take out the Gu family token, crush it, and discover a small wisdom stone within, which you pocket with a hint of excitement. You then sit cross-legged, attempting to practice the imperial chi cultivation method. The process feels peculiar and somewhat awkward. After some effort, you consume a heavenly net elixir and continue your practice. Indeed, the elixir significantly accelerates your cultivation speed with the imperial chi cultivation method, though the increase pales in comparison to that of the heavenly sovereign's radiance technique. You keenly observe this distinction. The imperial chi cultivation method likely has its own corresponding elixirs, with the heavenly net elixir being merely similar in attributes. The two techniques are undoubtedly related. While the heavenly net elixir's effectiveness may be limited, it remains beneficial. With sufficient quantity, it could greatly hasten your cultivation process. You retrieve all the heavenly net elixirs you possess, over 3,000, remnants from your previous simulations. Realizing this locale is not ideal for cultivation, you promptly lead your companions away. Shishi protests, "I haven't even settled in yet." Susu pulls her up, reassuringly saying, "No worries, I'll warm you up shortly." The situation appears favorable. In the year 1850, you wander with your two companions, ultimately halting in a small kingdom in the southern north region. Though diminutive, its expanse surpasses that of many islands. Boasting an astonishingly large population, this place harbors numerous cultivators, yet most are merely at the first tier, pathetically weak. After a series of actions, you eliminate many and ascend to the position of national master in this land known as Wangua, holding authority over thousands, far surpassing that of the emperor. You establish a cave residence, commanding your skeleton subordinates to oversee the cultivators, who begin producing an increasing number of heavenly net elixirs for you. You embark on a path of steady and harmonious cultivation. In the year 1900, utilizing a plethora of heavenly net elixirs, you elevate the imperial chi cultivation method to the third tier, filling you with immense joy. This signifies your genuine ability to leverage this technique and the elixirs to enhance your aptitude, with anticipation for the future growing. Susu and Shishi indulge in food and drink, elevating their cultivation to the third tier as well. The strongest monsters in the vicinity barely reach the second tier. Their strength limited. Upon breaking through to the third tier, both of their advancements stall. You gesture for them to venture out and explore while you remain in the National Master's residence, diligently honing your skills. Time flows onward. In the year 1995, your imperial chi cultivation method breaks through to the fifth tier, maintaining a swift pace. That year, Susu and Shishi return, nursing injuries and appearing rather disheveled. Upon learning of their encounter with three peak fourth-tier monsters, you are relieved to discover that Susu, utilizing her extensive repertoire of profound techniques, managed to defeat them and secure a narrow victory. Having devoured the three peak fourth-tier foes, Susu's strength surges, propelling her directly to the fifth tier, while Shishi, seizing the scraps of power, ascends to the pinnacle of the third tier. Chapter 94, The End. Upon their return, they continue to cultivate the mysterious method of the primordial spirit by your side, enhancing their strength. Everything became increasingly harmonious and stable. In the nation of Wan, alchemical practices occurred daily, consuming countless resources. Furthermore, at intervals, you would collaborate with the alchemists to modify the recipe for the Tianluo Dan, seeking to create auxiliary elixirs better suited for the emperor's qi nurturing technique. Yet, despite the years that have passed, the results were less than satisfactory. In the year 1999, during the deep of night, you suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching. Feeling something amiss, you awakened Susu and Sisi. As you stepped out of the cave, an elder clad in gray robes descended from the sky. "You are the national master." The elder immediately spotted you, excitement flickering in his eyes as he licked his lips. "Hand over the Tianluo Dan recipe." His gaze was greedy, exuding the overwhelming power of the fifth level. Susu's expression shifted. "Young master, this was not an ordinary fifth level. It was the pinnacle of the fifth level, a force even she could not contend with. In the later stages of cultivation, unless one was a genuine prodigy, each minor realm presented an insurmountable barrier for the vast majority. You shielded them behind you, narrowing your eyes. How do you know about the Tianluo Dan? You had kept the alchemical matters well guarded. Each alchemist possessed only one step in the process, and the final production was handed over to puppets for unified manufacturing, theoretically preventing any leaks. "Of course, it was pride from the minds of those fools," the elder replied, licking his lips once more. "Youngster, surrender the recipe, and I may grant you a dignified end." You shook your head, retracting Sisi and signaling Susu with a glance. In the next moment, without further ado, you activated your ultimate form, transforming into a 200-meter-long thunder dragon, crackling with lightning. With a mighty roar, 9 ethereal thunder dragons surged forth, charging at him. This was an upgraded version of the Black Snake's protective form, with significantly enhanced effects. Simultaneously, a protective thunder dragon circled around, poised to strike at any moment. In addition, a multitude of primordial spirit techniques erupted from you, shooting forth from various angles and striking his face. Boom! The explosions resonated, shaking the earth, as the National Master's residence crumbled completely. Not only that, but numerous streets and buildings around also collapsed, claiming the lives of countless mortals. At this hour of night, they were all lost in slumber. passing away without knowing whether it was fortune or misfortune. A hellish scene unfolded before you. You do possess some capabilities, but to contend with me, you underestimate yourself. The elder scoffed. Then a flurry of small leaves approached. You pointed a finger, invoking east wind split. A gust of black wind swirled, yet it did not affect the leaves. Boom. Moments later, the leaves exploded, propelling you backward with a surge of potent primordial power. Susu rushed forward, intercepting your colossal form. What shall we do, young master? Susu asked, a hint of urgency in her voice. You steadied yourself, extending your dragon claw forward. He already knows about the recipe. One of us must perish. Is it merely the pinnacle of the 5th level? Though you were only at the mid-level of the 3rd. You flicked your tail, summoning a 200-meter-long giant sword into existence. Susu quickly bowed her head, unwilling to meet the gaze of the colossal blade. The exorcising sword of the Supreme Peace Ghostly Record remained your strongest means of offense. The sword's edge shimmered with brilliance as you locked your gaze upon him. The elder seemed momentarily surprised. Such a technique. Intriguing. He dismissed it with a wave, but this is where it ends. Your recipe, and all your methods, shall be mine. He conjured a larger leaf that drifted toward the exorcising sword. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the entire capital. Your expression changed. Even before the leaf exploded, you sensed its overwhelming power. Without hesitation, you stowed Susu away and turned to flee. Buzz. A torrent of ferocious battle remnants surged toward you, causing you to spit blood, unable to withstand the force. So this is the pinnacle of the 5th level? Quite formidable indeed. You collapsed amidst the ruins, returning to your normal state, tattered and disheveled. The elder approached, panting heavily. Interesting, truly fascinating. You, a mere 3rd-level cultivator, can unleash such a formidable primordial attack. He seized your collar, but all of this must come to an end. Your fortunes are now mine. You spread your hands, suddenly declaring, villains perish from excessive chatter. The elder was puzzled by your words, yet it did not deter him from acting. A leaf fluttered toward you, adhering to your forehead. Let me see what you truly are. Within the leaf, waves of profound primordial power began to seep into your being. This man intends to search your soul. Isn't that a power only accessible to those at the 7th level? Confusion clouded your mind as your consciousness began to wane. Your thoughts sluggish, your memories on the verge of being plundered. At that moment, time naturally flowed for a second. In the year 2000, the sky suddenly brightened. A beam of light flickered from afar, illuminating the entire world. The elder halted his actions, gazing upward in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What is this? Amidst the radiance, a shadow gradually ascended, wielding a broken sword, standing at the highest point between heaven and earth. In a daze, you realized that the figure's gaze was fixed upon you. Was it an illusion? The shadow, sword in hand, hovered in midair, long hair cascading, seemingly standing above the world. Heaven and earth return, falsehoods fade into truth. All your nonsensical doctrines and philosophies shall perish. He laughed recklessly, the broken sword in his hand emanating searing, resplendent light. Kill. The elder was stunned. What the hell? This guy. Following that, powerful forces surged forward. Heaven and earth shattered, everything faced annihilation. And no one could halt this devastation. In a blinding flash of light, the elder was obliterated before you, his terrifying form reduced to a mere skeleton. In that critical moment, you captured his remains in your storage bag, along with his own storage bag. Buzz. Accompanied by a faint sting, your consciousness vanished entirely, along with the entire world. Simulation complete. Chapter 95. Harvest, simulation task at West Commerce, Vast River. Gooming opened his eyes and gently rubbed them. So this is the end. Quite perfunctory indeed. At this moment, he was filled with countless questions, yet regrettably, no one was there to provide answers. Acquired mid-stage 3rd transformation cultivation, Supreme Peaceful Ghost God Record. Acquired Primordial Spirit Secret Method, 55 techniques. Acquired 72 storage bags. Acquired Pet Susu, Unicorn Fire Python. Low-grade 5th transformation. Pet CC, Colorful Lizard, Peak 3rd transformation. Acquired Emperor's Chi cultivation method, 5th level. Acquired. Acquired a Peak 5th transformation skeleton. Along with its storage bag. Acquired all memories from this simulation. Acquired all cultivation experiences over 2,000 years. Acquired all combat experiences over 2,000 years. Would you like to inherit? Gooming rose from the riverbank, nodding slightly. Everything descended upon him. He directly advanced from a mortal to mid-stage 3rd transformation, his power surging dramatically. His mind was filled with an abundance of cultivation and combat experience. To his dismay, that combat experience included 1,000 years of idling and absurdity he could not bear to witness. Instantly, he grasped everything, without any side effects. Gooming stroked his chin, gazing into the storage space where all the storage bags resided. Among them was the skeleton from Dog in the Mountain. Why not just call a dog thing? Stretching lazily, Gooming tested various primordial spirit secret methods by the seaside, all flowing smoothly. His agility was commendable. To the warriors of this world, he was akin to a celestial being. What a delightful experience. He then meticulously reviewed the memories from the past 2,000 years. If that's the case, Gooming's expression became grave as he pondered. The fox is indeed intriguing. The bear is quite authoritative. Wait, what am I thinking? He cast aside these chaotic memories as a token appeared in his hand, a Gu family token. Opening the memory, he stared at the final shadow in the scene. The broken sword seemed quite indistinguishable. From the image, it appeared that the figure was indeed watching him. What connection does he have with the Gu family? And the final words spoken, Taoist teachings, Buddhist principles. Suddenly, Gu Ming's expression turned awkward. You bastard. Well, you did save me. Without that person's intervention, he would have undoubtedly been consumed by dog in the mountain. Now, however, he had seized the opportunity to acquire the individual's bones, which could be refined into a corpse puppet, along with the storage bag, which surely contained valuable items. Yet, it was not the right time for refinement. Who knows what his identity is? If he were to trace back to him through these items, it would spell disaster. Better to wait until the next simulation to take action. With a casual wave of his hand, two figures emerged. One was clad in a red dress, flamboyant and with deep eye makeup, Susu. The other, in white attire, demure and timid, Cici. Do you know who I am? This question was of utmost importance. Susu nodded. Leaning closer, you are the young master. Indeed, that is correct. Cici added. And do you know what just transpired? Susu was momentarily bewildered. Young master, what do you mean? Did we not just? At this point, Susu suddenly covered her head. Cici also appeared quite uncomfortable. Just then, Gu Ming heard the simulator's prompt. Would you like to transfer simulation memories to your pets? In addition to the prompt, there was a brief memory. After the memories were transferred, the pets would be aware of every detail from the simulation. However, Gu Ming could reclaim these memories at any time through the simulator, and moreover, no one aside from him could probe their memories. Excellent. This protective measure is quite thorough. Transferring. Gu Ming snapped his fingers. In the next moment, Susu and Cici suddenly regained their senses. Young master, what just happened? What about that old man? Gu Ming waved his hand. He is dead. All dead. He smiled as he recounted the final scene of the simulation to them. Both were astonished and simultaneously learned about the simulation. Gu Ming felt no worry, as he could reclaim their memories at any time, and outsiders could not directly access them. The young master is truly remarkable. Gu Ming clapped his hands. Keep it low-key. Low-key. With that, he stood up and returned to the city at the heart of West Commerce. The Gu family is of great significance. Whether it be the Heavenly King's radiant technique or the Gu family token, both are exceptionally special. Yet, it was not the time to uncover the truth. Everything could only be addressed during the next simulation. This is the most prudent approach. In an inn, Gu Ming indulged in wine. As he drank, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the entertainment venue across the way. Ascending to the second floor, melodious flute music wafted through the air, quite pleasant to the ears. This young gentleman? A lightly made-up woman approached. Do you have any familiar artists? Gu Ming shook his head. Just bring me two at random. I am not picky. He decided to stay here for 3 days, and when the time came, he would simulate. A few minutes later, he arrived at a private room on the 3rd floor where 3 ragged, pitiable women approached, one playing the zither, another pouring tea, and the last dancing. The atmosphere grew increasingly delicate. Gu Ming was captivated. The woman in the pink dress stepped forward. Young master, this is the unique true dragon tea of our little town. Please have a taste. He picked up the teacup. In the next instant, a massive exclamation mark suddenly sprang from the woman's chest. Gu Ming was taken aback. Damn it, you truly know how to choose your moments. Looking again, the exclamation mark had transformed into a complete simulation task. Simulation task. Task description. The 3 young ladies, new to this path, possess kind hearts. Please persuade them to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. For there is true affection in the mortal realm. Task details. Please persuade Lu Rushi, Su Xiaoxiao, and Li Shishir to reform. Task reward. 1 simulation opportunity. Task penalty. None. Excellent. This task carries potential. And their names, how intriguing. Gu Ming took the teacup and smiled. Sisters, why have you chosen this path? The zither-playing Lu Rushi lowered her head. My father is a gambler, my mother extravagant, my brother frequently visits brothels. The dancing Li Shishir also paused. My father is extravagant, my mother a gambler, my father often visits brothels. Su Xiaoxiao set down the teapot, yet before she could speak, Gu Ming interjected. Your mother often visits brothels, your brother extravagant, your father a gambler. The 3 nodded, continuing the exchange. He sighed. How pitiful. Bang. With this thought, he slammed his palm on the table. A surge of power emanated, an invisible killing intent enveloping them, pressing down upon them. Sisters, I believe it would be wise for you to consider changing professions. After all, this line of work is fraught with peril. The 3 were perplexed. Lu Rushi raised her head and protested. Children are often born here. How could it be deadly? He smiled. Taking a sip of tea, it's easy to be killed by me. Upon hearing this, the 3 women instantly fell silent. He reached into his pocket, actually probing into the simulation space, retrieving 3 gold ingots and a stack of silver notes. You must think carefully. Li Shishir, Su Xiaoxiao, and Lu Rushi showed no hesitation. To hesitate is to disrespect oneself. They divided the money on the table, hastily assuring that they would never return to this life again. A prompt appeared. Another simulation opportunity was available. Chapter 96. The seventh time Gu Ming waved his hand, and the three departed, leaving him with a sense of gratitude. He said nothing, deeming it merely a small act of kindness. Pouring himself another cup of genuine dragon tea, he savored it delicately. After organizing his thoughts, Gu Ming prepared to simulate once more, determined to elevate his qualifications to the highest rank. With this thought in mind, he felt invigorated. On the first day, you left the brothel at a leisurely pace and headed to the Gu family. The Gu family members were perplexed, unaware of your identity. With a single slap, you shattered buildings into fragments, and they promptly subdued themselves. The head of the Gu family approached, gazing at you in terror. Bring me all your tokens. You commanded. They hurriedly complied, collecting a total of 180 tokens to present to you. With a casual grip, you discovered 60 pieces of wisdom stones, each a mere fragment. 6 tokens equated to 1 complete wisdom stone. You rubbed them together, transforming them into 10 stones. Furthermore, prepare a substantial quantity of Tianluo pills for me. You then inquired meticulously about the tokens and the history of the Gu family. History holds little significance. However, you did glean a useful piece of information about the tokens. 5,000 years ago, a genius from the Gu family departed from the Qin dynasty, journeying northward, his whereabouts unknown. He returned to the Gu family 2,000 years later, in a severely injured state. Years passed, and he could no longer endure, ultimately passing away. Before his death, he entrusted these 60 tokens to us for safekeeping. As you listened to the head of the Gu family, you fell into deep contemplation. That genius, what was his name? Gu Xian. He was a significant figure in my family to this day. No one knows how he obtained so many tokens. How did he acquire them? Certainly through storage bags and rings. There is also another matter, you continued. Who created the Tianwang Yaoshiju? Why can only the Gu bloodline cultivate it? The head of the Gu family pondered. This technique is the second most remarkable in the world. It is said to have been created by our ancestor, who, due to limited aptitude, endured numerous hardships. The most remarkable technique is the Wandu Yangshan Gong. What was the name of our ancestor? The ancestor was named Gu Ji. Where are he and Gu Xian buried? You posed your final question. The head of the Gu family was taken aback. Young hero, do not be so ruthless. He stood, his demeanor resolute. Even if you were to annihilate the entire Gu family, we would never betray our ancestors. Observing his determined expression, you contemplated. This head of the Gu family could be likened to your grandfather. During previous simulations, you had ended his life. If you do not speak, I may indeed destroy the Gu family. If you destroy the Gu family, who will refine elixirs for you? Gu Jingzhou. The head of the Gu family feigned defiance. I am not ignorant of the formulas. Old Deng, do not push your luck. You extended your hand, summoning a dozen skeletons. Startled by their ghastly appearance, Gu Jingzhou gasped. The situation had completely spiraled beyond his control. Very well. I shall take you. After much internal conflict, Gu Jingzhou consented. You nodded impassively, instructing the puppets around you. Go to Ningbing Island and investigate the Bai family secrets. If the opportunity arises, bring the Bai family under my control. Previously, you had to work for the Bai family. Now, circumstances had changed. You were prepared to rise, capable of effortlessly defeating those of the 3rd rank. Understood. 2 skeletons of the 4th rank led the other 3rd rank skeletons into the clouds, accelerating their pace. Gu Jingzhou, once again startled, hurriedly guided you to the ancient Gu family tomb. As you traversed the courtyard, he suddenly turned to glance back, sighing repeatedly. You halted, sensing a peculiar aura. Young hero, what is this? You uttered a perplexing question. Who killed that courtesan from years ago? Gu Jingzhou's expression shifted as he recalled something. Was it you or him? Meeting your profound gaze, Gu Jingzhou quickly turned away. Young hero, it was I. If you seek vengeance, I will continue. This incident had transpired 15 years ago. It was unexpected to revisit it under such circumstances. You shook your head. You lie? It seemed that what Gu Han had said during the 4th simulation was indeed true. He had killed this body's mother and also the later elder brother. Gu lying. With a swift motion, you grasped a frail figure from the courtyard, seizing them effortlessly. Gu Han struggled helplessly. Who are you? Gu Jingzhou pleaded. Young hero, it was I who killed that woman. It was also I who deliberately spared that child. You shook your head, extracting a technique from Gu Han's pocket. With a flick of your wrist, you cast it onto the ground, the technique unfurling before you. Is this the infinite sword record? You marvel at it. Engaging with others, cultivating emotions, then striking when those feelings peak. Thereby obtaining the sword energy of the universe and forcibly breaking through. After a brief glance, you lost interest. After all, this was merely a martial arts technique, holding little significance for you. You tossed the technique to Gu Jingzhou, such a son, and you do not slay him? Will you keep him for the new year? Do you truly wish for him to destroy the Gu family in pursuit of his own advancement? Gu Jingzhou gazed intently at the infinite sword record in his hands, gradually becoming entranced. On the other side, you two had lost interest. With a flick of your hand, a drop of spiritual power fell atop Gu Han's head. Farewell, old man. Do not misunderstand. I am not seeking vengeance. I simply find you insufferable. With a hum, the spiritual power seeped downward, swiftly corroding his flesh. Spiritual power is a force of a higher order. possessing immense destructive capabilities. To an ordinary person, it is akin to a potent poison. Gu Jingzhou laid down the technique, only to find his son Gu Han had been reduced to nothing but ashes. Why endure this? Even if you are nothing, even if you are but a useless wretch, I would gladly support you until my last breath. Han why pursue such? Gu Jingzhou choked on his words. A man of hundreds of years, weeping uncontrollably like a child. Chapter 97. The blind box. All right. Do you not have a son and grandson? Come, let us first visit the ancient tomb. You gently patted the old man's shoulder. Gu Jingzhou wiped away his tears and continued onward with you. A few minutes later, you arrived deep within the Gu family's forbidden grounds. Here lay a multitude of gravestones, densely packed, extending as far as the eye could see. You surveyed your surroundings and suddenly inquired, do any of these individuals possess tokens? Gu Jingzhou nodded. Indeed, there are some, but they are not from the batch brought back by our ancestor Gu Xian. Then it holds little significance. He guided you toward the end of the gravestones. There were only 3 mounds here. You glanced over and recognized that these 3 individuals were the ancestors Gu Ji, Gu Xian, and another named Gu Hua. What deeds did this one accomplish? You asked, turning your gaze to Gu Hua. To be buried alongside Gu Ji and Gu Xian is no trivial matter. Gu Jingzhou lowered his head, meticulously dusting off the gravestone. Gu Hua was born 3,000 years ago, at the age of 100. He broke through the heavenly gang and departed from the Great Qin, journeying northward. He returned only a millennium ago. Gu Jingzhou sighed. Upon Gu Hua's return, he brought with him the world's foremost skill, the 10,000 poisons cultivation technique. You immediately recognized its significance. Gu Xian passed away 3,000 years ago, and Gu Hua was born soon after. Before you could voice another question, Gu Jingzhou interjected. Indeed, Gu Hua is the sole son of Gu Xian, born upon his return. Moreover, he is my father, your great-grandfather. He smiled. His ascension to family head is closely tied to these two. What great-grandfather? You shot him a glance. Gu Jingzhou said no more, but your reaction provided the answer he sought. I have but one child, Gu Han. Gu Long was adopted from a collateral branch. Grandfather and father were both extraordinarily gifted, breaking through the heavenly gang before the age of 100. Unprecedented in history. My son, Gu Han, is also a prodigy, having perfected the Heavenly King's Radiance technique by the age of 30. You marveled further. At merely 15, he possessed such abilities. From grandfather to father, then to son and grandson, I am the most ordinary among us, he lamented. You felt at a loss for words. Where have Gu Xian and Gu Hua gone? Whether concerning the tokens or the 10,000 poisons cultivation technique, it all seemed extraordinary. Could it be some advanced side quest? Gu Jingzhou shook his head. That is unknown. They returned without uttering a word. Perhaps they left behind some clues. Yet no one has discovered them. You contemplated, stroking your chin. At that moment, Gu Jingzhou suddenly laughed. I have thought of something. He gazed skyward with profound regret. Despair etched across his face. What is it? You inquired, intrigued. Gu Jingzhou burst into laughter. No, it's another matter. I have noticed a commonality among all the geniuses in the Gu family. You awaited his next words. It is quite simple. All their names consist of 2 characters. In this context, with a name of 3 characters like mine, I simply lack the environment to excel. The old man's reasoning grew increasingly abstract. You could no longer listen. With a swift motion of your right hand, the ground began to tremble, and the tombs of the 3 ancestors slowly heaved upwards. Grandson, this is unfilial. What grandson digs up his ancestors' graves? Gu Jingzhou attempted to stop you, but found himself powerless. Harnessing your spiritual force, you effortlessly unearthed all the graves. First arriving at the tomb of ancestor Gu Ji, a glance revealed nothing but a solitary skeleton. Everything else was gone. It was utterly clean, not a drop remaining. As you reached out to touch it, the remains of ancestor Gu Ji crumbled to dust. This was not my intention. You bowed your head in apology. It is all Gu Jingzhou's fault. He did not stop me. Gu Jingzhou glared, his anger palpable. Could I have stopped you? After deflecting responsibility, you felt significantly lighter. After a thorough examination, you still found nothing of value and regretfully closed the coffin lid. It feels akin to opening a blind box. Next, you approached Gu Xian's tomb. Upon opening it, you immediately spotted a ring on his hand. A storage ring. Indeed, he possessed something valuable. Gu Xian had perished 3,000 years ago, and his bones retained some rigidity. You utilized your spiritual force to extract the ring while also gauging the strength of his remains. This level of physical prowess undoubtedly surpassed the ordinary 7th transformation. This ancestor was remarkable. You clicked your tongue in admiration. A pity he has been dead for so long. I cannot refine it. Just as you uttered that thought, you slapped yourself. Gu Ming, you were truly foolish to even think of such things. Beyond the ring, there was nothing else beside Gu Xian. Extracting the ring, you cautiously probed with your spiritual force, ultimately succeeding in opening it. The interior space was vast. Measuring several thousand cubic units, this was the largest storage ring you had ever encountered. However, its contents were sparse. A brief glance revealed only a letter. A collection of wisdom stones and rows of medicinal pills. Wisdom stones. There were 100 in total, all intact and ready for use. You examined the medicinal pills and found they were primarily for enhancing cultivation speed and healing injuries, with a considerable quantity. A bountiful harvest, indeed. Finally, you retrieved the letter and read it thoroughly. My name is Gu Xian. When you read this letter, I am surely deceased. For no fool would live long enough to show their own will to others. And that is all. This is rather anticlimactic, I assent it. A mere beginning and then nothing? You couldn't help but scoff. Upon closer inspection, you noticed that the back of the letter seemed to contain more text, though it had been erased. You flipped through the envelope repeatedly, inside and out, yet could discern nothing further. Stowing the ring away, you moved to the final tomb. This one belonged to Gu Hua. He brought back the 10,000 poisons cultivation technique. The contents of the grave were plentiful, filled with various personal items. After assessing the strength of the bones, you realized that Gu Hua's cultivation was slightly inferior to that of Gu Xian. You then spotted a sapphire ring on his hand. It was evidently another storage ring. Taking a deep breath, you prayed, "Ancestors, bless me with some good fortune. Great-grandfather, I trust you would never deceive your descendants." After a moment of prayer, you opened it directly. Oh my! After a quick glance, you exclaimed, overwhelmed. Chapter 98, Cultivation and Strength. The vastness of Gu Hua's storage bag was overwhelming. A glance revealed an array of corpses, diverse and numerous. You felt a twitch at the corner of your mouth as you extracted one skeleton for a closer inspection. To your astonishment, the bones were silver. Gu Jingzhou exclaimed in surprise. As you caressed the enigmatic skull in your hands, it felt remarkably solid, yet its true strength and cultivation level remained elusive. Quite intriguing. You mused. This corpse has been deceased for quite some time. It is of no use now. You continued your examination, extracting hundreds of corpses from the storage ring. One by one, but yielded no fruitful discoveries. What a peculiar gift you've left for posterity, ancestor. You chuckled, patting your head, and ultimately decided to stow away all the corpses once more, 350 in total, some still retaining traces of flesh and blood, while others were mere bones or fragments thereof. They appeared in every hue imaginable, gold, silver, pink, purple, resembling an assembly of skeletal sprites. Gu Jingzhou was left speechless, entirely outside the realm of his comprehension. As you composed yourself, you recognized that your only gains from this venture were a few elixirs and wisdom stones, not even a single visualization diagram to show for it. With a sigh, you reassembled the three graves and departed from the ancient Gu family tomb, where Gu Jingzhou followed closely behind. Grandson, would you be interested in becoming the family head? He inquired. Whatever you wish to pursue, your grandfather will support you. But there is one condition. He chuckled, his face alight with a joyful smile. You must first give me a grandchild. Our lineage cannot come to a sudden halt with you, he added. You paused for a moment and pondered. Well aware of the intricacies involved in childbirth, which you had often attempted, yet the results were less than favorable, akin to the singular offspring produced with Su Wanru. Enough with the talk, you interjected, shaking your head as you arrived at the Gu family hall. I require a substantial quantity of Tian Luo Dan. I entrust this task to you. You gestured, summoning Su Su and Shi Shi from the simulated realm. You too shall assist him. I need to enter seclusion. With ample resources at your disposal, it was indeed time to focus on your cultivation. Gu Jingzhou felt a twinge of regret, but did not refuse the responsibilities you assigned him. Before retreating into seclusion, you dispatched Shi Shi once more to the north to retrieve the ascension order from the Yu Lu sword sect. The following day, deep within the confines of the Gu family's forbidden grounds, you retrieved a skeleton and commenced the process of refinement. This skeleton once belonged to the formidable five-turn pinnacle cultivator, Gozai Shan. Alongside the bones lay an enormous storage bag that resembled a fabric pouch. You lifted the storage bag, your heart filled with anticipation. Surely, a five-turn pinnacle powerhouse would not disappoint. Gozai Shan's storage bag was indeed the largest you had ever encountered, filled with an abundance of items, visualization diagrams, elixirs, soul essence pills, all densely packed. Truly, a living five-turn pinnacle had amassed considerable wealth. After a thorough search, you uncovered a singular technique among the many diagrams, a rare gem of the highest caliber, eclipsing all others, including the esteemed Taishang Pinyin Guishan record. This technique, known as Endless Soul Devouring Method, was capable of advancing one to the 8-turn pinnacle and contained numerous secret methods aimed at the soul. Included was the True Spirit Plunder, a technique that forcibly activated the soul essence to extract the complete memories of a target. However, this technique bore a fatal flaw. Its sinister nature rendered it vulnerable to various positive and dominant soul energies. You decided against altering your cultivation technique, but resolved to explore portions of the soul essence secrets within. Reflecting upon this, you surmised it might have been Gozai Shan's intent, as within the simulation, he had shown no signs of being affected by them. Setting the Endless Soul Devouring Method aside, you grasped the skeleton of Gozai Shan, an invaluable asset. Though devoid of flesh, it still radiated warmth, indicating its recent demise, making it viable for use. Am I destined to only refine skeletons? You pondered, shaking your head as you set to work. After a month of diligent effort, you succeeded in transforming Gozai Shan into a puppet utterly loyal to you, a five-turn pinnacle, the mightiest force at your command. On the last day of the month, Shishi returned, bringing with her the ascension order from the Yu Lu Sword sect. The skeletons had successfully infiltrated the Bai family, securing complete control. The Bai family's strongest member was merely at the 3-turn pinnacle, and with 2 4-turn skeletons at your command, they proved incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. The absence of any hidden trump cards was indeed surprising. The skeletons had not only seized control of the Bai family but had also returned with a wealth of cultivation resources sufficient for your needs. Currently, the Bai family labored tirelessly to produce Tianluo Dan, having become mere workers adorned with jade tokens around their necks. With a sweeping gesture, you commanded all your subordinates to mobilize immediately, expanding outward to requisition more resources for the production of Tianluo Dan to aid your cultivation. This scale of operation far surpassed what was achieved in the simulation of the Wan Kingdom, significantly accelerating your cultivation speed. As you took a moment to consolidate your thoughts, you retrieved the cultivation resources from your ring. Beneath your feet lay the Taishan Ping and Guatian record in Tinzi Yangqi Ju, flanked by a plethora of elixirs and wisdom stones. With 10 tokens from the Gu family insignia, 3 in your possession, and 100 from Gu Xian's ring, along with 1 ascension order from the Yu Lu Sword sect. You had a total of 114 tokens, sufficient to sustain your intensive cultivation for 114 years. However, now was not the time to utilize them. You resolved to elevate your aptitude to first grade before engaging in their use. Determined, you seized a handful of Tianluo Dan and ingested them without hesitation. As the elixirs were refined within you, a wave of exhilaration washed over you. Time slipped away as you immersed yourself in fervent cultivation. 10 years passed. Your Tianzi Yangqi Ju and overall cultivation remained unchanged, while several secret techniques from the endless soul devouring method aimed at the soul had been mastered, including one known as soul sealing seal, which could be employed against cultivators 3 realms beneath your own. Upon planting the soul sealing seal, the target would become utterly devoted to you, completely submissive. Only a 9-turn expert could unravel such an imprint in the entirety of the Liyong realm. In summary, this was a formidable technique. Beyond the soul sealing seal, you had also acquired methods for crafting soul slaves and devouring souls to enhance your strength. The soul slave technique, as implied, extracted the target's soul, forcibly binding them to your will for various purposes, be it combat or servitude, an immensely versatile tool. However, the methods for enhancing strength proved lacking, offering only marginal growth and being susceptible to counteractive positive techniques. Their utility was limited. Nevertheless, with the acquisition of these soul essence secrets, your power had incrementally increased, and several lingering questions in your mind found resolution. With this realization, you concluded your period of seclusion. Chapter 99. A dramatic turn of events. Emerging from the Gu family secret chamber, CC hurriedly jumped out. Has the young master made any breakthroughs in his cultivation? CC asked obediently. Susu pouted. I wish to go out and have a bite to eat. You nodded. The 5th transition is not weak. You may go. CC eagerly added. Then I shall go too, Sister Susu. I will just have some leftovers. She said pitifully. You chuckled and patted her head. If you wish to go, then go. For safety's sake, take the dog with you to the mountains. The dog, draped in a black cloak, who had been vigilantly waiting nearby, nodded. Understood. You shot him a glance. Before that, you should first make a trip to stabilize the surrounding cultivation forces using the soul restraining seal. The dog, at the 5th transition, can only control the 2nd transition. But in this remote area, the 2nd transition is already a leader among many forces. Understood. The dog replied calmly, with a flicker of thought. Your skin twisted and transformed into a magnificent white robe, elegantly draped, and cinched at the waist with a jade belt, adding a touch of flamboyance. Your hair was tied back with a black ribbon, giving you a refreshing appearance. Young master, which lady are you going to meet? Susu asked curiously. You waved your hand. Matters of adults, children should not meddle. Having said that, you stepped onto a cloud of darkness and departed from the Great Qin, heading southwest, as light and shadow shifted within a few breaths. You arrived at the headquarters of the Shishang Balian sect. After sensing your surroundings, you indeed detected the aura of Nagong Qingru here today. I shall see what our true relationship is. With a cold snort, you advanced to the deepest part of the headquarters, a bamboo tower. In the simply decorated secret chamber, Nangong Qingru was in the midst of her cultivation when you suddenly appeared before her. Nangong Qingru exclaimed, startled. Her eyes narrowed with wariness. Upon seeing you, her expression shifted dramatically. You extended your right hand, gripping her delicate, pale neck. Nangong Qingru? You. Tears welled in her eyes, rendering her speechless. You gazed deeply into her eyes, and after a brief hesitation, decided to use the soul restraining seal. Nangong Qingru was too weak. Using the true spirit plunder directly would likely turn her into a fool. The soul restraining seal could only be applied to those weaker than oneself, which naturally included mortal cultivators. You reached out and tapped her. With the expenditure of spiritual energy, a black seal appeared on her forehead. Flickering, you silently observed the scene. According to the feedback from your spiritual energy, you were on the verge of success, but just then, a surge of violent power erupted from Nangong Qingru. followed by streams of black gas escaping from her mouth and nose. These gases were suffused with various grievances and negative energies. You quickly released her. What is this? You reacted swiftly. Had you been a moment slower, you would have certainly encountered grave problems. The black gas coalesced, forming a shadowy figure. She closed her eyes, her form solidifying, and moments later, transformed into a stunning woman clad in a sleek black gown, her long hair cascading down, with alluring peach blossom eyes. Goo, it is you. The woman in black expressed surprise. No, not the complete you. Her expression shifted rapidly as realization dawned. You intend to use that dark magic on me? Your emotions grew more complicated, inwardly cursing. How do you possess such an identity? I only wish to uncover the truth. The woman in black leaned close, gently embracing you. Do not let your curiosity run rampant. It could lead to your demise. I do not wish for your death. Feeling her softness before you, you inhaled deeply and asked again, what is our true relationship? The woman in black shook her head. You are my husband, and every lifetime, it has never changed. Cease your quest for the so-called truth, for it may lead to your end. This is my final warning to you. With that, she cradled your head and bestowed a soft kiss, and the next moment, she completely dissipated, leaving Nagong Chingru lying on the ground. Seemingly unconscious, you reached out to touch the spot on your forehead where she had kissed you. Goo, will it lead to death? Eternal husband? My dear brother, how many years' worth of novel tropes is this? Can we not be so antiquated? Casting a glance at the still unconscious Nagong Chingru, you abandoned the idea of using the soul restraining seal, grabbing her and delivering a few slaps. Wake up, wake up. Nagong Chingru regained consciousness, looking at you in astonishment. You. Tell me, what is our true relationship? Nagong Chingru pursed her lips and lowered her head. You resemble my brother. You scoffed. My brother before the transmigration? You. How do you know about transmigration? Are you truly my brother? Nagong Chingru, increasingly astonished, exclaimed, Ashio, I miss you so much. She suddenly embraced you tightly. Stop, stop, stop. You were taken aback, grasping her neck as you extricated yourself. Who is Ashio? Nagong Chingru shook her head, forcing herself to calm down. He is my brother, who died trying to save me before the transmigration. Then this person cannot possibly be you. After all, you transmigrated while dragging excrement along. Perhaps her memories are fabricated. This thought suddenly struck you. Strange, too strange. You inquired closely, this time without concealment. She revealed everything to you. Ashio's real name was Qinxiu, Nagong Chingru's half-brother. They met at an orphanage, grew up together, worked part-time jobs, attended classes, and eventually became a couple. But on the eve of their wedding, while strolling on the street, by sheer coincidence, they encountered a recently released prisoner who had ill intentions. Qinxiu rushed to confront him, but unfortunately met his demise. This plot is excessively dramatic. You covered your head, unable to bear to look. Then what about the Ashio you encountered after the transmigration? According to her simulated memories, Nagong Chingru had mentioned encountering someone resembling herself both before and after the transmigration. He is. Though Nagong Chingru was astonished at your knowledge, she still divulged the details. This time, the plot was simpler. That person was named Qin Zhuan, her senior brother at the Balian sect. They trained together, and ultimately, during a mission, Qin Zhuan died in battle while saving Nagong Chingru. This plot is reminiscent of her earlier narrative about Zhou Bu, is it not? This time, you continuously monitored her with spiritual techniques, fully assured she was not lying. Things suddenly took an intriguing turn. A smile crept onto your lips, revealing the grin of a dragon king. Chapter 100. Temptation. The difficult shell. The woman in the black dress was exceedingly suspicious, regrettably. I had no time to inquire her name. Moreover, her cryptic references to Riddlers echoed in my mind. An eternal union. What a cliché of a romance novel. I relinquished my curiosity about Nagong Chingru, turning away to seek out Ling Cho. This woman had perished in simulations numerous times. Surely, she could not be without flaws. Clenching my teeth, I was about to depart when Nagong Chingru suddenly called out to me. Axio, please do not leave me. I halted, having already discerned that she possessed a spiritual aptitude of considerable caliber, ranking directly as a formidable A-class. What if I guided her onto the path of cultivation? I pivoted, extracting a meager visualization technique from my storage ring, capable of only achieving the first level of mastery. If one day you reach your limits, come find me at the Gu family. Furthermore, my name is Gu Ming, not Axiu or Qin Zhuan. Utter their names once more, and I shall end you. As my words faded, I vanished. Nagong Chingru picked up the visualization chart from the ground. Determination etched across her face. Gu Ming, I will not, under any circumstances, allow you to leave me again. She embraced the chart tightly, a smile bordering on madness gracing her lips. Simultaneously, I ventured eastward once more, finding Ling Cho at the edge of the East Sea. She floated upon a small sailboat, gliding effortlessly with the wind. Barefoot, she sat at the edge, allowing the river to wash over her feet. Her hair remained in a high ponytail, her waist astonishingly slender. Yet her expression was one of melancholy as she rested her chin in her hand, gazing into the distance. I descended from the air, halting before her. Ling Cho, As soon as the words escaped my lips, I employed the same strategy, inscribing a soul-binding seal upon her face. Ling Cho remained oblivious, and the seal fully formed. You. Ling Cho stood motionless, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. I stood upon the sailboat, silently awaiting her acknowledgement of my mastery. Pathetic. Just as my anticipation reached its zenith, the soul-binding seal shattered, and in the next instant, a long sword erupted from her body. Boom. I was sent reeling back with a single glance, crashing into the sea and creating colossal waves. What the hell? In the water, I wore a bewildered expression. Had I angered some family's husky? Why was every encounter so formidable? Regaining my composure, I burst forth from the water, the sword still lodged against my neck. Indeed. A trashy individual engages in despicable acts, attempting to employ such a vile secret art against me. Ling Cho approached, grasping the sword's hilt, looking down upon me with scorn. How can the disparity be so vast, even if you're Gu's reincarnation? To think you could control me, such a notion leads only to your demise. Her aura was chilling, imbued with an overwhelming force. The strength was so immense that a mere glance left me severely injured, devoid of any strength. I collapsed into the water, rendered immobile. In the nick of time, a shadow rushed forth. Have you lost your mind? He is Gu. The woman in the black dress arrived, positioning herself protectively before Ling Cho. With one hand, she lifted me. Gu, you must leave. She cannot kill you. My expression darkened, a grimace of discomfort crossing my face. Enough. As I began to recover my strength, I approached them. What is your true identity? Please, tell me directly. This time, I needed clarity. Ling Cho chuckled coldly. Do you think you are worthy of such knowledge? A mere dead dog, that you resemble Gu and share a similar soul. You will never measure up to even a hair on his leg. What a fool. The woman in the black dress sighed. Qingwan, the past is behind us. There is no need to harbor hatred for every reincarnation of Gu. They are innocent. Ling Cho laughed heartily. Innocent? Spare me. Are you blind? He sought to control me, to make me his slave. Does he deserve such a fate? Amidst the palpable tension between these two formidable presences, I was rendered speechless. Propping myself up, I lay upon a cloud, choosing to depart. Two fools, one day you shall unravel the truth behind all this. Yet, the soul-binding seal had been planted, however. Ling Cho, or rather Qingwan, managed to break free, indicating her weakest strength must still be at the ninth transformation. The ninth transformation was merely a matter of simulations. Was it not? Gu, before you achieve the ninth transformation, it is advisable not to seek us out, for you will meet your end. As I took my leave, the voice of the woman in black echoed in my ears. Am I to heed your warning? Gu, my name is Huangji. Suddenly, suspended in midair, I halted. Huangji? That name. Memories cascaded back, vivid images of my life before crossing over resurfacing. Before my transition, I had been crafting a novel, the plot still unrefined. A fantastical genre filled with arbitrary strength levels and lacking intricate details. The one certainty was the protagonist's name. I had envisioned a single female lead, and after much deliberation, I had settled on their names. The male lead, Gu Tingji, and the female lead, Huangji. Good heavens! Had I been transported into the world of my own novel? The good news, this was indeed my creation. The bad news, aside from the protagonist's name, I had established nothing else. So, did the world simply amalgamate into this state post-formation? I remained incredulous, yet a test was undeniably necessary. I gazed towards the two still locked in confrontation, inquiring from a distance, that one, was my past life Gu Tingji? Whoosh! A falling leaf brushed past me, slicing through the air and obliterating the mountains behind me. You are unworthy to utter his name. Ling Cho, or rather Qingwan, glared at me with resentment. The woman in black stood frozen for a moment before hastening to my side, her expression one of astonishment. Gu, have you come to an understanding? With that question, she received her answer. It appeared I had misjudged the situation. Huangji shook her head. You should leave quickly. No longer hesitating, I had attained the answers I sought. Qingwan rushed forward. Huangji, is he truly not Gu? Huangji twirled a strand of hair on her shoulder, shaking her head slightly. Once Gu achieves understanding, he will seek us out on his own. He is not Gu, merely a shadow of him. Qingwan sighed heavily, sinking back into the water, slipping into unconsciousness. Huangji laid her upon the sailboat, her form fracturing into countless pieces before vanishing.